As soon as I crossed into the parallel world, I was asked to fight the elves with melee 301 to 350. Chapter 301 Wind Escape, Poisonous Spiral Shuriken. 2 in 1. During lunch, Leahy enjoyed a delicious steak. Under the stunned sight of the chef, baby Longsheng nibbled a golden roasted suckling pig that was tender on the outside and tender on the inside. Looking at the baby dragon who didn't even spit out bones, the chef raised his white top hat with a relieved expression. Look at this food, it must be that my cooking level has improved again. Gudong. After swallowing hard, the lady at the front desk asked in a low voice. Manager, just like this, will we lose money? You're stupid. If the wool comes from the sheep, can we still lose money? The money must come from other customers. The manager was in a good mood while eating the steak. Originally, she disliked the poor food here. Coincidentally, Leahy was here, and in the name of improving the treatment for the owner of the Red Lotus Gym, she had a good time. The owner of the Wolf Warriors Club is also a long-term visionary, and the target of his investment is Leahy. So Young is a dignified Taoist pavilion owner, and the future is promising. Fengdu is the hometown of the owner of the Red Lotus Taoist Temple. When the province considers the allocation of funds, it is reasonable to give Fengduyun a little more. Even if the cost is a little higher now, he will be able to earn it back in minutes when the price of the land rises. Plus, there's the celebrity effect. Parents in Huasha may not be willing to spend money for themselves, but they are definitely willing to spend money for their children. When choosing a battle club in the future, can parents not consider the Battle Wolf Battle Club where the owner of the Red Lotus Gym has stayed? Sitting in the office, wearing glasses and a black suit, the boss dressed like a business elite finished the video with his child, but didn't even read the monthly report, the boss muttered. My sister-in-law still doesn't have a long-term vision. Last time, she received money from others. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to accept it even on my knees. Today, the president of the Fengdu Trainer Association is President Wu. According to the 5-year term, this President Wu is capable of at least 10 years, and will be qualified to take charge of the provincial association in the future. The relationship between Master Li and President Wu is very close. And now the president of the Chindu Trainer Association in. The last time I went home on New Year's Day, according to a nephew who was studying abroad, several well-known gym owners in the Kanto region even mentioned this owner Li in their speeches. Look. Li Guanju's relationship network is an old cow. How many people want to give money to the owner of Li Pavilion, but they can't find a way. Those who have access, do not dare to plug it, for fear that the money will not be plugged in, but it will be annoying. After all, today's young people hate such direct routines. Like their own younger brother, they are arrogant and self-love. Is it not an insult to the owner of the Li Pavilion? The boss of the Wolf Battle Club shook his head and sighed. Don't talk about punching a big hole in the wall, even if it is to demolish the training ground for me. I'm happy too. Rich and willful. As soon as the voice fell, the ground suddenly shook, and the boss quickly held the table and said in surprise. What's wrong? Earthquake. No way, this place in Fengdu has not been shaken for decades, and it just happened to be caught up by myself. Fortunately, the shock was only a moment, and the boss ran out in a panic. What's the matter? Boss, it seems that Hu's elf smashed the load-bearing wall of which training ground, and the training ground collapsed immediately. A male coach stared blankly. Whose large-bodied elves are so fierce? That's steel. If you say it's broken, it's broken. As the person who opened the training ground, the boss also has some experience. After calming down, the boss jumped angrily. Big rock snake. No, how can big rock snake have such energy? It must be a big steel snake. Note, big steel snake, the evolutionary form of the big rock snake. The entire body is covered with a layer of metal coating. Metal coating, aka metal film, itself is a rare resource, which can assist elves to practice steel-type moves such as Iron Tail. When smeared on the body, it can increase the power of the elf's steel attribute moves. When underground, the big steel snake also likes to gnaw on rocks of higher quality than King Kong as food. For private battle clubs, the big steel snake has always been a no-go elf. Losing money. This must be losing money. The boss was furious. Although you have bought insurance, if you do this, your insurance premiums will definitely rise next month. At this time, the staff rushed over in a panic and said breathlessly, "Old boss, I checked it out." "Whose big steel snake?" the boss interrupted and asked angrily. "If I don't peel off the skin of that big steel snake, I won't be named Qian." Big steel snake. The staff was stunned for a moment, wondering. "Boss, there's no such thing as a big steel snake. It's the croak-headed frog of Li Guanju's family. It seems that the training ground has been tidied up in one move." There is still a bit of excitement in the eyes of the staff. If they go to demolition, they will make money. The boss vomited blood in anger. "Daring love is not your industry, you just don't feel bad. Wow, are you still excited?" When I heard this, the coach's eyes were stunned. "Are you lying to me that I haven't seen a crocodile frog?" Whose crocodile frog can demolish the training ground in one move? While eating. Aware of the tremor, Li also thought it was an earthquake. The tremor only lasted for a short second, and Li didn't care. Before he could react, Li was guarded by the staff and invited to the door. Li is not worried about the self-protection ability of the crocodile frogs. A police car had already arrived nearby. After learning that no one was injured, the police officer directed the big rock snake and simply swallowed the collapsed gravel steel bar. "What's the matter? Looks like something happened." It seems that someone's big steel snake smashed this venue. Surrounded by people watching the fun, Li ate the popcorn provided by the battle club for free, and said in amazement, "I'm afraid there is a gold mine in this family. If you can afford to raise a big steel snake, you dare to bring it to the training ground for training. Is it possible to touch porcelain with elves?" For a moment, Li also wondered if it was Zheng Ghost and Crouching Frog who did it. But if you think about it, it's impossible. The croak-headed frog has a stable temperament. It was just an accident before, and it is impossible for accidents to happen frequently. Furthermore, even if the move is wrong again, it will at most destroy another wall, so why not smash the field? Finally, Hudi is also. Li felt at ease, put a mouthful of popcorn on Baby Dragon, and then put another mouthful in his mouth. Li asked vaguely to the staff. "Who is this? What a mess. It's quite arrogant. Damn, who smashed the field?" The head frog of Li Guanju gave the venue to. "Ah, Li Guanju." The main focus was on maintaining order, the staff said casually, and the staff was stunned just after speaking. "Living. Master Li, are you okay? Master Li, your face is not very good. Come on, call an ambulance." "Don't yell." Li took a deep breath. "Ambulances also need money." A few minutes ago. Faced with the request of the frog, can Hudi refuse? No, the old man also wants space. As a result, it was found that the barrier move was the same as the glass slag project. It would shatter when touched by the pitch-black spiral shuriken, and Hudi's scalp tingled immediately. This old man's barrier move can even prevent the destructive death light move of the circle bear. Although he was so shocked that he almost broke his beard, Hudi was not careless. It flashed. Using teleportation moves, Hudi retreated continuously. But that black spiral shuriken is it. It doesn't talk about martial arts. It even caught up. In the process of high-speed rotation, the black spiral shuriken released a strong whirlwind, tearing Hudi's body and pulling Hudi over. Hudi showed the qualities that Nazi's superpower attribute elf should have, and it continued to shine. The result is, the black spiral shuriken is like a big whirlwind knife, revolving around the entire field, cutting the entire field like a cake, cutting it in half. At the moment when the building collapsed, Zheng Gui opened his mouth and swallowed everything, including his notebook, and stored it in the spiritual world. Immediately after, behind his hands, Zheng Gui watched this scene calmly. Come on, you smash, if you can smash a hair off of me, I will even lose my uncle. Gengar, I'm not afraid of physical damage at all. As for the crocodile frog, with the help of the body protection chi, hot water moves and water fluctuation moves, on its body, it can in turn shake the smashed steel bars out. Rebar. Afterwards. The owner of the Wolf Warriors Club is a tycoon with over 100 million assets. Facing the collapsed training ground, the boss endured the pain in his heart and said with a smile. It's okay, we have insurance. Hearing this, Lee still took out some of the money to express his feelings. With the croaker frogs and them, Lee hurriedly took a taxi back home. After asking about the situation. Looking at the ashamed hoodie, Lee had a complicated expression and comforted. Don't worry, Even with Lee's high emotional intelligence, he didn't know how to respond at this time. I didn't expect you to be unable to stop even one move of the croaking frog. Or, I'm sorry, I didn't think about it carefully, I didn't expect the frog to be so strong. Grabbing his beard, he stared blankly at his super spoon, temporarily doubting his life. Even if he is not the strongest hoodie in Nazi's hands, he is not weak. Is it? Unacceptable. It's alright, it may be that the croak-headed frog accidentally hit a critical attack. Lee reluctantly comforted. I think someone Lee is bad. Fighting against Nazi is the main body, hoodie is just an assistant. Hoodie plus Nazi are the masters of the superpower gymnasium. A single elf, there is indeed moisture. Looking at the croak-headed frog with a nervous expression, Lee sighed. It's okay, it's a big deal, isn't it just demolishing a training ground? LL. A man just has to stand and cry, shedding tears in the wind. Just before that, the croak-headed frog broke a wall. As long as I have a meal, you can tear down the training ground. Frog, you are progressing too fast. After sitting down and resting for a while, Lee flashed a few lines of new information from the frog in front of his eyes. Wind escape toxic spiral shuriken moves. Water cannon moves plus hot water moves plus water fluctuation moves plus bounce moves plus acupuncture moves plus Koga flow water shuriken secrets plus toxic moves plus Yuan Shi's flight attribute move experience plus repayment move fuzzy. Profound attainment in water type moves, coupled with the energy reserve of the croak-headed frog far exceeding normal, is the foundation of this move. It is then integrated into the flying attribute moves and poisonous moves, which greatly increases the power of the moves. Close black lens bracket. Recommended. The apps I've been using recently are supported by Android and Apple phones. This is a trick to integrate the power of the croak-headed frog. Close black lens bracket. Special effects. Highly poisonous, burn, tear, shock. After reading it line by line, Lee complained in his heart. Amazing, my frog. When did you comprehend the repayment move? Looking at the vague handwriting, it seems that after a while, the frog will be able to fully grasp it. Note: repayment. Stimulate the body with a strong emotion of repayment, so that the elves can exert far more power than usual. Isn't this the way all protagonists can explode seeds? Lee looked strange. Naruto frog. Don't look down, look at the baby dragon. In the evening, when I come back, I will take you to a barbecue. After exhorting him, Lee waved his hand and asked Shinado to take him to Lui's side. Six Tails, this little padded jacket, shouldn't have a grudge against my wallet, right? Hurry over, the elf of the Anfu Taoist Pavilion seems to be quite fierce. As an old father, Lee still has a trace of worry. Anfu City. After driving on the road for nearly 40 minutes, the bus was about to arrive at the final stop, Anfu Taoist Station. Seeing that they were about to arrive at the station, the trainers in the car chatted casually. To deal with Anfu gym masters, you have to use electricity-type moves, preferably long-range attacks. Fire-type and other attributes are not recommended. It still depends on luck. The master of the Anfu Taoist Pavilion is now in his 40s, and he is basically not in the gymnasium, but the elves of the Anfu Taoist Pavilion have a weird temperament. If you meet the main force of the Anfu Taoist Temple, I can only admit it and come back another day. Generally speaking, if you go a few more times and meet an apprentice in a good talk, you will pass. Speaking of which, the popularity of the Red Lotus Gym is quite high right now. It seems that the owner of the Red Lotus Gym is also on vacation in the next city. Can you try it? Hearing this, he pushed his glasses, and the cold-hearted man said lightly, I advise you to forget it. Now it is more reliable to challenge the Red Lotus Gym to get the badge. But it is more difficult to get the badge from the owner of the Red Lotus Gym. At this time, the hands of that person are all the main force. Dispatched Six Tails, you can cry. Master of the Red Lotus Gym, if there are 2 mountains under his command, Luwei and Zhengui, if it is a crocodile frog and a baby dragon. The handsome boy who spoke before pondered. As the news outdated, just before, the croaker frog crushed a veteran trainer's main stinger without injury. A long-haired girl pouted. The crotch frog is enough for us to drink a pot of. The main force is the veteran trainer of the big needle bee. Zhang Shang, a man with a cold temperament, narrowed his eyes. Although there are many trainers who use stingrays, there are not many trainers who can be called veterans. There are also 2 Fengdu, one is the current President Wu of the Fengdu Trainer Association. The other is the retired Yuan Zhanye, Yuan Lao. When he was young, he was also a man of the hour. Others don't know, but he knows, if it weren't for this unwillingness. To be the master of a Taoist temple is more than enough. After all, when he was young, Yuan Zhanye had defeated the master of the Nara Gymnasium. So, the current croak-headed frog is already at the level of a gym master. Zhang Shang was stunned. The croak-headed frog should be the elf that Li Guanju only subdued last year, right? This strength progress. Master Li's cultivation level is so high that there is no limit. Chapter 302 Come, hit me and try 2 in 1. Anfu Taoist Hall is located in the eastern suburbs of Anfu City. Located on the Longevity Lake in Anfu City, Anfu Taoist Hall is like a water zoo. His mouth opened and closed, his beard slapped the water, and the Carp King stared blankly at the blue sky and white clouds. The tyrannical carp dragon swam recklessly on the lake, like a lord patrolling the territory. Swarms of giant needle bees swept across the water, and the water waves were turbulent. Even in normal times, there are many reporters in suits and ties gathered at the entrance of the Anfu Gym. Holding a lunchbox, half squatting at the entrance of the gymnasium, a male reporter bit a pen. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Looking at the few people approaching, the male reporter muttered. Zhang Shang, a graduate student of the Elf Academy of Magic Capital University. As a graduate student of the Elf Academy of Modu University, Zhang Shang had the courage to challenge various avenues during his college days. At the end of his senior year, Zhang Shang attended a regional conference in the Chengdu area, the Silver Conference. He even achieved the top 16 of the Silver Conference, and was admitted in advance by the Research Institute of the Elf Academy of Modu University. In Zhang Shang's words, the main force should be. As a prepared person, the male reporter took out his mobile phone. Open the form file and search for the keyword, Zhang Shang. It's an electric shock monster. It's worth seeing, the male reporter murmured. The electric monster looks like the legendary Savage, covered with black and yellow hair. The electric monster is the leader of the electric attribute elves. The Anfu Gym is famous for cultivating elves with the 2 attributes of water and insects. With the electric shock monster, the probability of Zhang Shang getting the badge should be more than 90%. It can be a little news. At this time, after getting off the bus, Li Han and the others chatted while walking. The short-haired girl with Pikachu before patiently explained to Li Han and Lu Wei. Because there are many people in our Washa area, the rules of the gym challenge are somewhat different. Often the gym will send one person to guard the arena and let the challengers conduct wheel battles. In this way, the gym can quickly screen the challengers and give badges to those who believe that their strength meets the standard. Those who do not meet the standard will be eliminated. In this mode, generally speaking, the gym will send strong characters to guard the arena. It may be 1 versus 1, or 3 versus 3. Anyway, it's quick to challenge like this, but the result is pretty quick. The short-haired girl said humorously. Thank you, Sister Lan. Li-Han nodded obediently. On the bus, the short-haired girl introduced herself as Fang Lan, and the handsome boy with her was her boyfriend, Shen Kongwen. Actually, I'm very strong, Li-Han said solemnly. Although he looks young, Li-Han grew up in a foreign area. Even though Li-He's uncle and aunt are more conservative, Li-Han has also been traveling for 2 or 3 years. In contrast, it can also be compared to ordinary college students. I'm not that bad, Li-Han. It doesn't matter if my cousin treats me as a younger sister, no matter how everyone thinks of me. Li-Han as a younger brother. Cough. This six-tailed is quite cute, Shen Kongwen said euphemistically. As a third-year student at Yingdujing University, a top institution in Huasha District, Shen Kongwen specializes in the study of elf moves. The Orange Flame, Swordsmanship, and Swordsmanship of Li He, the owner of the dignified Red Lotus Gymnasium, was explained by a professor of Sakurado University as an example alone in class. Evolution is not the only way to make elves stronger. Even if they are not evolved, elves can make elves stronger by polishing their moves and studying them. The professor's proposition is that instead of forcing the elves to evolve to gain power, it is better to start from the moves themselves. As a student of this professor, Shen Kongwen also highly praised this view. Therefore, Fang Lan respects Pikachu's opinion and does not force Pikachu to evolve, which is also what Shen Kongwen appreciates most about her. Unfortunately, if you can get the support of the owner of the Red Lotus Taoist Temple, this idea can be supported by more people. Shen Kongwen regretted. In Chindu Province, the owner of the Red Lotus Taoist Hall is very famous. Even in the entire Huasha district, the influence of the owner of the Red Lotus Gym among the younger generation is not small. Many trainer students who are about to receive elves, even take this Red Lotus Gym master as a weather vane. In a short period of time, the six-tailed elf egg has already replaced the small fire dragon elf egg and has become the first choice of the parents of Senior 3. Therefore, seeing Li-Han with a six-tailed tail, Shen Kongwen also expressed his understanding. Only 6 tails and 6 tails cannot be generalized. Take your time. At the beginning, it was quite hard to hold the 6 tails, and the psychological pressure was really great, Shen Kongwen said with relief, giving the little girl a shot in her heart. Although six-tailed elves are cute, they are not easy to cultivate. Compared with Little Fire Dragon and Pikachu, there is still a certain gap. Alas. After looking at Lu Wei, Li-Han sighed sincerely. You are so right. Well, I'm just too stressed. How do you know that I'm under a lot of psychological pressure with the 6 tails? Bosom friend. You know me too well. Pikachu O ******. Facing the 6 tails, Pikachu stretched out his lovely biceps, and the materialized yellow static electricity jumped on the muscles. Question mark opening parenthesis. Back quote. Look at me later. Slip degree __ degree. Lu Wei stared blankly, as if he saw chicken wings that were roasted and crispy. Gudong. 6 tails swallowed. Damn it. Ever since he learned electricity-type moves and discovered that electricity can also be eaten, a Pikachu has become alluring in Ben Yo-Yo's eyes. As several people approached, the reporters at the door moved like sharks smelling blood. Several, please wait a moment, do you have confidence in this gymnasium challenge? Player Zhengshang, after you challenge the Anfu Gym to get the badge, do you intend to go to Fengdu and ask the master of the Red Lotus Gym? Hey, Lu Wei, so cute, are you confident? Surrounding Li-Han and several others, the reporters held up the microphone and asked at a loss. Following Li He, Lu Wei was no stranger to interviews. Facing the culture of young female reporters, Lu Wei raised his head proudly. Yo-yo, *****. I'll kill it off. It's so cute. Not caring, The young female reporter smiled kindly. This little guy is quite brave. Slip. Six Tails had a strange expression. Something was wrong. When they were following Li He, these reporters could not wait to put the microphone on their face, and the flashing lights clicked. But after following the Tool Man, the reactions of the people around him were weird. Not slip. Glancing at Li Han, Lu Wei flicked his tail. As the saying goes, people rely on clothes and horses on saddles. Elves have to rely on two-legged trainers when they go out. Anfu on the battlefield. The apprentices of the gymnasium have already prepared the special challenge arena of the Anfu Gymnasium. Cool venue with a layer of crates. Standing on the edge of the venue, the deputy pavilion owner Tien, who was in charge of the gym management, pondered. If this afternoon, why don't you come, Xiao Lu? Lu Yunlong nodded. All right, then follow our old rules. Running a gym is like running a company. As the deputy library owner, Tien deputy library owner cares more about safety. It is better to send badges to old people than to send badges to new people with no name. In this way, even if the contestants who got the badge did not get good results, the deputy pavilion owner Tien had a reason. Other gyms also gave him badges. This is not the problem of our gym, but this conference is too difficult. If the contestant who got the badge has achieved good results, the deputy director of Tien can also call it a beautiful name. Germany deserves its place. This is the way to run a gym. Before the assessment, in fact, Deputy Director Tien already had a list in his mind as to who to give badges to. First of all, Zhengshang is definitely going to give it. Besides, hey, Shen Kongwen, I remember him. He has published several sci-academic papers on elves. Well, even if he is almost weak, give him a badge. Others, let's see. Well, that's it, 2 in an afternoon is quite acceptable. Deputy Director Tien said lightly. Although Lu Yunlong had some criticisms in his heart about this deputy head of Tien, who was determined to seek stability, after all, he was only an apprentice in the gym, and he could only let it go. Nodding silently, Lu Yunlong glanced from the corner of his eye and was stunned. You, why are you here? Bang! Bang! The huge worm's feet touched the ground, and Armored Warrior glanced at Lu Yunlong lightly, making him extremely nervous and sweating on his forehead. The master of the Anfu Taoist Hall is already in his 40s, and since he is old enough to have children, the master of the Taoist Temple of Anfu spends most of his time at home taking care of his pregnant wife, and he is not worried about not being here. Almost all the apprentices of the gymnasium accepted the guidance of the giant armored warriors of the master of the Anfu Gymnasium. It looks like a Zerg in a sci-fi movie, and the armored warrior is nearly 3 meters tall. Coupled with the terrifying appearance, the armored warrior has a strange temperament, and is extremely powerful in the hearts of many gym apprentices. Coupled with the ruthless personality of the giant armored warriors, they are ruthless in battle. Although the armored warriors are only elves, Lu Yunlong is also respectful and afraid of the armored warriors of the pavilion owner. High filled down pointing triangle dish filled down pointing triangle. The mouthparts moved, making a strange insect chirping sound, and the armored warrior glared at the deputy pavilion master Tien coldly. If I don't come again, you will finish the Anfu gym that it took the master 10 years to build. Since this time the badge is issued, do you want to manage, then follow your set, you can give it as you see it. Faced with the oppressive gaze of the armored warrior, Deputy Director Tien pushed up his glasses and smiled. Maybe in terms of strength, all of his elves will go together, and it is not the enemy of this armored warrior. But gym management is not just about strength. Famous avenues can follow their own ideas, but small and medium-sized official gyms like Anfu Gym are better for steady progress. It is easy to start a gym, but difficult to keep it. Although he has respect for the armored warriors, in the management of the gym, the deputy master Tien will not give in. According to the process, Lu Yunlong showed the list and photos of the challengers to the armored warriors. Hi! After glancing at the list and photos of the challengers, the armored warrior's gaze suddenly stopped. Staring at one of the 6 tails in the photo, the armored warrior narrowed his eyes. Hiss. This 6-tailed is a bit unusual. Oh, it's just an ordinary 6-tailed. Of course, if you think it's cute, you can send a badge. Deputy Museum Master Tien took off his glasses and wiped the lenses with a glasses cloth. Deputy Museum Master Tien complained. You are an elf and know how to run a gym. As the gym door opened, the challengers entered, and the press corps swarmed up. Based on random draws, the order of challengers will be determined. Now I announce the official start of the gym challenge in the afternoon. Please ask the gym owner. After the referee, who was an apprentice of the gym, took the stage, he coughed. The referee stretched out his left hand and pointed at Lu Yunlong. Lu Yunlong, and the elf armored warrior. The first challenger, Zheng Shang, and his electric shock demon. Electric shock monster, a good choice. Wait, Zheng Shang, damn it, I've even seen him on TV. An awesome guy who made it to the top 16 of the Silver Conference. Look at your orgasm, so be it. Damn it, that's it, you go to the Silver Conference and try it out. That's the way to see who you are comparing with. Comparing with that guy Cao He, Zheng Shang is the same. But comparing with his peers, he is an old cow. Force it. Sitting in the audience, the gym apprentices had a heated discussion. Cough, what you said, isn't the owner of the Li Pavilion the same age? An apprentice in the gym looked strange. It's not really, the owner of the Li Pavilion is younger. Seeing Zheng Shang stepping onto the stage and releasing the electric shock beast, another gymnastic apprentice said faintly. As soon as the words fell, the apprentices of the gym instantly lost their desire to discuss. Real. Not to mention the mind power of Li Guanju, not to mention Li Guanju seems to be still in high school, we can still have a good chat. It's so heartbreaking for you to mention it, brother. The gym apprentice who spoke first had a complicated expression and sighed. Cao He, evildoer. On the other side, the press corps also sat on the seats in the auditorium and discussed in a low voice. Zheng Shang's words should be fine. I wrote all the manuscripts in advance. As soon as I take a picture of Zheng Shang receiving the badge, I can send it to the editor-in-chief. Wait, don't you think that Lu Yunlong's armored warrior seems to have a sense of sight? The reporters carefully looked at the armored warriors, and suddenly, one of the male reporters murmured. This is not really the armored warrior of the master of the Anfu Taoist Pavilion, right? The reporters looked at each other in dismay. If so, wouldn't nobody get the badge today? This difficulty level, max. At this moment, with a burst of exclamations from the audience, the armored warrior used a water wave move. The 2 insect claws were placed beside their mouths to sign a seal, and the armored warrior suddenly spurted a stream of water. When it was sprayed from the mouth of the armored warrior, the water wave was only as thick as a water pipe. When they reached the electric monster, the waves of water covered the entire field, like a big wave breaking through the dam, swallowing the electric monster directly. Like a helpless lamb, the electric shock beast roared furiously, struggled twice, and was completely submerged by this wave of water. The whole place was silent. The press corps collectively took a deep breath. Do you think we haven't seen the wave of water moves? Are you sure this isn't surfing? Fuck. No wonder some old people say that the master of the Anfu Taoist Pavilion is known as the nemesis of fire-type spirits. Just relying on this wave of water moves, they know that this is true. How much strength did this armored warrior use? 50%, 30%, it's amazing. Seeing this scene, Shen Kongwen squeezed the armrest with a solemn expression. Fang Lan hugged Pikachu and sighed. Yes, it turned out to be the worst case. Today we are in vain. Xiaohan, how did your 6 tails jump up? 6 tails glanced, and the turbulent wave of water that rolled like an ocean wave suddenly cracked. As if being split by a knife, the wave of water splits to both sides. Stepping in the air, Lu Tai's eyes flashed through a strange red light. He slowly approached. There seems to be an invisible force around it, repelling the water flow and force from the outside world. Seeing this scene, the armored warrior's pupils shrank. Then, it heard. Yo-yo. I heard that you are a fire-type nemesis. Come on, hit me up and try. The six tails flicked their tails excitedly and licked their lips. Opening parenthesis. Question mark. Backquote Omega. Chapter 303 Legendary Thunder. Staggered Lightning. 5,400 words. Please correct the typos first. The water wave move, like a big tide, was used by the six tails with the invisible palm move. Turn the invisible palm into an invisible knife, and the knife is divided. The principle of the invisible palm move is to combine the supernatural power move with the spiritual shock move. Substantiate the powerful spiritual power of the six tails and turn it into an invisible sword. Then, with the skill of divine sword slash, the six tails slashed out with one slash, directly breaking the water wave move of the armored warrior. The wave of water moves was broken, and the electric shock warcraft, who was suppressed by the armored warrior to the bottom of the pool, revealed his figure. As a graduate student of the Magic City Spirit University, which was able to make it to the top 16 of the Silver Conference, Zhengshang also had a lot of main combat experience. The stand-in move used as a whole card was shattered by the wave of water moves. The shock effect of the water wave move is after breaking the double of the electric monster. The terrifying concussion force destroyed the body of the electric monster in all directions, not only paralyzing the whole body of the electric monster, but in the end it even stunned it. This is the reason why Dengeki Warcraft didn't counterattack with electricity attribute moves. Without even looking at the electric shock demon, Six Tails thought. The supernatural power move turned into an invisible giant palm. The big fluffy head of the electric shock monster was caught by the invisible giant palm, and the whole body was thrown to Zhengshang's feet like a doll caught by the clip of the doll machine. Yo-yo. I heard that you are called a fire attribute nemesis. Yo-yo. Come on, give me a try. Hearing the words of the six tails, the armored warrior's eyes narrowed into a slit. Sure enough, this six-tailed is unusual. Insect-type elves have a strong sixth sense. In addition, the characteristic of armored warriors is danger avoidance, and the perception of external threats is extremely obvious. Looking at Lu Wei, a strong sense of threat entered his mind from the tail. The armored warrior's muscles tensed, and he was shocked by Lu Wei's bodybuilding moves. If Li He was here, he would see Lu Wei's attitude just now. Can only rant. It's okay to use the orange flame sword energy to play a trick to train the sword into silk. Are you all playing the invisible sword now? Martial arts can no longer satisfy you, and you have begun to cultivate immortals. This is Master Li's six tails. Lu Yunlong said with dry lips. It is easy to break the water wave move of the Pavilion Master's armored warrior. With such a powerful six tails, the entire Chindu province cannot find a second one. Looking at the two elves facing each other, Deputy Curator Tien frowned into the word, Chuan. Six Tails, the owner of the dignified Red Lotus Temple, came here. Why? Kick the hall. Or do you want to take advantage of the reputation of Anfu Gym to take your Red Lotus Gym to the next level? Isn't it enough to pick and wrong, the acting master of the Chindu Gym? This Li He is a little crazy. Although he is at odds with the management concept of the gymnasium with armored warriors and even with the master of the Anfu Gymnasium, the deputy curator Tien is also clear when facing outsiders and will not fight in the nest anymore. After calming down, Deputy Curator Tien had to admit that this Curator Li had a lot of heart when he was young. Let an unknown person bring the six tails over. It will not cause too much conflict, and it can also achieve the purpose of enhancing the reputation of the Red Lotus Gym. Really so confident? Deputy Director Tien put his index finger against the holder of his glasses, his eyes were sharp, and he whispered. Although speaking of the level of gym owners, attribute restraint is not absolute, but the attribute advantage is still an advantage. The fire-type six tails really have a 100% grip to win against armored warriors who are good at water-type moves. Furthermore, Although I heard that when the owner of the Red Lotus Gym nurtured Lu Wei, he also combined the unique martial arts culture of Huasha district, so that Lu Wei learned swordsmanship and swordsmanship. But he is not the only one who thinks this way. The Anfu Taoist Pavilion Master also has a family heritage. Under the cultivation of the Anfu Taoist Pavilion, the armored martial artist is also an expert in swordsmanship. Armored warriors have been practicing swordsmanship for so many years, but it is unlikely that the Six Tails will be able to please them. Deputy Director Tien murmured. You are. Shen Kongwen thought about it when he looked at Li Han again. Cough, that is a tool person. Li Han coughed dryly. The elves who are also the masters of the gymnasium, the Six Tails and the armored warriors are all experienced in combat. After a moment of confrontation, he ignored Lu Yunlong who was behind him, and the armored warrior's eyes flashed with enthusiasm and ferocity. Although they are water-type spirits, armored warriors also has insect properties. Therefore, there is also the side of insect-type elves that compete with natural selection, believe in natural laws, and prey on the weak. The huge sharp claws thicker than a human waist swung in front of him, and the armored warrior directly used the shell blade move. Note, the shell blade move uses the energy blade formed by sharp water energy to cut and attack the opponent. It can reduce the opponent's defense through the shock of the water energy blade. The azure blue energy covered the huge claws. Using the huge sharp claws as the hilt, a great sword made of pure water attribute energy was held in the hands of the armored warrior. Filled down pointing triangle vessel #O. On the other side, the Six Tails wrapped the charcoal with a tail, using the charcoal as the handle, the raging orange flames extended from the charcoal, forming a flaming blade, the Six Tails. Oh! As a proud little Lu Wei, without Li He by his side, he completely let go of himself, thinking that no one knows him anyway, and it is not that the nine-tailed posture needs to be reserved. Being stingy with energy, he was holding an orange flame long knife about 8 meters long. He skillfully added a strange light move to the orange flame long knife, looking at the orange flame sharpening knife flashing with a strange purple light. Six Tails nodded in satisfaction. Slip. It has the taste of magic knife. Such a knife is worthy of Ben Yo-Yo. Looking at the armored warrior, the Six Tails are fierce. Backquote. And, the nemesis of the fire attribute, believe it or not, I am carrying an 8-meter-long sword and hacking you to death with one knife. Then he glanced at the 2-meter-long azure blue sword of the eye-armored warrior. Six Tails. What? Take a look at the 8-meter-long magic sword of the Six Tails of the Master of the Li Pavilion, and then look at the 2-meter-long shell blade of the armored warrior. Fang Lan looked strange. Master Li's Six Tails. Such a superb provocative move. This provocative move has reached the realm of no move and one move, right? Although there is no harm, it is extremely ironic. Just now I heard Deputy Director Tien muttering to himself, and the female gymnast apprentice as the referee had a complicated expression. Although the deputy museum owner Tien is good at drilling camps, his eyesight and strength are really lacking. Is this what is called difficult to please? In terms of weapons, the armored warriors have been crushed. At the same time, seeing this scene, the gym apprentices who stood on the side of the armored warrior couldn't help but whispered. This, an 8-meter-long magic knife, this. What's the use of being long? Does being long have to be great? Haven't you heard of being short and powerful? Fancy, bells and whistles, how much energy is consumed by this? Hey, the hind feet were tensed, and the armored warrior held the shell blade across his chest, posing a posture that was about to pounce. Slip. Six Tails flicked their tails excitedly. Zhengqiu has no one to accompany him to practice swordsmanship. Slip. Puff. Although he was posing as if he was about to attack, the armored warrior had a cunning look in his eyes, and he actually changed his move midway, using a move, Water Jet. Note, Water Jet move, attack your opponent with lightning speed. You can preempt the attack. A stream of water, like a thorn, suddenly stabbed out from under the Six Tails, trying to attack the key point of the Six Tails, the soft abdomen. But when the attack was a few centimeters away from the abdomen of the six tails, the stab of the water flow stagnated, and it was difficult to enter an inch, as if it was blocked by some invisible protective cover. It's the six-tailed supernatural power move. The supernatural power move turned it into a close-fitting armor to protect yourself. Zheng Xiang guessed after withdrawing the electric shock beast. Looking at the spurt of water again, Zheng Xiang looked complicated. Is it because the armored warriors of the master of the Anfu Taoist do not talk about martial arts, or is it that facing the six tails, the armored warriors are under great pressure and will do anything to win? However, as expected of the spirit of the master of the gymnasium, one does not talk about martial arts, but is cruel and ruthless, the other is cute on the surface, but an old fox on the inside. It's actually a sneak attack, and I don't even look at who it is. The six tails of our Li Guanju are really, Vic's spirits. As a native of Fengdu, the male reporter in the stands said with a sigh of relief. Hi, hash. The sneak attack failed, and the armored warrior simply attacked. With many years of combat experience, even if the trainer is not around, the armored warrior can display 10% of his strength. Bang! Water breaks. Holding the shell blade, the armored warrior suddenly stepped on the ground. As if being manipulated, water dragons sprang out from the pool and charged towards Lu Wei. It's the water break move. As a graduate student specializing in elf moves, Shen Kongwen recognized this water attribute move at a glance. Shen Kongwen said solemnly. The water burst move is to use the impact of the water to attack the opponent, which can weaken the opponent's defense while attacking. The water jet move has tested out that the six-tailed supernatural power move has a very strong defense, so I immediately used the water break move and broke it. Six tails supernatural power protective cover, and then further weaken the six tails defense, and finally perform a melee lore. Shen Kongwen was a little shocked. The tactical thinking of this armored warrior is very mature, and it is worthy of being the main force of the Anfu Taoist Pavilion. Bang 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 bang. Like a missile bombardment, water dragons slammed into Lu Wei, but to no avail. Blocking the attack with a supernatural power move, Lu Wei did not stick to the dripping water, and Lu Wei blinked. Slip. Opening parenthesis question mark. That's it. His underscore. Eyes narrowed into slits. Armored warriors are only elves after all. After being provoked by the six tails, armored warriors made sharp and furious insect sounds. With the shell blade as the bullet's warhead, and the entire body as the bullet's body, the armored warrior is like a blue meteor falling from the sky, swiping the ground over the water-splitting move previously performed, and hit the ground with lightning speed. 1 meter in front of Lu Wei's body. See. Sparks erupted where the armored warrior collided with the supernatural power shield. The strength of the armored warrior's burst is 3 times that of the previous wave of water. Even the six tails did not expect the armored warrior to explode with such a powerful attack power. After seeing the armored warrior pierce the protective cover of supernatural power, the six tails blinked and did not use the electricity attribute move, but simply used the flash. In the flame charge move, the original 8-meter-long orange flame magic knife also covered Lu Wei, and the orange flame did not combine the electric attribute move, just the most common orange flame, and the six tails greeted it. Boom! As if the tip of a needle pointed at maiming, a thunderous sound exploded. Use supernatural power moves to stabilize yourself, and the six tails do not move. The armored warrior was flung out by the shock. The entire body retreated more than 10 meters. The front end of the armored warrior's shell blade was missing a large mouth. The voice of the press troop suddenly became louder, and the male reporter was stunned, almost biting off the signature pen that was in his mouth. Isn't it a good fire attribute nemesis? Why was it beaten back? Who is restraining who? Slip. Omega. Looking at the armored warrior, Six Tails nodded in admiration. Ben Yo-Yo looked down on you before. Sure. It almost hurt my hair. So strong. Master Li's Six Tails, is it beyond the level of the elves of the master of the gym? With fire-type moves that are hard against water-type moves, they still have the upper hand. Lu Yunlong felt that his three views were unstable. In contrast, although Deputy Curator Tian is not strong, he still has eyesight. Don't panic. It's not that you don't know that the fire of the 6 tails of the Master of the Red Lotus Gym is special. It's just that the water attribute moves are not enough. Don't forget that our Anfu Gym is a water and insect gymnasium. Tian Fuguan the Lord said solemnly. In addition to water-type moves, armored warriors are also good at insect attributes. Only by combining these attributes is the true strength of armored warriors. Although he lost once, but following Anfu Taoist Gym Master for many years, the armored warrior has a stable fighting mentality. Still the previous trick, the armored warrior attacked the 6 tails again. The difference is that the armored warrior has used 2 worm-type moves in a row this time. Lien/insect resistance. Through the continuous slashing style, after the armored warrior attacks continuously, the attack power will be increased. The special effect of the insect resistance move is that it can reduce the opponent's attack power when counter-attacking. Under this situation, the strength of the armored warrior naturally increases greatly. Using this trick, the armored warriors have killed many powerful enemies and won victory after victory for the Anfu Taoist Pavilion Master. In the face of this scene, Lu Wei also used an electric-type move for the sake of safety. After combining with the electric-type energy, the orange flame also greatly increased its power. Once again opened the gap with the armored warriors. A time. With the shell blade as the warhead and itself as the projectile, the armored warrior rushed towards the 6 tails. Although he was knocked back by the 6 tails every time, the armored warrior became more and more courageous. On the field, the roar was incessant. In just a few minutes, the armored warriors slammed into the 6 tails dozens of times from different directions and different angles. Every time, it is a terrifying attack at the main level of the gymnasium. Seeing this scene, Zheng Shang's face was full of bitterness. I thought that I was very close to the strength of the masters of various gymnasiums. Who would have thought that even the main armored warrior of the Anfu Taoist Pavilion would not be able to take a casual blow, let alone a terrorist attack of this magnitude? The most important thing is that when such a powerful armored warrior is facing the 6 tails, the armored warrior is actually at a disadvantage. It's no wonder that Master Li is getting more and more famous. Zheng Shang murmured, sure enough, in the world of trainers, there is basically no situation where virtue does not match. Zheng Shang could see the situation clearly because he was a trainer who made it to the top 16 of the Silver Conference after all. The gym apprentices in the audience looked excited. The armored warriors are pressing the 6 tails, and the 6 tails can't fight back now. Why do I feel so right? Lu Wei, rush the duck. Counter the duck. Seeing the excitement, a beautiful-faced female apprentice couldn't help but shouted out her heart. The apprentices of the gymnasium looked at each other. Good guy. There is still a ghost among us. On the field. After dozens of consecutive attacks, the armored warrior's expression turned cold. Because the 6 tails let it attack, this attitude seems to be instructing the younger generation. As the main elves of a local gym owner, armored warriors are also arrogant. High filled lower left triangle, D filled lower right triangle. Dead. With a furious roar of insects, the armored warrior burst out with real anger, and the long and narrow insect eyes were congested with blood. After waving the sword in a circle, the aura of the armored warrior continued to rise, and the shell blade in his hand extended from 2 meters to 3 meters long. After the sword dance, the strength of the armored warriors increased by several %. Staring coldly at the 6 tails with long and narrow blood-colored worm eyes, the armored warrior pointed the sword tip of the shell blade at the 6 tails. #D filled lower right triangle. Hey! The armored warrior jumped up suddenly, and the strength of his whole body gathered on the shell blade. Like a comet hitting the earth, the armored warrior slammed into the 6 tails. Seeing this scene, the 6 tails flicked their tails excitedly. This time, the 6 tails just wanted to try their special meditation technique. I meditate on myself. Without hesitation, he used the meditation move, and Lu Wei suddenly felt that his power was like a rocket rising into the sky, and it suddenly soared, getting a terrifying increase. A wonderful change has also taken place in the body. Originally, the orange flame devoured the energy of the electric attribute, and its power skyrocketed. Now, in turn, with the blessing of the meditation move, the electrical energy in the six-tailed body devoured the orange flame in turn, undergoing a transformation. All the electrical energy stored in a divine stone devoured the orange flame frantically. After condensing and compressing, a flash of blue like the sea appeared in the divine stone. Slip. Opening parenthesis question mark. Dish. Blue lightning flashed in the dark eyes, and the six tails flicked a blue lightning. Thunder and fire are the two powers mastered by Shenlong. The legendary dragon, the real dragon, Lexirum mainly mastered the crossing flame move. The basis of the staggered flame move is the orange flame. In the same way, the legendary dragon, the ideal dragon, Zekrom mainly masters the interlaced lightning move, which is opposite to the interlaced flame. The basis of staggered lightning is blue lightning. The Ho-Oh meditation method modified by Celebi allows the six tails to double the power of the moves used within a period of time. The doubled increase finally made Lu Wei touch the threshold of cross lightning, and the electrical energy in the body transformed into blue lightning, possessing the power of some cross lightning moves. Compared with the orange flame, the essence of the blue lightning is the electric attribute, which restrains the water attribute of the armored warrior. At this time, the armored warrior also collided with the blue thunder light. After using the meditation move, Six Tails' attack power nearly doubled. Coupled with the restraint of blue lightning on armored warriors, the two just came into contact. Bang! And, Kai. Shell blade, the tip of the sword was exploded and turned into powder, and the blue lightning penetrated through the armored warrior's forehead, leaving a black spot on the armored warrior's forehead. The six tails did not move, and following the inertia, the armored warrior brushed past the six tails and plunged into the pool, and there was no movement. At this time, a slender, handsome young man walked into the arena with Shinado by his side, glanced at Lu Wei, and the young man quickly apologized. By the way, all the apps I've been using recently are supported by Android and Apple phones. Did my six tails beat up the spirit of the apprentice of the gym? Is your gym owner there? I apologize to him. Chapter 304 My six tails can't be this strong, 2 in 1. Equals degree d degree equals pi, Pikachu. Looking at the battlefield, Pikachu looked dull. 1 hit. A blue flash of lightning from the six tails not only knocked the armored warrior's Shellblade into dust, but also knocked the armored warrior to the point of losing consciousness. Staring blankly at the six tails, Pikachu. Omega D Omega, are you an electric spirit or my Pikachu is an electric spirit? How come your electricity type moves are more powerful than mine? Seeing that everyone did not reply for a long time, Lee coughed dryly. What? Your gym owner is not here. Who is in charge now? This challenge is the sole responsibility of our pavilion owner's armored warriors. Lu Yunlong replied subconsciously. Oh, that's fine, where is your pavilion master's armored warrior? I'm sorry, my six tails beat your elf, I'll apologize to you first, and I'll talk to your pavilion owner's armored warrior later. Sorry. Guessing that Lu Yunlong was the person in charge of the assessment, Li apologized. Actually, neither I nor the six tails have what other meaning. You see I am such an upright person. Lu Tai is so cute, what kind of bad thoughts can we have? Right. Please call your pavilion master's armored warrior, okay? Li urged and said in a kind manner. If there is any misunderstanding, we just need to explain it clearly. It's not good if anyone is injured in a fight. After all, the armored warrior of the master of the Anfu gym is not simple. After Li finished speaking, he waited for a while. There was silence all around. They all stared at Li with strange eyes, and no one spoke first. Why, your pavilion master's armored warrior is resting. Is he not here? Then I will take Lu Wei to say goodbye first. Please tell your pavilion owner later. I have a duty to pay for medical expenses. Li Heshi said sincerely. That being the case. After the big deal, I went to the door to apologize to the master of the Anfu gym. After all, his own six tails beat the apprentice's elf, which can be regarded as a big bully. It's a big deal. Let the armored warriors of the master of the Anfu Taoist learn from Lu Wei and regain face for his apprentice's elves. Li He thought jokingly. Seeing that Li He and Lu Wei really wanted to leave, the referee coughed a few times, and said, "That, Master Li, in fact, our master's armored warrior has already come, but there is no way to receive you anymore. It may need our help to fight the demon." While speaking, the referee pointed to the pool. After the six tails used a supernatural power move to fish out the unconscious armored warrior, the six tails patted the armored warrior on the head with admiration. Yo-yo. Well played. Looking at the traces after the war, Shinado was eating potato chips with strange eyes. You destroyed other people's weapons, you knocked people unconscious, and you didn't lose a single hair. Is this a good fight? Is it possible? Chewing the potato chips, Shinado tilted his head and guessed. Is Lu Wei practicing provocative moves? Or is he testing whether the armored warrior is playing dead? Are you so cautious? Looking at the armored warrior, Li He. This is not your elf. Before Li He finished speaking, Lu Yunlong shook his head. Suddenly understood, Li He. Not your armored warrior, what are you doing standing on the command seat? Also, isn't the armored warrior of the Anfu Gym master claiming to be a fire-type nemesis? What, how did it happen? The other side. After saying goodbye to his pregnant wife for a while, the master of the Anfu Taoist Pavilion went to Chengdu to attend a regular meeting held by the Provincial Trainer Association. After the meeting, the members of the meeting gathered in twos and threes to eat and chat in the banquet hall of Chengdu Hotel. As we get older, especially when we are married, we spend less and less time with friends. It might only happen once a year, so the Anfu Gym master turned off his mobile phone for work. Only hold the mobile phone used in life to prevent the little wife at home from giving birth suddenly. Brother Yuan, President Wu, Master N, long time no see. Holding the fruit wine brewed with blue tangerine fruit, the master of the Anfu Taoist toasted and greeted cheerfully. Although he is nearly 40 years old, the master of the Anfu Gym is very well maintained. A black hair can't find a single white hair, and the hair is shiny and shiny. With a face with a Chinese character and a high nose bridge, Wu Zhonghong, the owner of the Anfu Taoist Pavilion, has a red face and is about to have a son. After several people toasted each other, Wu Zhonghong asked, brothers, isn't my daughter-in-law about to give birth? How should I take it after giving birth? Is breast milk better, or is it better to feed the infant version of moo milk powder? Does moo milk powder also score a few points? Also, do you need a nanny for a family like ours? Or a magic wall doll? I heard that elves like the magic wall doll are gentle and patient, and are very suitable for taking care of children. You haven't given birth yet, so you're thinking of hiring someone to help. Then save yourself the trouble. Be the boss. I can tell you, Xiao Wu, after giving birth, girls are prone to depression. You can pay more attention. Don't I'm too concerned about my children and forget my daughter-in-law. With a snort, Yuan educated. Although Wu Zhonghong is nearly 40, his mental age is actually very young, otherwise he would not be able to freely fall in love with his 20-year-old wife. Facing old Yuan, Wu Zhonghong said cheerfully. Brother Yuan, I know that the child is just an accident. Yuan and I are the true love. Who are you calling Mr. Yuan? When I was drinking with your dad, you were still fighting for food with Catty on the ground. Mr. Yuan was helpless to this junior. Brother Yuan, I know you're in a bad mood, didn't you just get defeated by that young offspring? Don't take it to heart. After all, the sputum wasps' physical strength has declined. After the fierce battle with the crocodile frog, the stinger wasps can't support their physical fitness. It's normal, don't take it to your heart. Wu Zhonghong teased Yuan Zhanye deliberately. You kid, I think you deserve to be beaten. Yuan Zhanye blew his beard and stared, holding his cane in a gesture of swaying. You're amazing, you're amazing, I'm wrong and I'm wrong, okay. Wu Zhonghong also clicked and begged for mercy. Yuan Zhanye never married in his entire life. At this age, apart from the elves, he is also alone. When he was young, Wu Zhonghong received a lot of help from Yuan Zhanye, so Wu Zhonghong also sincerely regarded Yuan Lao as his elder. If you hold your breath, it's a big deal and I'll help you get this face back. I'm an honest person, steady. I won't bully that young man. Wu Zhonghong waved his hand and said proudly. I will fight my armored warrior with his strongest main force, the Six Tails. We Chindu people are loyal and honest, I really don't bully him. Guaranteed to put you in a lot of relief. Hearing this, President Wu almost choked on the tea. What's the matter? Take the water-type elves to beat the fire-type Six Tails, and still have the face to say that they are honest and don't bully others. If I refuse to accept anyone, I will accept your Anfu Taoist patriarch who is in his 40s. His skin is thicker than the hide of a one-horned rhino. How old are you? It's still this kind of virtue, do you want a face? Yuan Lao glared at Wu Zhonghong, but he couldn't take him. Hey, if I want face, can I hook up with my Yuan? Wu Zhonghong is not ashamed, but proud. President and of the Chindu Trainer Association was about to say something. Wait, let me check my phone. Why are there so many people chatting in our group today? Are they all 99 plus? Although the veteran trainers in Chindu province also have their own public chat groups, as time passes, after the novelty passes, everyone is busy, and there are fewer and fewer people chatting. Someday if the news can reach 99 plus, that's really a strange thing. Let's take a look. When he was interested, President Wu took out his mobile phone and flipped through the group news. President Wu couldn't help but murmured. Really? This kid Li He? No way. What's the matter? What's wrong? Wu Zhonghong asked curiously, is it possible that this young offspring beat up someone again? Putting down the old machine, Yuan Lao was happy and said with a smile. I didn't beat anyone. It's that Shaoli's Six Tails are more lively and active. I just had a discussion with your armored warrior, and it's not a big deal. Wu Zhonghong was secretly surprised. From the expressions of these people, Wu Zhonghong felt that the result might not be very good. He coughed dryly and said. After all, the boxing is afraid of the young and strong. If after the fierce battle, the armored warrior can't wear it, it is understandable. Damn. This young man is going to kill a madman, and he actually hit the door. However, Lao Su's armored warriors are not vegetarians either. With the ferocious fighting ability of armored warriors, even if the Six Tails win, they have to peel off their skin. Fighting. President N coughed slightly, patted Wu Zhonghong on the shoulder, and President N said with a subtle expression. Old Wu, what I will say next may be a little bit like that. You have to hold on, things may be a little bit different from what you think. The armored warrior was beaten by the Six Tails one electric type move. Wu Zhonghong. You really didn't say anything wrong, my mood is really relieved now. Yuan Laolei drank a sip of white wine, in a good mood, his face flushed red. The boy of the Wu family was given a second by the owner of Shaoli. Although I also lost, but anyway, I also fought with that Shaoli's patriarch for a long time. What does this indicate? It means that it's not that my old Yuan is too old to die, but that this young offspring is too fierce. President Wu, President N, Brother Yuan, you three talk first, I'm in a hurry. Reluctantly, Wu Zhonghong found a reason to get up and leave. Outside the banquet hall, Wu Zhonghong hurriedly called the deputy pavilion owner Tian. 5 minutes later. Hanging up the phone, the cold wind was blowing, Wu Zhonghong looked blank. Armored warriors are not showing mercy, nor are they not playing well. Fitness moves, even slashing moves, insect resistance moves, and even sword dance moves. This. What is the origin of that blue flash of lightning? Is it reasonable for a fire-type six-tailed to possess such a terrifying electric-type move? Where do you let the serious electric-type spirits such as Pikachu and Dengeki Beast make sense? After smoking a cigarette, Wu Zhenghong sighed while spraying himself with mouth freshener. It's too brutal. The fire-type elves, the Six Tails, don't use fire-type moves anymore, and play Thunderbolt instead. After exiting the gate of the Anfu Taoist Hall, Li He couldn't help but said to Deputy Hall Master Tian. Well, I can also pay a little for the medical expenses. No, what you said is wrong, it's just a little game between elves, where can we talk about medical expenses? Although he felt that the owner of the Red Lotus Taoist Temple was not at ease, the deputy pavilion owner Tian was determined. No medical bills. This matter must be characterized as a little joke between elves, and it must not become a big deal. Otherwise, I would have followed the wishes of the owner of the Red Lotus Gym and let the Red Lotus Gym go up to the Anfu Gym. I really don't need it. Then I also welcome you to have time someday. Come to my side as a guest. I will definitely entertain you. Li Heshi said sincerely. Lu Wei, do you think so? After verifying the power of meditation, and successfully mastering Blue Lightning, Lu Tai was in a beautiful mood. Nestled on Li He's shoulder, the Six Tails shouted excitedly. Slip, *omega ***. Armored warriors are welcome to come to Ben Yo-Yo to practice his moves. Ben Yo-Yo will definitely accompany him to the end, and he will not stop until he enters the hospital. After seeing off Li He and his party, Deputy Director Tian looked up at the sky. You don't have to think about it. After this allure, the reputation of the Red Lotus Gym will definitely rise to a higher level. With Li Han as a fuel bottle, Li He bought 2 high-speed rail tickets and set off to return to Fengdu. By the time I got on the high-speed train, it was already evening. As the sun went down, groups of waves circled over the high-speed rail station, and the experienced construction master personally repaired the rails. Note: old builders, fighting-type elves. Humanoid elves, builders have an innate talent for construction engineering. Top engineers are often good at cultivating such elves. As the high-speed train moved slowly, Li He glanced at Lu Wei and said with concern. Really not hurt? Slip, not. Lu Wei glanced at Li He. Injuried. Don't you look down on Ben Yo-Yo. The eye of passive skill cultivation allowed Li He to see the new data of the Six Tails. Open black lens bracket 6 tails, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket movement, close black lens bracket. Puo meditation perfect version. Through meditation, the Six Tails can greatly improve their attack and defense. Close black lens bracket. Staggered lightning pseudo, release a huge blue lightning to bombard the opponent. Close black lens bracket. Remarks: the exclusive move of the legendary dragon, the ideal dragon, Zekrom. Close black lens bracket. Comment: although this move is only the basis of the staggered lightning move, its power is also terrifying. Close black lens bracket. Hiss. Holding the armrest steady, Li He glanced at Lu Wei and took a deep breath. What is meditation like? Do you think I don't know the effect of meditation moves? How do you practice meditation as a sword dance? And this, interlaced lightning, pseudo. Zekrom wouldn't come to him, would he? It's no wonder that the armored warriors of the Anfu Taoist Pavilion immediately kneeled. Li He murmured. This meditation move can double the attack power of the Six Tails in a short period of time. In addition, as a legendary thunder, the power of blue lightning is really terrifying. The legendary thunder blue lightning has a very high load limit, which is just enough to unleash the terrifying power of the Six Tails that uses the meditation technique. Lu Wei's blowout. Even Xiaojuer's electric dragon has to be treated with caution, right? Not to mention, armored warriors are restrained by electric-type moves. Originally, in an ordinary training ground, it would be very difficult to let the Six Tails train. Now the Six Tails have mastered the meditation technique, the legendary thunder and blue lightning. Li He looked up at the sky. Six Tails. You are too strong. Ordinary training grounds can't hold you. Chapter 305 Six-Tailed, Stupid Attack, 2-in-1. Wednesday, January 20th. In just a few days, the young and promising Red Lotus Gym Master Li He left a deep impression on the old trainers and gym masters in Chindu province. First, let his cousin take the 6 tails to kill the Chindu gymnasium, and behead the acting gym owner and wrong under the horse. Then they sent the croak-headed frog to fight against Yuan Lao's big stinger. In the end, Yuan's big stinger was sent to Fengdu Central Hospital by the croak-headed frog. It's not over yet. Wu Zhonghong, the owner of the Anfu Taoist Pavilion in another city, also encountered Li He's poisonous hand. The news on the internet about the owner of the Red Lotus Gym is going crazy has become a hot topic, and it has been directly searched by enthusiastic fans. The masters of the gymnasiums in Chindu are in danger. The gym masters of Chindu province, me, d, greater than d less than, o, hollow down pointing triangle, sao he clatter close black lens bracket. This young man is strong, but a little unkind. Relying on his youth, he bullies other people's elders. Isn't it a trainer upstairs? Is it true that the elf's physical fitness is declining so fast? You are afraid that you don't know that the regional champion in the Hezhong area already has a grandson. In recent years, the strength of this champion has also been steadily increasing. Rising, sweat. In a Starbucks, looking at the hot search on W-blog, Ji Ziming elbowed Li He excitedly. Brother Li, what's your plan next? Do you want to take advantage of the previous year to challenge the other gym owners in Chindu province? How many times have I said that I am a pacifist? After taking a sip of coffee, Li He looked bitter and sighed. I really didn't want to go out of the limelight and kick those gyms. Damn it, Brother Li, you're hypocritical. We're chatting in private, and you're still doing these phony things. What's wrong with me? Do you know that I've come to the door with gifts to apologize every day these days? Fruit. I brought a few boxes of milk powder to the house of the owner of the museum, but his wife gave me a secret biography of a stand-in move that she had developed herself when she was a coordinating trainer, saying it was a return gift. I really didn't go there for the return gift. Yes, just to apologize. Li He was also tired. How upright are the 3 views of my patriarch Li? Someone kindly gave it to me, but I can't take it away, and I feel guilty if I want it. Sister-in-law's trick is not to kill anyone. At this time, Bai Yunfei and Wang Zui also bought a super cup of coffee and sat down. Brother Li, you have to treat us to a good meal today. Bai Yunfei sacrificed for you just now. Wang Zui pointed at the group of girls sitting at the table at the door with his chin. How can it be so exaggerated? Bai Yunfei coughed and said to Li He. It was a girl who asked me for WeChat just now. She said that she was taking a class in the small class of trainers at the Handu Gym in Hando. I thought I could help you find out some information. Wang Zui is more active than Li He, and his spittle is flying. Brother Li, there are a total of 9 gyms in the Chindu province. Among them, Yuan Zhanye Yuan was the temporary gym owner in Luoshui City. If you choose the Handu Gymnasium, basically, in the whole Chindu province, you will take down half of the sky. The media will publicize it again, and you, the owner of the Red Lotus Gym, can directly compete with President and coerce a province. Hearing this, Li He's face turned green. During the Chinese New Year, he had a drinking party with these old seniors, and if he offended them all, Li He can think of the thoughts of these seniors. Yo, co-authoring your kid, Zay, do you want to kill us from one end of Chindu province to the other, learn from the ancient trainer Zhao Zilong, and kill us 3 in and 3 out? We can't help your elf, can't we still kill you? Take you to the hospital for a drip. The elf debt trainer repays, no problem. When Li He thought of visiting Yuan Lao, he heard Yuan Lao say that Zhou Bo, the master of the Handu Taoist Gymnasium, can drink 2 pounds of white wine for a meal. Li He looked complicated. You don't understand, I really don't need it. Brother Li, you are being polite. Wang Zui shouted. It's really not polite. Li He shook his head and said sternly. Okay, let me tell the truth, I don't want to be in the limelight, and I don't want the 6 tails to get hurt. Think about it, can the masters of our gymnasiums in Chindu province be simple people? What if the six tails get hurt? It hurts on them, and it hurts in my heart. Li He was impassioned. That's right. Bai Yunfei nodded. But, the six tails, it seems, they haven't been hurt. Wang Zui scratched his head when he looked at the elves who were eating Starbucks snacks at another table. Cough cough, that's all luck. Besides, not being hurt before doesn't mean that you won't be hurt in the future. Li He said with a sincere expression, sniffing his nose, his eyes flashing with splashes. I love them so much. Li He Shin said, don't go to challenge any gym again, otherwise I can only. The only excuse is that Xiao Zhuer and I are going to create a small life. On the seat next to him, wearing black sunglasses and a medical surgical mask, the male editor-in-chief of Chindu Daily was immediately shocked. In this world, there are elf hunters who treat elves as goods. There are also underground organization members who use elves as combat tools. There are also trainers who take it for granted that elves fight for themselves. But a trainer like Master Li is respectable. As expected, it's Master Li. The editor-in-chief muttered, the reason why Master Li's elves have been cultivated so well must be rooted in the fact that Master Li is nurturing with love. Halfway through, Li He went to the bathroom. I think, Brother Li is still too polite. Looking at Li He's back, Ji Ziming said seriously. Although Brother Li is going farther and farther now, we basically can't help much, but we can still help with small ones. Like inquiring about information, Li Jie is naturally inconvenient to do it. It's too cheap and inappropriate. But we don't care, right? Helping Li to inquire about other gym owners' information can be considered as doing your best. It's all right. That's right. Bai Yunfei glanced at the WeChat message. Don't worry, leave it to me. Wang Zui sternly said to the six tails. Brother Li's business is our business. Don't worry, we will find out the information. Yo-yo. Lu Wei flicked his tail excitedly, patted Wang Zui's shoulder with his paw, and Lu Wei nodded with satisfaction. The subjective initiative of these three tool people is too strong. From sitting after dinner until the afternoon, Li He called Lu Wei. I'm going back today. There are still a lot of elves at home. I'm afraid they will demolish the house. I'll go back first. Brother Li, do you really want the information about the Handu gym in Hando? I'm not interested. I really just want to have a safe vacation, and don't want to play in any gym. I really don't want to talk about it. When I go back, I have to live broadcast to earn some urgent money. This month is too tight. After separating from Li He, Wang Zui and the three looked at each other. Brother Li, it's too raw. Wang Zui sighed. Brother Li is here. People are polite and don't want to cause us trouble. Bai Yunfei nodded. Ji Ziming smiled proudly. It's okay, I just gave Lu Wei a sneak peek at all the information we collected. Back home. Taking off her apron, Natsi's hoodie has already prepared a table of dishes. Stir-fried pork, dried beans, seafood scallops with garlic, and fish bone soup. Seeing that Hudi had even completed the six-tailed energy cubes, Li He sighed. Hudi, you are too virtuous. Looking at Shinado, who knew that he was eating rice, Li He looked away expressionlessly. That's it. Just be a vase. Anyway, it's not a loss to be able to hug and sleep at night. Li He, what kind of eyes are you looking at? After taking a mouthful of rice, Shinado put down his chopsticks and said angrily. Do you think I'm the kind of Shinado who eats savage food? Yes. Shinado puffed up his cheeks and hummed. Wait, I'll pay for the meal with my labor. After dinner. The croak-headed frog took the initiative to wash the dishes. Standing beside the pool, the croak-headed frog wiped the plate with its frog's paw, and the plate was immediately clean as new. While watching TV, Li He held the baby dragon by the neck. Aiming at the walnuts on the table, Li He knocked down with the baby dragon's head. Snapped. The walnut shattered in response, and Li He nodded in satisfaction. It turns out that this is the correct way to use the baby dragon. Chant. Break free, baby dragon. Kamoji, this baby dragon's head hammer move and idea head hammer move are not for you to knock walnuts. Do you think I just want to eat walnuts? Lee said seriously. No, I don't want to eat walnuts, but I want to tell you a truth. If you want to use the moves skillfully, you have to integrate the moves into your life. Lee Hejun said, if one day you can use the mind hammer move as an instinct, can you be distracted and use other moves? In this way, when others use one move, can you use two moves? Chant. Baby dragon thoughtful. Seems like it makes sense. After eating a packet of secretly made walnuts, Lee returned to his room as usual and made a video with Xiao Juer, who was free. Because of the time difference between the Hejong area and the Huasha area, Lee's evening is Xiao Juer's morning. Early in the morning, during the vacation, Xiao Juer wore a small blue top that showed her left shoulder. Dyed blonde long hair permed a latest wave volume. While eating spaghetti and hot spring eggs with a knife and fork, Xiao Juer asked casually. I heard that the Six Tails beat up the armored warrior of one of your gym owners. Beated. Haven't you been hurt yet? Did you use a blue lightning bolt to kill the armored warrior? That's right. Lee nodded. There is something wrong with the secret meditation technique that the master of Chindu Jin gave me. Lee complained. Then why are you unhappy? Xiao Juer asked in surprise. Lee looked bitter. I open a hammer heart ah. A good thing is a good thing. Lee said truthfully. The problem is, I'm running out of money. The 5 million I used to buy flying gems for the crocodile frog. The rest of the savings are used here and there. It's not enough for safety. What do you think? The Six Tails beat up other people's elves. Do I have to be polite and polite? I have to buy something when I go there, right? The salary of the gym owner will not be paid until the beginning of next month. I can only go to the live broadcast to make some extra money. Xiao Juer showed an understanding smile. Then, where is Lu Wei and Zheng Ghost? I'm studying the secret biography of a substitute move given by a coordinator trainer. Lee glanced at the direction of the guest room. It's okay for the two of you to do something, it's better than doing some shit for me. Thinking that he went from a millionaire to a proletariat with 5-figure assets, Lee had tears in his eyes. If you continue to toss, I'm afraid I will have to sell myself to you. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing this, Xiao Juer, who was drinking moo milk, coughed a few times, and changed the topic with a flushed face. Should nothing happen again? No, Lee thought. Although I haven't paid attention to it carefully, the owner of the Handu Taoist temple is not an ordinary person. The main force is the wind speed dog, and the master of the Handu gym is a speed-type gym master. The signboard of the Handu gym is the secret of the Godspeed move. Good at the Godspeed move, the speed of the wind speed dog can reach an extremely terrifying level. Note: speed moves attack the opponent at a terrifying speed. Often, the attacked party has not responded. Come here and you will be killed in one hit. The world's moves, only fast is not broken. This is one of the philosophy of the Hando Gymnasium. Although the Six Tails also have a speed-type secret move, Lightning Flash Change. But there is still a certain gap compared with the speed of the wind speed dog of the master of the Handu Gymnasium. After chatting with Xiao Juer here, Lee added, in addition, I also told Li Han not to take Lu Wei. Under the double insurance, I won't let me show up in the end to wipe the butt of the six-tailed bear fox. Impossible. Perhaps. In the living room, Lu Wei and Zheng Gui are studying the secret biography of the stand-in moves given by Wu Zhonghong's petite wife. Before getting married, Wu Zhonghong's wife was also a top coordination trainer who participated in the gorgeous celebration of coordination trainers. The coordination trainers' combat ability may not be very strong, but their moves will definitely make people shine. This is the secret of the substitute move. The traditional stand-in move is to separate out a stand-in and use it to stop disasters for the dead. But this avatar's esoteric move can make the avatar have a certain attack ability. On the computer screen, The stinky mud in the video was divided into two under the command of the trainer, forming two grinning stinky mud. Having no talent in stand-in moves, Six Tails looked at Gengar expectantly. Slip. Goss goss. Playing back the video, Zhang Hui rubbed his chin with his ghost claws with a thoughtful look on his face. He sighed suddenly. Zhang Hui looked solemn. The secret of this stand-in move is too simple. Trainers won't let people fool them, right? That's it. After using the Lingsao move to wake up the substitute, Gengar can still do it. Looking at the Six Tails who were looking forward to it, Zhang Ghost laughed. Go hiss. Don't worry, leave it to me. After the video with Xiaojue, Li He walked out of the room. In the living room, Gengar and Six Tails whispered. What are these two doing? Learn the secret biography of stand-in moves. Li He thought to himself. It's not easy to get this secret, so let them learn it and focus on it. It's best to indulge in it for 10 days and a half months. Slip. Omega, asterisk. Lu Tai's eyes suddenly lit up. With the crisp cry of the Six Tails, a blue flash of lightning flashed from the surface of the Six Tails, and slowly condensed into another Six Tails with a tail. Although it seems to be an ordinary stand-in, the essence of this stand-in is composed of the legendary thunder and blue lightning. The next moment, this double covered Lu Wei's body and completely merged with Lu Wei. That is to say, this is a double made of blue lightning that can counterattack an attack. Li He licked his dry lips and muttered. Should I call this a stand-in attack? Or is it the lightning primordial spirit? Chapter 306 It's happened. The owner of the Red Lotus Gym is killing him. Thursday, January 21st. After one night, under Zhang Gui's words and deeds, Lu Wei mastered the secret biography of this substitute move skillfully. And also innovated, Lu Wei integrated the legendary thunder blue lightning that he mastered into this move. I practiced a trick, lightning primordial spirit. Is it because this stunt secret is too simple, or is Zhang Gui's teaching level too high? Li He had a headache for a while. As for the talent of the Six Tails. Yo-yo at home, can Li He not be clear? Lu Wei is talented in attacking moves, Divine Sword Slash, and Dugu's 9 swords, but when it comes to stand-in moves, Lu Wei has mastered the 9 orifices and knows nothing. He poured water on his face in the bathroom. Li He woke up, patted his face. Li He cheered up. It's not in the way, it's not in the way. As long as I survive this 1 month of losing money to my grandma's house, I'll be a petty bourgeoisie with 6-figure assets next month. This month will definitely not lose again. Li Han went to challenge the Handu Gym alone. As long as you don't take Lu Tails with you, no matter how aggressive Lu Tails are, no matter how aggressive they want to find someone to try, can a little Lu Tail fly to the city of Seoul, which is hundreds of kilometers away. In addition, no one is carrying Lu Wei, and the city of Han is so big, can Lu Wei find the Handu Gymnasium? No. Although intelligent, Lu Wei is an elves after all, and in the city, Lu Wei has never lived independently. Going alone to a city hundreds of kilometers away without anyone taking him, Lu Wei was still a little nervous. Thinking of this, Li He's mentality stabilized. However, could it be that the secret biography of this stand-in is really too simple? Back in the living room, Li He sat on the sofa. Move the laptop over. Click on the video. Listen to the trainer's explanation in the video. 10 minutes later, Li He looked indifferent. That's it. I really didn't understand. According to the description in the secret biography of substitute moves, the substitutes created by ordinary substitute moves are generally composed of a quarter of the elf's physical energy, which can overlap on the elf and offset the damage of the move. After mastering it, ordinary stand-ins can also be separated from the body to confuse opponents. Because this kind of substitute clone is composed of the physical energy of the elves, in terms of confusion, it is incomparable to the shadow clone created by the shadow clone move. As a coordinating trainer, Wu Zhonghong's wife's change to the stand-in move is change the composition of the stand-in. It has changed from being composed entirely of physical energy to being composed of physical energy plus energy. When such a stand-in move is knocked away, it will cause an energy explosion, causing a certain amount of damage to the opponent. And the purpose of Wu Zhonghong's wife doing this is to watch fireworks, play romance. The main elf is the fighting arrow eagle. Wu Zhonghong's wife likes to make the fire arrow eagle condense a fire attribute energy, stand in at night on the high mountains in the wild. When the sky is detonated, this fire attribute energy stand-in will explode into a ball of fire. If you are proficient in the secret of this avatar move, the elves can also mix multiple attribute energy when condensing the avatar. When it explodes, it will form a colorful firework, which looks good in an instant. Turning off the laptop, Li He looked strange. My sister-in-law is very interesting in life. The fierce arrow eagle is an elves with dual attributes of fire and flight. It is generally 1 meter in length and has a wingspan of 3 or 4 meters. The fierce arrow eagle looks like a large eagle with red feathers. Just when the interest came, Li He picked up the phone. Open Twitter. Search for the keywords, Zhongping, and arrow eagle. After browsing a few pages, Li He really found a video. In the video, on the grand stage, the lights are dimmed. Accompanied by the loud chirping sound, the divine horse's fierce arrow eagle fluttered its wings and swirled straight into the sky. The fierce arrow eagle suddenly exploded into a mass of colorful fireworks. When the fireworks bloomed to their most splendid stage, Shenzhen's fierce arrow eagle appeared in the fireworks, with a pair of sharp eagle eyes gazing in all directions. On the stage, a lady in a white dress walked slowly to the stage with the corners of her skirt. With a clever nose bridge and a confident demeanor, Zhongping bowed slightly to the audience. The comments below the video are full of wolf howls. Damn it, I only understand now, what's the difference between me and Sao Thief? The final outcome of every female coordination trainer is, everyone, for so long, I really appreciate everyone's support, I'm getting married, and the target is ordinary white-collar office workers. Then wait for you to check again. They are the masters of the prefecture-level cities, so they are really ordinary, covering their faces and crying. When the goddess is in love, I look forward to breaking up. When the goddess gets married, I comfort myself that I can still get a divorce. When the goddess is about to give birth to a baby, I stand on the rooftop and order a Chinese tea. After this cigarette, I will move to Anfu City. Mother-in-law, let your daughter wait for me in 18 years. People are so kind these days. The goddess knows that we are too young to work hard, so she will wait for us in kindergarten to fight for 20 years. I have the motivation to fight again. As long as I become a gym owner, my girlfriend will be in kindergarten. As a coordinating trainer who participated in the gorgeous celebration, Zhongping married the owner of the Wu Pavilion, who was 20 years older than him, and really married love. Mom, I believe in love again. Li He murmured. Back. I saw Lu Wei and Oni Stone watching and practicing the secret biography of this stand-in move. A six-tailed substitute with a competitive expression was separated, and the six-tailed let the substitute fight. Likewise, Gengar separates out a grinning Gengar double, with Gengar himself nibbling on the seeds behind. The entire body is composed of ordinary electrical energy, and the six-tailed stand-in. Opening parenthesis question mark. Backquote omega. The whole body is composed of ghost attribute energy, Gengar stand-in. The fist collided with the lightning was scattered, and the fist of Gengar's stand-in also exploded into a black mist. Looking at Lu Wei and Zheng Gui, Li He complained. Are you two stand-in ambassadors? Fortunately, these two little guys are more restrained. If not. Controlling the Thunderbolt Yuenshin, avatar composed of the legendary thunder to jump up. The neighbor next door should call the police and say, Sir, my neighbors seem to be in a robbery. Come and see now. Soon. Dissatisfied, there is only one substitute, and the dark eyes of the six tails flash with a strong flame. Even if the six tails converged, the entire room temperature suddenly rose 10 degrees. A wisp of orange flame sprang from Lu Tai's body, rubbed his body, and turned into a bellicose expression of Lu Tai again. Yan O. I_I. Oh Yan. Looking at Gengar's stand-in, the orange flame stand-in just jumped up. Go hiss backquote. With a scream, Zheng Gui's avatar's face was hideous, and he was extremely unwilling to turn into a puff of blue smoke and disappeared. Go hiss, ODO. Big sister, you don't talk about martial arts. Slip. Seeing this scene, a drop of cold sweat dripped from Li He's forehead. After devouring the electrical energy, the orange flame will greatly increase its power. Similarly, after swallowing the fire attribute energy, the power of blue lightning will also be greatly increased. This is because the two legendary moves, Interlaced Flame and Interlaced Lightning, can complement each other. In the game, after the Interlaced Lightning move encounters the Interlaced Flame, the power of the Interlaced Lightning move will be doubled. Similarly, the reverse is also true. After encountering Interlacing Lightning, the power of Interlacing Flame will also be greatly increased. Even if you don't need to meditate, if you let the opponent get orange flames first, and then the six tails will send out a blue flash of lightning, this power. Li He swallowed. If this move is combined with the strengthening of the Z move, wouldn't it be so powerful that it would explode? Z moves are a unique way to develop the power of moves in the Alola region. By having trainers and elves carry special items, the power of previously used moves can be enhanced. Who has the method and steps to use the Z move, online, etc., very urgent. Li He logged into the battle exchange competition and sent a message to it. Wanlong, who is home, sat in front of the computer for almost 24 hours. Seeing the news, Wanlong replied casually. That thing, didn't the child go to the Alola area and the local elf doctor will give it to you? Li He. Why does it sound like there is a shortage of people in the Alola area, using the Z move to introduce talents? Moreover, the essence of the Z move is to rely on the resonance power of the prop, Z Pure Crystal, to strengthen the moves made by the elves. There is no difficulty in itself, just like skiing, children can play it once or twice. Wanlong sent a voice. What does he want the Z move? Could it be for the children at home? Wanlong muttered to himself. Although Z moves can increase the power of ordinary moves. But for master-level trainers, Z moves are tasteless, and it is a pity to abandon them. Generally, they don't bother to collect high-quality Z Pure Crystal. Mega Evolution is the means to increase the strength of a master trainer by a large margin. It seems to be different now. Sakura interjected. As an acting gym owner who has inherited the family business and is not very motivated, Sakura loves to travel. My favorite activity is to travel around the world in a flying boat. So Sakura naturally also went to the Alola area. Because the output of Z Pure Crystal is becoming increasingly scarce, and the texture of Z Pure Crystal is similar to that of diamonds, and the color is more beautiful than diamonds, the value of Z Pure Crystal is now more expensive than diamonds. Cherry Blossom handles the diamond-shaped blue Z Pure Crystal on the side, took a photo and posted it. However, it's okay. This water-type Z Pure Crystal cost me nearly 50 million. Excuse me, the great Emperor Baifeng said. I almost forgot that although Sakura's strength is relatively water, it is also the Wallen gym that inherited from her parents. As a first-tier city in the Kanto region, the huge Wallen Taoist Hall is a symbolic building of Wallen City, but it is a private property of other families. This kind of family, 50 million to buy a Z Pure Crystal, it's really okay. Because he had no money, Li He chose not to go out. Staying at home can save money and eat less. I like staying at home very much. Near noon, Li He held the baby dragon for a live broadcast. Different from the previous live broadcast, Li He is now live broadcast, but parents force students to watch his live broadcast. It's almost like his live broadcast is a temple shrine. Take a look before the exam thief has peace of mind. Cough, thank you for the Captain Senpai. When will the Master Li come to the Handu gym as a guest? I really don't mean it. Li He coughed dryly. I've been really busy lately. Last night, I chatted with Xiaojur until 2 or 3 in the morning, and the lines on the corners of my eyes came out. Fans are accustomed to Li's rants. How dare you talk nonsense? Are you really afraid of the words and writings of the female fan army of Lewin Taoist Pavilion owner? Damn it, Sao, he seems a little haggard. In front of the camera, a young man with dark circles under his eyes, straight facial features, and a high nose bridge stared at the camera with deep eyes. As a handsome young man, the original innocence slowly faded away, even the dark circles under his eyes from staying up late only added a little precipitation to the youth. And the baby dragon, who practiced his moves by knocking walnuts behind the young man, undoubtedly added a thick background to the young man. In the world of trainers, a sports car is not as good as a fairy, a baby dragon is a limited edition, Rolls-Royce. This scene undoubtedly satisfies the needs of all people looking for boyfriends and girlfriends. Unfortunately, when Li saw a few pieces of news, the precipitation of world affairs disappeared. People are at the entrance of the Handu Gym. This is the 6 tales of the owner of the Li Pavilion, isn't it? Zhang Gui seems to have a loudspeaker. Is this about to call the gymnasium? Picture. Zhang Gui and Lu Wei are together, I guess it is. I'm stupid. I just came out of the Handu Gymnasium, and now I immediately ride my fire-breathing dragon, and I have to pass through the red light. Without reacting for a while, Li was stunned. Looking at the calm expression of Master Li, it is estimated that I feel that I am sure that I don't even bring anyone here. Opening the picture tremblingly, Li glanced at it several times in disbelief. After looking around in the room again, Li was completely dumbfounded when he found that Zheng Gui and Lu Wei were really not there. Were these two still here just now? Why did you go to the door of the Handu Gym in a blink of an eye? At this time, Li pushed open the door of his house. Seeing that Shinado was not there, Li covered his chest and took continuous deep breaths. Good guy. Didn't I just casually say something to you yesterday? Is self-esteem so strong? Did you really take Lu Wei and Gengar to the kick hall today? Am I wrong? Slowly exhaling, Li calmed down and murmured. No, no matter what, the speed of the wind speed dog of the Handu Taoist Pavilion is quite top. Although I am sorry for the 6 tails, if the wind speed dog is playing guerrilla warfare, the 6 tails have to be blinded. Check the map in advance. Using a teleportation move, Shinado brought 6 tails and Zhengui to the entrance of the Handu Gym. Thinking of Li, Shinado put one hand on his hip. He, winking face. I am Shinado, not the kind of Shinado who likes to take advantage of others. This time, I brought Lu Wei here and took back the badge of the Handu Gym. I will give you a big surprise. Seeing Shinado, Lu Wei, and Gengar standing at the door, the gym apprentices who were in charge of meeting the challengers snorted cold sweat from their temples. Although mentally prepared, this is really killing the door. Wearing a beer belly, the host of Handu Gym is very wealthy. Just like an ancient rich man, Jobo is 35 years old this year, and he is considered to be young and strong among the gym owners in the Huasha district. In the office, while drinking a small wine, Jobo hummed a ditty, and he lived a very pleasant life. As a speed-type gym owner, even a gym owner who is 1 level stronger than him can't use his wind speed dog. What can I do with the cautious character of the wind speed dog in the face of guerrilla warfare? Over time, Jobo rarely encountered a situation where he had to face the challenger in person. The phone rang suddenly, Jobo glanced at it, and after connecting, Jobo said with a smile. Angkor, why are you free to call me? How is it? Sister-in-law is about to give birth. It's coming soon. Shish, keep your voice down. People just fell asleep, and now they're irritable. They say they want to give birth soon. I can't afford it. Let's talk quietly. Wu Zhonghong said in a low voice. I mean, in case you meet the 6 tails of Shaoli's house, you should also be careful. Its blue lightning moves or ghosts. It's okay. There are so many people, how could it be so coincidental that they found me just now? Jobo didn't care, Besides, this young junior should focus on cultivating the attack power of elves, right? I have to deal with this type. Cooked. You forgot the 6 tails, but you know the supernatural power moves, and it is estimated that you will also use the immobilization moves. If the wind speed dog is imprisoned. Anyway, don't panic. Wu Zhonghong Nu Zhou Bo, the strength of the master of the Handu Gymnasium is true, yes, but the psychological quality is relatively ordinary, the kind of person who will be inexplicably flustered. It's such a big deal, how could I panic? Zhou Bo picked up the glass and took a sip. Before he could finish a sentence, the light makeup female secretary in business attire entered the door and said nervously, "Master, there is a problem outside the door. I have 2 news for you, one good and one bad. Which one do you want to hear?" "Listen first." Zhou Bo's heart beat faster. "I'm an immortal, so the young generation won't really come, right?" The owner of the Red Lotus Gym didn't come. Call. Zhou Bo breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "What about the bad ones? Could it be that the Trainers Association sent someone to inspect?" "No, Master Li is not here, his 6 tails are here." "That's it." Zhou Bo's expression remained unchanged. "You go to make arrangements first, just follow the normal process, and I'll be there in a while." "Okay." Arriving at the door, she glanced at Zhou Bo's trembling right hand holding the wine glass, and the female secretary secretly wrote it down. "The owner of the museum still has the problem of shaking hands." "The owner of the museum, I know a doctor who treats tremors at home, how about I introduce you?" After looking at the female secretary several times, Zhou Bo was silent for a moment, and said, "Need not. This guy looks very seductive, but you can't speak, do you?" Chapter 307 Li He. I really don't plan to play in the gym. 4,700 words, 2 in 1. Plans never keep up with change. Li He understood this truth. At the same time, Master Li also understands another reason. That is, the inflation speed of the wallet will never match the speed of the elf's backstab. However, restraining the warlike nature of the 6 tails is not what Li He wants to do. In the face of such a hard-working spirit, what can Master Li do? When he came to the kitchen, Li He instructed. "Crop-headed frog, you watched the baby dragon. Give me !delta. Che !tilde, hollow bullet." Baby dragon jumped twice in dissatisfaction. After telling the 2 elves at home, Li He stopped Hudi. "Send me to Handu Gym with teleportation moves." The gym challenge at Handu Gym is unique, it's an indiscriminate brawl. It is the exact opposite of Feng Shule from the Anfu Gym. In the Handu Gym, it is the challenger who keeps the fight. And in the process of challengers defending, all challengers, including gym apprentices, can go up and challenge alone. The winner continues to fight, the loser steps down. If there is a situation where a certain trainer is too strong, Handu Gym also allows multiple trainers to come on stage together to face the line defender. This model is indiscriminate fighting. After finding this information from the internet, Li He brought the wound medicine and got ready. Bring your wound medicine, just in case. Handu Gym. At this point, the gym challenge has already started. As the main force of the master of the Red Lotus Gym, the 2 elves, Luwei and Zhengui, became the focus of the venue as soon as they came to the stage to defend themselves. After looking around, the gym apprentices and challengers found out that the Master Li was really not there. No one really came. It's definitely not here. They are broadcasting live at home now. Master Li is too confident, isn't he? Standing in the middle of the field, Gengar pushed his sunglasses. Grinning, Gengar. Filled down pointing triangle, filled down pointing triangle, filled down pointing triangle, go hiss. Go hiss. 6 tails excitedly flicked their tails, urging the referee to quickly order the start. With a lollipop in his mouth, Shinado used his superpower to float in the air and found the best angle. Shinado began to broadcast the battle on Station B. Who is this looking down on? At the beginning of the challenge, his own Ibrahimovic was released, and the unshaven man shouted. Although it is the main force of the gym owner, with so many of us, we can grind it to death. Don't go up and do it together. Yes, that is the main force of the master of the dignified Red Lotus gym. Let's beat it together, and be careful to avoid attacks. The challengers who come to the Hando gym are all here for the badges. It is a tradition at Hando gym that only one badge will be awarded a day. They took out the Pokeball at the same time, and many challengers saw the hope of victory. With so many people on your side, it will consume energy to kill the other party. Bang 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 bang. The Pokeballs exploded, releasing a series of white lights. Afterwards, many elves such as Ibrahimovic, Meowwow, and Huo Dinosaur ripped apart the white light and used various moves to kill Luwei and Gengar. Those who can challenge the gym with confidence are all experienced trainers, and the elves they cultivate are also well trained. Although there was no cooperation, nearly 24 elves still tacitly launched a fierce attack. The elves who were good at long-range attacks first released energy attacks, and the elves who were good at melee combat deliberately stopped for a while, and then came. Nearly 20 elves stepped onto the stage from all directions on the square field, and worked together to encircle the Six Tails and Gengar in the middle. This scene is even more exciting than the latest Hollywood blockbuster, Avengers 4 Endgame, and the audience sitting in the stands quickly took out their mobile phones to shoot. How? This kind of challenge can only be seen in the Hando gym. It doesn't work as usual. The challengers who come here also have to face. Today is the big boss, so they have to do this. No way, Master Lee's strength comes from one game after another. Slip _omega, katakana middle dot. After taking a look at the attacking move, the Six Tails looked around. Seeing the besieged elves are full of fighting spirit. Filled down pointing triangle where filled down pointing triangle, Booyee. Ibrahimovic, the shaggy man who was the first to shoot, used a high-speed star move to kill the Six Tails. This move is to turn the energy in the body into stars and send out, and the attack speed is extremely fast. High voltage _tilde, hollow bullet, high voltage Pikachu. With his tail up, Pikachu closed his eyes and used all his 100,000 volt moves. Like a ferocious lightning, the 100,000 volt move slashed at Gengar. Filled down pointing triangle dish filled down pointing triangle. He, equals 3. Omega, O. At the same time, an elf who is only good at physical attacks is also ready to beat down the water fox ghost after Gengar and Luwei are injured. If Leahy is here, his legs must be weak. So many elves go together, in case something happens. I can't even afford a condolence gift. Stopping the Six Tails, Zhang Gui pushed his sunglasses. Go hiss. Susano. The little sun, Amaterasu, flew out of Gengar's body and turned into a half-length terrifying portrait, which was buckled upside down on Gengar and Luwei. Like a big bell, it blocked all long-range attacks. Go see Sigma where, Sigma. A mere elf that has not evolved to the end. Using the secret biography of the newly learned stand-in move, Zhang Gui had an idea. 4 evil spirits, Sadako, Gaia, Zhengshang, and Kaikaunu appeared. Using the speed of the Shadow Fist move, the 4 evil ghosts carried weapons with black flames, and they were like ghosts, passing quickly among the many elves. When the 4 evil ghosts returned to Gengar, the many elves on the field showed various expressions of fear, confusion, anger, etc., but stood still. Then, with a loud bang, the burn effect of Gengar's black flame erupted, and many elves fell to the ground together. All elves have at least 4 scars on their bodies. Knife wounds, sword wounds, scratches from scissors, and hairline marks on the neck. Especially after a few seconds, some of the elves with average poison resistance turned purple, and even if they fell into a coma, they still showed pain. This is Zheng Gui relying on the huge life energy secretly stored in the energy ring, and directly separates 4 poisonous energy doubles to merge with the 4 evil ghosts. In this way, using the secret biography of the substitute move, the 4 evil ghosts have the speed of the Shadow Fist move and are poisoned. plus the damage of the black flame attached to the weapon. Therefore, even Ibrahimovic, who was immune to the damage of ghost-type moves, was not spared. Hiss. Standing among the challengers, Lihan naturally would not challenge his cousin's elf opponent. Originally, she thought Lu Wei would make a move, but she didn't expect that her cousin's Zheng Gui was watching the funny videos every day, or laughing and laughing. Who would have thought that this Gengar team would be so terrifying to fight? This is completely a ghost enemy. Standing beside Li He, Shen Kongwen, the third grader of Sakura University, had a solemn expression and a fluke in his eyes. Fang Kai, seeing so many people going together, even he had a bit of luck in his heart. Fortunately, considering that his girlfriend was with Li Han, it was a bit inappropriate to put the elf on it by himself. Otherwise, his elf is now standing upright and exiting sideways. Although the challengers suffered, the gym apprentices of the Hando gym were also a little bit hard-pressed. Today, I must not let the Six Tails and Zheng Gui, the owner of the Red Lotus gym, to please, otherwise, they will not be embarrassed to die when they go back for the new year. One-horned rhino, earthquake. Commanding an elf that looked like a rhinoceros, the gym apprentice Yang Hao quickly ordered. That weird figure can defend against attacks, but it can't defend against attacks from underground. The one-horned rhino's earthquake move allows the one-horned rhino to use the shock of the seismic wave to attack the Six Tails and Gengar at the same time. This move, earthquake, doesn't want to hurt the elves of the master of the Red Lotus gym, but it can also make them panic and disrupt their rhythm. Right. Yang Hao has not waited for the thoughts in Yang Hao's mind to finish. Boom. Wearing a layer of steel armor and looking like a rhinoceros, the one-horned rhinoceros stared angrily ahead. The one-horned rhino roared angrily and stomped on the ground with two white breaths. A strong seismic wave immediately swept towards the Six Tails and Gengar. Hollow circle containing filled circle hoi hollow circle containing filled circle slip. Glancing in the direction of the one-horned rhino, a strange red light flashed in the dark eyes of the six-tailed. Fixed body method moves. Note: immobilization method. Immobilize the opponent's body, so that the opponent can no longer use any moves. The powerful superpowers of the Six Tails directly acted on the one-horned rhinoceros, suppressing the one-horned rhinoceros that used the earthquake move, and the seismic waves naturally disappeared. Then, Lu Wei glared again. The powerful, supernatural power blasted out from the air. With a scream and a dull sound, the one-horned rhinoceros was directly knocked out and passed by Yang Hao. The one-horned rhinoceros slammed into the wall of the gymnasium heavily. Half of its body had penetrated the wall and was completely embedded in it. At this time, Yang Hao's bangs that were blown up slowly slipped down, covering Yang Hao's dull eyes. Don't deal with the move, directly solve the one-horned rhinoceros that made the move. Is it so violent? But Yang Hao's attack was only the beginning. The apprentices of the veteran gymnasium who shared the same hatred also released spirits. Bidiao, come on. Heluga. Fossil pterosaur. In Chindu province, the Handu gym in Handu is also a civil servant unit in the eyes of trainers. Not only is the salary high and the salary good, but also an iron job. The most important thing is that you can enjoy the personal guidance of the gym owner. The advertisement is really good, and it is worth installing it. After all, there are many sources of books, all books, and fast updates. In the past few years, no trainer has a master's degree from a college, so don't even think about being admitted. Yang Hao is only equivalent to a contract worker outside the system, but the three who shot at this time are also apprentices of the gymnasium. But it is a top student who graduated from a serious graduate school. It is a member of the system belonging to the Provincial Trainer Association. The momentum of the three elves crushed the elves who had just shot, and under the order of the trainer, the three elves shot one after another. Bang bang bang. The three moves of the three elves hit Gengar's Black Flame Golem and the protective cover of Six Tails' magical power move, but apart from destroying the field, even Gengar and Six Tails' defenses were not broken. Fuck, don't break the defense. I exploded. It's no wonder that these top colleges and universities have never mentioned the matter of recruiting. Congratulations. If you recruit someone, you must at least give a position as a professor of combat department, right? Be careful, don't look at the six tails, Gengar. Sensing that something was wrong, one of the gymnasium apprentices suddenly changed his expression and shouted loudly. Unfortunately, this reminder is still too late. Slip, oh, this level also dares to take action against this yo-yo. The big dark eyes narrowed, and the six tails of the six tails spun at a strange speed. Open black lens bracket hypnosis close black lens bracket. Seeing this scene, the three elves, Bidiao, Heluga, and Fossil Pterosaur, showed signs of struggle, but they couldn't resist the sudden drowsiness. After seeing the three elves falling asleep, Luwei licked his lips and showed the expression of eating a big meal. Slip sigh for all, sigh. With a mysterious red light flashing in his eyes, Six Tails used the Dream Eater move without hesitation. The bodies of Bidiao and Fossil Pterosaurs shook violently. Then, their entire bodies trembled like a sieve, and their eyelids twitched rapidly. In the end, the two elves struggled a few times and completely lost their movement. And Haruga, who is immune to the damage of superpower attribute moves, was not spared. Grinning, Zhengui rewarded him with a nightmare move. In his sleep, Heluga had a hideous face, and choked his neck with his claws, like a ghost's upper body. Tongue rolled his eyes and passed out. Nightmare move, let the opponent in the sleeping state have nightmares, thus killing himself. Dream eating move, swallowing the opponent's dream, thereby directly hurting the opponent's conscious body. This is the master of Fengdu Gymnasium's best at killing in dreams, elves tactics. Shen Kongwen sighed. Fengdu Gym, it is one of the 8 great avenues in Huasha district, and every gym master is strong enough to compete for the throne of Heavenly King. Almost forgot, I heard from the instructor that the owner of the Red Lotus Gym seems to have a good personal relationship with the current Fengdu Gym master, Qing Zhang. It's not surprising that Gengar and Luweihui's Nightmare and Dream Eater moves. Glancing at the three elves who fell to the ground, the six-tailed tail flicked gently. Open black lens bracket supernatural power close black lens bracket blowout. All incapacitated elves were invited out of the arena. He stretched out his ghost claws to straighten his hair, and Jeng Ghost put on his sunglasses again. Flicking its tail, the six tails shouted with full of fighting intent. Yo-yo. Who else? Don't play long range anymore. Fight them in close combat. Whether it's the six tails or the Gengar, the defense against physical damage is very weak. Two foreign-looking challengers suddenly released two elves. When a trainer with a lot of combat experience is playing in the arena, they are often used to making late moves. Under the orders of the two foreign trainers, the two elves used a flash of electric light. Like a bolt of lightning, the lightning turned back and approached the six tails. One of the spirits approached the six tails first. Standing 1.8 meters tall, in humanoid form, with sharp white blades like knives extending from both arms, Chop Commander is an elf with dual attributes of evil and steel, immune to the supernatural power move of the six tails. Using the evil attribute move, Commander Cleave is more confident in breaking the protective cover of the six-tailed supernatural power and hurting the six-tailed. The other elf is the evil-type elf Coyote, with black fur. The coyote looks like a wolf. With a pair of red eyes staring fiercely at the six tails, the coyote, under the order of the trainer, assisted the commander of Chop and Chopped, waiting for an opportunity to bite the neck of the six tails. Slip filled down pointing triangle he hash O tilde. Lu Wei was too lazy to look back, and an orange-red tail stretched out. Iron tail move. Like a steel blade, the orange-red tail was dyed with a layer of metallic color, and it was just a slash against the commander's attack. Boom! The sound of metal clashing exploded. Having practiced knightly swordsmanship and advocating martial arts, the commander of the Chop and Cut looked with admiration on his face. He glanced at the blade of his right arm that was cut off after the attack with the six tails. Commander of the Chop and Chop raised his left palm and touched the center of his forehead. Consciousness gradually became dizzy, and Commander Chopping fell backwards. When he fell to the ground, Commander Chopping had already fainted. The other side. Looking at the half-blade stuck in front of him, the coyote's pupils shrank, whimpering, not daring to make an inch. Good guy, you actually want to fight with the six tails. These two foreigners don't do any intelligence work. Su Xiao, who used to fight with Li He's six tails with a single scabbard in the stance, had a complicated expression. This scene directly shocked many trainers. These two foreigners are also quite famous trainers in Great Britain. As a result, Chop the commander was cut off by the six tails, and the coyote was so shocked that he lost his will to fight, which shows how fierce the six tails of the Red Lotus Gym Master fought. The venue was silent, and for a while, many trainers were no longer on the stage. Except for the master of the Handu Gymnasium, the gymnastic apprentices and challengers of the Handu Gymnasium did their best to siege, close the siege, sneak attacks, long-range attacks, and melee combat, but none of the six tails and Zhengui were injured. The trainers present were directly overwhelmed by the main force of the Red Lotus Gym Master. At this time, as Hudi came, Li He looked at the mess and coughed dryly. You may not believe it when you say it. I really didn't plan to play in the gym. I brought some wound medicine here, who wants? Although these words sounded well-intentioned, after thinking about it carefully, the mentality of many trainers collapsed. What does this mean? Are we all like this? Would you like to make another cut? It's really not a human being. No tilde asterisk. Chapter 308 Six Tails. I'll start quickly and give you a ride. Slip, back quote. Turning back to Li He, he screamed excitedly, and Lu Wei shook his tail excitedly. In order to maintain the image of his cool brother, Zhengui pushed his sunglasses. Go hiss. The battle can be water, but the image cannot be destroyed. This uncle wants to speak for the ghost-type elves. Looking at the messy battlefield, Li He smiled and felt sad in his heart. I'm not so late for a while, why is it like this? So many people. After the fight, the two of you at least show a bit of tiredness. Not only did one not lose a hair, but he was quite excited, and the other was still concerned about his own image. How do you make others feel bad? Li He. He greeted Li He with his telepathic ability. Shinado sat on the seat of the stand, holding a mobile phone in one hand, and gestured a Y in the other. Y hollow down pointing triangle tilde asterisk. I'm working. With her chest raised, Shinado looked confident. As an independent elf in the new era, Shinado, don't eat your meal for nothing. How about it? I did a good job, right? No surprises. If Li He hadn't known that after adapting to human society, Shinado would respect other people's privacy and would not easily use his superpowers to perceive other people's emotions. He will think that Shinado is running on himself. But after knowing this, what can Li He say? They not only help you save the cost of high-speed rail and bus tickets, but also help you take the wizard to challenge the gym to get the badge. Shinado is also well-meaning, so he can't dampen the enthusiasm of others. Facing this scene, Li He reluctantly smiled and said, Surprise, I'm so surprised. Surprised I was not happy. Walking to the stage, Li He coughed and said, Is your patriarch busy? I'll leave first if I'm busy. Find yourself a step down and go. If you fight again, you really can't stay in Chindu province. A few years ago. In the office, through the perspective mirror, Zhou Bo, the owner of Handu Gym, and Feng Sugo stood side by side. It is very large, and the wind speed dog stands upright, nearly 2 meters 5 in height, and the wind speed dog is like a majestic lion dog. The white mane covered most of the body, and the wind speed dog overlooked the 6 tails, with a majestic expression and solemn eyes. Unlike Zhou Bo, the wind speed dog is also a belligerent type. And the state of mind is excellent. The wind speed dog is more suitable for the battle than Zhou Bo. It can be said that Zhou Bo himself feels that he is a professional level trainer, affiliated with the Provincial Trainer Association, and he has a leisurely life. He really doesn't want to be the master of this gym. But who makes their wind speed dog work too hard? Looking at the situation below, Jobo was worried. I really don't want to be the master of the gymnasium. Look, I have to deal with this, it's too troublesome, I'll delay my drinking. Hearing Leahy himself finding the stairs for himself, Jobo nodded slightly. This little Lee is very sensible. Since this little Lee wants to leave, let's just not go out. After all, this little Lue is not easy to deal with. Even if he wins, it's not interesting. If he messes up his hair, do a hair care. Shouldn't it be less than 10,000? After licking the wind speed dog, Jobo muttered. At this time, the female secretary pushed open the door and entered. Master, why don't you go down? You can't let the master of the Red Lotus Dao wait too long. Everyone is watching. They are all looking forward to your heroic appearance. The female secretary said excitedly. Jobo, what? Wind speed dog. Out filled down pointing triangle vessel hash. You told them all. You told that Red Lotus Taoist pavilion owner that I'm here. I'm going down right away. Jobo was dumbfounded. Good guy, even if you win this game, you have to lose money. How many less bottles of motai do I have to drink if Lue messes up my wind speed dog's hair? Master, are you not sure? Seeing that Jobo didn't respond for a long time, the female secretary hesitated for a moment and asked quietly. Then I'll go down and say, you've been drinking too much, and you're not in good shape today. Did I do something wrong again? The female secretary asked cautiously. After looking at her several times, Jobo squeezed out a sentence. No, I think you are too considerate. You put the soldering iron in my heart. It's hard to ride a tiger right now. Drink too much. I can deal with these people outside, but can I deal with Brother Wu and the others? The whole Chindu, people in the industry, who do not know that Jobo has never been drunk. If this spread out, wouldn't it be obvious that he was afraid of this young man? Will this work? However, what you're doing is a bit unethical. Think about it, if only we didn't tut. Could the owner of the Lee Pavilion just find a step and leave? This matter is over. Jobo sighed suddenly with his hands behind his back. But look at this, if I go down, won't I have to fight against each other? It's not long after I became the master of the gymnasium. As seniors, we must follow the guidance and not undermine people's self-confidence. You say, I am right. So that's the case, I thought it was the owner of the museum, you were afraid of losing your hand. It turned out that it was the owner of the museum, you were afraid that you were too strong and that it would hurt people's self-confidence. Master, you are really thoughtful. Cough, you just understand. Jobo waved his hand and said proudly. Go, wind speed dog, go to see and see the Jinliang of this young junior. Master. The owner is here. Seeing Jobo walking, as if seeing the backbone, the eyes of the apprentices in the gym lit up. Jobo, the master of Handu Gym. Shen Kongwen said in a low voice with a solemn expression. Speed means mobility. In the battle, strong mobility can make up for the lack of attack and defense. Relying on the wind speed dog, Jobo once killed the owner of the Densburg Gym in Great Britain, and also made a great reputation. This battle is really not that easy for Li Guanju. Cousin, come on duck. Li Han shouted while eating popcorn. Li He squeezed out a smile and waved at the cousin. Do I dare to do more? Years ago, I couldn't wait in Chindu province. Is it possible to go to Shaojuer? Make her a housewife man. My patriarch Li also wants to. Playing games and watching videos during the day, and having a candlelight dinner with Shaojuer at night, maybe we can go further. It seems quite fragrant. Slip omega, katakana middle dot. Seeing the wind speed dog, Lu Wei's eyes lit up. Looking at the belligerent six tails, Li He sighed and said. I'll send Lu Wei. Pavilion Master Zhou, let's learn from each other at will. Just treat it as a friendly match, an exhibition match, and withdraw if it is a draw. Coincidentally. With a beer belly up, Jobo whispered to Fengsugo in a low voice. Be careful, use your full speed, hit the 6 tails a few times, and we will have the upper hand. I will stop again and it will be done. This not only shows that my old Joe is not afraid, but also shows that my old Joe is very authentic in dealing with people. Perfect. Relying on the speed of the wind speed dog, Jobo was sure to stabilize the situation and let the situation develop according to his ideas. This is Master Lee's 6 tails, right? It's really handsome. Before the battle, Jobo said cheerfully. Slip, asterisk, asterisk. 6-tailed Little raised his head proudly. You are still very discerning. Nearly 2.5 meters tall, with a huge body, the wind speed dog overlooks the 6 tails, and his face is calm. As a battle-hardened elf, the wind speed dog has passed the immature stage of gaining confidence by taunting opponents. Ow! Filled down pointing triangle. He filled down pointing triangle. Squinting his eyes, the wind speed dog stared at Luwei, his eyes flashed with caution. The magic power move of the 6 tails just now, and the immobilization method move, still make the wind speed dog jealous. Master Joe's wind speed dog's hair is also really beautiful. Leahy smiled at each other in business. Seeing the two gym masters chatting, the gym apprentices, the referee did not have the slightest bit of impatience and waited respectfully. Now that the masters of the gymnasium have come forward, the rules are naturally based on the general rules of competition between gym masters. 1 versus 1. A game is decided. This is also the most common way of sparring between gym owners. 3 versus 3 has a feeling of winning and losing, and deciding the competition, which is not taken by the Washa district. And 6 vs 6 is too formal. 1 versus 1 is the best way to learn. It is not only convenient and fast, but also does not waste time. Aside, challengers and gym apprentices surrounded the battlefield and communicated in low voices. Is this pavilion Master Lee still here? Definitely, the Master Joe of the Handu Gym is good at guerrilla warfare, and the wind speed dog is also good at speed warfare, just to restrain the attack of the 6 tails. High and anti-high. Now, the 6 tails have met their nemesis. There was no discussion around the theory. After the business exchanged, Leahy nodded and said. Then let's stop there. Okay, click here, Jobo agreed. Seeing this, the referee blew the whistle very cleverly. The friendly match between the two gym owners has officially begun. Godspeed. Jobo was also polite, and his shot was the signature move, Godspeed, of the wind speed dog. Attacking the opponent at a speed that the naked eye can't catch up with. The power of the speed move is only one aspect, the strongest is the speed bonus that the speed move gives the wind speed dog. Ow! Filled down pointing triangle he hash. Accompanied by a majestic roar. The sound has not yet fallen, the wind speed dog is like a red flash, the distance between the two elves 100 meters apart seems to be non-existent, and the wind speed dog has already killed Luwei. Bang! A dull loud sound exploded out of thin air. Looking at the depression on the magic power move in front of him, the 6-tailed little tail flicked, his expression unmoved. Seeing that the wind speed dog, who seemed to have not moved in the same place, glanced at the 6-tailed big dark eyes. Omega, katakana middle dot, slip. The speed is very fast, but it can't break the defense. What is it? I thought I could sneak attack and scare Benyoyo. Sure enough, it's a speed move. Leahy nodded slightly after finding out the general information about Jobo and Fengsugo, the masters of the Handu Taoist Gymnasium. If you change a trainer, the speed of shouting commands can't keep up with the rhythm of the wind speed dog's attack. If the elves can't react anymore, they won't even be able to compete with Jobo and Fengsugo, the masters of Handu Gym. This is a super speedy move. No wonder Miss Junsha of the police family likes to breed wind speed dogs. Just looking at the speed, the gangsters have to kneel to Miss Junsha's wind speed dogs without even taking out the pokeball. That is, the 6 tails of the owner of the Red Lotus Gym. If you change someone, you will lose with one move. Whoa you, who told me that this wind speed dog can't attack? Just now we played the 6-tailed supernatural power move, which is the same as the absolute defense. If you look at it now, just now, the supernatural power protective cover has been concave in. Does it mean that this exploratory attack by the wind speed dog just now is stronger than our combined force? Not paying attention to the surrounding noise, Jobo thoughtfully behind his hands. It's a really strong defense. Long howl. Yan returns. Jobo ordered again. Note: long howl, loud roar increases your momentum, thus increasing your attack power. Swallow return. Flying attribute move. After teasing the opponent with agile movements, attack. As a younger generation who was watched and grown up by Yuan Zhanye and Yuan Lao, Jobo was also patiently guided by Yuan Lao. Having practiced Yuan Lao's flying attribute moves, Wind Speed Dog is also good at using flying attribute moves to speed up again. Call. With the majestic roar, the Wind Speed Dog's eyes were sharp, and the hair all over his body danced like flames. The momentum suddenly climbed, and the Wind Speed Dog gave Lu Wei a look and killed again. This time is different from before. With the speed move, the Wind Speed Dog uses the Yan back move. With the skill of Yan's return move, the Wind Speed Dog can freely control its terrible speed. Against the afterimages on the battlefield, the Wind Speed Dog moved at a terrifying speed. The friction between the entire body and the air brought a high-temperature whirlwind, surrounding the six tails. This speed is also a bit outrageous. Handu Gym is worthy of being a speed-type gym. Although Li He wanted to have a successful harmony, he didn't want to see Lu Wei injured. Substitute. Li He ordered. Flicking his tail, Lu Wei had a headache at the speed of the Wind Speed Dog. Hearing Li He's diameter again, Lu Wei suddenly realized. Looking back and giving Li He a look, Lu Wei. Slip Y hollow down pointing triangle tilde. Don't worry, I understand what you mean. Li He. Flame vortex move. No, this is a flame vortex move based on speed and its own strength alone. Shen Kongwen's expression was shocked when he saw the battlefield. This is the Wind Speed Dog of the master of the Handu Gymnasium. Is the byproduct of the action equivalent to a move. It's outrageous. Although Jobo didn't order it, the aftermath of the Wind Speed Dog's action created a flame vortex move. This move can trap the six tails and restrain the movement of the six tails, making the six tails unable to move, unable to escape, and unable to be taken back by Li He. Into the Pokeball. Seeing this scene, Shinado, who didn't care at all, also became nervous. This dog has passed. Even teleportation moves cannot escape from the vortex of flames. Master Li, this is the unique speed-killing method of our Handu Gym. Jobo rubbed his chin and said cheerfully. It happened that Lu Wei used a stand-in move, otherwise I was really afraid of hitting Lu Wei seriously. This is just right, breaking the protective cover of the six-tailed supernatural power move, and then dispersing the six-tailed double. Then stop and call to stop, the result is very agreeable. Jobo nodded slightly, and there was a hint of contentment in his eyes. Li He smiled back and said in his heart. The aftermath of the flame vortex. It's not bad. It's a pity. Six tails have the characteristics of igniting fire, and they are also good at flame vortex. Looking at the vortex of flames around him, the six tails use their ignition characteristics and their understanding of the vortex of flames. Opening his mouth and sucking, the six tails directly swallowed the flame vortex move. After showing a delicious and full expression again, Lu Wei spat out a small flame. Recommended, the reading app I'm using recently. There are many book sources, all books, and fast updates. O ring in equal lower half circle ring in equal, it tastes good. Seeing Lu Wei's expression, the whole body moved at a high speed, and Feng Sugo's eyes sank. Filled down pointing triangle vessel filled down pointing triangle roar. With a low growl that suppressed anger, the Wind Speed Dog launched a violent storm around the six tails. It was like a red lightning bolt slashed towards Lu Wei from all directions. However, in the face of the supernatural power moves that the six tails used with all their strength, the Wind Speed Dog was still unable to break through the six tails' defense with one blow, and could only continue to accumulate power. Long howl. Jobo's expression remained unchanged. One move long howl may not improve the Wind Speed Dog very high, but if used continuously, the long howl move can double the attack power of the wind speed dog. D-filled lower right triangle, ow. With the majestic howl, the wind speed dog's momentum skyrocketed again. Like a flash of red lightning, the wind speed dog suddenly killed right in front of Luwei. Just when the wind speed dog was about to hit the magical power protective cover, the wind speed dog's eyes flashed a hint of playfulness. Roar! The wind speed dog turned back with lightning and suddenly appeared on the side of Luwei. The force of the wind speed dog concentrated on the head and slammed into the six tails. Click! The wind speed dog, whose attack power is doubled, shows its peak strength. Seeing that the protective cover formed by the supernatural power move was about to be shattered, Six Tails smiled slyly. Taking the initiative to disperse the protective cover of the supernatural power move, Luwei used a stand-in move. Let the wind speed dog hit it. Bang! Luwei was directly hit by the wind speed dog, but it was not Luwei's body that exploded, but a group of blue lightning. It's the Thunderbolt Yuenshin, stand-in for the Six Tails. With the low growl that suppressed the pain, the wind speed dog wanted to speed up again, but felt that the whole body was in severe pain and paralysis. No, this. Jobo's expression suddenly changed. Damn, so I was waiting for me here. Aiming at the paralyzed wind speed dog, the Six Tails. Oh, omega, oh, for the sake of seeing that your trainer can talk so well, I will do it quickly. Send you a ride. The 9 orange flames stored in the Godstone in the six-tailed body gathered together and sprang from the six-tailed body, forming a lifelike orange nine-tailed. Orange flame primordial spirit, stand in. The 9 tails stretched out wantonly, and the whole body was made of orange flames, and the orange 9 tails squinted at the wind speed dog. With a, the orange 9 tails passed through the wind speed dog with blue lightning attached to its body. The painful roar of the wind speed dog came to an abrupt end. The huge body was instantly burnt into a coke color, and fell down with a bang. Chapter 309 If you dare to drink Luwei, don't blame Luwei for flipping the table for you. Six Tails, /d/. Hando Jim. On the battlefield. The whole body is composed of orange flames, and each tail is about several meters long. After the orange 9-tailed thunder blasted and killed the wind speed dog, he glanced around, and the orange flame 9 tails turned back and returned to the body of the 6 tails. Yo-yo. Withdrawn the orange flame primordial spirit, stand in, little 6 tails raised his head proudly, and the 6 tails danced happily. Asterisk, you run, you can run fast, if you have the ability, you can run again. Turning back, Luwei shouted excitedly towards Lihi. Yo-yo. *d*****. The trainer's idea is amazing. Since you can't catch this wind speed dog, you can simply lure the enemy into it, and let the wind speed dog run into the lightning Yuenshin, double with hope and high spirits. Before the collision, the wind speed dog had much hope, and after the collision, the wind speed dog had much despair. The Thunderbolt Yuenshin, double composed of a legendary thunder and blue lightning, although without the blessing of meditation moves and attribute advantages, a legendary thunder and blue lightning could not kill the wind speed dog with one strike. But it was enough to cause the wind speed dog to be injured and paralyzed. For a short time, the wind speed dog could not move at all. Legendary thunder blue lightning is the basis of the legendary move cross lightning, after all. Even the main elf wind speed dog of the Handu Gym Master cannot ignore the lethality of this blow. Taking advantage of the paralysis, the 6 tails released another lore blow. The legendary flame orange flame. This blow, for the wind speed dog attached to the blue lightning, the lethality of the orange flame is doubled. Even if you use a stand-in move, the wind speed dog's stand-in will be destroyed by the blue lightning's attachment damage. The orange flame primordial spirit, stunt again, and the wind speed dog has no chance of being spared. After swallowing, Lihi looked up at the sky. I asked you to use a stand-in, is that how you use it? Yo-yo, you know me too well. Looking at the charcoal-colored wind speed dog, Jobo's surface was calm, and he called him a good guy in his heart. This is your point of the Master Li. As soon as you click, my wind speed dog will be gone. Looking at Li's blank expression of, why is it gone? Jobo felt that the young man was really not pretending. He was also confused. What's going on here? Why is he stunned? Could it be he just thought about repelling the wind speed dog? Jobo slowly pondered. As a result, it seems, maybe, my wind speed dog's skin is too crisp. Not too fast, too unexpected for him, makes him a little confused. Suddenly, I don't know if I drink too quickly, or if the result is too frightening. Jobo's stomach twitches and hurts. I feel that Li's expression has caused a critical blow to himself. Seeing that Jobo, the owner of the Handu Gymnasium, took back the wind speed dog, there was a little sound in the silent venue. Master Li is still Master Li. He said it to the point. In fact, he was playing 36 tricks behind his back to lure the enemy into the depths. He smiled when he didn't make a move, and when he turned his face, he was bombarded by thunder. The orange flame of the six tails seems to be getting stronger and stronger, and that thunderbolt double is also extraordinary. Master Li's six tails didn't even show the posture of nine tails. As soon as these words came out, all the challengers fell silent again. Master Li's six tails, the strongest state should be the nine-tailed state. The battle between gym masters also pays attention to affection. Could it be that this is because Master Li wants to use up his strength, and the result? Confiscated. In the silence, a couple of tourists from all over the Kanto region folded their arms and nodded in admiration. Is this what Xiaogang said, the master who started cultivating new elves? Amazing. The newly cultivated main force elves have the level of the main force of mainstream gym owners. Yo-yo *omega *. Running back to Li's feet, Lu Wei shook his tail excitedly, his big dark eyes full of pride. Circle all but upper left quadrant filled, for all, circle all but upper left quadrant filled. You just said, this is a yo-yo, is it a yo-yo? Amazing, you are too awesome. What else could Li do? He could only praise him. Taking another look at Jobo, Li sighed. It doesn't matter if you win. The key is. The wind speed dog's hair was burnt out, and the six tails did not lose any hair at all. Before the Chinese New Year, this province of Qin couldn't be here anymore. Go see where push the sunglasses. Zhang Gui grinned and gave Lu Wei a thumbs up. Zhang Gui. Old Iron, 666. A live broadcast made Shinado gain nearly 200,000 followers in just half an hour. On the barrage, each captain's reward made Shinado's face flush with excitement. Roughly calculated, this half-hour live broadcast has earned nearly 10,000 yuan. This is the income that can be received at the moment. The increase of 200,000 fans will bring benefits. The advertising fee alone can earn a small tens of thousands. The live broadcast of dry trainers is a good deal, because the competition for manufacturers of energy cubes and training equipment on the market is quite fierce. There are also national chain trainer battle clubs, etc., and they are also desperately marketing and advertising. A full-time trainer anchor may earn more than a gym owner. Of course, these anchors cannot enjoy the invisible benefits of gym owners. Evolution stones and attribute gems with a retail price of nearly 1 million can hollow them out. Looking at Li with shining eyes, Shinado stretched out a small white hand and silently praised the man. It's so powdery. This time, not only did he show that he was not a Shinado who eats rice, but he also made a lot of money. Shinado smiled proudly and clenched a small fist. Yes. Shinado, big victory. 10 minutes later. Hando Gym. In the office. Master, this is our speed badge. Handing a beautiful badge to Jobo, the gym apprentice whispered. The triangle-shaped white badge is printed with a rape flower in the middle. The speed badge of the Handu Gym is very valuable in the eyes of collectors. Okay, you go down. Sitting on the sofa, Jobo nodded slightly. Before going out, the gym apprentice looked at Li in awe. This time it's accepted. Looking at Zhou Bo's female secretary, Li He coughed dryly. The owner of the house, Zhou, drank a little wine every day, and the little secretary watched. Life was very interesting. Let's give and give. Zhou Bo happily poured wine into the glass. Come on, today's situation. You see, Master Li, you can't stop drinking, or would you let Zheng Gui and Lu Wei have a taste? If you lose, you will lose. Just take the opportunity to take a leave and have a good rest. Still, good guy, you kid let my Master Zhou's wind speed dog lie down, and I can't let you 3 masters and servants leave awake. I have to give you a whole circle. Thinking of the wind speed dog to check his body, Zhou Bo thought. Don't worry, old man. Your hatred. My curator Zhou will report to you. Today's 3, no matter if they are human or not, 1 counts as 1, don't even think about going out standing up. Master, let me come. The female secretary took the initiative to pour the wine. Glancing at Pavilion Master Zhou, the female secretary, who had no experience in battle, was filled with admiration. Recalling what Zhou Pavilion Master said at first. As a senior, can't you take care of young people? What a senior's demeanor, Pavilion Master Zhou, takes care of himself that he loses. Otherwise, the wind speed dog, the owner of the dignified Handu Gymnasium, as a fire attribute elf, can be given a second move by the fire attribute moves of the 6 tails. There is only one truth. Master Zhou is really a senior. After pouring the wine, put it on the melon and fruit bowl, and the female secretary resigned. After seeing the female secretary go out, Li Hekai asked with a strange expression. Cough, Pavilion Master Zhou, this. Can my sister-in-law agree? This female secretary, with black curly hair, a hip-packed skirt, a model's figure, and a delicate face, can the wife of Pavilion Master Zhou feel at ease? By the way, the book chasing app I'm using recently, caches and reads books, and reads aloud offline. This person was chosen by my wife. She is my distant cousin. I haven't seen her since I was a child. I really don't know how my wife found her. If you leave others alone, can my wife feel at ease? Zhou Bo squinted at Li He. Think in another's perspective, with such a flower around your girlfriend, you must not pinch this flower. Slip ** omega **. Not interested in the chat between the two at all. Looking curiously at the liquor, Lu Wei sniffed the liquor with his dark nose. Looking at Zhou Bo's drink as unusually refreshing, Lu Wei swallowed, grabbed the wine glass, and drank it all in one gulp. Slip **. This taste. Smell. Noticing that the situation of the 6 tails was not right, Zhou Bo's expression changed and hurriedly said. Master Li, take Lu Wei back, it seems a little drunk. Touching his waist, Li He trembled. I didn't bring a pokeball. Slip /D/. 10 minutes later. On a private car bound for the Handu Taoist Hall, Wu Zhonghong, the master of the Anfu Taoist Hall, and Ma Bowen, the owner of the Weishi Taoist Hall, went to the Handu Taoist Hall together. Brother, we have to add up together this time. Before the end of the year, how many badges are appropriate to issue? I'm thinking about it, let's just issue about the same thing. Ma Bowen, the owner of the Weishi Gym, suggested. With a neat appearance, a tearful hairline, and a restrained suit, Ma Bowen graduated from the Elf College of Imperial College. After obtaining a doctorate in the Department of Battle, Ma Bowen served as a county removal county in accordance with the talent introduction policy of Chindu Province. The owner of the public gymnasium in Wei City, the municipality. Although he is nearly 30 years old, similar to the owner of the Qingjiang Pavilion, Ma Bowen is really a newcomer in the circle of the gym owner. Knowing that he had no record, Ma Bowen put away his pride in his own circle, and he was very sincere when facing the gym owner in Chindu Province. Are you worried about the assessment? Wu Zhonghong said with a smile. Ma Bowen also admitted sincerely, yes, in fact, I also hope to give the badge to every potential trainer, but tell me, if I play the badge loose, more and more people will come. That way some trainers who don't get the badge will complain. Similarly, if it is too loose, the person who gets the badge will feel that the newly established gym in Weishi Gymnasium is of little weight. Ma Bowen sighed, however, if I'm too strict, the Weishi Taoist gym is not well known, so if no one comes, wouldn't it be a problem? Okay, let me ask you, if two trainers come at the same time, one is a student of the Imperial City's Great Elf Academy, and the other is a student of the Ordinary Elven Academy, if you want to issue badges, which one do you prefer in your heart? The scenery outside the window, Wu Zhonghong also minds pointing at the young people. Students of the Imperial City's Great Elf School. Ma Bowen said calmly. From my point of view, if it is distributed to Imperial College students, it will be difficult for the auditing agency to pick my fault. You are sincere. Wu Zhonghong laughed dumbly. That's right, if you do this in another department now, you can't say it well, but outsiders can't pick out your fault. But if you are a gym owner, you will be stuck on a standard, and you will only give what you can give. You can't give what you can't give. In this way, there may be a little disturbance in the short term, but in the long run, this is the reputation of a gym. Okay, it's almost there. When you eat and drink with Brother Joe in a while, don't keep your head down and stop drinking. If you can't drink, stop. Wu Zhonghong warned. When I got out of the car, the siren blared loudly near the Hando gym. There was no need for firefighters to take action, and the gym apprentices and trainers present commanded the water-type elves to put out the fire. Don't use the ignition characteristics to absorb the flame, just a fire Yibu directly set itself on fire. Someone shouted and directed. What is this fire? What? Why is it so hard to kill? Why is Lao Su's water gun useless? So I don't want to save face. There were a lot of people around. Wu Zhonghong was not easy to come forward. Ma Bowen glanced around, and suddenly saw an acquaintance. Ma Bowen patted Shen Kongwen on the shoulder. Junior brother Shen from Yingdu University. Do you still remember me? We worked together in a research group for a while at that time. Senior Ma. Shen Kongwen's eyes lit up. He quickly pulled the two girls next to him, and said, Li Han, Feng Lan, this is Senior Ma from Imperial Capital University. Now Senior Ma should graduate, right? Reluctantly found a professional job. Not a show-off, Ma Bo said with a light smile. Hello you two. Hello. Hello. Nodding lightly, Ma Bowen inquired. What's going on? Why did the Handu gym catch fire? Shen Kongwen's expression was complicated. I heard that it seems that the six tails of Li Guanju have gone crazy. Master Li. Ma Bowen was stunned for a moment. Where did Master Li come from in Chindu? Soon, Ma Bowen suddenly realized. Li He, the owner of the Red Lotus Gym. The fire caused by a bit of drunkenness won't last for so long, right? Ma Bowen wondered. There are so many trainers present, how come few people release the elves? Roughly speaking, there are nearly 50 trainers, how come there are only a dozen people fighting the fire? The firefighting elf still has a cautious expression on his head. Shen Kongwen's expression became more complicated. Feng Lan answered in a low voice. Some elves don't dare to release the Pokeball. Some trainers don't dare to release the elves, not for fear of accidental injury, but because they are afraid that they will be shot into the intensive care unit by the drunken and crazy Six Tails, and they will miss the next Huasha District North District General Assembly. Before, the Master of Li was not here, and more than 20 trainers surrounded Zhengui and Lu Wei together, but they were knocked down by Zhengui. After that, the apprentices of the Handu Gym and several foreigners also reappeared. He shot, but was slammed out by Lu Wei. Next to him, the uncle who was carrying a mountaineering bag said helplessly. Think about it, the blade of the last elf was interrupted, and a coyote with a ferocious temperament was too frightened to come forward. This is still the case when the Six Tails are rational. Now people are drunk and crazy, we are not going up for work. Are there any burdens on staff? At the most critical time, it doesn't make sense for us to go up. The brawny man with tall stature, strong chest muscles, and bronzed skin sighed. Even the wind speed dog of the Handu Gym, the fire-type elves, were all burned bald by the fire-type moves of the Six Tails. One wave took them away. The six-tailed fire-type power of the Master of the Red Lotus Gem is simply amazing. You say, this fire can be put out by non-professionals like us. Don't go up to put out the fire and fail to put it out, but it is put out by the fire, which fuels the fire. Isn't this adding to the chaos? Ma Bowen. The challengers, the apprentices of the gymnasium, and even the master of the gymnasium in Handu also entered. The three parties worked together, but they did not get the six tails of the master of the gymnasium. In the end, the six tails became drunk, and also suppressed the dozens of trainers present at the scene. This is the strength of a famous Taoist master. Then I thought that the owner of the Lee Pavilion was one round younger than himself. Listening and listening, Ma Bowen was a little shocked and a little complicated. Old Joe, I asked you to be careful. If you don't listen, take a look. Beside him, Wu Zhonghong was very low-key and silent. Looking in front of him again, Master Wu coughed. Should let you bully others with your alcohol all day long. Okay now. Encountered a ruthless horn who flipped the table as soon as he drank. If you persuade people to drink, don't blame them for throwing wine and madly flipping the table. Give you the whole real kick hall. Chapter 310 Master Lee. He slipped away. 4,700 words, 2 in 1. Saturday, January 23. Kanto Region. Jobin City. Ever since it was revealed that the former Jobin Gym owner was involved with the Rockets, the Kanto League has purged the Jobin Gym. All gym apprentices are centrally controlled and subjected to background screening. Although the regional league system is very loose, the Kanto League is also very tough when facing the Rockets. The new owner of Jobin Gym has been replaced by Kikuko, a ghost from the Kanto region, who is about to retire. The police system in Vibrant City also underwent a major shake-up. After Jun Sha, who cultivated water arrow turtles, took over as the director, many entertainment venues were banned and rectified one after another. Of course, the shocks at the top have no effect on ordinary citizens. For the vast majority of ordinary citizens, the replacement of the new police chief is just a matter of discussion after dinner. By comparison, when it was learned that the new owner of Vibana Gym was the ghost King Kikuko, the trainer's circle exploded. King Kikuko is the master of Vibrant Gym. The gym in the Kanto Area Alliance is really difficult to hell. Who was the owner of the rock property last time? Xiaoging. He actually used the Mega Evolution, the reverse property, to make me a trainer specializing in the water property. Once I wore 3, my whole body was not well at that time. Didn't you find out? The assessment of the gym has become stricter recently. I feel that it was caused by the owner of the Red Lotus Gym, good guy. The rest of the gym owner is on vacation to visit relatives. Killing the main sacrificial flag of a gymnasium almost a day, and smashing the gymnasium in Chindu Province, Huasha District, almost wearing a sugar gourd, old fierce. While watching the news on the internet, Junsha drove to the Vibrant Gym. The news of the owner of the Red Lotus Gym made the director Junsha sigh enviously. If it wasn't for the fact that she lost to Master Lee in the competition for the position of the master of the Red Lotus Gym, she would not have been forced to take over the position of the chief of the Vibrant City Police Department and face a lot of chores. Quote. Director, what are you sighing for? Looking through the rearview mirror, looking at Director Junsha, who had easily suppressed several elite Rockets captains with water arrow turtles, the female police officer showed admiration while driving car. The female police officer asked in a brisk voice. By the way, the reading app I'm using recently has a lot of sources, all books, and updates quickly. You don't understand. Junsha shook her head. All day long to deal with these chores, how can you have the time to cultivate elves? If it wasn't for the water arrow turtle to train independently, Junsha would be even more irritable at the moment. Hurry up and see what the King Juzi is looking for from me. Hey, look at it. When I was a barbarian in the past, I was the car god of Victory Road. Cough, director, we have to obey the law. Drive faster, and the two relatives cry. Come to Victory Gym. After getting out of the car and telling the female police officer a few words, Junsha walked straight into the vibrant gym. The huge gym has no gym apprentices to greet him. Because the Ghost King Juzi had an entanglement with Dr. Damu when she was young, she was never married and had no descendants. Therefore, this heavenly King Zijing, after knowing this, no one dared to take the lead in shoving people into the Victory Pan gym. In the center of the empty gym, an old woman was staring at the skylight. It seems to be remembering something. Although the long curly hair was gray, it looked clean and tidy, and the slightly bowed back added a bit of amiability to the old lady. However, the delicate facial features of the past appearance and the deep eyes, which can vaguely see the past, show the extraordinariness of the old woman. Leaning on crutches and wearing a long purple dress, the ghost Tianwang Juzi saw Junsha approaching and greeted him with a smile. Here it is. Although Juzi is nearly 60 years old, Junsha doesn't dare to look down on her. The power of the Ghost King will only become more terrifying as he grows older. When he was young, Kikuko climbed to the top of the Kanto region by virtue of his wily tactical level and the ghost-type elves who followed him. Now, no one dares to say that he can win the King of Kikuko, who has not made his full effort for a long time. It is precisely because of this person who was sitting in Vibrant City that the Rockets simply and decisively gave up most of their foundation and evacuated directly. Of course, the gossip said that it seemed that Sakagi was injured in the confrontation with a certain legendary elf, so when facing Kikuko and the Kanto alliance, Sakagi rationally chose to avoid the edge for a while. Happy New Year, Grandma Juzi, and so is your Zhengwei. Standing in front of King Juzi, Director Junsha, who was arrogant and heroic, said hello obediently. Appearing from Junsha's shadow, Zhengwei grinned and touched the head of Director Junsha. Jia, dish, _, backquote. The little girl is getting more and more sensible, and it's not a waste of time for me to visit you late at night and tell you ghost stories. Mother-in-law, are you looking for me? Junsha asked in confusion. Girl, have you had a fight with the master of the Red Lotus Gym? There was a hint of strangeness in the smile, and Juzi said with a smile. Then do you know Jobo, the owner of the Handu Taoist Gym in Huasha District? Yes, I asked Lu Wei, the master of the Li Pavilion, for advice before on Red Lotus Island. As for the master of the Handu Taoist Pavilion in Handu, I know him. It's a distant relative of my family. Junsha was puzzled. There are not many women who marry outside the family. In recent years, only one has married outside the Huasha district. Therefore, she naturally heard of her distant uncle. Although his personality is relatively lazy, this Uncle Joe was also the current gym owner who defeated Seddenberg when he was young, and his record was quite good. Now that so many years have passed, the strength of this distant uncle should be even more impressive. In the afternoon a few days ago, the master of the Red Lotus Gym used 6 tails to defeat the wind speed dog of the master of the Handu Gym without injury. Knocked on the ground with a cane, the smile on Kikuko's face became even more permeating, and she said word by word in an aged hoarse voice. Eyes widened, Director Junsha was stunned for a moment. No, it's impossible, this. How could it be? At the speed of that distant uncle's wind speed dog, even the superpower gym owner can't lock the wind speed dog with superpower, right? How could the wind speed dog be given 2 strokes by the 6 tails? And still not hurt? Wait, thinking that the full-strength attitude of the 6-tailed man of the Red Lotus Gym was the attitude of 9 tails, Director Junsha hurriedly said. Using 6 tails, not 9 tails. My, how could interest be wrong? It's 6 tails. Knowing what Junsha meant, Juzi gave her a deep look and said. That 6 tails haven't used the meditation move yet. No meditation moves. There is no 9-tailed posture. Director Junsha was at a loss. Not long ago, my own water arrow turtle had fought against the 6-tailed. At that time, the orange flame of the 6 tails was very powerful, but it was not enough to let the wind speed dog take it with 2 moves. There must be some unexpected factors in this. Why, don't believe it. The battle scenes have all been exposed on the internet. Juzi glanced at Zhengwei. Zhengwei grinned, stretched out his claws and took out a new phone from his mouth, Zheng Gui tapped the screen skillfully. Called up the battle video for Junsha to see. Jia Jia Jia, asterisk, hollow down pointing triangle, asterisk. The strength of that little Zheng Ghost's younger generation is not bad. After watching the video, director Junsha was unstable. Mother-in-law, let me slow down. Not right. Before, the 6 tails of the Red Lotus Gym Master was a little stronger than his own water arrow turtle, so why is it like this now? I'm not looking for you for this. Recently, Team Rocket's power has been shrinking. After Victory's side collapsed, many members of Team Rocket were transferred to the area around Red Lotus Island by Team Rocket's cadre bishes. Kikuko's eyes narrowed. Squinting, he said solemnly. At the same time, if it is difficult on the Kanto side, the Rocket's next development direction will inevitably extend their tentacles overseas. Establishing bases on uninhabited islands is both concealed and safe. This should be the Rocket's next policy. Action. That is to say, the cadres who were originally active in the Kanto region and in charge of the Kanto region might go overseas and get involved with bishes. Director Junsha was thoughtful. Yes, because of an unknown legendary elf, Sakagi is suspected to be seriously injured. Kikuko sneered. Once the tiger is injured, can the jackal under his command be so obedient? Shouldn't it be just around the corner? So, what I asked you to come here is for you to contact the owner of the Red Lotus Gym and ask him to be more careful recently, Juzi explained. I understand. Junsha nodded. Nowadays, many people speculate that the main team of the young master of the Washa district is not around. The current situation is stable on the surface, but undercurrents are surging behind the scenes. As the gym master who guards the Red Lotus Gym, Master Li should have been notified in advance and told him to be more careful. At the same time, after a few days of rest, Li Heshi took the 6 tails to Red Lotus Island overnight. In a few days. Then take the tourist cruise ship passing by Red Lotus Island, go to the Whirlpool Islands, and participate in the Whirlpool Islands competition, a grand event for water attribute trainers. As soon as Li He got on the boat with his forefoot, President Wu called him back. Hello, Xiao Li, where are you? Brother Wu, Brother Zhou means, let's have a meal here first. President Wu thought to himself, Xiao Li, don't blame me, President Wu, for not helping you. You are really too ruthless. Not only did you kick the pavilion of the Patriarch Zhou, but you didn't even spare the building. Li He Shindao is fortunate that my Patriarch Li runs fast. President Wu, next time, wait for me to go back next time, I'm on a cruise to Red Lotus Island. I've been on vacation for a few days, so I can't go back to the gymnasium to deal with things or something. I don't have a secretary either, so I can only do it myself. Li Heching was fortunate that he slipped quickly. Furthermore, I have to go to the Whirlpool Islands in the future. The organizing committee over there invited me to be a guest. This matter has been finalized long ago. Okay, President Wu nodded. This kid ran fast enough. I'm in the office now, and there are no outsiders here. What did you think before? Didn't I tell you that the curator Joe at the wine table is not easy to mess with, and you don't save face for others, and you are so cruel? President Wu is surprised. This little Li, although he is a bit scumbag in the relationship between men and women, he can still behave in the world. How could this be so embarrassing? On the deck of the cruise ship, the 6 tails are autographing the fans, raising their claws and pressing the things prepared by the fans. Yo, opening parenthesis question mark. Omega. Yo-yo. Glancing at Lu Wei, Li Hawangtian sighed, I don't want to either. In the face of the attack of the wind speed dog, I also asked Lu Wei to use a stand-in move, and I wanted to stop right now. But who would have thought that the wind speed dog was wiped by Lu Wei's stand-in move and died? President Wu suffocated for a while. Motherfucker. Why does it sound so tempting to hit people? I won't say it. If Yingyao and the girl from the Lin family also went to the Whirlpool Islands this time, you should take care of it. He hung up the phone in a hurry. Provocative move, blood pressure suddenly jumped up. The same speed-type trainer, Lao Zhou's wind speed dog, although the skin is brittle, it is also thicker than the big needle bee. By comparison, doesn't this kid mean to say that if President Wu's big needle bee is rubbed by the substitute of the little Lu Wei, it will hang up? I was wiped to death by Lu Wei's stand-in. President Wu panicked. The boy's words. The damage is not small, and the insult is even more shocking. I'll tell the truth, Li He murmured. Master Li, sign me this Pokeball. For the past 3 years, every time I take the university entrance exam, I have encountered examiners who restrain me with attributes. It's too difficult for me. Master Li, please take a look here and smile at my phone. I said on the live broadcast that I met you, and the fans didn't believe it. Master Li, fight with me. My little fist stone is already hungry. Ignoring the fans around him, Li He broke free and sweated profusely. While running to the room, Li He cursed angrily. Beasts, I even touched the waist of my patriarch Li. Running back to the room with Li He, Lu Wei backhanded and closed the door tightly. In the direction of the door, the 6 tails roared fiercely. Slip filled down pointing triangle, dish filled down pointing triangle. Who dared to lick Ben Yo-Yo's tail hair just now? Did he want to be cremated? Here, wetting the towel with a hot water move, the frog-headed frog skillfully handed it to Li He to wipe off his sweat. With the outbreak of the challenge to the gym in January, the topic, Master Li is going crazy, has been on the hot search of Weibo for 7 days. The effect is that the total number of fans of Pavilion Master Li directly exceeds 10 million. In terms of the number of fans, Pavilion Master Li is no less than some top coordination trainers. In the unofficial ranking of the top 100 gyms in the Kanto region, the Red Lotus Gym was squeezed into the top 20 because of the activity of the owner of Li, 6 Tails. Reputation soared. Picking up the lunch provided by the cruise ship, Gengar floated in through the door. Putting the lunch on the dining table, Gengar skillfully distributed the cutlery, and with ease, Gengar used the Shadow Fist move to knock out the baby dragon's little dragon claw with lightning speed. Go hiss, Delta. As a full-fledged baby dragon, it's time for you to learn dining etiquette. Oh, Epsilon, oh, chant. Holding the little dragon's claws, the baby dragon stared angrily at Gengar. At this time, the thought in baby dragon's mind was, when you are old, pull out your oxygen tube. You think too much. In terms of lifespan, Gengar is longer than you, and if you want to pull it out, Gengar will pull you out. Using his telepathic ability to see baby dragon's thoughts, Shinado was lying on the bed, watching Korean dramas. Tukao. Bang. Cough, let it eat it with its claws. It's a dragon also wants face. People are big, and they want to give others face outside. Li He interjected just right. To educate children, one has to play the red face and the other play the black face. I, the owner of Li, have worked hard and played the role of saying good things. This is definitely not to make the baby dragon more obedient in the future. Dragon-type elves have a bad temper, and they were not educated well when they were young. If they disagreed when they were older, they would send you directly to the crematorium. After eating, Li Hezhong was about to rest, and a few lines of system notifications appeared in front of him. Open black lens bracket ding. The progress update of the large-scale quest, Gym Master's responsibilities. Through the negative incentive method, the gym owners in Chindu province have been inspired, so that they will remember you freshly. Reputation plus 8000. Close black lens bracket. After the dissemination of many fans and the operation of the managers of the operation departments of the major platforms in the later period, the reputation of the Red Lotus Gym plus 8000. Close black lens bracket. The final reward of the mission, Mega Evolution Stone. Open black lens bracket rewards for achievement at this stage, close black lens bracket. The Secret Biography of Zhou Tian's Body Protection Gangqi, Magic Revised Version. Zhou Tian's secret tradition of body protection. The ancient warriors in Huaxia developed a defensive secret by combining the methods of cultivating body protection and qi with the elves' defensive moves. Friendly reminder. This esoteric biography focuses on resources and ignores perception. Close black lens bracket. Physical strength +1. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Electric jewel 3. Gem of electricity. Contains pure electrical energy, which can be directly absorbed by elves. Close black lens bracket. Leahy's face twitched when he saw the phrase, emphasis on resources and light on understanding. Seeing the electric jewel again, Leahy's hands trembled. Six Tails are now obsessed with practicing the legendary thunder and blue lightning. With these 3 gems of electricity, for the Six Tails, isn't it sleepy in a pillow? But if Luwei didn't control this move and gave the cruise ship a ruthless My Pavilion owner, Lee became a millionaire. Taking a last look at physical strength +1, Leahy sighed silently. Good guy. This is the meaning of letting me, the owner of the Red Lotus Gem, rely on my body to earn hard money. Going home today. I'm so tired. XOX. Take a day off. I will explode. Me, no. Chapter 311. I created a tailed beast 9-tailed in the elf world. 4500. 2 in 1. Sunday, January 24th. On the blue sea level, towards Honglian Island, a white cruise ship breaking the waves. On the reef, looking like sea lions, 2 white sea lions looked at the cruise ship curiously. This is the first time they have seen this roaring whale king. In the guest room, Leahy found that his physical strength was really good after doing 50 sit-ups in a row. According to this trend, it's not a dream for me to punch the hot monkey, kick the big rock snake, and shoulder Cosmom. Leahy muttered. Note: Cosmom, the legendary elf known as the cocoon of the stars with a high weight. Facing the laptop, Crooked Frog, Zheng Gui, and Luwei were studying the secret legend of Zhou Tian's body protection and astral qi. On the screen, a water arrow turtle is fighting a fire-breathing dragon. Following the trainer's command, the fire-breathing dragon unleashed a fire-throwing move. Like a fire dragon, raging flames swept toward the water arrow turtle. This is a jet of flame. This is a fire-type surfing move. Leahy complained. The secret of Zhou Tian's body protection. Without the command of the trainer at all, with a solemn expression, the water arrow turtle spewed a waterfall-like amount of water from its mouth. A huge amount of water revolves around the water arrow turtle at high speed in a circle, like an upside-down bowl, defending the fire-breathing dragon's attack without dead ends. Leahy rubbed his chin and looked strange. Are you sure this thing isn't water escape water formation wall? Immediately after. With a roar, the water arrow turtle waved his hand. Quote opening parenthesis question mark. Back quote Su Kami. The huge amount of water in turn wrapped around the jet flame move, forming a hot water waterfall with steam, hitting the fire-breathing dragon with its head. Seeing this, the croak-headed frog pondered. Give it to you. Next, in the Vortex Islands tournament, I have to fight against my opponent. Lord, this is because he is afraid of getting hurt, so he took great pains to find this for himself. It seems that the opponent is a strong enemy. Give me, opening parenthesis question mark. No, crouch-headed frog's eyes were firm. I must never fail the Lord's painstaking efforts. Besides, looking at the Six Tails who were eating the $1 million electric jewel as a Ferrero chocolate bean, the croak-headed frog sighed slightly. Besides, given the current economic situation at home, it is not allowed to be injured. Sister Luwei started eating attribute gems, but she didn't even swallow them, she changed them. The whole yellow, diamond-like electricity gem was swallowed by the Six Tails after a few mouthfuls. Six Tails, chew. Spicy, spicy taste. Go hiss. Glancing at the Six Tails, Zheng Gui had a serious expression. After eating the gem of electricity, Big Sister Six Tails should be inside her body, converting electrical energy into blue lightning. Big Sister Luwei is getting stronger in Krypton Gold. Quack, it is estimated that she will evolve soon, and it is not easy to be caught in the middle of this ghost child. Picking up the special sludge block in the basin, Gengar. ***. Dry food ghost. Rely on dry rice to become stronger. These special sludge blocks are taken from the body of smelly sludge. Contains the toxin of the clearing smoke move. After Gengar's body absorbs it, he can slowly learn the clearing smoke move. The clearing smoke move can make the opponent's ability improvement change back to the original point. After learning this move, Gengar can restrain strengthening moves such as acupuncture moves. While cooking, Gengar pondered. Gossi. There is no trick, can this uncle completely stabilize his position? The backstab of the third child is so painful. At lunchtime, Shinado pushed in the door with a cheerful baby dragon. Going to fight again. How is it? Didn't you hurt other people's elves? Leahy said nervously. Shinado looked strange. No. Baby dragon is also an evil type bite move that smashes half of the opponent's Mengyao's body. After tearing and swallowing half of Mengyao's body, Baby Dragon made Mengyao's recondensed body a little smaller through the battle. Is this an injury? For a Mengyao who is cute and looks like a little girl, the body is smaller, isn't this weight loss? Didn't see that dream demon and cried out happily. Still crying. No, Shinado said seriously. That's good. Leahy breathed a sigh of relief. Rubbing the baby dragon's head, Leahy glanced worriedly. You weren't hurt, were you? Chant. Baby dragon put his hands on his hips. Oh, carrot. Oh, injured. With all due respect, Menkai Mengyao's strength is already enough. But there is no way, whoever made the elves on board all weak chickens. Glancing at baby dragon, Leahy thought. This guy is floating. Sooner or later, he has to report to baby dragon for a competition or something, so that he can experience the brutal beatings of society. Hudi, who is good at taking care of people, uses teleportation to travel between the restaurant and the room. In just a few minutes, Hudi had lunch and meals ready. Tool. After the meal, Leahy received a phone call from the City of Victory. After half a ring, Leahy hung up the phone. The cadres of Team Rocket might be near Red Lotus Island. Let me be careful, Leahy muttered. Thinking of the old pavilion owner Shabo on Red Lotus Island, Leahy breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine. In the worst case, Shabo and I will fight each other together. Can the cadres of the dignified Rockets dare to besiege me, Master Lee? Did they want to lose face? The sea of people is vast, and the Rockets can't meet them if they want to. In the afternoon, Celebi was lying at the window, looking at the sea curiously. Unable to find any trace of Celebi, the Six Tails ate the 3 electricity gems. The secret legend of Zhou Tian's body protection and Qi was played again, and Lu Wei studied it seriously. Seeing this, Leahy comforted himself and said, it's also a good thing to study defensive moves. It's better than studying Orange Flame and Blue Lightning. If these two forces are combined and react to each other, then it is dangerous. When the Orange Flame meets the Blue Lightning, it causes an explosive reaction. Orange Flame engulfs Blue Lightning to get stronger, and Blue Lightning engulfs Orange Flame to get stronger. These two forces are entangled together, and the increase in power is too terrifying. The ears are thirsty. Lu Wei heard Leahy's self-talk, his ears perked up, and Lu Wei's eyes lit up. Omega, slip. Is the trainer implying that he should use Orange Flame and Blue Lightning together to tap the terrifying potential of these two powers and make the moves more powerful? Following Leahy's habitual movements, Lu Wei rubbed his small chin with his orange tail, with a thoughtful expression on his face. Yo yo yo. It turns out that this operation is much more interesting than the secret legend of Zhou Tian's body protection Qi now. As a gym owner, the safety of the place where you belong is indeed the responsibility of the gym owner. After dinner, Leahy logged into the battle chat group. Team Rocket's cadres are very strong. Leahy asked. I wanted to ask Xiao Zhuer, but Xiao Zhuer belongs to the United Alliance. She may not know as much about Team Rocket as he does. Team Rocket. Why are you interested in Team Rocket? In the middle of the night, many gym owners were actively chatting. Seeing the news of Emperor Baifeng, Sakura asked in surprise. At the same time, Sakura's heart was awe-inspiring. Team Rocket, that is the largest underground force in the Kanto region. The Kanto Rockets, headed by Sakagi, are not only well-funded, but also have their own territory and private armed forces. Under his command, several major sections headed by cadres have been formed. With these, Sakagi's name can make gym owners feel awe-inspiring. At least, if it wasn't for the Kanto League, Sakura would be in a panic in the face of the Rockets. I'm ashamed, I'm not strong enough, I'm definitely not the opponent of the Rockets cadres. Sakura said ashamed. After taking care of the younger brothers and sisters, Xiaogang looked at the chat message with a serious expression. Team Rocket. I heard that Sakagi, the leader of the Rockets, had a battle with Your Excellency Du, and in the end, Sakagi withdrew. Xiaogang considered. Although I haven't played against the cadres of the Rockets, I must have seen from Sakagi's perspective. The cadres of the Rockets are by no means simple people. Looking at the news, Lee fell into contemplation. The strength of Sakura is more water, that is also the heir to the owner of the water attribute gymnasium in Kanto, and the strength of the cadres of the Rockets is so top. That's right, Sakagi is, after all, a character who can compete with the dragon attribute Heavenly King in the Kanto region of the Dodo. Such a boss recruiting cadres shouldn't recruit a group of parallel imports. Lee murmured. Again. In my memory, the cadres of Team Rocket dared to provoke even the legendary elves. In a certain parallel world, Natsu is a cadre of Team Rocket. Suddenly thinking that he has the contact information of the handsome guy of the international police, Lee quit the group chat and called the handsome guy. Master Lee, have you thought about it? The handsome guy was looking at the information about the Rockets. After connecting the phone, the handsome guy asked in surprise. If you think about it, I will tell you about the treatment of the consultant of the international police. No, how is the consultant's treatment? Lee was about to ask about the Rockets, and when he heard the word treatment, Lee immediately changed the subject. It's not a scammer. Our resources at Interpol have always been very tight. Naturally, we can't compare with the Alliance in terms of treatment. However, if you have nothing to do with Interpol's consultant position, you can still get an annual salary of 2 million yuan. The handsome guy is also sincere. People, tell the truth. If you participate in the case handling, you will also receive a portion of the bonus according to your contribution. For example, if you can arrest a Rockets cadre and bring him to justice, you will receive at least 10 million bonus. Damn it, it's so valuable, cough. Lee coughed dryly. Money and no money are trivial matters. The main reason is that my overwhelming sense of justice cannot allow these criminals to go unpunished. Selectively ignored the naughty words of Li Guanju, handsome guy's serious tone. This is a wanted amount for the outside world. The purpose is to raise the vigilance of those bounty hunters. The cadres of Team Rocket are not only good at field operations, but also use any means to achieve their goals, which is very dangerous. According to our case data, in the past, the cadres of the Rocket team have forcibly seized things from various research institutes and gym owners in the past. Ordinary gym owners are not opponents of the Rocket cadres at all. The handsome guy didn't say much. The Rockets can establish a base around Red Lotus Island, and it is not that they have not put the Red Lotus gym in their eyes. This is also true. After all, Team Rocket is a huge armed force that dares to oppose the regional alliance. A mere gym is really not the same size as the Rockets. Hanging up the phone, Lee murmured. Even an ordinary gym owner is not an opponent. Yes, after all, he is the cadre of the Rockets. Suddenly, Lee felt that the room temperature rose suddenly. Looking back, the two six-tailed avatars looked at each other. The whole body is composed of orange flames, and the six tails of orange flame tilt their heads and look opposite. On the opposite side, the whole body is composed of blue lightning, and the six tails of blue lightning slowly move forward. Quote opening parenthesis question mark. Back quote tilde. Yo-yo. Under the control of Lu Wei's whole body, the two Luwei substitutes slowly merged together and slowly formed a new substitute. Inside was an orange flame, and the body was surrounded by blue lightning. This new double made Hudi horrified. His beard stood up, and Hudi subconsciously took out his super spoon without saying a word. Looking at Luwei, Hu Tian looked nervous. Hudi. For the first time, a thought flashed in Hudi's mind. Nazi, I want to go home. You just need to be careful around Nazi, but here, life may be in danger. Leaning on the ship's bulkhead, the cold and sturdy metal bulkhead did not bring Li He any comfort at all. Li He looked at this new double, and his shirt was wet with cold sweat. Li He swallowed. If something goes wrong with this thing, won't the cruise ship be cremated? If it is a trainer who keeps a Pikachu casually, then life seems to be very happy. But now Li He found out that it is no wonder that gym owners choose to live in areas with less traffic. Forced. Ordinary people, who wants to be neighbors with a trainer who raises a missile head. Although his forehead was sweating, the six tails shouted excitedly. Yo-yo. The whole body was surrounded by thunder and fire, and the six-tailed stand-in also called a few times. Although the body is as petite as the six tails, this new stand-in is terrifying. Hiding behind Li He, Shinado elbowed Li He and said with a serious expression. Li He. What? I think I can accept that you don't pay me the Provident Fund, but you have to buy me 6 insurances. Shinado said with a serious expression. And I suggest you buy accident insurance for yourself in advance, and finally write your will and property distribution in advance. Li He. What do you mean? I will take the dog with the elves in the process of practicing their moves sooner or later. The experience of writing in the past made Li He now make up several themes. I am the second generation of training and I inherited my father's legacy. Introduction 1. As a trainer, I am not talented enough to fight against others, and I lose 9 out of 10. But after my perseverance, I finally became a strong trainer. I inherited my father's spirit. The super fierce kind. Introduction 2. My name is Li XX. In this era when time travel, rebirth, and hookups have become commonplace, I am not lucky enough to be as good as them. But I was able to crush them because I inherited Pabi's elf. Tuesday, January 26th. After sailing for a few days, the cruise ship is about to arrive at Honglian Island. These days, whenever I say hello to fans. Looking at the excited fans, Li He felt a deep sense of guilt in his heart. These fans and tourists don't know that these days, Luwei has been researching its new methods. The so-called new method is to merge the orange flame stand-in and the blue lightning stand-in into a new stand-in. Controlling these two forces at the same time is indeed difficult for the six tails. So, 6 tails transformed into 9 tails. Then use meditation moves to control these two forces with all-out mental power. The end result is, with the spiritual power of the 9 tails as the core, the two powers of orange flame and blue lightning are entangled together. The form of expression is, in the sky above the 9-tailed, a 9-tailed substitute is formed. The whole body is made of orange flames, and the body surface is wrapped with blue flashing thunder. She was so frightened that she didn't sleep for days and nights. After hearing the news that he was about to arrive at Red Lotus Island, Zheng Gui separated his doubles and quickly packed his luggage. And Li He, even though he had dark circles after taking a look, but the 6 tails looked excited. Looking at the Leihuo Yuenshin, stand-in with a terrifying breath and a ferocious expression, Li He's expression was complicated. Are you sure that's the new substitute? Instead of Naruto, the tailed beast, 9 tails, who learned Lei Dun. What is this? My 6-tailed created a tailed beast, 9-tailed in the elf world. Chapter 312 9 Tails vs Bankulas, are you too weak, or am I too strong? 6,400 words. In the cabin. 9 tails made of orange flames stretched out wantonly, and the Leihuo Yuenshin was dressed in blue lightning, and his eyes were orange and blue. Looking at the new double of the 6 tails, even the baby dragon, who is not afraid of the sky and the earth, rarely shows a little hesitation and retreat. Bah! Baby dragon subconsciously took a step back. Feeling very humiliated again, the baby dragon roared fiercely. Bang! Filled down pointing triangle dish filled down pointing triangle. As the two powers in charge of the dragon, Orange Flame and Blue Lightning, naturally carry the aura coercion unique to dragon-type elves. Yo yo yo! ~tilde. Using a meditation move, Lu Wei tried his best to suppress the power of this new substitute. That's right. It's repression. After the Orange Flame devours the Blue Lightning, the power of the Orange Flame will surge. After the Blue Lightning devours the Orange Flame, the power of the Blue Lightning will surge too. If the cycle continues, as long as the Six Tails can provide a steady stream of orange flames and blue lightning, the power of this new stand-in will continue to rise. It climbed to the point where Lu Wei couldn't control it. Seeing this, Li He was thoughtful. That's why it takes a strong mental force to control this new avatar. Just like Tai Chi, Orange Flame and Blue Lightning are one yang and one yin, and the spiritual power of the Six Tails is in the middle to reconcile and control the new double. As the powerful spiritual power of the Six Tails infiltrated the new double, the eyes of the new double slowly turned bright golden. The terrifying aura also subsided, and this new avatar is like a nine-tailed strange color, squatting gracefully on the ground. Sticking out his tongue and licking his body, the Leihuo Yuenshin stand-in yawned gracefully. Immediately, several lines of new information appeared in front of Li He's eyes. Open black lens bracket Six Tails, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket combination trick, close black lens bracket. Leihuo Yuenshin, secret biography of substitute moves plus legendary thunder, blue lightning plus legendary flame, orange flame plus supernatural power moves. With the secret biography of substitute moves as the body, you can unrestrictedly exert the power of orange flame and blue lightning. Strength. Note, is this the legendary tailed beast training method? Close black lens bracket. This shouldn't be considered, the tailed beast is wise. Li He murmured. Go see carrot dish carrot. Zhang Gui happily circled around the Leihuo Yuenshin stand-in. Trainer, is this an indication? Let this uncle give this guy a Ling Sao move. Awaken its spirituality. Seeing Zhang Ghost's actions, Li He guessed Zhang Ghost's plan. If it awakens the spirituality of the Leihuo Yuenshin stand-in. With his own will, coupled with the help of the Six Tails, the upper limit of the power of the lightning fire primordial spirit substitute will be further increased. You know me too well, don't you? Li He murmured. Or, as a trainer, I can point to my elves invisibly. It's like a beacon on the sea in the dark, pointing the way for them. Li He rubbed his chin and looked serious. Sure enough, in the final analysis, it is still my patriarch Li who is too good. Not. Watching a Korean drama on the bed, Shinado played with the pillow with her feet and said to herself. Did Li He have too many wisdom teeth extractions in the past? Why are you so toothless? Shame. After eating the dinner provided by the cruise ship, Li He returned to his room to rest. The cruise ship arrived at Honglian Island at 10 o'clock in the evening, and Li He looked out the window. The waves were rough, and occasionally the ethereal cries of elves could be heard. Under the moonlight, it looks like a devil fish, with a blue body, and the elf little ball flying fish jumped out of the sea level, and with the cheerful sound, the little ball flying fish jumped into the sea again. While watching the performance of the wild sea elves, Li He pondered. Before becoming a lightning fire primordial spirit substitute, Lu Wei was able to suppress Wu Zhenghong's main force, armored warrior, by virtue of his meditation moves and the simple use of orange flames and blue lightning. After learning the secret of the stand-in move, Six Tails combined the secret of the stand-in move with the orange flame and blue lightning. Using the orange flame stand-in and the blue lightning stand-in respectively, the Six Tails were able to defeat the main force of Zhou Bo, the master of the Handu Jim, Wind Speed Dog. Although Handu Taoist and Anfu Taoist are only ordinary Taoist masters in Huasha district, in terms of strength, Anfu Daoist and Handu Daoist are not as good as Chindu Super Neng Daoist President and Enfengdu. The master of the gymnasium, such as Qingjong, is the master of a famous gymnasium in the provincial capital. But compared to ordinary professional level trainers, Handu Gym Master, Anfu Gym, the strength of the Lord is also at the crushing level. At the level of an expert trainer, there is no magical division of strength. The strengths and weaknesses of the trainers are completely determined. The six tails can suppress the wind speed dogs and the armored warriors. That is to say, with the six tails, I, the master of the Red Lotus Gym, is also in the position of virtue. Looking out the window, with Lu Tai's little tail, Li He thought. And now the strongest means of the six tails. It should be after using the meditation move, the nine tails reappeared, and the nine tails use the lightning fire primordial spirit to attack the opponent with all their strength. Now, with the help of nine tails, Li He, the owner of the Red Lotus Temple. He is well deserved to be called a fire attribute expert. Hu Di, or else, when it's on the shore, you and Lu Wei can learn from each other. Li He coughed dryly. I definitely don't want to try Lu Tai's new methods, but I feel that since you are with me temporarily, I am also obliged to lead you to make progress together. What do you think? Yo. Opening parenthesis question mark. Carrot oh carrot. Flicking her tail excitedly, Lu Wei Meng nodded. What the trainer said is so right. Big dark eyes stared at Hu Di. Lu Tai eagerly expected Hu Di to agree. Looking at the round moon outside the window, Hu Di was silent. Don't you as an old man know how careful you are? Co-authored, if the old man is injured, the old man can use the self-regeneration move to recover, so I don't have to go to the hospital to spend money. Is that what it means? The feeling that Hu Di gave from the newsstand in just now was no different from the feeling that Nazi's main force Hu Di gave him. Good guy. Still discussing. It is clearly to use the old man to try tricks. But Hu Di also has self-respect, so what can he do? Nodding silently, Hu Di Mochizuki. Hu Di. The bright moonlight in front of the window makes Hu Di think of his hometown. Nazi, the old man wants to go home. It's not too bad here. Above the sea level around Honglian Island. A pitch-black ship broke through the waves and aimed directly at Red Lotus Island. The moonlight hit the deck, dressed in black uniforms with an R embroidered on their chests, and a large number of Team Rocket members lined up on the deck. The top leader of the rockets around Gurren Island is Kadri Bishes. After Sakagi was injured and the rocket's headquarters contracted, Bishes rights in the rocket's Red Lotus Island branch reached their peak. Wearing a golden mask, with a tall stature, Bishes stood on the deck, staring at the Red Lotus Island under the moonlight. Bishes asked lightly. Is there any news from headquarters? Yes. An elite captain with sharp eyes stepped forward and said respectfully. The headquarters has abandoned the vibrant branch and ordered us to focus on stability recently. Order. Is it the order from the real bird? Bishes sneered. Give me an order. With her strength, is she worthy? The vast majority of trainers still value strength, and as an armed group of trainers, Team Rocket is even more so. A person who has the status of a cadre only because of the identity of the people around Sakagi is naturally not in the eyes of Bishes. The elite captain was silent. The rockets are also strictly hierarchical, and it is naturally not something that a professional-level elite captain can intervene in the affairs of the cadres. What else? Bishes said lightly. There is, that is. The elite captain glanced in the direction of Red Lotus Island and whispered. The owner of the Red Lotus Gym is about to return to Red Lotus Island. The headquarters asks us not to provoke him. Bishes suddenly turned his head and glared at him, so scared that the elite captain hurriedly lowered his head, and a line of cold sweat fell from his forehead. Tisk tisk tisk, Bishes, you're really playing on the idea of the owner of the Red Lotus Gym. Is it possible that you want to use the dark ball to capture his six tails? Suddenly, in the team of rockets, a plain-looking man appeared. The rockets members said with a smile. Dark Ball is a special Pokeball made by Bishes, which can forcefully subdue wild Pokémon and make them violent. With the help of the dark ball, Bishes captured a Bankulas with extraordinary strength. Immediately, the members of Team Rocket scattered around, and they all took out the pokeball and surrounded the person who spoke. Lambda, what am I going to do, Bishes? When do I need to report to you? Bishes asked indifferently. One of the rocket's cadres is responsible for the rocket's intelligence work. Or, why, you dare to attack the idea of the master of the Red Lotus Taoist Temple? Bishes narrowed his eyes. Although Lambda's strength is good, even among the cadres, Lambda's strength is in the middle level, but he is accustomed to pretending to inquire about the situation, and Lambda is cautious. It doesn't seem like his style to hit the idea of the owner of the Red Lotus Gym. Yes, I am also a poison attribute trainer, so I am naturally interested in his Gengar and Gengar's sword. Lambda readily admitted. Originally, the idea of the gym owner was really not his style. But the boss is injured. This incident made Lambda feel a deep sense of crisis in his heart. As the intelligence chief of the Rockets, Lambda understands that the core of the entire Rockets is Sakagi, and once Sakagi falls, the Rockets will be scattered. Anyone who comes to heaven, whether it is his Lambda or other cadres, can only be captured. Therefore, the most important thing at this stage is to strengthen your own strength. As long as one's own strength is stronger, whether it is to join other organizations or make other plans, it will be much more convenient. Staring at Lambda for half a minute, Bishes asked bluntly. Why do you make me believe that you dare to fight a master's idea? Although the strength of the trainers is divided by actual combat, the sense of hierarchy is also obvious. Gym masters with expert-level trainers have absolutely no chance of winning over the heavenly kings with master-level strength. Just like before Sakagi was not injured, no cadre dared to disobey Sakagi's orders. It's very simple, I don't believe it. Lambda smiled. Although the online upload is messy, I don't believe it. If he is a master-level trainer, how can I not receive any accurate information? Furthermore, if he is, then I will admit it and see who can run away. Lambda walked up to Bishes and whispered. Let's divide our troops into 2 groups. Let our subordinates attack the Red Lotus Gym, and we will go and contain the Red Lotus Gym Master. If he is really strong, can't we both fight and retreat? You say, in the short term if he can't get us in time, will the owner of the Red Lotus Gym go back to suppress the Red Lotus Gym, or will he fight to the death with us? Bishes stared at Lambda and sneered. Us. If there is an unexpected situation, I am afraid you are thinking of selling Lao Su, and you will be the first to run. But also acceptable. According to the time, soon after, Celebi will be able to regain his strength, travel through time and space and leave. He was really unwilling to let Bishes give up like this. But according to the exact information I have collected, he is also an ordinary Shinin Taoist pavilion owner, but it's just spread on the internet. Lambda restrained his smile and said lightly. Just an ordinary gym owner. Our 2 cadres just need to act quickly, it's not a matter of grabbing it. After reaching the goal, before the alliance reacts, we can quickly retreat. All right. Bishes nodded. Taking a deep breath, Bishes suppressed the heat in his heart. As long as he conquers Celebi with the dark ball, he is enough to become the deputy leader of the Rockets. Not just one of many cadres. 10 p.m. Leahy got off the boat, and 3 gymnast apprentices led by the gymnastic apprentice Luhan came to greet him. How are you doing recently? Leahy asked while walking towards the Red Lotus Gym. It's okay, we can handle the challengers that come, Luhan said with a smile. As an old man who was admitted to the Red Lotus Gym during the Shabo period, Luhan is also a serious civil servant, who has obtained the professional level trainer qualification certificate. Dealing with ordinary challengers is no problem for Luhan. That's good, Leahy said casually. The 2 chatted a few more words, and Luhan didn't have any ill feelings towards this young, unofficial gym owner. From the pier to the Red Lotus Gym, there is a mountain road. Although there are street lights on the road, the 2 gym apprentices released 2 fire dinosaurs to illuminate the mountain road. The fire-breathing dragon was released, and Lu Han asked the fire-breathing dragon to warn the surrounding wild elves. The case of being robbed of backpack food by wild elves is not uncommon in Red Lotus Island. Suddenly, the surroundings were dead silent, and the two fire dinosaurs trembled subconsciously. Although their eyes flashed with unyielding determination, the two fire dinosaurs were still oppressed by some kind of breath and could not move. Are you shocked by the breath of which wild elf? Lu Han frowned. Fire-breathing dragon, warn me with an air slash. In the vicinity of mountains and forests, it is better not to use fire attribute moves. In the air slashing move, the elf attacks the opponent by wielding a sharp air blade, sometimes causing the opponent to cringe. Air slash has a flinch effect, which is perfect for driving away wild spirits. With sharp eyes, the fire-breathing dragon looked in one direction and used the air slashing move directly. As the main elf of a professional level trainer, the fire-breathing dragon uses this move, air slash, like a knife, and a sharp blade of air roars out. But it was directly provoked by the fire-breathing dragon's attack, accompanied by a deafening roar, and a pair of huge fangs condensed from the energy of the evil attribute, first bit the fire-breathing dragon's air-slashing move. Another bite on the fire-breathing dragon's body. Bang! Accompanied by the screams, the fire-breathing dragon smashed into the canopy of the tree. After smashing the tree down, the fire-breathing dragon struggled twice, but fainted. Charizard. The two gymnasium apprentices who thought Lu Han would have no problem with their shots were directly stunned. Fire-breathing dragon is the main force of professional level trainer Lu Hanliu, but he was knocked down by one blow. A drop of cold sweat fell from Lu Han's forehead. Who? There is no wild elves on Red Lotus Island that can kill a fire-breathing dragon with one blow. Boom! Accompanied by dull footsteps. Under the moonlight, dark green giant claws interrupted the giant tree at will. The huge body left paw prints several centimeters deep on the dirt road. Looking like Godzilla, Banjiras stood in front of Li He and his party. D-filled lower right triangle, roar. The scarlet eyes were like searchlights on Li He and his party, and Bankilas was panting, his eyes full of tyranny. Bankilas. Lu Han took a deep breath. Bangilas, this is an elf known as a quasi-god, who can command Bangila's trainers, none of them are weak. Look further back. Covered in black armor, wearing a white helmet, nearly 3 meters tall, and looking like a Tyrannosaurus Rex in armor, a Boscodora also blocked the front. Boscodora. Lu Han's heart sank again. Boscodola, although this type of elves are not as famous as Bankilas, but Boscodola is not bad. In comparison, the last double bullet gas seemed to be more ordinary. Note: double bomb gas. Poison-type elves, like two purple briquettes connected together, are full of poison gas in their bodies. Double bomb gas can explode, and the danger is quite high. But as a professional level trainer's intuition, Lu Han felt that this double bomb gas was also very unusual. Master of the Red Lotus Gym. Standing behind the three elves, Lambda greeted with a smile. Double bomb gas is the main force of Lambda. In the field, it is not that the more elves are released, the better. It is easy to distract the commander by releasing a spirit of inferior strength. Who are you two? Li He looked calm. Knowing that the situation was not good, Lu Han secretly dialed Sha Bo's number. He, don't bother, that old fellow Sha Bo should be rushing to the Red Lotus Gym now. Lambda touched her hair, her eyes sharp. To be honest, this is about Bejas and you. I don't really want to get involved. Otherwise, you can give me your sword with the poisonous orb, and I'll leave right away, how about that? Not caring about Lambda's words, Bish's eyes were gloomy. Last time you destroyed Lao Su's boat, this time Lao Su also destroyed your Red Lotus Gym. In front of Lambda, Bijas naturally wouldn't say anything about Celebi. The evening wind was blowing bangs, and Li He looked strange. Ruined the Red Lotus Gym. Who are you threatening? There is an insurance company under the alliance to compensate, which gym owner is afraid of a threat like you? The two should be the cadres of the Rockets, right? Thinking of Junsh's call, Li He rubbed his chin. The two of you should be worth 20 million, right? Of course, it doesn't matter if you have money or not. What's important, as the owner of the Red Lotus Taoist Temple, I, the owner of the Red Lotus Gym, arrested the two purely out of justice. Slip. Back quote. Looking at the three elves on the opposite side, Six Tails cried out in excitement. The brilliance of evolution radiated from the Six Tails like a firefly. The white light is torn apart, and the Six Tails are directly transformed into the nine-tailed posture. Meditation again. Wu, Leihuo Yuenshin, stand in. Under the moonlight, a figure of a nine-tailed fox appeared above the nine-tailed, nearly 3 meter tall. 9 orange flame tails about 7 or 8 meters long danced wildly, and the huge, Leihuo Yuenshin, double looked at the three elves on the opposite side fiercely. The giant mouth formed by the entanglement and collision of the orange flame and the blue lightning cracked open, and the Leihuo Yuenshin stand-in slammed into the three elves. Call. The heat wave exhaled from the mouth of the Thunderfire primordial spirit. Substitute was like a hot wind move, and it blew Bish's back quickly. What is this? Bish's pupils shrank, and his face changed dramatically. Coordinator's joint move. Looking at the stand-in move that looked like a huge, different-colored nine-tailed, Bish's heart beat and shouted. Bankulas, destroy the death light. Boscodora, destroy the death light. Double gas, come on. A mere 6 tails that have been cultivated for less than a year, no matter how strong they are, can they stop our three elves? Taking a step back, he blocked the strong wind with his arm, and Lambda's eyes were cold and stern. Although he felt that the Master Li had moisture, Lambda also believed that the Master of the Red Lotus Gym should have a stronger elf. But at this moment, he actually uses 6 tails and 1 elf to block the 3 of them. Who are you looking down on? The owner of the library, Li, is a bit crazy, right? Filled lower left triangle D filled lower right triangle equals roar. With the furious and angry roar, his mouth the dark compressed energy breath was brewing in the middle, and Bankulas suddenly used all his strength to destroy the secret of death light. Boom! The jet black energy beam, like a laser cannon, shot forward. The dark compressed energy rubbed against the air, and a dull sound exploded. Roar filled down pointing triangle dish filled down pointing triangle. Gas filled down pointing triangle where hash. At the same time, Boscodora, the double bomb gas also made a move and shot forward. In an instant, the moves of the 4 elves collided. Boom! Under the night, a loud noise like a landslide broke out on the mountain road. The mountain road collapsed directly. Rolling stones rumbled down the hillside. After a while, the dust fell, and the Leihuo Yuenshin substitute bit the dead double bomb gas in the mouth. Orange flames and blue lightning raged on the fainted double bomb gas. Because of the severe pain, the fainted double bomb gas trembled all over, moaning and spitting black smoke. Like charred coals, Boscodora's entire body was buried in the rubble. Biting the double bomb gas, the Thunderfire primordial spirit double looked at Bankulas, who was half kneeling and panting like a cow, and a humanized look of doubt flashed in his eyes. Bankulas was originally controlled by the dark ball, but the power that controlled himself was also destroyed by the 2 forces of blue lightning and orange flame. With orange flames all over his body and blue lightning bouncing on his body, Bankulas looked at the huge Thunderfire primordial spirit substitute. His eyes were full of fear, and Bankulas could not take revenge on Bish's. Turning over, as if using a rolling move, Bankulas rolled down the hillside along with the gravel. After being stunned for a long time, Lu Han murmured. Didn't you say that Bankulas has a violent temperament and is extremely dangerous? How did it roll? Holding the broken dark ball, Bish's was full of cold sweat. Lambda had cold hands and feet and dry mouth. Go hiss. Emerging from Lambda's shadow, Gengar scratched his head, glanced at the battle situation in confusion, and then scratched his head again. This uncle is preparing to attack the trainer's kung fu. This. Is the fight over? Blinking his eyes, Jue patted Lihi's shoulder with a golden tail, and Jue glanced at Lihi sideways. Wow. Excuse me for speaking bluntly. That's it. Lihi glanced at Bishes and then at Lambda. Lihi was silent for a few seconds and asked bluntly. Feel sorry. I'm sincere, so I asked directly. Are you too weak? Or did I shoot too hard? Chapter 313. Do you call this a defensive move? Boom. Thunderfire primordial spirit. Jue's mouth was loose, and the double bounce gas smashed his entire body on the ground in a mess. D-filled lower right triangle, woo. Without the grace and restraint of Ninetales at all, the lightning fire primordial spirit, Ninetales stand-in roared fiercely. Like saliva, plumes of orange flame hit the ground. Claws made of blue lightning plow out terrifying dark claw marks on the ground. Looking at this scene, Lambda's mind went blank. This move of the Ninetales just now resisted the powerful tricks of the three elves such as Bankulas and crushed them. The double bomb gas and Boss Cordola were knocked down with one blow before they had time to struggle. Only the rough-skinned Bankulas barely survived the blow, but he lost his life and ran away in fright. Looking at Lihi again, Lambda's face was extremely ugly. This Red Lotus Gym Master is not an ordinary gym master at all, at least he is at the level of a world-class gym master. Bang! He took off the mask and threw it on the ground, revealing a kind uncle's face. Bishes coughed dryly. I cough, let's admit it. Sitting on the ground, Bishes squeezed out a smile of, I am super docile, with his hands behind his back. Eating potato chips, Shinado looked weird. These two. How arrogant, the slogan just shouted, how cowardly people are now. The next day, an announcement issued by the Red Lotus Island Police Department detonated the entire network. Last night, 2 cadres of the Rockets ambushed the owner of the Red Lotus Gym. At present, the 2 cadres of the Rockets and many members of the Rockets have been arrested. The comments of netizens are varied and interesting. Ha ha ha. 2 ordinary Rockets cadres ambushed the master of the Red Lotus Gym, and they were shot. GG. They were sent to their heads. Why do you think? 2 cadres who are at most the level of ordinary gym masters to ambush a master. Kentaro kicked the head. Why can't you think about it? Forgive my unkind smile, so the cadres of the Rockets are all naive. At Sakaji's request, Secretary Mayuri read the report on the news and the comments below with a subtle expression. I'm laughing to death. I was in a bad mood today, but now I'm having a good time, and ambushing them. Are these 2 ambushed? After reading this, Jen Bird really didn't want to continue reading. What a shame to throw it in front of the eyes of netizens all over the world. Sir, what should I do next? Jen Bird coughed and asked. With his back to the real Bird, the imposing man sat on a chair, and through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Sakagi overlooked the sea with a calm demeanor. Knocking on the handrail, Sakagi sighed and said. Some time ago, Zifuki Dao, the former champion of Fengyuan region, went to Chindu province in Huaxia district, and then left in a hurry. According to the information I got, ZVQI Dao should have had a private battle with the owner of the Red Lotus Gym, and the result. Although I had some wonderful expectations in my heart, Maya thought about it and said. Should Savok Daigo still have the upper hand? Hey, with a heavy smile, Sakagi paused and said. According to the information I got, the 2 should be evenly divided. It's impossible. True Bird subconsciously covered her mouth. Even among master-level trainers, there are differences in level, and being able to be on an equal footing with Savok Dao means that the current Red Lotus Gym Master is not only a master, but not an ordinary master. Not caring about the loss of the 2 cadres at all, Sakagi smiled slightly. A person with a rank of cadre can't control the overall situation between the Rockets and the Kanto Alliance. Only the power of the master trainer and the legendary elves are the important bargaining chips that control the situation. Caressing the chin of the cat boss, Sakagi murmured. There is a ferry in the Kanto area. There is Hyerna in the Sheno area. The Blue Star Alliance Huaxia district has another Red Lotus Taoist pavilion owner. The world is getting more and more interesting. In the office, Sakaji's deep laughter echoed. Kanto Regional Branch of the International Police. Sir. The policewoman with a ponytail excitedly patted the handsome guy on the shoulder and staggered the handsome guy directly. Ha ha, Mary, are you trying to slap the officer into retirement? You have a strange power, take it easy. As expected of the true Shinjun origin, the physical fitness is good, the kind that I can do with my sleeves rolled up. Cough, it's okay, the handsome guy coughed. Although his expression is serious, the handsome guy treats his subordinates very kindly. Sticking out her tongue mischievously, the policewoman held a press release, her face flushed, and she said, "It's not that the new consultant recruited by the commander is too powerful. Just took office, and even before signing the contract, he arrested 2 cadres of the Rockets. The owner of the Lee Pavilion must be too righteous," the policewoman said in awe. "Yeah, it's too just," the handsome guy echoed. Thinking of the reaction of the owner of the library when he mentioned the 10 million bonus for the cadres of the Rockets last night, the handsome guy's expression was subtle. This Master Lee is amazing. But the efficiency is too fast, right? Are you a green caterpillar when you are the cadre of the Rockets? Get it in minutes. Looking at the excited team members, the handsome man murmured. Is this Lee Pavilion owner being too righteous? Still. The owner of Lee is too short of money. In an instant, a bold idea popped up in the handsome guy's mind. If I casually said last night that Team Rocket's boss had a bounty of 10 billion, would the Master Lee have already gone to Team Rocket's headquarters now? At the same time. Red Lotus Island, Red Lotus Gym. Standing on the edge of the arena, Lee Hee and Xiaobo chatted while looking at the croaker frog in the middle of the arena. It doesn't look like there has been any damage. The old pavilion owner, you are still strong. Looking around, Lee Hee gave a thumbs up. Last night, when he arrived, many members of Team Rocket faced Xiaobo without a hitch. After all, they were just ordinary members of Team Rocket. Facing Xiaobo, an old expert who was good at both fire and superpower, he really couldn't make a difference. Touching his beard, Xiaobo squinted his eyes very usefully. I just did a little bit of effort. In the center of the venue, under the care of Lee Hee and Xiaobo, the frog head was ready to try to use the secret transmission of the next week's body protection. What is the secret legend of Zhou Tian's body protection and qi? I think it is clearly the water escape, the water formation wall. After muttering, Lee Hee shouted. Cuckhead frog, it's time to start. Give me, backquote. The crotch frog nodded, with a solemn expression, and the croak frog hand pinched the seal. In an instant, the water vapor surrounded the croak-headed frog, forming a storm-like flow of hot water. In the blink of an eye, with the croak-headed frog as the eye of the wind, a waterspout with a diameter of 3 meters fell to the ground and connected to the ceiling. With the rumbling sound, the waterspout tore the metal floor with hideous scratches. Being hit by the surging water vapor on his face, Xiaobo wiped his face, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. Is this a defensive move secret? Master Lee, are you sure this is a secret defense type move? Be careful. As he asked Lee Hee, Xiaobo looked at the direction of the field. His pupils tightened. The surrounding water attribute energy was swallowed into the waterspout, causing the waterspout to expand, as if it had a tendency to burst outwards. It was Lu Wei who reacted quickly, and took the lead to block in front of the two of them. Slip. Opening parenthesis. Question mark. Backquote W. Lee Hee's face turned pale when the blue protective cover turned into a magical power move blocked it. System, do you call this a defensive move? Which defensive move is like this? You are a mentally retarded thing, the system is very bad. Chapter 314 The Evolution of the Frog Head. Give it. The waterspout that expanded to 7 or 8 meters in diameter suddenly exploded with the furious sound of frogs. Like a hedgehog's thorns shooting out, the waterspout exploded into dense water gun moves. Boom. The entire Red Lotus gem was instantly shot into a hornet's nest. With the collapse of the load-bearing wall, the entire Red Lotus gem collapsed like a building block castle that was knocked down by a child. In the rubble, looking at the devastation, Leahy stayed for a second, and scolded decisively. Damn Team Rocket. They actually did tricks in the gym. Blow up my Red Lotus gym. Stunned for a moment, Shabo looked at Leahy several times, secretly startled. You handsome boy, you are very good. Then look at the center of the ruins. With one paw on the ground, the croak-headed frog is surrounded by hot water streams all over its body. Afterwards, a splendid white light bloomed from the azure blue hot water stream. Surrounded by the hot water flow, the figure in the white light quickly stretched, and the height that was originally close to 1 meter stretched to 2 meters. Then, the dazzling white light dissipated. Something like a red scarf fluttered in the wind. The dark blue palm stretched out and held it with 5 fingers. The hot water flow spontaneously gathered into a blue shuriken, which was held by the figure in his hand. Nearly 2 meters tall, he stood in the middle of the ruins with a sassy and heroic figure like a ninja, looking at himself with sharp red eyes. The croak-headed frog. Now it should be called the Koga Ninja Frog. Dispersing the water shuriken in his claws, Koga Ninja looked down at himself, feeling a little calm in his excitement. Unexpectedly, it has evolved into a Koga Ninja Frog so quickly. This must be because the Lord has cultivated him too well. It's evolved, congratulations. Shabo sighed while touching his beard. No matter how many times you watch it, the evolution of elves is so exciting. Thank you. Leahy was excited. Finally. I can be tough on Nazi once again, Master Lee. Your hoodie can evolve Mega, and my Koga Ninja Frog can also transform into a Bond. What do you want to drop? Flicking his tail, Luwei ran to the side of the Koga Ninja Frog, flicking his tail excitedly, Luwei. In the future, there will finally be an elves who can accompany me to practice melee combat. Floating in midair, Gengar rubbed his chin. Goss. Cuckold, you are getting stronger again. As expected of you, the speed of the backstab is too fast. If I don't work hard, my home address will not be guaranteed. Angrily, he picked up a piece of reinforced concrete and stuffed it into his mouth, and the baby dragon roared while eating. When will it be my baby's turn to evolve and become stronger? At home, he can only beat Leahy, which makes Baolong's self-esteem unacceptable. But even if there are many resources to accelerate the growth, it still takes time for the dragon attribute elves to evolve. Hearing the sound, the apprentices of the gym gathered around. What's wrong? This isn't the pavilion's head frog practicing defensive moves. Why is the gym gone? Cough, these are the hands and feet left by Team Rocket. Those people really don't know how to repent. After a cough, Luhan said with a strange expression. Looking at the ruined Red Lotus gym again, Luhan's scalp felt numb. Is this caused by the owner's croak-headed frog training defensive moves? Or was it caused by the aftermath of the evolution of the crocodile frog? Whichever. The strength of this water elf of the pavilion owner is too great. Even though he is the master of a fire-type gymnasium, he has cultivated water-type elves so fiercely. What is this all about? After putting the blame on the rockets, Leahy praised the Jahei Ninja a few words, and used the system to see the new data of the Jahei Ninja. Elf, Koga Ninja Frog. Attribute, Evil plus Water. Characteristic, Bond Transformation. Moves, Flying Water Shuriken, Bounce, Wind Poison Escape Spiral Shuriken, Vicious Poison, Eye of the Heart. Originally, the croaker frog was on the verge of evolution. The evolution this time is completely natural, so apart from the heart eye, after the evolution, the Koga Ninja Frog did not comprehend too many moves. Note, Eye of the Heart, feel the other person with your heart action, the next attack will definitely hit the opponent. But looking at the Eye of the Heart move, Leahy was secretly shocked. He had seen the power of the Wind Poison Escape Spiral Shuriken. If it is combined with the Eye of the Heart move, my dear, isn't it a strike ship? As for the Bond transformation, Leahy has no clue as to how to transform into a Bond. But even so, Li was very satisfied. I'm taking the 6 tails, Jengui, and Koga Ninja Frogs all big, right? Jahe Ninja Frog. Jahe Ninja Frog is a spirit with both water and evil attributes, and now you should work hard on the evil attribute. Shabo pondered for a while, and said cheerfully. I am with a master of evil attributes, which is a bit thin, or I recommend you to get to know each other. Li was shocked. He now understands that those masters and experts have one thing in common. Don't treat money like money at all. If you don't have a few 100 million, you still want to cultivate elves. Here. After adapting to the changes in the body, the Koga Ninja Frog dodged. As if teleporting, the Koga Ninja Frog appeared beside the two of them. Shaking his head slightly, Koga Ninja refused. Li was stunned for a moment, and the corners of his eyes gradually became wet. Do you know that this saves money for the family? In the afternoon, with the Koga Ninja Frog, Li came to the elf hospital on the island. During the process of Koga Ninja's body examination, Li chatted with Miss Joy, the elf doctor. Master Li, won't you participate in this year's Whirlpool Islands competition? Joey asked curiously while filling in the case. I have already promised to be a guest, and then I will participate in the competition. Doesn't this mean that the owner of the library, Li, wants to pick wool? Li Hei said. My patriarch Li also wants to save face. That's because you just won the 20 million bounty, or else you'll join in if you change your mind. The lady covered her mouth with her little hand, Miss Joy joked. Li coughed. It has nothing to do with money or not, the main reason is that I really don't want to participate. After a half-day physical examination at the elf hospital on the island, Koga Ninja found Gengar who was watching the video of the addiction. Give me to me, the family is so poor, should we make some money? Go hiss. How to do it? Pointing to the promotional poster of the Vortex Islands competition on the wall, Koga Ninja had a determined expression. As a mature ninja frog, you cannot always rely on the Lord. Sharing the worries for the master is the way of the ninja frog. Go sizzle, opening parenthesis question mark, carrot dish carrot. Give me. Jahe Ninja was stunned for a moment, Jengui is not a water elf, how can he participate in the competition? After using the mirror attribute move to reflect the attributes of the Koga Ninja Frog, Gengar grinned. Go, oh. Isn't this done? Give me. As expected of you, Gengar. Chapter 315 arranged clearly. Li, who was chatting with Miss Joy, suddenly received a call from the organizing committee of the Whirlpool Islands competition. Smiling apologetically at Miss Joy, Li answered the phone. Hello. I'm Li. Li said. Hey, I'm so sorry to disturb you during your busy schedule. The staff of the organizing committee routinely asked. The Whirlpool Islands tournament is expected to start on February 1st, do you have time? It's too late, Li replied. It only takes a day or two to take a boat from Honglian Island to the Whirlpool Islands, and it will be possible to arrive before February 1st. After a few more words of communication, Li coughed and said awkwardly. Well, my croak-headed frog has just evolved. How about that guest exhibition match? Koga Ninja's defensive move, Water Escape Water Array, made Li feel uneasy. It is clear that I am a pacifist, but I am always brought into the ditch by my own elves. Huh, the staff of the organizing committee was stunned for a moment, is that so? That's true. If an exhibition match turned into a murder case, that scene would be really embarrassing. Wait a minute, I'll contact you later. 7 or 8 minutes later. After calling Li again, the staff of the organizing committee breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile. It's okay, the guest on the other side said that the evolution is just right, so he doesn't have to worry about hurting your Koga Ninja Frog. Really? That's good. Li was not angry but happy. Such a confident opponent in the exhibition match, I, the owner of the museum, like it very much. After hanging up the phone and pulling the hair on the side of his face behind his ear, the delicate-looking staff of the organizing committee was very emotional. The elf who is afraid of hurting others is always in contact with the owner of the Lee Pavilion. He is truly loving and humble. The Whirlpool Islands competition, which officially kicked off on February 1st, was only a special event for water attribute trainers. But for the vast majority of water attribute trainers, the Whirlpool Islands tournament is only second to the regional conference. As a contestant auditor, Chen Xiao has rich experience and has been in the industry for more than 10 years. Adhering to a serious and responsible work attitude, Chen Xiao will negotiate with the contestants for a few minutes through video calls. He thought there was nothing to surprise him, but he still encountered a scene that surprised him. Looking at the contestants, Chen Xiao couldn't help but push his glasses. Gengar, who changed his attributes with mirror-type moves, and the Koga Ninja Frog, plus a baby dragon, your trainer meant to let the three of you compete, right? Go hiss equals carrot dish carrot equals. He used his ghost claw to draw a Y on his cheek, and Jeng Ghost opened his mouth wide open, his savage giggle cracked to the base of his ears, and Jeng Ghost laughed. I'm so cute. Can't you be accommodating and let this uncle get away with it? Chanting asterisk carrot carrot asterisk. With his hands on his hips, Baby Dragon roared excitedly. Give me M, backquote. M. Bowing his head respectfully, Jahei Ninja looked nervous. Whether or not we can share our worries for the Lord depends on this wave. Probably understand what happened, Chen Xiao pondered. Originally, the Vortex Islands tournament was a 3 versus 3 system. Although it is not required that all contestants must use water-type spirits, there must be 2 water-type spirits among the 3 spirits. But, in order to participate in the Vortex Archipelago contest, he didn't hesitate to use mirror-type moves to change his attributes. Chen Xiao was excited. This Gengar's love for the water attribute is no worse than that of the water attribute trainer. At this time, a 6 tails ran past in the video. Seeing this scene, Chen Xiao suddenly murmured. 6 tails, Jengui, Baby Dragon, Koga Ninja Frog, this configuration. Isn't this the configuration of Li He, the owner of the Red Lotus Gem? Is it possible, your trainer is Li He? Are you signing up for Li's master? Go ni ni ni, thumbs up, Zhang Gui grinned. You are so smart. Wait, leaning back on the chair, Chen Xiao rubbed his lips. In any event, the operational component must be considered. Even regional conventions cannot be held annually if there is no net benefit. For regional events such as the Whirlpool Islands competition, it is even more necessary to consider the cost. Undoubtedly, the participation of the owner of the dignified Red Lotus Pavilion is a breaking point. But if you give people the concept of a champion's default, it doesn't seem to be very good. Wait, I'll check it out. Chen Xiao logged into the player list. After finding a strong player, Chen Xiao murmured. That's fine. The early use of star contestants is also a selling point for the competition to gather funds. Facing the video again, Chen Xiao smiled and said. Welcome to this year's Vortex Islands competition, and I wish you good results in advance. It's a pity that if Master Li's 6 tails were to participate, he would not be willing to give it a shot on the black market. But right now, among the contestants he found, there was a third runner-up in the Sheno Regional Conference. The Sheno Regional Conference, that is a terrible event that only players who can use Mega Evolution can shake. Master Li only uses the words of Jahei Ninja, Jengui, and Baby Dragon, so he can only wish Master Li a good result. By the time I returned to the Red Lotus Gym, it was already evening. The sunset covered the sky, under the command of the construction team. Teams of strange forces moved construction materials in full swing. Using the digging move, Big Rock Snake dug the deep pit needed for the foundation in a few minutes. Yo, Master Li, you are here. Seeing Li He from afar, the contractor wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel, and shouted at a high voice. Brother Joe, handing a cigarette skillfully, Li Hashao asked. How long will it take? Soon, it will only take 10 days. Mainly, this group of rockets is too cruel. What are they doing here? Destroying buildings. I thought about saving some materials, but none of them could be used. It's like a hornet's nest. Old Joe, the contractor, declined a few times and took the cigarette respectfully. The cigarettes handed over by the current Red Lotus gym master, Old Joe's eyelines all laughed. Leahy smiled guiltily. Isn't it so exaggerated? Damn, Lao Joe, are an honest person. I have been in the industry for more than 10 years, and I have never seen a water-type move with such a wide range of destructive power. Realizing that there was something wrong with what he said, Lao Joe hurriedly remedied. However, if you can suppress the rockets, Li Guanju, you are also very old. Ding dong. As soon as the phone vibrated, Li He pleaded guilty. Opening the message, Li He was stunned for a moment. Dear contestants, your information has been reviewed and approved. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Please arrive at Whirlpool Islands before February 1st, to participate in the Whirlpool Islands competition. Close black lens bracket. Your entry number is 9527. Please refer to the official website for specific information. Close black lens bracket. Finally, this competition promises that it will never charge players any fees other than the registration fee. Beware of fraud, and start with you and me. Close black lens bracket. The moment he saw the information, Leahy also heard the system prompt. Open black lens bracket. Ding. Mission information refreshed. Close black lens bracket. Mission goal. In the Vortex Islands competition, get the top 3 or more results. Close black lens bracket. Prompt information. Champion of the Whirlpool Islands competition. Wouldn't it be okay to have a mouth? Close black lens bracket. A big question mark slowly appeared in Leahy's heart. Who arranged me so clearly? Chapter 316. Nazi of the attack. I didn't wait too long for Leahy to wonder. Go ni carrot dish carrot. Pushing the Jahe ninja frog in front of Leahy, Zheng vigorously slapped the Jahe ninja frog's back. Zheng. The third child is talented. It's all the result of this uncle's eloquence. Here. Upon meeting Leahy's gaze, Jahe ninja scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. Your name? Give me to me, reported with Gengar. For what? Money. Here. Looking at such a sensible Jahe ninja, Leahy opened his mouth and squeezed out a sentence. Do it well. Not worth it, totally not worth it. A mere 1 million bonus can't buy my face, who is worth 8 figures. But it can't dampen the enthusiasm of the Koga ninja frog. Leahy murmured. Otherwise, just play with water in the middle, mix in a few games, and then find an excuse to exit. Being a guest and playing a game, what do outsiders think of me? I am really not a greedy person, Li Guanju. Go see. Seeing that Leahy was so moved, Zheng couldn't help feeling guilty. That's true. It's not easy at home, and I still swipe video every day. Big sister Luwei didn't even make a move, and she earned 20 million as soon as she made her move. Now even the third child knows how to subsidize the family. Is this uncle being heartless enough to be like a baby dragon? Nope. Go hiss Delta. Zheng suppressed his smile and made up his mind. The winner of this competition. I'm Gengar, I want it. The Koga ninja frog is more delicate. Hearing Leahy's self-talk, Jahe ninja's expression was solemn. Really? This competition is unusual. It's time to try out the second stage of acupuncture. Acupuncture moves have extremely high requirements on the user's physical endurance. Before evolution, the Koga ninja can only perform a point-pointing move. After evolution, Koga ninja felt that he could perform the second stage acupuncture move. Use acupuncture techniques to strengthen a quality of the body twice. However, you have to find an elves to practice against. Thinking like this, Koga ninja's gaze was fixed on Hudi. It was getting late. Hudi was holding the phone and reporting the situation to Nazi. The powerful sixth sense made Hudi keenly aware of the sight staring at him, and Hudi's body was shocked. Back pain, skull pain, Hudi. Degree, this old man is not your training stake. Last night with Luwei, I almost killed the old man, come again. Co-authoring me here, just to be your sparring partner. Hu-Di, old man, I also have a temper. Holding the phone, he blew his beard and stared. Let you see the true strength of the old man. Picking up the phone, Hu-Di sent Nazi a message. Master Li wants to learn from you. When the master comes over, with the blessing of the master, the old man will not be able to fight against you. It should be possible. As time fell, Li He returned to Sha Bo's hotel. After taking a shower, Li He wiped his hair and asked. By the way, Zheng Gui, Wanlong asked if you still want that special sludge block for practicing the clearing smoke move. Go Ni. He carefully browsed the web to collect information about his opponent, and when he heard Li He's words, Zheng Gui smiled proudly. Reaching out and rubbing his body, Gengar smashed a purple sludge block on Baby Dragon's face. Quote ? Chant. After staying for a few seconds, Baby Dragon chased Gengar all over the house. Bang, hash, dish. Tooth you. Seeing these two frolic, Li He couldn't help but smile. Going out, the reason why I don't feel lonely is because the spirit is around. But that's it, Li He murmured. Open black lens bracket smoke of clearance close black lens bracket is the move so easy to practice. Is Gengar's talent just too good? Does my Zheng Ghost have the capital of the Ghost Emperor? Li He was already used to Gengar's talent. After all, an elf who can make the ghost-type Heavenly King Wanlong covet is not normal if his talent is not strong. But at this moment, Zheng Gui's talent still made Li He sigh. Ghost, your comprehension has exploded. Lazily huddled on the tatami, the Six Tails combed the tail hair with a comb. Glancing at the two playful elves, Six Tails said reservedly. Yo-yo oh, carrot, oh. So childish. Puff. What a disaster, a piece of purple sludge was thrown on Luwei's face. Six Tails. Circled. Operator W backquote. Yo-yo, D no. Two stand-ins were separated, and a total of 3 Six Tails rushed up. Give me. Holding the rag, Koga Ninja Frog looked calm, and while wiping the tatami, he slowly exhaled, and adjusted the state of his body by using the respiration method of the Sujuan Gymnasium. Polishing the body in daily work and rest also coincides with the essence of retrospective breathing. Golden City. Golden Hall. As time enters the peak season for gym challenges, Nazi's doll city is also full of people. Too lazy to fill water from house to house, Nazi was expressionless. After controlling the water faucet, Nazi showed a rare smile after the, who will repair the dam, to the doll town. Devil, angry crying beast, who will let me challenge the Golden Gym next time, I will fight with him in the wild woods. Waterboarding Story version 1.0. Stop howling, the more miserable you scream, the happier people feel. Who is Nazi, don't you have a count in your heart? Ignoring the mourning of the dolls, Nazi looked down and saw the phone in the doll's hand. Seeing the private letter sent by Hu-Di, Nazi was stunned for a moment. After pondering for a while, Nazi took the initiative to contact Sha Bo. Also a trainer who cultivates superpower attributes, Sha Bo also held Nazi as a baby when he was young. After chatting for a while, Sha Bo learned the general situation from Nazi's mouth. People are going to the Whirlpool Islands to be a guest recently, how can they invite you to fight? I guess, Hu-Di couldn't resist the sparring requirements of Luwei and Koga Ninja, and they came to you to act like a spoiled child. Although the IQ is superior, Hu-Di was nurtured by Nazi after all. When the pressure is high, it is normal to cry to your trainer. A coquettish, Nazi frowned. This Hu-Di is her elf with a more free-spirited temperament. I originally wanted to come here to the great Emperor Baifeng, on the one hand to let him rest, and on the other hand to investigate the situation of the great Emperor Baifeng. Result. Can't resist the drills of the Six Tails and the Koga Forbearance Frog. How heavy can the Six-Tailed and Koga Ninja Frog start? HMPH. I will educate it, Natsi said lightly. It's not Hoodie's fault. It's really stressful to practice with Lue and Jahe Ninja. Thinking of the Red Lotus gym that was destroyed by his own hands, Shabo coughed a few times. Dude, that was ruined by defensive moves. I think it's been too slack this time. Natsi paused and narrowed her eyes. I'll rush over now. Why, do you really want to practice with him with Hoodie? Then you have to be careful. Why don't you replace it with your main force? Do you need your mother? Shabo was really worried about whether this Hoodie's body could withstand the damage. No, just use it. Natsi hugged the doll tightly and said coldly. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. The other side. After receiving Natsi's reply, Hoodie put down the phone. Glancing at Koga Ninja Frog, he stroked his beard. Humph. When the old man's master, the pendant, came, all the places where the old man's spoon pointed, all bowed their heads. Perhaps. Chapter 317. Because I am afraid of pain, I am fully defensive. The life of a single gym owner is simple and happy. Wander around the island during the day and chat with Xiaojuer at night. Time flies by. On Sunday, January 28th, the weather was light rain. Appropriate. Stay at home. Avoid. Southeast direction. When Leahy just woke up in the morning, after reading the almanac, his left eyelid jumped. This is a disaster coming from the southeast. Leahy looked solemn. Pity. Six Tails do not foresee future moves. Otherwise, the Six Tails can still be counted as a hexagram. Although the first heavy snow in winter has already fallen in Washa district, on Honglian Island, it is still like spring all year round. The plump green caterpillar happily nibbled at the palm-sized leaves. While washing, looking at the green caterpillar outside the window, Leahy brushed his teeth and said vaguely. This guy is fat, below the pot. Che, backquote dish. Holding his own small toothbrush, Baby Dragon brushed his teeth while imagining the dish, fried little green worm, in his mind. The kind that pops. With a chill down his spine, the green caterpillar shuddered. Oh. Looking at Leahy and Baolong in horror, the green caterpillar burrowed into the jungle. Slip tilde. On the stove in the kitchen, Luwei took a flaming bath and fell asleep, opened his eyes, and Luwei stretched out. Jumping on Leahy's shoulder, he almost didn't dislocate Leahy, and the Six Tails screamed. Yo-yo, hollow down pointing triangle, no. You must have 40 or 50 pounds now, right? Lee Hesse thought. Those few physical strengths are not in vain. My owner, Lee, is also developing into a human-shaped Pokemon. Opening the window, Leahy took a breath of fresh air. Not to mention, because there is a group of beautiful flowers living on the island, there is a sweet floral fragrance in the air. Although Honglian Island is located in a remote location, it is the first choice for elderly care. From Leahy's room, you can see the courtyard directly. In the courtyard, Gengar and Koga Ninja are facing off. I don't know what kind of stimulation Gengar has been getting recently. I didn't watch the video of Doji, and the big members of Station B did not renew the fee, so I stayed up all night to practice moves. Two black lying cicadas emerged from the purple lower eyelids. Give me point acupuncture. Jiaga Ninja's face was serious, and he put his hand on his body a little. Immediately, the momentum rose, and the Jahe Ninja frog stood still, and the invisible air wave lifted the falling raindrops. Go sizzle carrot pan carrot. After rubbing out lumps of sludge from his body, Zheng Gui skillfully used the smoke of clearance move. Intersection. Dish. As long as it is slightly smashed by the purple mud, the momentum of the Koga Ninja frog's climbing will quickly drop. The clearing smoke move is indeed a special move that needs to be guarded against for trainers who strengthen the genre. After the morning exercise, Zheng Gui carried a vegetable basket and floated to the forest to pick wild vegetables. Here, Jahe Ninja moved the seal and used the least powerful, water escape water formation wall move. The water droplets in the air washed away the traces of purple sludge around them as if they were being swept up in a tornado. Sniffing the slightly humid air, Leahy was in a good mood. Is this the life a mature gym owner should live? Love, love. At noon, after eating Hoodie's cooking, Leahy's mood took a turn for the worse. What? Your trainer, Nazi, will you be here today? Leahy said in surprise, putting down the tableware. It was different from Leahy's surprise. Taking a deep breath, Koga Ninja's eyes were excited, and he couldn't wait to try the next two-stage acupuncture move. Give me, opening parenthesis question mark. No. At the same time. Junshin Town, Damu Research Institute. In the research room, while eating instant noodles, Dr. Damu pushed the smelly mud away. Stinky mud, how many times have I said that if you want to eat it, you can soak it yourself? Stinky. 3. Okay, here it is for you. After pushing the instant noodles to the smelly mud, Dr. Ogi murmured. Xiaoji, when will you be able to take the stinky mud away and cultivate it? Throw it here after you get it, really. This scumbag man is exactly the same as his father. Looking at the white elf eggs sent by other laboratories, Dr. Ogi asked. What's wrong with this egg? Cough. The researcher standing aside had a strange expression. We sensed it with telepathy. Probably this elf egg likes defensive moves very much and is afraid of pain, so it seems to have been using the hardening move, so the eggshell is extraordinarily hard. Dr. Damu glanced at the elf egg in surprise. What do you mean? Afraid of the pain, so you are all defensive. Why are the elves born now getting more and more bizarre? I remember, this is the descendant of an elf of an old professor at Yuhong University, right? How could such a fierce elf give birth to such a cowardly? Are you sure it's biological? Even so, you sent me here, I have. Wait. Dr. Ogi rubbed his chin and pondered. The eggshell is too hard, so the elves that should have hatched cannot break out of the shell. In addition, according to the cultivator's suggestion, the elves should hatch naturally. It is best to rely on the elves' own strength to break the shell. In this case, it is necessary to make the elf stronger in the eggshell. It's easy to say, but it's not that easy to do. The safest way to hatch elf eggs is to put them in a nutrient solution and let them hatch naturally. In the nutrient solution, the elves will spontaneously absorb the internal nutrients and grow. Therefore, after hatching, the elves will mature rapidly and can make use tricks. But the parent of this egg was too strong, which caused this egg to awaken to a hardened move at the egg stage. It's even weirder that because of fear of pain, he madly practiced hardening moves, resulting in an increase in the hardness of the eggshell. Although the eggshell with a sharp increase in density isolates the damage from the outside world, it also blocks the entry of the nutrient solution. If things go on like this may turn into a dead egg. Dr. Damu's expression became solemn. Dr. Ogi, maybe the waveguide can work. Thinking of a possibility, the researcher boldly suggested. The waveguide is a mysterious power, and the wizard who masters the waveguide can use the waveguide to do many things. This is a direction, but I do know a Gengar that can use life energy. Wouldn't it be easier to directly infuse the life energy from the outside world into this egg? Dr. Damu smiled. The researcher was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. Yes. Gengar, the owner of the Red Lotus Gym, is an expert at playing with the source of life energy. After dialing Leahy's number, Dr. Damu said with a long story, and laughed. You can seize the opportunity, this is the main descendant of an old professor at Yuhong University. Leahy opened his mouth. You don't need to thank me, it just happens that your conditions here are the most suitable, hatch first, and then take a look at your eyes. Dr. Damu said to the person next to him. Turning to the video again, Dr. Ogi apologized. I'll ask the researcher to contact you later and send this elf egg to you. That's it, you can contact me if you have anything. I still have a few researchers' papers to revise. I'll hang up first. Don't kiss me, stinky mud, it's not Xiaoji who is calling. Stinky, Epsilon. As the screen went black, Leahy touched his jumping left eye and muttered. I really don't want to raise new elves in the near future. Looking at this trend, the 20 million you just got won't last long at all. How hard is it to cultivate **? Chapter 318. Witnessing the stars and moon, and taking heaven and earth as the venue. Even Nazi couldn't use the teleportation moves of the super-type spirits to move across regions. In the afternoon, Leahy chatted in the battle exchange group while waiting at the dock. The two of you are going to have a sparring battle. I really want to see it. Sakura suddenly felt itchy. Although she has no interest in fighting. But can watching battles be the same as owning battles? What's more, this is a competition between masters and quasi-masters. If you want to fight, we can learn from each other. Xiaogang happily sent a message. Xiaogang has a lot of ideas for the agency owner of Renmei's powerful dishes. Sorry, I have no plans to have children in the future. Sakura became vigilant. Although there is no doubt about Xiaogang's character, the door of Xiaogang's house is not so easy to enter. Xiaogang's mother is about to have a football team. Who can stand up to such a mother-in-law? Xiaogang. I didn't come to see you for a blind date. Leahy looked up at the sky. Nazi will come in a while. If I lose, I won't become a doll. Just as Leahy was looking at his phone, a strange baby voice sounded from behind. The great Emperor Baifeng, we finally officially met. Go see Sigma. Turning to look, wearing sunglasses, Zhang Gui was shocked. The uncle didn't feel any abnormality. Staring at Nazi holding the doll, Lu Wei took a serious look. Yo. Could this guy be a new breed of elves? Give Ben Yo-Yo a better feeling than Hudi, right? Race, Nazi. Attributes, evil, superpower. Move, become a doll. Leahy, are you sure she's a human? Leahy rolled his eyes in his heart after listening to Shinedo's telepathy. Reaching out again, Leahy formally introduced himself. Cough, you should call me Leahy. Let's meet officially, please take care of me. Leahy looked over and found that Nazi also brought two gymnasium apprentices, a man and a woman. This six-tailed, such a powerful superpower. While exercising his superpowers by bending a spoon, the male apprentice looked at the six tails and Gengar, secretly frightened. The six tails in this state alone must be at the top level of the regional convention. So handsome. The female apprentice's muttering made the male apprentice look messy. After seeing that the owner of the Nazi pavilion actually reached out and shook hands with the owner of the Li pavilion for the first time, the male apprentice looked up at the sky, speechless and condensed. What's going on? Is it amazing to be handsome? It's not just a little bit more handsome than me, damn it. Because my Red Lotus gym has some problems recently, then let's go to Shaber's hotel and settle down. Although it was a bad guest visiting, Leahy still did his best to arrange it. After that, let's have dinner first. May I ask the three who have a taboo? Zhang Ghost. Trying to avoid Nazi's strange straight line of sight, Leahy Ching coughed. Shocked. Throwing a red and white ball, Gengar pondered for a moment. Then a Pokeball hit Nazi's head. Gengar, intersection, dish, Nazi, this uncle get. Days. Snapped. Glancing at the Pokeball that bounced to the ground, Nazi and Doll's eyes invariably fixed on Gengar. Sigma degree D degree. The male apprentice. Female apprentice. Leahy's brain was blank. Hit Nazi with the Pokeball. Gengar, you actually did what I always wanted to do the most. No. You are really not afraid of death. That's right, Zhang Gui is really not afraid of death. The air instantly froze. Nazi stared at Gengar for a long time, and after a while, Nazi hugged the doll tightly and laughed while enduring. PFF'd, puff, ha ha, ha ha ha. In the end, clutching her stomach, Nazi burst into laughter. This is not the master of the Nazi. The master of the Nazi is not like this. No, this is not the master of the Nazi. Seeing this scene, the female apprentice fell into a bug state and muttered to herself. A line of cold sweat left on his forehead, and the male apprentice wanted to wipe it but didn't dare. Did you see something you shouldn't see? Leahy barely kept his composure. Damn it, Nazi won't kill her in the future, will she? After laughing for a while, Nazi seemed to have restarted again, expressionlessly said. Let's go. Looking at Nazi floating in the air with superpower, Leahy and the three slowly let out a sigh of relief. You guys, it's not easy. Leahy sighed after gazing at the two apprentices who were about to cry. Being able to be an apprentice under Nazi is a great mentality. The two apprentices looked at each other. Can we compare to you? He actually instructed Gengar to smash the owner with a Pokeball to make the owner happy. This operation is so cool. Picking up the Pokeball, Gengar scratched his head. Go hiss. Really human. Dude, what did you eat to become so strong from a human? While fluttering in front, Nazi looked at Leahy from the corner of her eye. Using her superpowers, Nazi was able to see an emerald green elf looking at her timidly and curiously. It's the legendary elf Celebi. Last time, this man should be a dream, right? How long did it take to change to a Celebi? Could it be that the main team of this man is actually composed of legendary elves? The more Nazi thought about it, the more she felt that this was the case. Otherwise, how could the Six Tails be able to use the power of the legendary dragon of the Uzu region so easily? There was silence on the way, and when he arrived at the hotel, Hudi carefully prepared a seafood sashimi dinner using the wild vegetables and fresh fish picked in the morning. Because the dinner was too rich, he ate it until after 8 o'clock in the evening. Leahy glanced at the time and coughed lightly. Well, I have to get up early tomorrow to take the boat to the Whirlpool Islands competition, so I'll go to rest first. You can do it yourself, do it yourself. Fighting Nazi. I don't want to experience what it means to have money gone. It's okay, just go to the wild. After using her superpower to control the wet wipes to wipe her mouth, Nazi said flatly. Take the stars and moon as the witness, and the heaven and the earth as the battlefield. Isn't the sea outside a natural venue? Hudi, tilde. Hudi's eyes flashed blue light, and two super-powered soup spoons floated beside him. Old man, I have to be serious this time. Give it to you. Facing Nazi, Jahe Ninja bowed his head slightly and greeted him politely and thoughtfully. Please take care. Looking at Leahy again, Jahe Ninja's eyes resolutely. Here. Even if it is an unprecedented strong enemy. I will never be ashamed of the Lord. I see, Leahy sighed and said sternly. Then, please advise. Seeing that Leahy seemed to be just using the Jahe forbearance frog, Nazi narrowed her eyes and said. I will also show the corresponding strength, please give more advice. Just let me see the level of the top masters in China. Chapter 319 Baby Dragon vs Lip Sister. On January 28, the night was cloudless. Under the brilliance of the stars and the moon, the boundless sea is like a dark earth. Standing, on the sea level, Nazi used her superpowers as if she was walking on the ground. The cold moonlight came down, dressed in a red military uniform, holding a doll in her arms, with black hair reaching her waist, fair skin, expressionless face, and cold eyes. Buzzing. 6 red and white Pokeballs, like satellites orbiting the Earth with Nazi as the center, slowly rotate. Not far away, 2 gymnast apprentices were also suspended above the sea level using the power of the female, Super Meow Meow. Note: Super Meow Meow, Super Energy Attribute Wizard. The female super powerful Meow Meow is similar to a ragdoll cat in humanoid form, with a cute appearance and a powerful sixth sense. It is a popular elf in the minds of female super power attribute trainers. Close black lens bracket. With no expression on his face, Super Meow Meow glanced at Luwei beside him from time to time, and a trace of tension flashed in his eyes. For the super-powered Meow Meow with persecution paranoia, it is like placing a missile that may explode at any time beside humans. Every minute and every second is a torment for the super-powered Meow Meow. Red Lotus Gym Leahy vs Dollhouse Witch Nazi. Picking up the phone and opening a live broadcast room, Sinead's eyes lit up, and she rarely made a racial cry. Shauna. D asterisk. You can make money by eating melons and prostitutes. Sinead wins. Inspired by Sinead, Jangwei also took out Leehee's mobile phone and broadcast live on Station B. The live broadcast room just opened, and hungry fans filed in. I found that Brother Lee is really floating. Damn it, just shoot a video and earn a small amount of money. How long has it been since the video has been updated? Come here, come from the live broadcast room of Sinead, press the Q1 of the Master of the Red Lotus Gymnasium, and the Q2 of the Witch of the Dollhouse. Brother Lee can't think of it. This woman Nazi doesn't talk about martial arts at all. Last time, I brought a full match to challenge, and just beat a Kathy to the ground. This woman's look, Kathy, was full of, not to mention the resurrection of blood. It has also evolved. Who am I to reason with? For Nazi, the gym master of the Golden City, the trainers have been complaining for more than a day or two. Don't say anything about killing and wearing this baby girl and just walk away in a fleet. I rewarded a captain. Close black lens bracket. Crying her Nazaruo cried and scattered her family wealth, as a reward to a captain. Close black lens bracket. I don't believe that no one wants to watch Sao he become a doll, rewarded a captain. Close black lens bracket. Brothers, there is a traitor among us. Do you think the doll that you lose is the kind that is held in your arms? I don't say anything about the waterboarding in the doll's house, and I can't move for 3 days and 3 nights. Go nee, carrot dish carrot. Although he didn't know how much the captain was worth, Zheng Gui's eyes flashed. It turns out that doing live broadcasts can make money so fast. At the same time that the battle is about to start, please prepare for the battle. The male apprentice swallowed nervously, trying to suppress the sound of the waves. This battle uses a 2-on-2 mode, restricting the use of moves. In regular gym challenges, the gym often limits the number of moves that can be used. The purpose is to assess the tactical level of the trainer while assessing the elves of the trainer. In an unrestricted duel, although the style of play is all kinds of strange, it will eventually form a situation where the strong will be crushed by one force. Therefore, in some competitions, in order to increase the ratings, the organizing committee will also limit the number of moves used. In this way, even a low-level elves with unexpected moves, trainers and elves can make a big comeback. This explosion point will greatly ignite the enthusiasm of the audience. 2-2, limit the number of moves. Leehy held his chin. Such a situation. The most traditional configuration is one for the main attack and one for the auxiliary. Looking at Zheng Gui, Leehy pondered. Zheng Gui's clearing smoke move can effectively block the opposite reinforcement moves. Since that's the case, then Baby Dragon. With the Baby Dragon, I must be able to fight faster. Bang, oh, oh. Using superficial superpowers, Baby Dragon ran to Leehy. Patting Leehy's chest, Baby Dragon turned around and roared fiercely. He didn't let himself sit on the bench. It seems that the trainer still has enough confidence in this baby. Although the body is small, the Baby Dragon's roar is so loud that it really tastes like a fierce milk. Leehy coughed lightly and said against his heart. Come on, it's all up to you. Let go of the Baby Dragon. Even if it is one move away from chess, it will be fine. I'll fight for it. Don't be turned into a doll by you. Before the war, in order to ease the atmosphere, Leehy said with a smile. Come on, here comes Saohe's rhetoric, which means, sample, kill you, I will move my mouth, right? Everyone says my understanding is fine, right? Full score for understanding, old iron, there is nothing wrong. Ha ha ha, Brother Lee has a guilty conscience, yes, who is out of his mind. It's okay to practice against Nazi. Brother Lee won't be blocked by others, right? If he loses, he will go back to be the shopkeeper of the doll's house. Hearing Leehy's voice, the barrage in the live broadcast room flew up. Sinead hurriedly winked at Leehy and said more. If Leehy saw these barrages, he would have to spit out. Come on, come on. My owner, Lee, likes to eat melons. Baby Long. Nazi's expression was flat after she glanced at Bao Baolong. Who do you want to go? As soon as the voice fell, a pokeball suddenly exploded. Myself, asterisk, back quote. Carrying a red dance dress, Sister Lips walked out of the white light, blushing, and Sister Lips gave Leehy a kiss. Leehy looked strange. Haha, is this a charming move used by the master of the Red Lotus Gym? Is it effective against the enemy's lip-smacking sister? I got it. Sao he is also on the hook, with his own charm moves, distracting the opponent's elves, and even turning his back on the battle. Seeing this lip-smacking sister, the female apprentice murmured. You actually dispatched Miss Lips. Although Miss Lip is not the main force of Nazi's team. But when Nazi was young, Sister Millip was also Nazi's usual elf. When suppressing other gyms in Golden City, Sister Millip also won many victories for Nazi. Glancing at Baby Dragon, Sister Millip shook her head. I'm ignorant. It's totally a baby. Looking at Leehy again, Miss Lips. Opening parenthesis question mark. W. Ellipsis. There are such handsome trainers in this world. They are so handsome. Leehy coughed. If that's the case, then I'll start. Baby Dragon, Mind Hammer. The fat and strong baby dragon raised by Li Haiyang shouted, like a red missile, and slammed into it. Hearing Leehy's instructions, Sister Millip is worthy of being a veteran of Nazi. Although she was distracted by Leehy's face, she pointed a finger, and a blue reflection wall blocked the passage of Baby Dragon. On the way, it was smashed by the baby dragon. Boom. Seeing this scene, the two apprentices widened their eyes. A wall reflection move that uses superpowers to create a barrier that can resist damage. A dragon cub that has not even evolved, can actually defeat the reflection wall move of Sister Millip. What does the owner of the Red Lotus Gym feed this baby dragon every day? Chapter 320I, Master Lee, also want to save face. It's well raised, Nazi said in surprise. Cough, fortunately, it's okay, so I'm also equipped with an elf item, Dragon's Tooth. I usually eat dragon scales, dragon gems, dragon bone, and other calcium, iron, and zinc supplements. It's just poor support. Leehy responded casually. Good guy. I'm just a good guy. It turns out that poor support means millions or millions of support. My money concept has been severely hit. My dear family, is your baby Long Katong a bride-in-law? Facing the attacking baby dragon, red light flashed in Nazi's eyes. She didn't open her mouth, and the eyes of Miss Lips also flashed red. In an instant, her demeanor became weird and stern. Sister Millip was holding the corner of her skirt in one hand and clenched her other hand into a fist. Sister Millipa fluttered forward and punched out. Frozen Fist Move. The Frozen Fist move is known as an ice-type boxing move in the Three Fist of the Farmer. Frozen Fist. This move doubles damage to Baby Dragon. Baby Dragon, danger. Quick, magic command, dodge. Facing Baby Dragon's Mind Hammer, an ice fist the size of a car protruded from the void and slammed into it. The Baby Dragon can avoid it, but in this way, it completely falls into the attack rhythm of Sister Millip. Lee Heesaran ordered. Fire. Run away. My owner, Lee, also wants to save face. Before, Baby Dragon could use tornado moves and fire attribute moves to condense a fire tornado. This time, it works just fine. The raging flames, like a fire tornado, covered the Baby Dragon. Facing the Frozen Fist move, the Baby Dragon is like a flame drill. Two strokes collide. Boom. With a whirring sound, the car-sized ice fist was pierced by the Baby Dragon. At this time, the distance between the two elves is less than 1 meter, Baby Dragon. Che. Dish. Even the fire attribute moves are so top. Well, after all, Brother Lee is now the master of a fire attribute gymnasium. Although the fans in the live broadcast room were relieved, the hearts of the two gymnast apprentices were in their throats. No, no, no. You actually broke the 2 tricks of the lip-smacking sister. The pavilion owner's lip-smacking sister was pressed and beaten by a mere baby dragon. HMPH. It's not bad, the doll in Natsy's arms said with a low smile. Then how do you deal with this move? Devil's Kiss. The Devil's Kiss move is known as the exclusive move of Miss Lips. Kiss the opponent with a terrifying face, putting the opponent into a sleep state. As if waiting for the baby dragon for a long time, the blue-purple face of Miss Lips smiled strangely. The plump red lips pouted, and sister lips. Opening parenthesis question mark. 3. At the speed of the baby dragon, when it hits the lip-smacking sister, the baby dragon will be hit. Bite. After issuing the order, Leahy smiled slightly. My precious dragon, I have no hobbies, just a big mouth. Before the fans in the live broadcast room understood what this meant, they saw. Facing the kiss with eyes closed by Sister Lip, baby dragon opened his mouth wide open. Really bloody mouthful. Sister Millip is only 1.4 meters tall and looks like a rich lady. Under Leahy's poor support, the baby dragon is nearly 1 meter tall, and its head is as big as its body. Like a python swallowing an antelope, the baby dragon took a bite and contained the head of Sister Millip. The male apprentice was stunned. I thought it was a veteran who came out, but one of the top two, who would have thought, it turned out to be a veteran who came out, his head is gone. Surprise or not, excitement or excitement. I treat you as a kiss object, but you treat me as food. Biting the head of Miss Lips, baby dragon's huge bite force suddenly exerted force. Click. The heads were separated, and Sister Millip's whole body exploded into a red energy ball. It is the substitute of Miss Lips. At the same time, not far away, Sister Millip touched her neck with lingering fears. I'm ignorant. This really should be a sentence. Half the size of the child, eat the old lady, lousy. There is also a hidden substitute move. Leahy murmured. Although it did not achieve the maximum killing effect, it was a profit to be able to redeem a substitute for Sister Millip. Interesting. A cold female voice resounded above the sea level, and Natsy's eyes were cold and stern, and she spoke for the first time. Miss Lips, Blizzard. Come back, baby dragon. Taking advantage, Leahy immediately took back the baby dragon, letting the violent wind and snow blow away. Koga Ninja Frog. The next second, the replaced Koga Ninja was holding a poisoned shuriken, and it was a lightning strike at Sister Millip. Nazi's eyes were condensed, as if a real cold gaze hit Leahy's body. First use the baby dragon to destroy part of Sister Millip's physical strength, and then put on Jahei Ninja to kill Sister Millip with one blow, thus forming a 2v1 situation. Good intentions. Good plan. It's not that easy. Natsy's eyes flashed red. Using her superpowers, Natsy instantly communicated with Sister Millip. The trouble with superpowers lies in this. Spiritual communication is as fast as lightning. Facing the lightning strike of the Koga Ninja Frog, Sister Millip looked resolute. As soon as his mind moved, the blizzard that had just hit the sky turned and killed him. Bang! The avatar exploded again, and Sister Millip appeared beside Natsy. Taking advantage of this time difference, Sister Millip avoided the re-chasing of the Koga Ninja Frog and escaped back to the elves. Beautiful. I actually saw that the stand-in move is useless to my Jahei Ninja Frog. Lee Hezin said. Although superpowers are Natsy's strength, it would be a big mistake to think that the dignified Golden City Gym Master only has superpowers. Just now, Koga Ninja's shuriken has the Chun-Sing move attached. As a sound-type move, the sing-along move can penetrate the avatar and attack the main body. Even if Sister Millip used a stand-in move, if she was really hit by the Jahei Ninja Frog, Sister Millip could only quit the stage completely. Without answering, Nazi glanced over. Hudi, who had been prepared for a long time, suddenly appeared in front of Koga Ninja Frog with a solemn expression. Face to face with the Koga Ninja Frog, eye to eye, the two elves confronted each other. At this time, the fans in the live broadcast room reacted from the fast-paced fight just now. According to Shinado, doesn't it mean that just now, he almost got the first kill? Hurry up and drink a mouthful of music to suppress your shock. The two apprentices looked at each other, and both saw the shock and wonder in the other's eyes. Although the owner of the Red Lotus Gym is now famous. But in the first few rounds, not only did they not fall into the disadvantage, but they pressed the main game of the pavilion, which is to. Thinking of Lee, he just said, "I will fight for it, don't be turned into a doll." The male apprentice's expression is complicated. Almost got the first kill. Make Nazi Pavilion a 2v1 situation. You call it, fight and fight, don't be turned into a doll. Chapter 321 Is my Nazis cheap so easy to take? But seeing that the owner of the gym sent Hoodie, the two gymnast apprentices breathed a sigh of relief. Although the owner of the Red Lotus Gym is handsome, he stands on the side of the Golden Gym. Even the female apprentice expects Nazi to win. His golden beard fluttered with the sea breeze, and Hoodie had a solemn expression. Two super-powered soup spoons surrounded Hoodie and slowly rotated. Slip, oh! Flicking his tail, Six Tails called out vigilantly. Under the blessing of Nazi's power, Hoodie's spiritual power continued to rise. In the blink of an eye, Hoodie achieved a similar for levels where meditation moves are used. It was as if the real spiritual power oscillated out of Hoodie's body frequently. The sea is flat, the wind stops. Using Hoodie, although it should not be Nazi's absolute main force, but with Nazi's blessing, this Hoodie is strong enough. As the master of the Golden City Gym in the quasi-master stage, the state of going all out should be Nazi's blessing plus mega evolution plus Hoodie's own strengthening state. Of course, if it is in the Kaler area, maybe Nazi can still give Hoodie came to a giant last time, and in the end, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat, so the mega Hoodie in this state will use the Z move, and ordinary legendary elves, such as the Flame Bird, have to stay away, right? This analysis. Who is the boss upstairs? With the different levels of Lee, there are also some anonymous bigwigs in the live broadcast room. In the trainer circle, it is not a trainer who has not conquered the legendary elves. As the Battle Factory pioneering mind of the new challenge facility, Battle Development Zone, Dara is also a powerful trainer. Although not quite subduing, Dara also forged a precious friendship with a frozen bird. The frozen bird is blue in color and looks like a phoenix. As a legendary bird spirit, the frozen bird haunts the snow-capped mountains all year round. After years of accumulation, frozen bird can use the Absolute Zero move that freezes everything. As a legendary elf, in order to maintain its strength, frozen bird must travel to and from snow areas around the world to absorb the power of ice and snow. And if you get out of this rhythm of life and don't draw the power of ice and snow for a long time, the power of the frozen bird will gradually decline. Even so, as a legendary elves, the power of the frozen bird is not comparable to that of ordinary elves. On the vast plain lawn, the gorgeous, elegant, 2-meter-high frozen bird stared sharply at the phone screen. Although it has been a long time since I went to the snow-capped mountains to accumulate strength, as a legendary individual, the frozen bird also has extremely strong power. But this Hoodie, this Koga ninja frog on the screen. Just from the feeling in the dark. It's not even worse than it. He has a strong body and wears a red flying cap. While combing the feathers for the frozen bird, Dara looked at the phone screen with a solemn expression. The private discussion between the rookie Red Lotus Gym Master in Washa District and the veteran Gym Master Nazi in the Kanto area is definitely worth watching. On the sea level, looking at Hoodie at the moment, Lee has a serious expression. If it was Hoodie who didn't have Nazi's blessing before, it would at most be equivalent to the Six Tails hadn't learned meditation moves and had not mastered the level of the legendary Thunder and Blue Lightning. But after being blessed by Nazi's superpower, although there was no change in his body, Hoodie's mental strength has been greatly increased. Take out Hoodie, this witch is real. Brother Lee, can you resist? For the news on the barrage, Dara glanced at it and murmured. Hooty vs Jahe Ninja, both are elves who have a quick solution. How will the situation develop next? Hooty, holding the doll, Natsy's black hair fluttered in the wind, her eyes flashing red. Mind transfer. Spiritual transfer. This move can transfer Hooty's own abnormal state to the opponent. Hooty. With a deep and violent shout, the two superpower soup spoons suspended beside Hooty shot out like sharp swords. In the blink of an eye, Hooty and two superpower soup spoons, like 3 points in a triangle, surrounded the Koga ninja frog in the middle. Then, just as the Koga ninja frog was preparing to make a tentative raid, Hooty and the two superpower spoons began to switch positions irregularly. Swap venue moves. Leahy read out the name of the move in surprise. Swap field moves. Use superpowers to teleport, and swap the positions of yourself and your companions. Obviously, Hooty used the two superpower spoons as companions, using the exchange of field moves, constantly changing his position, so as to avoid the sure kill raid of the Koga ninja frog. Different from the teleportation move, even the restraint effect of the flame vortex move may not be able to block the swapping move. Koga ninja frog inevitably hesitated. Taking this opportunity, Hooty drank in a low voice, facing the front with 3 lightning punches. A punch condensed into a flame shape and slammed into a super spoon, causing the super spoon to be stained with a burn special effect. The punch condensed into a thunderbolt shape and hit another super-powered spoon, causing it to be covered with static electricity. In the end, Hooty gave himself a punch, which made his whole body freeze. Frozen Fist, Lightning Fist, Flame Fist. This set of Farmer's 3 fists makes Hooty have 3 effects of freezing, paralysis, and burning. Then use Hooty's move, Spiritual Transfer. The evil energy of the Koga ninja frog burst out, resisting the triple effects of freezing, paralysis, and burn that suddenly wrapped around him. If it weren't for the evil nature of the Koga ninja frog, it would be immune to damage from superpower moves. Just this move, Spiritual Transfer, can make the Jiaga ninja frog fall into absolute inferiority. Wind. Note: the evil attribute can only make the elves immune to the damage of superpower attribute moves, but cannot be immune to the special effects of superpower attribute moves. In this case, the speed of the Jahe ninja frog will be worse. While thinking about it, Leahy's face was solemn. Originally, the speed racial value of Koga ninja was higher than that of Hooty. Although it is only a little taller, it also allows Koga ninja to avoid or counterattack in time when Hooty uses teleportation to surprise. But right now, although the use of evil energy has weakened some of the effects of the spirit transfer moves, the triple effects of paralysis, freezing, and burning will still affect the speed of the Koga ninja frog. In the competition of the same level, speed is life. Under Natsy's secret instigation, Hooty's hands, on the 2 superpower spoons, flashed the energy glow of the energy ball move and the electricity attribute move respectively. At the end of the layout, the Koga ninja frog must face Hooty's 3-way strangulation. The execution is about to begin. Staring at Leahy, the corners of Natsy's mouth were upturned, and she evoked a sneer. What are you going to do next? Although you took advantage of it in the first round of duel and got your way, but my Natsy's advantage is so easy to take. Chapter 322. The amount of milk of the owner of my house, Lee, is stronger. Crackle. The golden yellow electric energy escaped from the super energy spoon, and under the control of Hooty's superpower, the violent electric energy formed a grid encirclement. Hooty blocked a corner, staring at the Koga ninja frog. The energy ball in Hooty's hand was ready to go. Although he relied on constant movement to avoid Hooty's lock, the Koga ninja frog was inevitably hit by scattered electric energy, and there were gradually more traces of scorched black on his body. The 2 apprentices couldn't help but look proud. It's the pavilion owner's triangular killing formation. It seems that the owner of the pavilion is showing his true style. It's happened, it's happened. If Koga ninja loses, Baby Dragon will definitely not be able to turn the tables. Is Saohi going to become a doll? The live broadcast room was densely populated with barrages. Substitute. Leahy immediately shouted. Point acupuncture, increase the speed. In Hoodie's triangle killing array, Gyaga Ninja tried to avoid damage while preparing a substitute move. After using a substitute to die and getting out of the triangular killing array, Koga Ninja stretched out his hand and pointed to himself. HMPH. Do you think I didn't expect your move? Usually, Nazi collects information about Leahy. Nazi smiled sternly and looked at Hoodie. Hoodie, self-suggestion. Self-suggestion move. Give yourself a hint, and change the state of the ability to become the same as the opponent. Take it away and thank you. Fuck, Brother Lee was read first. Could it be that Nazi used the mind-reading technique? The fans in the live broadcast room wailed. Yes, if Nazi wanted to, she could indeed read her opponent's thoughts. This is also playing a shepherd's purse with this witch. As Koga Ninja used the acupuncture move, the speed was twice as fast as before. Vibrating with all his mental power, Hoodie also doubled his speed by using his self-suggestion moves. Seeing this, Leahy smiled slightly. Acupuncture point. Raising his finger again, Koga Ninja looked serious, and suddenly pointed to his chest. The second pointing acupuncture point theoretically can make the Koga Ninja frog have 4 times the speed of the original. Hoodie, backquote. Seeing that Jahei Ninja used the acupoint move again, Hoodie was also difficult to ride a tiger at this time. He could only use the self-suggestion move again, but with the use of the move, Hoodie's beard shook rapidly, and a drop of sweat fell from Hoodie's forehead. Hoodie. In the end, with the sullen cry, Hu Tian's expression was ugly, and the rising spiritual power also came to an abrupt end. Failed to use auto-suggestion moves. Even with Nazi's blessing, Hoodie's background and physical quality could not withstand the terrifying improvement of second Duan acupuncture. My master Li, I will also use the dignified force to oppress people. Li he ordered directly. The eye of the heart. Unexpected. This is really unexpected. Because she often uses her powerful superpowers to cooperate with Hoodie to bully others, Nazi really didn't expect that she would be bullied by others one day. Even Hoodie, who was blessed by him, couldn't bear the improvement of Jahei Ninja's ability at this moment. So what does this Koga Ninja frog rely on to do this? So that's the case. Is this the reason why Your Excellency subdued this Jahei Ninja frog in the first place? Nazi said coldly. Although I don't know what the reason is, as a trainer who can use Mega Evolution, Nazi judged it. This Koga Ninja frog has the potential to undergo Mega Evolution. Good eyesight. As expected of, Nazi also had to admire Lihi's eyesight. As expected of the top master in the Washa area, he could see the huge potential of the Koga Ninja frog from the time of the croak-headed frog. Taking advantage of the skyrocketing speed, Koga Ninja easily avoided Hoodie's energy ball and shot with lightning, leaving a mark on Hoodie. The two elves passed by. This time, Hoodie was in front of Lihi, and Jahei Ninja was in front of Nazi. Holding a purple shuriken with a cyclone wrapped around the edge, Koga Ninja looked solemn, and his eyes were flat but heavy on Hoodie. Looking at the eye-shaped mark on his body, Hudian's expression was ugly. Eye of the heart. The imprint is engraved on the body, and it is doomed. The next move must not be avoided. This time, Hoodie is going to give his life. This fight. God. The audience in the live broadcast room was directly shocked by this series of lightning confrontations. The command of the two sides, you come and go, actually gives people an artistic sense of beauty. Nazi naturally needless to say. But what the audience did not expect was that, facing the witch in the Golden City, the new and tender Red Lotus Taoist Pavilion Master could actually fight back and forth. Right now, it seems that he still holds the dawn of victory. Seeing this, Dara's eyes were solemn. These two people are indeed beyond the ability of ordinary gym owners to compete. Spiral Shuriken. The terrifying shuriken burst out, but Nazi's thoughts were faster. Knowing that the stand-in move was useless to Jahei Ninja, Nazi simply replaced Hoodie with Sister Millip, and blocked the blow at the cost of Sister Millip's exit. Abandoning the car to protect the handsome is also a must. The eye of the heart. Leahy's expression remained unchanged. Although the routine is simple, the simpler the routine, the smaller the flaws and the more deadly it is. As long as Hoodie's speed is not as good as that of Koga Ninja Frog, he can't dodge the eye of the heart. There is no way to avoid the attack of Wind Poison Escape Spiral Shuriken. Locking the opponent with the eye of the heart is really making the opponent doomed. But Natsu instead brought up a strange, cold smile. It's about time. Predict future. Note, predicting the future move. After using the move, it will mobilize the power within a short time, causing a major blow to the opponent. After locking Hoodie with the eye of the heart, the Koga Ninja Frog was preparing to gather strength, and threw out the full-strength shuriken to end Hoodie. However, he felt that a tyrannical force was about to come, and the complexion of Jiaga Ninja changed slightly. Not bothering to add a little more force, Koga Ninja hurriedly threw out his shuriken and struck Hoodie with lightning. At the same time, the evil energy in the body poured out of the body, and the figure of the Koga Ninja Frog moved irregularly like lightning. Although he knew that superpower moves shouldn't hurt him, Koga Ninja still trusted his intuition. Leahy's eyes were deep. Koga Ninja's choice is right. I didn't expect you to hide a trick, Eye of Miracles. Leahy said. Eye of Miracle moves. After using this move, moves that have no effect on evil spirits can also produce effects. Therefore, Natsu's hidden future predicting move, Koga Ninja is not immune. Sure enough, the witch in the dignified Golden City is not a vegetarian. It's too insidious, and she unknowingly buried a killer. Hey, this is a blind spot attack. If you are negligent because of your evil attributes. Boom. Boom. The moves of the two elves both hit each other. The turbulent air waves rolled around, and with two blasts, the two elves fell on the sea at the same time. His face was blue and purple, and he glanced at the terrifying scar on his flank, his beard shaking violently. He was sinking and floating in the sea, and Hoodie gasped sharply, but he didn't have the energy to float. On the opposite side, propped on the sea with one hand, Koga Ninja's face was pale, and dense beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. In this round of fights, both of them were injured. Now, won't you just let the baby dragon make up the knife and win? No, if I'm not mistaken, Natsu should be a rascal. Hoodie and Jiaga Ninja were both seriously injured, but the opponent's baby dragon still had the strength to fight again. Facing the unfavorable situation, Natsu once again evoked a sneer. With the Koga Ninja Frog, who has been subdued for less than a year, he has beaten the Hoodie that has been blessed by himself to such an extent. Python Emperor, amazing. But that's it. Hoodie, regenerate yourself. Hoodie. Hoodie roared, and with the blessing of Natsu's power, Hoodie dragged his severely injured body, and he was still able to use self-regeneration moves. As the move was used, the terrifying scar on Hoodie's abdomen gradually recovered. Staring at the opposite side, his beard trembled, and a glimmer of pride flashed in his eyes. Did not expect it. The old man's hanging is not ordinary to force. Baby dragon, pray. As soon as the baby dragon appeared, he was replaced by Koga Ninja again. But Koga Ninja, who was replaced, had sharp eyes. Although traces of injury can still be seen, it has clearly recovered a lot. Facing the chilling gaze of Koga Ninja Frog, Hoodie, who was slowly recovering, had dull eyes. The old man never imagined. The enemy army not only brought milk. And the milk of the enemy army is even more outrageous. The self-regeneration move uses superpowers to stimulate cell division to recover from injuries. Even with the blessing of Natsu's power, Hoodie's recovery will take time. But the prayer move only takes a short time. The two strokes are judged against each other. Looking at the Jahe Ninja Frog that rushed towards him like lightning, Hoodie closed his eyes helplessly. It's over. Hoodie loses his ability to fight. And the two elves in the hands of the Red Lotus Gym Master still have the ability to fight, because, therefore, the winner of this battle is the Red Lotus Gym Master. Stunned for a moment, the male apprentice stammered to announce the result. Withdrawing the hoodie, Nazi hugged the doll tightly, her brows furrowed into a Sichuan shape. Did not expect. He even lost self-regeneration to him. Gone back. After leaving a naive baby voice, Nazi's figure disappeared instantly with two apprentices. Sure enough, although he looks mature, he still has a bit of a childish temper. Leahy murmured while looking at the empty opposite. Looking at the Koga ninja frog who was standing on the sea level and trying to adjust his breathing, Leahy smiled and praised. It's getting stronger, Koga ninja frog. Here. After taking a steady breath, Koga ninja nodded heavily towards Leahy. The honor of the Lord, I, Jahe ninja, have guarded it. At the same time, watching the barrages and rewards in the live broadcast room, Zheng Gui and Shanae dual high-five to celebrate. Omega people equals caret vessel caret equals. Six Tails patted the baby dragon's head with relief. Yo-yo, asterisk. Baby dragon. By O Omega, asterisk, O. Shushi was stimulated by this battle, and the baby dragon's body was shrouded in bright white light. The other side. Looking at the phone, Dara's eyes flashed with shock. The witch of the doll's house, the master of the Golden City Gym, was driven away. Although it was just a private discussion, the result will also set off a huge storm of discussion in the trainer world. Chapter 323 Can you not evolve if you are hungry? At sea level. Under the brilliance of the star and moon, the fluorescent light on the baby dragon flashed for a few seconds. Chant. Baby dragon has a weird expression. It was like eating too much and choking on the hiccups, but unable to hiccups, in the end. Still swallowed. The glittering fluorescence finally faded and disappeared. Baby dragon looked blank and touched his belly. Baby dragon. Opening parenthesis dot. Underscore. Chant, I'm so hungry. Sure enough, as Leahy muttered, the battle was a loss-making business. Not only did I get nothing, but I also starved my baby's stomach. I took a bite of my lip sister, and I also ate lonely. Seeing the baby dragon that failed to evolve, Leahy's expression was flat. Wilted normal. At first, Gengar wilted once. In the early stage of evolution, the elves that have accumulated too much will have this phenomenon of jumping left and right on the edge of evolution. However, that is to say, the things that smashed into the baby dragon's stomach are really worthless, and they are about to evolve. Leahy rubbed his chin and thought. Even so, as a dragon attribute elves, the evolution speed of baby dragons is still a little too fast. Looking at the six tails who were excitedly flicking their tails, Leahy fell into contemplation. It should still be related to the orange flame and blue lightning. It seems that the hunter group in the Shanao area is not unreasonable to collect the gods. Something related to the legendary dragon elves can indeed promote the growth of dragon attribute elves. Leahy muttered. Road. In my memory, a wild mini dragon in the Kanto region. It took decades for this mini dragon to evolve only once, and it evolved into hack dragon, and it has not even seen a shadow from the final evolution form fast dragon. Only the Yulong family, like the King of Kings in the Kanto region, has the capital to use special secret medicines to accelerate the growth of dragon-type elves. No wonder Wanlong said that the poor raise the ghost and the rich raise the dragon. Leahy's expression was subtle. You can eat anything, even if you drink the northwest wind every day, the ghost attribute elves can slowly evolve. But the dragon attribute elves, even if there are tens of millions, it is still impossible to buy dragon bone. The Yulong family's own internal resources are not enough, so how can they sell things like dragon bone? Raising his hand to take back the tired Koga ninja frog, Leahy waved to Shinedo and Zheng Gui. Let's go back. I have to get up early tomorrow to participate in the Whirlpool Islands competition. This is more than a blessing 996, it is simply love 807. The life of a gym owner is really easy. At the same time. Late at night. Huasha District, Chindu Province, Fengdu City, Jinhuayuan Community. At the end of the year, For next year's admission target, Principal Mew wears glasses and studies while doing forms. The few remaining hairs were accidentally pulled out, and Principal Mew felt distressed when he saw it. Hey, this is the lifeblood of my old wood. When you are young, you don't cherish a lot of hair. When you get old, even if you take good care of it, it will abandon you. Looking at the 3 hairs in the palm of his hand, Principal Mew sighed. My house is just a small padded jacket that leaks air. What am I trying to do with my struggles? But thinking about fighting for one more recommended spot, maybe it can change a family, and Principal Mew is full of motivation. Ding dong. A new email popped up on the computer screen. Lao Lu of the Ministry of Education. Lao Mu, congratulations, the above has decided to allocate a few more recommended places for you in several elf universities in the province this time. By the way, you are ready to prepare, the Imperial Capital University, and the Demon Capital University. I'm going to send a team of teachers and students to visit you. By the way, the owner of the Red Lotus Temple is Xiao Li. Has he talked to someone? My leader's family has a daughter, the one from Secretary Wang's family. Or, another day, you see, let them add a W letter or something. Young people, it's good to know each other. Close black lens bracket. Principal Mew looked complicated. Principal Mew has become accustomed to the wording of such mediators. After thinking for a moment, Principal Mew replied. Ah, this, in fact, Xiao Li seems to be chatting with the owner of the Raiwan Gym in the Hezhong area recently. Master Raiwan, then just pretend I didn't say it, and have dinner together another day. Lao Lu from the Ministry of Education immediately changed the subject. Good guy, the owner of the top-class gym in the Hezhong area, not to mention his beautiful appearance, his family background is also first class. People's conditions, they can't be compared. After replying to the email, Principal Mew held his chin and said to himself. That's right, I've been too busy recently, so I didn't ask Xiao Li what he was doing recently. Since Li He succeeded to the Red Lotus Taoist Hall, the Ministry of Education has automatically moved Li He's student status to Imperial University and given him the title of a guest lecturer. It would be too insulting to the masters of the gymnasiums in Chengdu Province if they continued to keep Li He's files in the 3rd class of Junxin High School. Facing the screen for too long, Principal Mew tiredly rubbed his temples. When he came to the bedroom, Principal Mew looked at Mew Yufei, who was not sleeping, wearing big pajamas and looking at his mobile phone, and rebuked helplessly. You don't even look at you, how old are you, and you stay up all night playing with your phone? Dad, you don't know. Mew Yufei glanced at Principal Mew with a subtle expression. Know what? Principal Mew was puzzled. Just now, Li He and the witch from Golden City had a private discussion on a sea. What? Principal Mew suddenly became nervous and asked anxiously. What's the result? Although he asked aloud, Principal Mew had a heavy expression on his face. Although Principal Mew has not personally seen this witch from Golden City take action, the strength of a trainer who is recognized as a quasi-master rank is a joke. Different from the gym owner of the prefecture-level city in Chengdu Province, this witch from the Golden City is really a top-level gym owner in the world. Li He is still floating, but there should be nothing wrong. At most, he was turned into a doll. After eating a cut, a young man can't walk too fast. Principal Mew sighed. The master of the Golden City Gym, the witch of the dollhouse, a trainer of that rank. If you come to Chengdu Province, President An and President Wu must greet them carefully. I guess I have to stand at the tail of the welcoming team. Thinking of this, Principal Mew suddenly felt a little depressed. No, Mew Yufei's expression became even weirder. No, not only were they turned into dolls. Did something happen? Principal Mew groaned in his heart. Seeing Mew Yufei, who was about to say nothing, Principal Mew was so anxious that he urged. You speak quickly. In the end I am your own. Is Li He your own? Madam, Nazi and I are one-on-one, you may not be so nervous. Completely forgetting that he was also worried, Mew Yufei rolled his eyes secretly. Just now, the two had a 2v2 battle, but neither of them used the main force. Lihi's team was Baby Dragon and Jahe Ninja. Nazi tried her best to fascinate Sister Lip and Hudi, and the result. What's the result? Principal Mew frowned again in a hurry. Nazi's team is Milip Sister and Hudi. It's clearly Nazi, Milip Sister, and Hudi. Don't interrupt people all the time. Mew Yufei glared at her father. For the specific battle, go to Station B to see it. Anyway, it turned out that Nazi's two elves lost their ability to fight and left with anger. Lihi here, Baby Dragon and Koga Ninja Frog are still physically fit. Dad, are you okay? Can you hear me? Principal Mew was stunned. The witch in the Golden City, was actually killed by this kid Lihi. Chapter 324. The Waveguide is My Life. The video replay of the battle between the owner of the Red Lotus Gym and the Witch of the Golden City took only a few hours to rush to the hot search #1 on major platforms. I'm stupid, the milk volume of this baby dragon is stronger and more than the milk volume of my auspicious eggs. So, this is the milk fierce. Ha 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 ha, I laughed. The witch who used her recovery speed to bully others was actually breastfed to death by others. Although the rhythm of the battle is fast, it does not prevent a certain celebrity from producing explanations and evaluations overnight. The witch in the Golden City has made a lot of calculations. The only miscalculation is that they didn't expect a baby dragon to actually bring the milk volume of a happy egg. This is also outrageous. Even the trainers in Dongying district saw this video through Twitter. This is a high school student. It came out of the light, right? Wow, so handsome. As the vice chairman of Tokyo Spirit University, Hoshino has a complicated expression. Looking back, when he first fought against Lihi didn't have a dragon-type elf baby dragon in his hand, right? How long has it been? How could the baby dragon be bred to such an extent? My own Hakron was passed down from my parents. Even using the resources of Tokyo Elf University, Hoshino Hiroshi was not sure that he could cultivate Hakalong to evolve in a short period of time. It's either that he has the secret medicine for cultivating dragon-type elves, or that he has a unique method. In his living room, looking at Hoshino Hotaru on the sofa, Hoshino's mind became active. Sister, what do you think of Lihi? He is handsome, why don't you try it? Climb. Seeing Hoshino's thoughts, Hoshino spit out a short word. A man must be self-aware. Even a man in the Golden City dares to hook up with a witch. This lady can't control it. After watching the video again, Hoshino sighed inwardly. Although he lost to Lihi last year, Hoshino Shuin has been planning to get it back someday. But it feels dull now. The goal that can be seen can bring pressure. If the goal is too illusory, it will bring people a sigh. Before, Lihi was just stirring up the wind and rain in the circle of new generation trainers. Before he knew it, after causing the ups and downs in Chindu province, this guy actually went straight to the world stage. Although it was only a private discussion with Nazi, the Witch of the Golden City, this record was enough to make Lihi, as the master of the Red Lotus Gym, a first-class gym master at that time. The next day. Monday, January 29th. In the dream, I dreamed that the hungry Kirby beast stuck out its tongue and licked at him, and Lihi suddenly woke up. There was a smooth feeling on his cheeks. Lihi opened his eyes and saw Nazi's lips smacking sister looking at him shyly. Impossible, Omega. Wiping the lipstick mark on his face, Lihi smiled slightly. Thank you for wiping my face. After sending another kiss, Lihi. Heart. Mimelu Sigma degree Omega degree heart. In front of Luwei, Sister Milip prepared toiletries for Lihi. Flicking its tail, Luwei called out a few times in dissatisfaction. Opening parenthesis D, yo-yo. What do you mean, are you fighting the shit-shoveling officer with Ben Yo-Yo? Dare to dig my corner, believe it or not, I will send you to the intensive care unit. If you want to be a scumbag, you have to have a good attitude. Lihi took the towel indifferently and wiped his face. Looking at the attentive sister-in-law, Shinedo flashed a sentence in his mind. Lick the dog, lick to the end, still nothing. After washing, Li He got dressed. Go ni o carrot dish carrot o hollow square. Zhang Gui put on his sunglasses while dragging the family's suitcases. Put another layer of sunscreen on myself, Gengar. For all back quote. It will take me a day to reach the battlefield. I don't know how happy you are. Li He's expression was subtle. Is it not enough to have a hand in the mere Whirlpool Islands competition? It's just cutting leaks. How excited are you? A mere 1 million is not enough for your snacks. After this trip, if the major organizing committees in the society think that I, Li Guanju, are a woolly gangster, if I get pulled into the blacklist, I will not lose 1 million. Blood loss. Hearing Li He's words, Koga Ninja Frog rubbed his temples with a solemn expression. Look what the trainer has to say. I don't know how happy you are. This shows that the Lord feels the pressure. Host, what can be the pressure on? Still not having enough confidence in them to win the Whirlpool Islands competition. Although this battle is difficult, it cannot be retreated. As usual, Koga Ninja still understands Master Li too well. When he arrived at the port, Li He was surprised to find that Nazi had been waiting for a long time. I'm also a guest of the Whirlpool Islands competition. Nazi said with a blank expression. The head of the doll in her arms was tilted to 45 degrees, and she said strangely. Looking at the doll, Li He shuddered. Not only does Nazi have superpowers, but the power of this scare move is not weak. Looking at Miss Lips wandering around beside Li He, the two apprentices swallowed hard. In front of the pavilion owner Nazi, the pavilion owner of Red Lotus actually dared to hook up the pavilion owner's elf. This Li Guanju is really a warrior. Li He didn't care about the awe-inspiring eyes of the two apprentices. Also, if you lose, you lose. Since I lost, according to the rules, you can choose a trick. Nazi's doll said coldly. In the field of trainers in other regions, there is also an unwritten rule. The battle of trainers must bet on one thing. In the battle between ordinary trainers, the loser will pay money as the price. For Nazi, paying a trick cheat book is just a small gamble. No, it's a big deal. Li He said politely. What do you mean? Don't you look down on the secrets of the Golden Gem? Nazi's eyes became cold. Are you underestimated? Should I use all my strength and fight again? Cough. Since that's the case, I'm welcome. Sensing some kind of danger, Li He pushed Zheng Gui to him. My family's elves, I generally respect their subjective initiative. Let them choose for themselves. With a cold snort, Nazi's expression softened a lot. Under the control of superpower, a metal badge was ejected in front of Li He. This is the golden badge of the Golden Gymnasium. It should only be used as a commemoration of the battle. After taking the badge, Li He's expression changed slightly. Golden badge, a special item, the badge that looks like pure gold actually contains wonderful superpowers. Close black lens bracket. Wonderful superpower. And many more. Wouldn't Nazi be able to locate me remotely with this badge? I'll throw this badge in Gengar's mouth in a moment. Before Li He could react, a few lines of system text appeared in Li He's eyes. Open black lens bracket golden badge get. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Mission progress update. Close black lens bracket. The reputation of the Red Lotus Gym has greatly increased. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket get stage rewards. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket waveguide. Close black lens bracket. Remarks. The waveguide is my life. Close black lens bracket. Keenly aware of the fleeting power fluctuations in Li He, Nazi's expression changed. He actually. Or a waveguide messenger. Chapter 325 My waveguide is not for you to eat. There was no time to care about Nazi's demeanor, Li He's expression was subtle. Waveguide. Before, after spending a sweet and beautiful night with Dream, Li He became half a superpower. Through this superpower, Li He can perceive the emotional fluctuations of others' elves. But now, this superpower has undergone a qualitative change directly and transformed into a waveguide. Waveguide is an innate ability, a power used by a group known as the waveguide messenger. Closing his eyes to perceive, Leahy felt as if he had opened a pair of heart eyes. Through these eyes of hearts, he can see countless blue outlines. Aware of Leahy's peeping, Lu Wei shouted excitedly. Slip, no. The dark blue silhouette of the six tails released a close feeling, and Leahy suddenly realized. What I see now through the waveguide is the spirit body of each creature. The deeper the blue level of the spiritual body, the closer it is to oneself. Looking at Nazi again, Leahy's hair was numb. A pitch-black outline like a thick black blood stood there, staring coldly at Leahy with a pair of blood-red narrow eyes. What are you looking at? Nazi said coldly. After being proficient in using the power of the waveguide messenger can also use mind reading and cardiac induction through the waveguide. Although she believed that her superpowers would not follow Leahy's way, Nazi still mobilized her superpowers to protect herself. After all, this man is hiding too deep. Who knows to what extent he has deepened the power of the waveguide. Don't look away, Leahy said. It seems that red and black should be hostile individuals. Good guy, this Nazi is so black. Didn't it just win her several times online? Didn't he win her once in reality? Isn't that just killing her? Nazi, you're so stingy. After getting on the cruise ship, Leahy was studying the power of waveguide all the way during the voyage. On the way, Leahy summed up. This is a magic trick for pretending to be X. Standing on the deck, Leahy folded his arms and looked forward with deep eyes. It was clear that there was no wind, but the waveguide blew Leahy's bangs like the wind, and lifted Leahy's coat into the wind. The power of the waveguide wind is always with me. Seeing this scene, the male apprentice brought by Nazi stretched out his hand in disbelief. Without noticing the slightest wind, the male apprentice murmured. Could it be that this is the so-called handsome man with his own help? At this time, because of the winter, a group of butterflies flew from afar. After the winter in most parts of the Blue Star Alliance, in order to multiply the species, the butterflies will migrate in groups to warm islands to recuperate. Because there are volcanoes nearby, Honglian Island is also one of the preferred migration places for the butterflies. Lily Tilda. With the unique cry, in the group, two deity with supernatural talents overlooked the cruise ship and keenly noticed the two special individuals. The superpower on Nazi made them afraid, but the power of the waveguide on Leahy was gentle. Coupled with the charm of Lehenna's nowhere to release, the two da. Mile **** heart. Mile degree. Without hesitation, the two butterflies swooped down and circled over Leahy. The two butterflies looked at Leahy curiously. Fuck, over there, two big butterflies are going around the master of the Red Lotus Gym. This is asking for conquest. Is it asking for subjugation? After taking advantage of the live broadcast, Zheng Gui, who felt more and more that he should earn money, held the mobile phone to broadcast the live broadcast. Seeing this, the male apprentice looked up at the sky. So this is the so-called, attracting the wind and attracting butterflies. After receiving repeated urgings from the ethnic group, the two da reluctantly returned to the ethnic group. This is just a small episode. In addition to creating wind and being able to perceive the existence of others, Leahy continued to try other things. In my memory, the most famous way to use the waveguide is the wave missile move. Condensing the powerful waveguide into energy bombs to attack the opponent, the wave missile moves can lock the opponent and carry out positioning strikes. Although Leahy did not understand the principle of wave missiles, it did not prevent him from drawing tigers. In the room, facing the elves, Leahy controlled the waveguide and formed a dark blue shield in front of him. As long as I'm on full defense, no one can hurt me. Leahy was slightly content with the waveguide shield he made with great effort. From today onwards, I, Master Li, is also a trainer with the ability to defeat the green caterpillar. Perhaps. Chan, degree. Looking at the blue shield in front of him, Baby Dragon blinked. One move bit the move and tore it up, Baby Dragon. Chew. After swallowing it, Baby Dragon's eyes lit up. Pray sigh, sigh. Crispy, seafood flavor. Looking at the baby dragon holding the blue shield, Li He was stunned. Thinking of his own ambitions, Li He blushed. I will not let you eat the waveguide shield of the owner of Li Pavilion. Go sigh for all, sigh. Omega, slip. Here. In the end, even the Koga ninja frog graciously shared a small piece. 10 minutes later. The whole person was hollowed out, and Li He's face was pale. No, not a drop. Damn, I forgot that the power of the waveguide cannot be overdrawn. The superpower will at most cause baldness, but if the power of the waveguide is severely overdrawn, it will be fatal. Perhaps because of eating his waveguide shield, the little guy's waveguides were slightly similar to his waveguides. It is like two waves of different wavelengths and frequencies, which have the meaning of tending to the same. Looking at the little guys again, Li He was thoughtful. Perhaps, this is the secret of the wizard's cultivation of elves. Feed the spirit with your own waveguide. Over time, the waveguides of the trainer and the elf will easily overlap. If the trainer subjectively adjusts the power of the waveguide, can he achieve a state similar to that of fusion with the elves? Li He's eyes lit up. If the power of the waveguide is used as a medium to link himself and the Koga ninja frog. Didn't the power of the waveguide act as a keystone and a mega evolution stone, which could make the Koga ninja frog transform into a bond? After thinking of this, in the next period of time, Li He condensed the power of the waveguide. Instilling the power of the waveguide into the bodies of Koga ninja frog, baby dragon, and Gengar, Li He slowly and continuously improved his fit with the little guys. In your own room. Holding the doll, Natsi observes the movement next door through her superpower. After seeing Li He's actions, Natsi's eyes flickered and her expression became slightly solemn. Using the power of the waveguide to continuously deepen the fit between the trainer and the elves. What a clever method. Withdrawing her superpower, Nazi's narrow eyes narrowed slightly. Is he laying the foundation for mega evolution? Chapter 326 Zhenggui, Jahei Ninja, the two big ones have been abolished. January 31st. The day before the opening of the Whirlpool Islands competition, Li He checked into the Water Arrow Turtle chain hotel on the Whirlpool Island. The whole building looks like a Water Arrow Turtle, and the sea view room that Li He stayed in is located in the eye part of the Water Arrow Turtle. Opening the window, Li He could see the sea view of the Whirlpool Islands. Facing the ocean, spring and blossom. After checking in, Li He looked at the schedule of the Vortex Islands competition. It's 1-on-1 in the early stage. Li He muttered. Then look at Zhenggui, who is addicted to the live broadcast and attracting gold before the game, the baby dragon who jumps down from the tall building to practice iron-headed kung fu, and the solemn-looking Koga ninja frog. It seems that I don't need to go, Li He murmured. The early stage of the Whirlpool Islands competition. No mouth, okay. The Vortex Islands tournament officially held the first round of knockouts on February 1st. As a special guest of the Whirlpool Islands competition, Li He skipped the audition and directly entered the 1-on-1 preliminary round. The water attribute trainers who signed up from all over the world will have a knockout duel on the officially prepared water attribute field. Although the intensity of the competition is not comparable to that of the regional competitions, the Whirlpool Islands competition invites water attribute trainers from all over the world. Faced with the glory of being the champion of the Vortex Islands tournament, the trainers who specialize in water attributes are also actively preparing for the battle. Even so, there is inevitably moisture in the Whirlpool Islands tournament. After all, even in a certain Kanto region conference in the past, there was an embarrassing operation of trainers overturning the audience with fire-breathing dragons. Note, in the animation, in the Kanto region conference, using the immobile fire-breathing dragon, Xiaoji players can play the second half of the Kanto region conference. If the fire-breathing dragon looked down on the opponent's last main force Pikachu, the fire-breathing dragon would not have the will to fight. Sentenced to retire, Xiaoji can directly advance to the final match. Therefore, in any competition, there are many young people who are, obviously very good but very confident. But on the other hand, it is also possible to meet the GM players of all the legendary elves in the preliminaries. Based on this, Li He's mind became active. Just let the baby dragon come up. I'm not very demanding from the Master Li, just don't win. But it can't justifiably release water. I'm sorry for the efforts of the little guys. After thinking hard, Li He's eyes lit up. Before Zheng Ghost's live broadcast, Li He coughed dryly. Long time no see, I'm Li He, an ordinary gym owner who, God gave me both excellent talent and handsome skin, but nothing for you. I'm worried. No, back quote. Regarding the barrage, Li He was indifferent and continued to sigh. There has been no live broadcast recently. I think everyone wants to know the reason. The reason is very simple, that is. I always win, I'm under too much pressure. Even if I challenge the seniors in Chindu province in turn, even if I ask the witch for advice, I still won. If I didn't lose, it would be outrageous. Cough, swearing, don't mind everyone. Really, it's too irritating, it's like God is always against me. I win when I fight, I won't win if I don't, I still win when I get there. Looking up at the sky 45 degrees, Li He continued, alas, the result is that the trophies and gym badges were handicapped, and they gave me a boring room full of trophies and gym badges. Every night, I have insomnia, I am in pain, I can only stare at the handsome face in the mirror and spit out. Can't you lose once? I'm just complaining and explaining why I haven't made a live video recently, there's no other meaning, you can do whatever you want. Seeing the up Master Li He leaving the camera, a dense red barrage filled the entire screen. Fuck, ruthless. I finally understand why no one can stay sane when faced with Cao He's trash-talking tactics, because I just unconsciously pinched the mouse. I may have awakened my superpower just now, because for a moment, I felt the power of the wild in my chest. Not caring about the follow-up in the live broadcast room, Li He stood at the window and muttered. Presumably, in this way, the players who play against me will definitely be able to show 120 points of strength. Maybe without saying a word, they greeted me with self-destruction at the beginning. This is really awesome. Even if the baby dragon loses, outsiders will not say that the master of the Red Lotus Gymnasium is not strong enough. Only as a surprise egg provided by the organizing committee. I can think of such a great way to deal with it, as expected of me. Li He rubbed his chin. Office of the Organizing Committee of the Whirlpool Islands competition. In order to handle various procedures for the contestants, the staff worked overtime. As usual, the number of applicants will be less and less at the back, so Chen Xiao, the contestants' auditor, made a cup of coral tea. Looking at his busy colleagues, Chen Xiao looked out the window and took a sip of tea. Oh, I'm so busy at work, I'm really ashamed of my salary. Hee da omega da. The next second, life gave Chen Xiao a surprise. Ding ding ding. A series of applications for registration information popped up from the computer screen, and Chen Xiao was so shocked that he almost spit out the tea he had drunk in his mouth. Wiping his mouth, Chen Xiao panicked. What's going on? Isn't there a bug? After reading a few more applications, Chen Xiao looked at a loss. Damn, that Red Lotus gym owner is so annoying. A fire-type gym owner actually came to the water-type expert event to ask for abuse. How can I help you? Participation wish. Give the owner of the Red Lotus gym a big bang at the beginning and let him die in place. Although I know that it is estimated that the owner of the Red Lotus gym took the money from the organizing committee for publicity, I was still shown by this copywriting. Seeing this, Chen Xiao looked stunned. What is this all about? 10 minutes later, after figuring out the cause and effect, Chen Xiao looked at each other with many staff members. is the owner of the Red Lotus Gym promoting the Whirlpool Islands tournament. Although it took money, but as a guest, the owner of the Lee Pavilion is too dedicated. And here, Leehi also suffered the backstab of life. In the room, looking at Zheng Gui, Leehi's expression was complicated. You learned this. In the competition with Nazi lost a trick to Leehi. Leehi let Zheng Gui choose by himself, and Zheng Gui resolutely chose Hudaihui's self-suggestion move. The question is, it's only been a day, how did you do it? Go see less than dish greater than. Zheng Gui was complacent with his hands on his hips. But this uncle has been smashed. Glancing at the Jiaga ninja frog who was practicing acupuncture, Zheng Gui's eyes were bright red. Self-suggestion. After obtaining the enhanced state of the Koga ninja frog with his auto-suggestion move, Gengar became aggressive. The thick black mist swarmed out from Gengar's feet, like a cloud, and the black mist supported Gengar's body. Stepping on the black fog cloud, Zheng Gui grinned. This uncle is no longer afraid that his opponents will compete with me. The Gengar with huge life energy has a profound background, and even in the state of second acupuncture, Gengar can withstand it. Plus the clearing smoke move that erases the opponent's strengthening state. Swallowing his saliva, Leehi felt that Zheng Gui was helpless. It's so buggy. Ghost. Zheng Gui and Jahei Ninja had no room for effort. Leehi patted the baby dragon's head and said earnestly, Baby dragon, I really depend on you. Ba hollow circle greater than less than hollow circle. Leehi actually trusts this baby so much. Feeling the trainer's trust, the baby dragon had a serious expression and roared fiercely. Dish, chant. Chapter 327, Make an exhibition match a murder case. Monday, February 1st. The overall architectural style of the hosting venue of the Vortex Islands competition is similar to the gladiatorial arena in ancient Greece. Surrounded by spiral stepped seats, in the middle is a water whirlpool field full of undercurrent whirlpools. Although the weather forecast is cloudy, but under the great sunny day move of the wizard of the organizing committee, the surroundings are cloudless and the wind is sunny. Flags were fluttering around the venue, and figures of trainers holding kuola, milk tea and popcorn could be seen everywhere. Aerial cameras flew over the heads of the conference commentators in suits. Under everyone's attention, the commentator smiled brightly. What's coming up next is an exhibition game presented to us by special guests. One is the genius trainer in Huasha District, His Excellency Leehi, who is currently the owner of the Red Lotus Gym on Red Lotus Island. Yi Qingji, in a blink of an eye, Leehi didn't play any games, he became a guest and was in charge of the exhibition games. Exhibition game. It's nothing to watch, it's bells and whistles, and it's not a copy that has been prepared a long time ago. With cheers resounding throughout the audience, the narrator shouted. On the other side, it is the retired gym master Brian Green Jones from the Free Federation area of the Blue Star Alliance. In the rest area, Leehi was ready to enter. Looking at the serious Jahei Ninja Frog, Leehi hesitated. Finally, patted on the shoulders of Jahei Ninja Frog, Leehi sighed. Be careful, don't get hurt. Give me, Delta. Just as he was about to enter the venue, Leehi received a video pop-up from Xiaojur. I will arrive at the Whirlpool Islands at about 7 o'clock in the evening. In the video, the fingertips are wrapped around the ponytail dyed bright golden, and Xiaojur evokes a charming smile. Under the light of the model lounge, the blue pupils seem to glow. Okay, I'll pick you up at the airport then. Leehi's mind moved. With Xiaojur. You chase me on the beach under the sunset, sit on the reef in the dark and look up at the stars. This is the life a gym owner should live. Well, thank you. I'll see you tonight. Suddenly thinking of something, Xiaojur tapped her lipstick-smeared lips and said. By the way, Dr. Damu asked me to bring you an elf egg and told you to hatch it. I didn't expect you to be good at hatching eggs. Xiaojur chuckled. Leehi coughed dryly. Men, more or less, have to know a little bit. This egg, Dr. Damu wants Gengar to hatch on his behalf. But Gengar will hatch, doesn't it mean that I will be the master of the Lee Pavilion? Because of work needs, today's little Jewel rarely wears a white wedding dress. Seeing this scene, Zhang Gui's eyes widened. Go hiss. Is it going so fast? Oh wait. Rubbing his chin with his claws, Gengar looked weird. If Li He fights with Xiaojue in the future, who am I going to help my uncle? That's it. Just as she was about to hang up the phone, Xiaojue looked at the eye armor he Ren Frog and asked curiously. Are you going to use the Koga Ninja Frog for an exhibition match? Why don't you use Six Tails? Because the Six Tails are easy to get up and go down in one wave, it is easy to send the opponent away. I don't have high requirements for exhibition competitions. Li He sighed. Just don't win. At the same time, in the rest area opposite, several guests, including Brian Green Jones, chatted and laughed. Tisk tisk tisk, good guy, there are actually millions of fans on Twitter, the owner of Lee is really amazing. A guest sighed. I can't even play with this Twitter or something. It's the age of young people. The strength of this young generation is terrifying, that's it. Watching the video of Lee He's self-reported, I'm stressed, I'm in pain, that was forwarded to Twitter, the Whirlpool gym owner of the Whirlpool Islands coughed and said. That's what makes people angry. Ha ha ha, I guess that's what people want, right? You also heard him say that he hasn't been on for a long time, so he did this on purpose to gather fans. Young people play the way young people play, but my son doesn't. He broadcasts live broadcasts in the wild all day long. Many guests did not care about the sideline business of the owner of Shaoli. Grandfather. After reciting in the authentic Chinese dialect, Brian Green Jones, the former owner of the Houston gym, commented lightly. Blonde, blue-eyed, tall, and a white native of the Free Commonwealth, Brian believes in a spirit of liberalism and speaks directly. Young people, ability is a good thing, but it is also clear that confidence and arrogance are two different concepts. Thinking that the staff of the organizing committee had sent a message to him and asked him if he wanted to cancel the exhibition match, Brian's face was cold. Looking at Brian walking towards the venue, the owner of the Whirlpool gym shook his head. Your Excellency, Brian is like this. Shaking his head again, the owner of the Vortex gym remained silent. People are old and mature, and the owner of the Whirlpool gym, who is in his 50s, naturally understands the truth of only 3 points. With a loud gun salute, the narrator shouted. The one who entered the field from my left is His Excellency Brian Green Jones. His Excellency Brian Green Jones is now in his late 40s and has served as a gym owner in Houston and Detroit. Following the commentator's voice, Brian walked to the contestant stage and nodded lightly to the surrounding. On the other side, the one who entered from my right is Your Excellency Li He, the owner of the Red Lotus Gym. I believe that for Your Excellency Li He, you shouldn't need to introduce me more. As he walked to the stage, Li Hebian waved to his surroundings with a smile on his face. Good guy, is this called stress? Look at this spring breeze. Not paying attention to the surrounding noise, the solemn referee blew his whistle and said politely. Please be ready for the two of you. The exhibition game adopts the one-on-one mode, and you can click until you reach it. Both parties, please release the elves. The referee waved his hand. Walking out from behind Li He, the figure of Jahei Ninja flickered. When it reappeared, the Koga Ninja Frog folded his arms and stood on the water whirlpool field, as if walking on the ground. Standing tall, Koga Ninja looked at the elf that appeared on the opposite side with a solemn expression. Your Excellency Li He sent his water elemental spirit as expected. Koga Ninja Frog. On the side of Your Excellency Brian, his veteran main force, Steel Cannon Arm Shrimp, was released. The narrator explained. Steel Cannon Arm Shrimp. As you can see, this elf looks like a blue prawn. The only special feature is its arms like a steel cannon, so it is named as a Steel Cannon Arm Shrimp. It is a very powerful attack. Water Element Spirit. Start. Hearing the referee's order, Li He smiled and ordered. Koga Ninja Frog, point the acupuncture point, and then use that defensive move. Your Excellency Brian, please advise. When he saw the steel cannon arm shrimp, he was overjoyed. That's it. The steel cannon arm shrimp made a long-range attack, and the Koga Ninja Frog spread out the defense. As the sky is full of water, the exhibition game is over. Perfect. I really don't want to call the exhibition match a murder case. Chapter 328, The Enemy of Wife, I wrote it down. Give me, backquote. Is this an opponent who needs to be treated seriously? Looking at the steel cannon arm shrimp, Koga Ninja nodded solemnly. Reach out and double tap on your chest. After strengthening the defense twice with acupuncture moves. Boom. The entire water vortex field was shaken, and the terrifying water quantified into a waterspout, which was protected around the Koga Ninja Frog. Could this be a defensive move? With one move, the entire venue was shaken. Hiss. This should be the use of acupuncture moves to increase the attack power, right? Seeing this scene, Brian snorted inwardly. Defensive moves. How is this possible? Gym owners are all arrogant and arrogant people, thinking in a different position. If they stand in the position of the owner of the Red Lotus Gym, even if it is an exhibition match, they will not be attacked. This way of thinking is the cultural difference between the Washoe District and the Free Federal District. As an immigrant region, although it is strong, the prosperity of the Free Federal District is obtained by the brutal competition of survival of the fittest. Go up, press up, Brian ordered coldly. Dish, equals 3. Like a propelled missile, the steel cannon arm shrimp rushed over. The sea and the waves were divided along the road, and the whole body of the steel gun arm shrimp turned from blue to red, and the momentum was menacing. It's a sword dance move. The sharp-eyed Vortex Gym Master looked solemn. Although he is arrogant and withdrawn at such an old age, Brian Green Jones, the former gym owner of the two cities, is indeed a tough guy. Although he is not the master of the top runners, the steel cannon arm shrimp is Brian's absolute main force after all. And the Koga Ninja is only one of the elves of the owner of Shaoli. Under such a gap, the steel gun arm shrimp also used the sword dance move, which... It's been a little too long. The owner of the Whirlpool Pavilion frowned. After all, the patriarch Shaoli is a junior. As a senior, there is no contradiction between the two. How can you not have a little measure and self-discipline? Although it does not mean regional discrimination, sure enough, some people in the Free Federal District are still too selfish when considering issues. Looking at the power of the steel cannon arm shrimp, the staff of the organizing committee also became nervous. Something won't happen, will it? Although the power of the Koga Ninja Frog is quite scary, it is a defensive move after all, probably. After taking the money, the narrator did his due diligence and explained loudly. Looking at the situation, the steel cannon arm shrimp should be using the famous move of Lord Brian, arm clamp hammer. The ordinary arm hammer just uses the arm hammer to attack the opponent, and it is easy to hit the key point. But this move by Sir Brian is his unique secret move, which combines the effects of moves such as the wave of water. The steel cannon arm shrimp is the best. The famous one is to use the arm clamp hammer move to defeat the water arrow turtle hiding in the shell. The power is so powerful. But the defensive move of Jahe Ninja's move doesn't seem to be weak. The two sides are pointed at maiming. What is the result? The feature of the steel gun arm pliers is Super Launcher. I remember that this feature can enhance the attack power of wave-type moves. That's right, so facing the blow of the steel gun arm clamp. Jahe Ninja, it's a bit mysterious. Among the audience, there is no shortage of professional water attribute trainers. Hearing is very strong. Koga Ninja heard the words, pinch that mysterious water drop, on his chest, and Koga Ninja used the power of mysterious water drop without hesitation to bless it. Hey, hey, hey. Looking at the waterspout in front of him, the steel gun arm shrimp understood what the master meant. A hammer blasts this thing. When the arm hammer slammed into the front of the Koga Ninja Frog, it stopped suddenly. Immediately after that, you will slowly close your fists and keep your face calm. Suddenly stopped. With the power of the gun tongs, he suddenly punched out, and the steel gun arm shrimp. Filled down pointing triangle dish filled down pointing triangle equals 3. The two moves collided, and the water spout created by the water escape water array move counteracted the shock wave of the steel gun arm shrimp through the shock wave, and the powerful force of the steel gun arm shrimp was also dispersed by the rotating water current. With a huge body, open black lens bracket water escape close black lens bracket water array close black lens bracket the move weakens the attack of the steel cannon arm shrimp to the extreme. The result is puff. A small splash of water exploded at the part where the two strokes touched. Looking at the small water splash the size of the palm of his hand, a question mark slowly flashed in the mind of the steel gun arm shrimp. Cannon arm shrimp. The water splash disappeared in a blink of an eye, and the tyrannical rotational force of water escape water formation wall, in turn swallowed the absent, sluggish, and unpredictable steel cannon arm shrimp into it. Looking at the steel cannon arm shrimp screaming as if struggling in the front-loading washing machine, the entire venue was silent. Hearing the screams of the steel cannon arm shrimp, Lee hurriedly said, "Quick, quick to recruit." After receiving the order, Koga Ninja put away his moves, and the waterspout gradually disappeared. Looking at the steel cannon arm shrimp that was flung into the sky by the aftermath, Koga Ninja looked at a loss. "Give me. Is this the end? Is it possible that the so-called exhibition competition is to see who performs better?" Scratching his head, Koga Ninja knelt down on one knee and covered his chest. Koga Ninja said hesitantly, "Give me, you, so strong." Cough cough cough. The narrator hurriedly coughed a few times. The two sides are evenly matched, and both sides are injured. "Thank you, Your Excellency Lee and Your Excellency Brian, for the exhibition match presented to us. This is really evenly matched. The splash of water just now perfectly interprets what it means to do little harm and be extremely insulting. It's really an exhibition match." Taking back the scratched steel cannon arm shrimp, Brian fell silent. Original, ugly, self. As a guest, Lee only needs a few appropriate comments. After a day of competition. Before picking up Xiaojue, Lee came to the hotel lobby. After giving the manager a signature, Lee coughed lightly. "I'll come later and ask if you have any vacancies here." Looking at Lee's expression, the manager is well informed and understands in seconds. "Don't worry, we are full now." He gave Lee an expression that "I understand you," and the manager gave a thumbs up. "It is an honor for our Water Arrow Turtle hotel chain to serve a distinguished guest like you." Half an hour later, Lee received Xiaojue. On the way back, Xiaojue glanced at Lee and said with a light smile, "I heard that because of you, a guest made an excuse and left." Cough, that's someone's business. Then you didn't use the Jiaga Ninja Frog, and you didn't use defensive moves to hurt others. Lee looked up at the sky. "Blame me. I, the owner of the library, never imagined it. The dignified guests will come over to give people their heads." After returning to the hotel, seeing Lee with Xiaojue, the manager was serious. "Sorry, our place is full now." After all, during the Whirlpool Islands competition, there were too many people, and all the hotels were full. That's right, Xiaojue expressed her understanding. Cough, actually, my room is an ensuite. Before Lee could finish speaking, the strange voice of Natsy's doll came. "Little Jewel, you can sleep in the guest room of my room." Holding the doll, Nazi kept her eyes fixed. When she came to Lee, Nazi glanced over. Hudi grabbed Xiaojue's suitcase. "Well, then I'll be in trouble." Xiaojue hesitated for a moment, then thanked her. Turning her head again, Xiaojue rubbed Lu Wei's little head and smiled at Lee. "I'm going to put down my luggage first, and I'll talk about it later." Arriving at the elevator entrance, Nazi evoked a meaningful smile and gave Lee a look. "Not omega not, hee. Okay. Watching the two get on the elevator, Li-hee took a deep breath. Hello Nazi. This hatred, I have written down the Master Li. Chapter 329 The Prenatal Education of the Six Tails, A Fistful of Blessings. 2-in-1. Water Arrow Turtle Hotel Chain. That night, before going to bed. After handing the elf egg to Li-hee, Xiaojue glanced at Li-hee and said with a smile. Don't move, you have this in your hair. Reaching out and taking off an orange-red tail hair, Xiaojue tugged the blonde hair beside her ears. Her azure blue pupils were full of smiles. Then I'll go back to sleep first. Good night. Good night. Looking at the shadow that disappeared in the opposite door, Li-hee had a strange expression. Am I being teased? Glancing at the pitch-black outline sneering at him in the waveguide vision, again, Li-hee turned around silently. Hateful. Nazi, the wife hate, I will remember you for the rest of my life. Wait. One day in the future, I will pay it back tenfold. After entering the door, Li-hee's expression became subtle again. Wait, according to the current situation of Nazi's character, I guess there is no hope of revenge in my life, right? Now the time in the Kanto area should be more than 9 o'clock in the evening. After getting the elf egg, Li-hee immediately contacted Dr. Damu. Yo, Li-hee, how's it going? The first day of the exhibition game. After greeting the little guys in the Li-hee family in turn, Dr. Damu asked with a smile. There are no twists and turns, it's ordinary, and it's over in a peaceful manner. Li-hee said solemnly. Haha, that's good, that's good. Dr. Damu said with a haha. No twists and turns yet. The famous trainers in the dignified Free Federal District have been beaten out by you. You feel that you are ordinary and peaceful, and people just shut themselves off. While Dr. Damu was chatting with Li-hee, a group of little guys were staring at the elf eggs on the table. The white elf eggs are dotted with pink patterns like clouds. The whole body is shining with metallic color, and the elf egg shakes. Originally, he had a cautious personality, but in the face of changes in the outside world, the sensitive consciousness in the elf egg has used hardening moves several times in a row. Go nee, carrot dish carrot. He poked the elf egg with his finger, and when he got a response, Zhang Gui laughed. Is this the fifth? Not bad, very sense of crisis, this uncle is optimistic about you. Yo, asterisk carrot omega carrot asterisk. He patted the head of the elf egg with his tail. Six-tailed eagerly hoped to hatch an elf who could dance with knives and guns, so that he could practice moves with Ben Yo-yo. Sniffing the elf egg, the baby dragon swallowed. Bang 0 carrot, swallow. Open your mouth and bite the elf egg, baby dragon. Asterisk tilde. What's the matter with the swollen bite? As you can see, this little guy should have hatched a long time ago, but he has polished his eggshell so hard. Dr. Damu waved his hand with a helpless expression. Can it resist the baby dragon's mouth? This is not ordinary, is it? Looking at the elf egg that can be used as a weapon, Li-hee murmured with a strange expression. But it is an elf egg after all, don't be bitten by the baby dragon. Li-hee quickly stopped. That's not for you to eat, put it down, have you ever seen such a big boiled egg? Chanting, putting down the elf egg, baby dragon looked aggrieved. You haven't seen it, how do you know? It smells so good, isn't it just for people to eat? Blame me. Seeing this scene, Dr. Damu also became unstable. Is it okay to leave it to Li Hejun? Not the last. Afraid that his thoughts will be shaken if he thinks more deeply, Dr. Damu said solemnly. Please, Master Li. Don't turn a good elf egg into a poached egg. I, Dr. Bigwood, are getting old, but I can't stand this kind of fright. After looking at the elf egg carefully, the passive skill eye of cultivation presented the information of the elf egg in front of Li-hee's eyes. Open black lens bracket elf egg. Little fortune egg close black lens bracket. Status. Incubating. Remarks. Hardened state. This is Xiaofudan's elf egg. Li-hee asked in surprise. Note. Xiaofudan is a general attribute elf. It looks like a pink doll, and Xiaofuden is the unevolved form of auspicious eggs. That's right. Dr. Damu nodded and replied. It was handed over to me by Yuhong University. Following Dr. Damu's remarks, Li He gradually understood. As the descendant of the happy egg of the professor of Yuhong University, this elf egg should have been taken care of by the breeding and escrow center of Yuhong University. Once before, the elf egg fell to the ground due to the negligence of the staff. Originally, with the quality of this elf egg, nothing would happen. But as time passed, the brothers and sisters of this elf egg hatched, but it still showed no signs of hatching. After several more attempts, the elf egg was handed over to Dr. Damu, who asked him to think of a way. As a descendant of the elves of Yuhong University professors, the aptitude of this elf's egg goes without saying. For any trainer, it is a wizard worth nurturing. However, Li He hesitated for a moment and asked. The characteristic of this little lucky egg will not be. That's right, it's the Hercules characteristic. Dr. Damu praised. I didn't expect you to even see that. Hercules features. Elves with this feature are born with divine power, and their attack power is doubled. This is the characteristic of the god of demolition. Li He took a deep breath. One punch of auspicious eggs, doesn't one punch me bankrupt? Dr. Oki, I think we need to be more careful about this. Haha, you don't have to think too much. I told the professor about this. What he meant was, give the elf egg to the young and promising Li Guanju, he can rest assured. Dr. Damu laughed. Okay, that's it. If something happens, let's get in touch. Seeing that the other end of the video was hung up, Li He inhaled slowly. Breathing out again, Li He said to himself. Don't get in the way, don't get in the way, hold on, I will definitely take this child and guide it in the direction of the feeding bottle. Don't become a one-punch little lucky egg. Yo-yo, recalling the awakening power move cheats, Lu Wei explained, Yo-yo, while using superpowers to transfer the image of the move's cheats into elf egg's consciousness. Although you are just an egg, as the saying goes, education must start from the egg. With Ben Yo-yo's prenatal education, after you hatch, you can kick the big rock snake. It's pretty good to get along, and when I first met, Lu Wei hummed a nursery rhyme to elf egg. Li He was very pleased. Late at night. Before falling asleep, Li He condensed a waveguide shield to let the little guys share their food. After eating his portion, Koga Ninja leaned against the wall. While sensing the movement around him, Koga Ninja continued to figure out the acupuncture moves. The pure waveguide has the effect of assisting the growth of the elves, so the baby dragon has also benefited a lot after a few days. As usual, Gengar teased the baby dragon with the sludge block created by the clearing smoke move. After wiping the sludge on his face, baby dragon suddenly became impatient. Chant. Pissed off. Stomping his feet angrily, baby dragon raised his little paw and pointed at Zheng Gui suddenly. At the same time, 3 large rock blocks smashed towards Gengar. Gengar, Sigma degree. There is a wall behind him, neither is Gengar hiding, nor is he not hiding. Simply, Gengar raised his hand and struck 3 lightning punches, smashing the rock into pieces. Withdrawing his fist, Zhang Ghost grinned triumphantly. Go hiss, go hiss. Want to fight back, you are too tender. Are you trying to tear down the house? Go to bed. As Li He shouted while suppressing the blue veins, Zhang Gui scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, and Zhang Gui slipped into the shadow. Slip away. The guilty baby dragon lay on the ground and closed his eyes honestly. By Union, ideographic period, Z's. Looking at the gravel, Li He sighed. Is this a rock attribute move? Taking another look at baby dragon, a new line of information appeared in front of him. Open black lens bracket new move, close black lens bracket. Rock blockade, throw rocks to attack. Blocks the opponent's movement, thereby reducing the opponent's speed. Close black lens bracket. Although he guessed it, the fact still made Li He sigh. With this move, the baby dragon's combat power, destructive power, is stronger, and I am really happy, the owner of Lee Pavilion. Is it because baby dragon is only one step away from comprehending the rock blocking move, or is my Master Lee's waveguide too powerful? The schedule for the qualifiers was tight and fast. In a blink of an eye, it was Thursday, February 4th. After several days of fierce competition, the list of the top 256 players who advanced to the Vortex Islands competition has been announced. In the player hall, many trainers couldn't help but complain about the battle arrangement on the big screen. Good guy, is this all here to play the baby cup? Is it so happy to abuse vegetables? Let's see. The strong man who made it to the final match of the last Shanao Regional Conference, and the talented coordinator trainer who narrowly lost to the champion in the splendid festival competition, the owner of the Red Lotus Gym. Beasts, are you here to adjust your mood? Looking at the battle arrangement, many trainers sighed. This is outrageous, let me fight someone who may evolve into a mega. Am I going to fight with the head? Alas, thanks to these people, the level of the entire Vortex Islands competition has been improved. Seeing your opponents, I don't think the heirs of the water attribute gym opposite me seem to be anything. Although in TV, Xiaoji player missed the champion every time, jumping left and right in the quarterfinals. After traveling for several years, Xiaoji only won one regional championship. It seems that the top 8 of the regional conference are nothing, but in fact, the regional conference is a global broadcast event. To be able to get to the top 8, as a trainer, is already a lifetime without regrets. The vast majority of trainers just want to experience the experience, and don't even think about the champion of the regional tournament. Among the many trainers, a group of 3 looked at the battle list and remained silent. Yi, it's great, to be able to fight against the master of the Red Lotus Gym. Tisk tisk tisk, I want to change with you. Hearing peers envy and jealous the tone of voice, wearing a fire-breathing dragon baseball cap, dressed in casual clothes, a little handsome young man's expression is subtle. It sounds like I'm already lost. Let me tell you, do you think it's bad? I don't think I have a chance at all in one-on-one terms. Yi said dissatisfied. If the Red Lotus Gym Master sends a baby dragon, it's actually the difficulty of an ordinary gym challenge, 1v1, don't I have no chance of winning? I'm also an excellent trainer with a few badges. Hearing this, the 2 companions looked at each other. If you say that, I'm relying on it. It seems to be the case. The online analysis of this Red Lotus Gym Masters competition is an Easter egg. Although people will not deliberately let water out of the competition, they can't compete in this Whirlpool Islands competition. Champion. Damn it, you really have a chance. If the Red Lotus Gym Master starts with a baby dragon, with your Duoduobing's near evolutionary strength, Duoduobing's speed, and ice attribute moves. If you win, you will be on fire. Ah. After such an analysis, the eyes of the 2 companions lit up. I thought that Tetsuya was hit by Wang Biao this time, but when you think about it carefully, it was like winning the lottery. There is a chance to become a potential dark horse player. They can do this kind of analysis, and even more can the analysis experts hired by major newspapers. At the moment when the battle table came out, the major newspapers moved and searched collectively for a trainer named Jaya. The battle has not yet begun, and the online news of the battle between the 2 has been overwhelmingly publicized. As soon as Tetsuya left the contestant hall, a group of reporters crouched on the steps immediately surrounded him. Tetsuya contestant, please express your thoughts. Contestant Tetsuya, it is said on the internet that you actually have a chance of winning, what do you think? Contestant Tetsuya, I'm from New Moon Media Company, Limited. I want to discuss with you in advance about issues related to live broadcasting. Looking at the microphone that wanted to kill himself, Tetsuya understood the current reputation of the owner of the Red Lotus Gym. It's completely the treatment of a famous Taoist museum owner. Having never had such an experience at all, Tetsuya's palms were sweating and his face was nervous. However, the experience of the trainer commanding the elves to fight, still allowed him to slowly regain his composure. Jay also considered for a moment, and tried his best to express his meaning tactfully. That, in fact, I'm also a fan of Li Guanju. On the one hand, I'm very excited about this battle, but on the other hand, I'm also very stressed, but I will work hard and try not to leave any regrets, that's all. The character jumps out and likes to be in the limelight, and Duoduobing jumped out of the pokeball. It looks like a big cone with blue bottom and white ice cream. Duoduobing's body will melt in the hot environment. The formed liquid is not only delicious but also beneficial to the body of the elves. Duoduobing is also the brand ambassador of the world-renowned ice cream brand, Häagen-Dazs. Backquote, Pop. Facing the camera, Duoduobing showed her confidence with her expression. As journalists, we just need to have an explosive point. There is no explosive point, but we also need to create an explosive point. Immediately, a male reporter's eyes lit up. Tetsuya's Duoduobing is very confident. Is this going to focus on ice-type moves, so that the master of the Red Lotus Gym will be severely beaten by his juniors? With an idea, a female reporter changed direction and interviewed Duoduobing. Duoduobing, can I interview you? Do you think you have a good chance of winning? Pop, Delta. Tetsuya, who was dizzy when asked, blinked. I mean. Faced with the owner of the Red Lotus Gym, Jay and Duoduobing have made adequate preparations. Whether the front waves are going forward, or the back waves beat the front waves to death on the starting line, let us wait and see. The local newspaper of the Whirlpool Islands. Contributor, Hong Guangming, close black lens bracket. In the hotel, looking at the press release sent by his mobile phone, Li had a subtle expression and muttered. Is this pushing me as a boss? After learning to read with Luwei, and after watching the interview video, Baby Dragon. Epsilon, oh. Just a sample of your food. Dare to clamor with Ben Long. You'll be eaten in no time. Chapter 330 Baby Dragon. I made you a beggar Duoduo ice chicken. February 4th, afternoon. Clear sky. Barbecue, hot pot. The main venue, the Vortex, has been occupied, and Lihi's battle has been assigned to the Vortex Stadium on the Vortex Islands. Using the design of an open-air dome, the Whirlpool Islands Stadium is also full of tourists from all over the world. The shouts of the audience resounded through the sky, and the audience at the front desk hung up banners enthusiastically. Open black lens bracket complete Lihi. Close black lens bracket. A big explosion at the beginning, let him taste the pain of the loser. Close black lens bracket. Our slogan is, let the owner of the Red Lotus Gym cry. Close black lens bracket. On the host stage, the narrator looked at the banners full of venues with a subtle expression. Listen to the slogans in the venue again, the narrator have a 100% understanding of this. Although the owner of the Red Lotus Gym is very popular as a top traffic trainer, his video is really annoying. I want to give him a durian across the screen and ask him if he can order billion. But this can only be said in the heart, and the narrator shouted. Many players have advanced to the top 128 in the morning game. The game in the afternoon is about to start. Which players will advance and which players will leave sadly? Let's wait and see together. Next, please come to the contestants for the first game in the afternoon. Although it is a special event for water attribute trainers all over the world, the funds for the Whirlpool Islands tournament are not sufficient to invite commentators for every battle. It can only be allocated according to the heat of the game. As the narrator pointed to the big screen, the audience's eyes were fixed on the handsome young man with 6 tails on his shoulders and light in his eyes. At the same time, in the major live broadcast rooms, including the official live broadcast room of the organizing committee of the Whirlpool Islands competition, countless, and a series of, fucking troughs, flashed suddenly. I thought my partner was joking with me, but it turned out to be true. Is this the wool party trainer? Even the 1 million bonus is not spared, the owner of the Red Lotus Gym, such a diligent and thrifty man. How much did the organizing committee give to Master Li? It's not a human thing to allow him to be a guest and a contestant at the same time. I was forcibly dragged by my wife. Is this a publicity strategy for the Whirlpool Islands competition? Hired a star actor. After the narrator's explanation, Tetsuya's past achievements were also revealed. Although not a water attribute trainer specializing in water attribute, but with the main elf Duoduo, Jay also won many badges. Under the official forecast, he should be able to achieve good results in the Fengyuan Regional Conference. After tidying up his hat, Tetsuya looked solemn. After feeling the hot sweat from the palm of his hand, Jay also released his spirit without hesitation. Go, lots of ice. It's Duoduo. The commentator's voice immediately resounded throughout the audience. Tetsuya's elf is Duoduo. As an ice-type elf, Duoduo, who is good at ice-type moves, does great damage to dragon-type elf. Next, how should Lihi respond? Looking at the baby dragon released by Lihi, a bunch of envy and eggs flashed through the official live broadcast room. Although in front of Gengar, baby dragon can only be regarded as a milk fierce. But in fact, it is nearly 1 meter tall and its mouth can swallow half of its body. As a dragon-type elf, the baby dragon exudes an aura similar to intimidation between its eyes. Seeing the baby dragon, Duoduo's face became solemn, and his eyes flashed with vigilance, but when he thought that his ice attribute moves could cause great damage to the baby dragon, Duoduo was full of confidence. I'm afraid, backquote. Grinning his teeth, the baby dragon roared fiercely at Duoduo. Han, backquote D. I'm going, it's really fierce, I'm scared to the point of shivering. Not afraid, you put your head in its mouth to see if you are afraid. Well, it's okay, it's just a bit prettier than my Kuailong. Hearing the cheers around the venue, Tetsuya took a deep breath with a solemn expression. A lot of ice, use the freezing beam. Dodge. On the way to the order, Tetsuya's face changed greatly and he hurriedly shouted. Floating in midair, Duoduo Ice thought it was safe and prepared to use the freezing beam move. The light blue energy group condensed around Duoduo's mouth, and the strong cold air caused snowflakes to float around. This blow looked quite powerful. But in the process of using the frozen beam move, the baby dragon stepped on the purple tornado and suddenly ejected. His mouth full of fangs was wrapped in black light, and the baby dragon seemed to be swallowing Duoduo in one bite. Hurry up, the commentator explained responsibly. Without receiving an order, baby dragon actually used the tornado move, and with the tornado move as the driving force, it raided in front of Duoduo. Facing the baby dragon's attack by biting the move, will Tetsuya be safe? Woolen cloth. Lihi, that's it. I don't even have a mouthpiece to beat you. Is this the so-called combat literacy? Love. J.E., the master of this gym doesn't talk about martial arts, and he actually makes a surprise attack without saying a word, attacking a young trainer like me. The live broadcast room was crowded with people eating melons. Lihi looked up at the sky without a word. It takes about 0.2 seconds to shout, lots of ice, use the freezing beam. Then your Duoduo actually didn't move and charge. How much did you feel? As a crispy mage, isn't mobile casting a basic operation? That's it. It's not as good as the final of the Chindu Youth Cup. A year ago, the girl of Anjun, Laloras, knew how to prepare moves while moving. But Duoduo, after all, also has a lot of combat experience, and elves who can win badges for trainers. Duoduo immediately, the ice attribute energy group condensed around his mouth exploded. While hoping that the baby dragon would hesitate for a while because he was afraid of the cold, Duoduo quickly retreated. Unfortunately, under Gengar's daily sneak attacks, baby dragon has also developed a hot temperament. He didn't care about the ice attribute energy at all, his fangs wrapped in black light were fiercely embedded in Duoduo's waist. With the screams of Duoduo, the two suddenly separated. Although a large chunk was lost in the waist, Duoduo's speed surged. Evacuate suddenly, away from the baby dragon. Bite the move and hit the front, Duoduo is not small. The commentator shouted. But Duo Ice has also stimulated the characteristics of the fragmented armor. At the same time as the defense power is reduced, the speed of Duo Ice has been greatly increased. Is this about kite flow? Shattering armor characteristics. It's quite rare. It's not that Tetsuya player has no chance. If you are careful, you still have a chance of winning. A lot of ice pick. This time, he learned his lesson and gave up the more powerful frozen beam move. Tetsuya looked slightly nervous, and ordered with a little anticipation. Although the power of the ice pick is small, it can be fired in a row, and the damage to the baby dragon is considerable. Ing dish, ing slap. While moving quickly, Duo Ice while casting the ice pick move. Like a large cone-shaped hailstone, the ice cones smashed on the baby faucet one after another. Seeing this, Duobing and Jay also showed joy on their faces. Bang, me. Dare to hit me, I'll kill you. With a grim face, baby dragon glared at Duobing. Ghost face move. Ghost face moves can greatly reduce the speed of the opponent. Duobing, who was moving, was powerless due to sudden fear, and his movement speed was more than one beat slower. Then, bang! A rock block that fell from the sky smashed Duo Ice to the ground, and before Duo Ice struggled. Bang, 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 bang. Pieces of rock buried the ice. Ignoring Tetsuya's anxious voice, come on. Break free, Duobing, and touch the ice slag above his head. Baby dragon was furious. A purple dragon breath spewed out towards the rock pile. Baby dragon. D-filled lower right triangle chant. Dare to ice me. I made you a beggar Duobing da. Chapter 331. My pavilion master Lee just fell in love. Looking at the baby dragon that seems to be cooking in a kiln. Lee rubbed his chin. I've heard of baked yogurt, but I haven't heard of baked ice cream. What kind of way is this? Among the countless audiences, there was a middle-aged uncle with a Chinese character face. He once served as a referee in the Chindu Youth Cup and witnessed Lee's growth. At this moment, the referee sighed in a low voice. Sure enough, it's still such a rich game. Although the young pavilion owner walked a little faster, it seemed that he still did not forget his original intention. Look at baby dragon's skilled, dry rice, style of play, exactly the same as that of Luwei. Facing the preliminaries of the Whirlpool Islands competition, baby dragon not only ate a dessert, but also easily advanced to the top 128. This made Lee, who had heard of the serious involvement in the Vortex Islands competition, be full of question marks. Is it because I, Lee, have been out of touch with the masses for too long and have lost their mass base? Or the trumpet of the baby dragon has been scrapped? Should I, the patriarch Lee, bring Xiaofu eggs in the state of fairy eggs? Isn't it the same with or without me? Lee murmured after exiting the player tunnel. Without giving the reporters a chance, Lee sent a text message to Shinado. It's a long way to go, I'm going to take a shot at Shinado now. Asterisk, heart wait for me for 2 minutes, I'm in a teamfight with Electric Dragon. Thank you for your attention. At Venue 324, Luo Shifeng, a Chinese from Great Britain who once entered the third runner-up in the Shanao Regional Conference, overwhelmed his opponent with one move and successfully advanced. The main venue of the Whirlpool Islands, Baikwan Hitomi, the heir of the water attribute gym from the Hokkaido Gym in Donggying District, successfully advanced. It's amazing, Lee sighed. The players who were chatting in a low voice all cast inexplicable glances at Hallmaster Lee. You sigh a ghost. The most serious involution is how are you? That, can you add a WeChat account? After hesitating for a long time, dressed in fashion and with a reddish face, he Shanshan asked periodically. As a player in the same group as Lee, after the promotion, the possibility of the two being right is not small. A player in the same group, right? There's no need to communicate with me. I may not have time after the game, or would you add my Luwei and Zhenggui's WeChat? Lee said. Yo-yo, circle all but upper left quadrant filled, for all, circle all but upper left quadrant filled. Anyway, losing is the same thing. In the end, you can let Lu Wei and Zheng Gui come on and share breakfast with Xiaojue. This is the happy life of a trainer. As a mature spirit, the Six Tails, Gengar can be used as an elf trainer, taking the path of a trainer, leaving other trainers with nowhere to go. Late at night, Li He asked Xiaojue to go for a walk by the sea. In the waters near the Whirlpool Islands, as the moon rose, groups of elves, big pincer crabs, that looked like cooked king crabs began to go ashore to feed. As the waves wash away, fish and shellfish hidden in the sand are the favorite food of tong crabs. In the night wind, taking off her shoes and socks, Xiaojue and Li He walked on the shore washed by the sea. Occasionally, a couple passed by, and the result was that the girl pinched the boy's ear or the boy looked at Li He vigilantly and dragged the girl away in a hurry. After strolling to a reef, the two sat on the ground. The red dot on the electric dragon's tail was shining brightly, and he was playing games with his mobile phone. The electric dragon looked serious and gritted his teeth. Yo-yo hollow bullet. The little guys took the baby dragon to make friends with the elves on the island, so the old father Li He had free time to talk about life and ideals with Xiaojue. How is modeling work? After chatting for a while, Li He asked. Overall it's okay. The last party A was too demanding and asked me to wear a bikini. And then, Li He remained calm. Party A. Which party A? I went back and inquired with Xiaojue's agent. The owner of the library, Li, is a cultural person and won't do anything out of the ordinary. That is to let Sadako, Kei, Zhengshang, and Kaiko girl visit your home and help you treat hypotension. Then I opened party A. Glancing at Li He, Xiaojue chuckled lightly. Under the light of the electric dragon's tail, the blue pupils shone like stars. It's time to start. After talking with Xiaojue for so long, and talking every day and night, he didn't even touch his hand. Li He asked himself. Are you sick? As a scumbag, he is pure and innocent, he is his own when he catches up with him, he succeeds when he sleeps in bed, and he cannot run away when he gives birth to a child. Silently groping for a few times, Li He squeezed Xiaojue's hand. Cough. Pretending to look forward, Li He gently rubbed the back of his hand, thinking. Why is Xiaojue's hand a little hot? No, is this the wrist? Where's the finger? Unable to turn back, Li He met a pair of puzzled and confused pupils. Electric Dragon. What are you doing with your puppet? Li He. Meeting Xiaojue's gaze again, Li He continued to rub it in a serious manner. I'm watching you too tired to play games, so I'll rub your hands. For all slip. Look, this is the pro trainer. Xiaojue knows how to manage puppets all day long. Failing to get started, Li He coughed lightly. Tonight, the moonlight is so beautiful. Master Li, sigma greater than, heart. In Dongying district, the meaning of this sentence is like a confession. Indeed. Xiaojue looked at the moon sky, the moonlight hit the beautiful and delicate face of the melon seeds softly, Xiaojue agreed. The night of the Whirlpool Islands is indeed beautiful. What the hell? Dodging too high, Xiaojue dodged over. Do you think that I will not be recruited by Master Li? Facing Xiaojue's side face, Li He kissed him with a slap. Who would have thought that the baby dragon would fall from the sky like a missile at this time, and smashed into the group of tong crabs. Immediately afterwards, as if the unparalleled mowing mode was on, the baby dragon showed its dragon claws and smashed through the group of tong crabs. As a result, thinking that a wild elves were attacking, Xiaojue stood up alertly, Li He kissed and fell directly into the sea. Fortunately, the sea was not deep, and Li He was just wet. Facing Xiaojue's worried gaze, Li He wiped his face and sighed. I'm fine, I just fell in love. Without reacting for a while, Xiaojue pulled Li He up and suggested. Go back first. When you get to your room, I'll wipe it for you. It is good. Li He's eyes lit up. Going back to the room and sending Dianlong away, wouldn't it be a two-person world? And when taking a bath, can you, accidentally, forget to take a towel or something and ask Xiaojue to pass it. Last but not least, I might have a fever. Hey hey. Well done, baby dragon. My patriarch Li usually doesn't hurt you in vain. Seeing Li He walking in front, Xiaojue couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle a little. Winter turns to spring, and cherry blossoms bloom in March. It's a pity that Li He didn't see it. Chapter 332 Baby Dragon is Super God. With the six tails taking care of them, Li He is not worried about the safety of the baby dragon. Although Li He and his party left, the battle near the beach continued. The nearby beach belongs to the claw crab group. Facing the baby dragon, 3 claw crabs as big as king crabs launched a counterattack. Lapa, ×3. Invariably, they raised their tongues to aim at the baby dragon, and the 3-tongue crabs angrily used the bubble beam move. Is defined as filled down pointing triangle dish filled down pointing triangle, as defined as less than ×3. Chant. A purple tornado shattered the incoming foam, and the baby dragon showed its claws and swept over the 3-tongue crabs in turn. Dragon claw move. Then he jumped to the reef. Baby dragon. Oh, dish, *, At this time, the 3-tongue crabs collapsed to the ground with round eyes. The 3 claws all have middle claws on the face and have lost the ability to fight. Although the carapace of the tongue crab is very hard, its defense is extremely high. But the face is the weak point of the big pincer crab. In the face of the weak attack of the dragon claw move, the 3 big pincer crabs are also killed with one blow. Here. Under the moonlight, hidden in the darkness, Koga Ninja nodded happily. After many actual battles, Baby Dragon can be regarded as learning to attack the enemy's weaknesses. Congratulations! The attack of the Baby Dragon directly shocked the tongue crabs. Goo! With a dull roar, the tongue crabs gave way. From the wave, a giant claw crab appeared. Note, the giant claws, the evolutionary form of the claws. Although the 2 claws are cumbersome, they are terrifyingly powerful. After evolution, the claws of the giant claws have the tyrannical power to break the shells of the stinging shellfish. Under the illumination of the moonlight, it is the size of a lion, and a single red giant pincer is as big as a baby dragon. The giant pincer crab spit bubbles while walking leisurely along the road that the big pincer crabs gave way. Coming to the baby dragon, the giant claws stared at the baby dragon coldly. Filled down pointing triangle he hash. Bang! With a pincer, the giant pincer crab smashed the carapace shed by a stinging shellfish at hand. With the current strength of the giant pincer crab, it is still impossible to find the hidden Koga Ninja frog. After watching the video of the Battle of the 6 Tails, Koga Ninja's face became solemn. Sister Luwei once fought a thorn shell. It was also by using the strongest move at the time, steaming dangerous explosion, to break the carapace of the stinging shell. Although this carapace does not have the blessing of the power of moves, the giant pincer crab did not use its full strength. Koga Ninja's eyes narrowed. The strength of this giant claw crab may be almost the same as that of the original eldest sister. Facing the demonstration of the giant claws, Baby Dragon became excited instead. Baby O. Raising the dragon's claws, the baby dragon charged towards the giant pincer crab. Hey, giant claw crab's eyes turned cold. There are actually very few major conflicts between wild elves, plus the smell of human trainers on baby dragons. Rich in life experience, giant pincers do not want to provoke human elves. But now that it is encountered, the giant claws will not back down. After defeating this elf, dive into the sea again. The ice became colder and colder, and the giant pincer crab faced the baby dragon and killed it. The 2 giant tongues condensed pure water attribute energy, and the red giant tongues were dyed aqua blue in a blink of an eye, and a huge circle. Crab claw hammer move. Note, crab pliers hammer move, use big pliers to hit the opponent, it is easy to hit the key. Unlike trainer Pokemon, wild Pokemon are often used to honing a move or two. Giant claw crabs are good at crab claw hammer and a defensive move. This well-trained crab claw hammer move is really no worse than the original combination trick of the six tails, steaming dangerous explosion. Although the baby dragon is reckless, he is not stupid. After sensing the power of the crab claw hammer move, baby dragon turned around and went around the giant claw crab. But in an instant, a trace of disdain and cunning flashed in the eyes of giant claw crab. Crab claw hammer. Although this move is very powerful, it is very cumbersome to use. The giant claw crab also knows this weakness. Gula pan. Immediately, the giant tong hammer roared, and a dull tong hit the ground. The tongs, which are wrapped in pure water attribute energy, are like boulders smashing into the water, causing the ground to vibrate. Although this is not an earthquake move or a water wave move, the giant claw crab is also battle-hardened, using its own strength and the power of the crab claw hammer move to simulate the power of an earthquake move. With the giant pincer crab as the center, the ground hummed and swayed, and the invisible shock radiated 3 meters with the giant pincer crab as the center. The sand and stones flew, and the water splashed backwards. Chant. Unprepared, baby dragon suddenly felt numb. As soon as his body softened, baby dragon actually froze in place. Gula M9D. The giant claw crab, who had been waiting for this opportunity, had fierce eyes, turned his body, and the move crab claw hammer, which was ready to go, slammed the baby dragon on the head, but only staggered the baby dragon. This scene also made giant claw crab stunned for a moment. Taking this opportunity, baby dragon took a few steps back. This giant claw crab is also stupid. It's not good to fight. Fight baby dragon. I don't know if baby dragon hits the ground with his head every time he jumps off a building. Appearing next to the Koga ninja frog, Shinado muttered while chewing on potato chips. As a dragon attribute elf, the toughest and strongest part of the baby dragon's body is the head. The key point in the eyes of ordinary people is the strongest point of the baby dragon. The giant claw crab also suffers from being a wild elf, and it has never encountered an elf whose head is not a weakness. Bay-o, filled down pointing triangle dish filled down pointing triangle me winking face o. Furious, the baby dragon slammed into it with one move, mind hammer, and made a reckless blow with giant claw crab's crab claw hammer move. The two refused to give in to each other, which made the eyes of the big pincer crabs who were cheering for the giant pincer crab stare. Beat the head with the boss's pliers. What did this guy eat to grow up? Why is the head so hard? The two elves quickly faced each other several times, and the giant pincer crab also discovered the special features of the baby dragon at this time. Squinting his eyes, the giant claws stared at the baby dragon's abdomen. The next blow, the giant claw crab is ready to attack here. Gee lala, you're not bad to be able to fight this level with this crab, but unfortunately. Spitting out bubbles, giant pincer crab. The expression suddenly became vigilant. Fuck dish FCK chant. Anger erupted, and the baby dragon's eyes were flushed red, his face full of savage color, and scorching sparks spewed from his nostrils. Baby dragon doesn't seem right. Shinado took out his mobile phone and contacted Leahy. Pointing the camera at baby dragon, Shinado hurriedly said, Leahy, look. What's the matter? Wait, this is... Leahy didn't even have time to change his clothes when he arrived at the hotel. Seeing this scene through the video, Leahy had a weird expression and murmured. Angry moves. Note, anger move. If you are attacked after using a move, your attack power will be increased due to the power of anger. This is a special move that uses the emotion of anger. Originally, Baby Dragon's strongest move was the Dragon Dive pseudo move. But to make this move, Koga Ninja's acupuncture moves are needed. At this moment, in a state of anger, there is only one thought in Baby Dragon's mind. Hit this big crab to death. Without hesitation, he used the Dragon Dive pseudo move. The tornado move was used, and a purple tornado wrapped the baby dragon. Immediately after being stimulated by angry moves, a powerful spiritual force covered the surface of the baby dragon. Using the ghost face move again, the baby dragon looks hideous. Angry, angry. In the state of the angry move, the power of the angry emotion dyes the baby dragon's whole body red. With terrifying murderous intent, the baby dragon swooped out. Like a blood-red meteor that fell from the sky, it was aggressive. Goo! Aware of the power of this move, the giant pincer crab wanted to disperse the big pincer crabs, but it was too late. In a state of anger, baby dragon's dragon dive pseudo move has already been killed in front of him. In a hurry, the giant claw crab immediately displayed its defensive move, a hardened move. The two tongues immediately covered a layer of metallic luster, and as the defense increased, the giant claws were not reconciled to passive defense. Two moves, crab claw hammer, greeted him. Boom! The two moves collided head-on, and the huge force was scattered. A circle of aftershocks oscillated out, and the nearby tongue crabs had no time to escape, and were lifted into the air. With a loud explosion, the baby dragon was knocked back and flew out. After turning over in midair, the baby dragon landed steadily. Although he was out of breath, the baby dragon's eyes were very excited. The giant claws looked at its giant claws with a pair of crab eyes. A spider-like texture depression appeared on the surface of the giant pincer, and the power of dragon's dive pseudo broke through the giant pincer's defense and penetrated directly into the soft interior of the giant pincer crab. See. The liquid inside continued to overflow from the crack of the giant tongs. Quote opening parenthesis single quote question mark. Z. Rolling his eyes, giant claw crab lay down unwillingly, and was instantly killed by baby dragon's dragon dive pseudo move in an angry state. Chapter 333 Xiaoxia of Wallen City. The baby dragon roared again at the big pincer crabs, and the big pincer crabs carried the giant pincer crabs and fled in a hurry. Question mark opening parenthesis single quote. D back quote. D back quote. D back quote. Yo yo yo. Leaping onto the reef, Lu Wei nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. This is the spirit of the old Li family. Has my style back then. Holding the elf egg of the little lucky egg, Zheng Gui laughed. Go hiss, carrot dish carrot. Little 5, study hard. The elf egg trembled slightly. Oh. This world is too dangerous, I must improve my defense. Look at what the giant claws were beaten into. It's still just an egg. To live in this house, doesn't it depend on probability? Although no hatching, but by observing the surroundings, the maturity of consciousness in the elf egg is no worse than that of ordinary elf. After watching this through the video, Li He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, it was not seen by the people of the Baby Dragon Protection Association. Otherwise, this group of people will definitely complain to the Kanto Regional Alliance at the end of the year about the abuse of the giant claw crab by the treasure dragon of the owner of the Li Pavilion. However, at this level, it is not far from drying the plane. Thinking of this, Li He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Looking at the empty hotel again, Li He was expressionless. Natsu woman. The otaku woman who has been staying at home for many years, suddenly had a whim and asked Xiaojue to visit the Whirlpool Islands together. The same gym owner, it was difficult for Xiaojue to refuse, but Li He was willing to follow, but was rejected by Xiaojue. The reason is that he is worried that Li He catches a cold. Nazi. This revenge, I will avenge this revenge sooner or later. Li He gritted his teeth secretly. When he had nothing to do, Li He simply turned on the computer. Log into the Genie Virtual Battle app. Then enter the account number of Baifeng the Great. When people are unhappy, they must seek happiness from others. Li He murmured his famous words, locking on his opponent. Xiaoxia, the master of the Wallen City Gym. Xiaoxia. Li He's eyelids jumped. I don't know which stage of Xiaoxia this is, but Xiaoxia, the master of the Wallen City Gym at the peak stage, is the master of the Hell difficulty gym who can open a mega with the tyrannical carp dragon. I'm going. Let's see what I got. Is this the return of the king? Is the emperor going to cut vegetables? Matched to a gym owner. I'm autistic. The last time I went to challenge, didn't I just unconsciously say something about a plane? Someone straightened a Megatyrannosaurus dragon for me and came out. My eyes were wet at the time. In team matching, Leahy's team is Deadwood Demon 6. Xiaoxia's configuration is Gem Starfish, Storm Carp Dragon, Water Ibrahimovic, Gotha Duck, White Sea Lion. What kind of configuration is this Emperor Bifeng? Unfortunately, this game is still restricting Mega Evolution. Yo, this game is a game with limited moves, and there are certain restrictions on the moves used by both sides. Thinking of Nazi, Leahy's heart was unnamed. Looking at his opponent again, Leahy smiled coldly. Take your sacrificial flag first. Deadwood Demon, use Venom Trap on yourself, and then use Trick Space. The Venom Trap move can slow down your own speed, and the Trick Space move can create a space that covers the entire field, turning the speed of both sides. After reducing the speed, and using the power of the Trick Space move, the Deadwood Demon will have the strongest speed. But as the gym owner of Wallen City, the girl with the yellow ponytail is not easy to mess with. Gem Starfish, use your spirit to strengthen your thoughts. With the current configuration of the Gem Starfish, only the super power attribute move, Spiritual Strong Mind, can directly damage the conscious body of the Deadwood Demon to achieve the maximum killing effect. Let it fight, use growth. The Deadwood Demon's physical strength is not weak, and it just resisted the attack of the Gem Starfish, and the Deadwood Demon roared. Opened the pink barrier that represented the Trick Space move. At the same time, the speed suddenly increased, and the Deadwood Demon avoided the attack of the Gem Starfish with a phantom-like speed, and used the growth move to increase its attack power. I don't feel good. I feel that Emperor Bifeng is going to make a killing move. Is this the Deadwood Demon? Force open the space. It's just a mere trick space. Xiaoxia's eyes flashed with vigorous fighting spirit. Jewel Starfish, attack the audience with all-out blizzard moves. I'll see where you run. Leahy's expression was indifferent. Run. I still have to run. I have a second for you. Deadwood Demon, let the opponent see the power of the Forest Curse. Forest Curse move, which uses the power of the forest to curse the opponent, adding a grass attribute to the opponent. This move is the exclusive move of the Deadwood Demon, because the number of Deadwood Demons is small, and the number of Deadwood Demons who can use the Forest Curse move is less, so this move is rarely known. If Leahy was not able to tell all the data about this move, he would not be able to unlock this move. Staring at the opponent with gloomy and eerie eyes, the Deadwood Demon muttered inexplicably, and the Gem Starfish was dyed with a green light. What kind of move is this? The Curse of the Forest. The Emperor deserves to be a big name in the field of moves. Did he go to study the Deadwood Demon during this time? Exclusive moves. Continued to use blizzard moves. Although it felt wrong, Xiaoxia was also difficult to ride a tiger. Blizzard. I let you blizzard. Leahy completely regarded Xiaoxia as Nazi, and said coldly. Poison attack. Poison attack move, pierce the opponent with poisonous tentacles, poisoning the opponent and weakening the opponent's physical strength. The basic attack of this move is 80, but because of this the engraved starfish is infected with grass attribute and is restrained by poison attribute moves. Coupled with the growth of talent, this poison strike of the Deadwood Demon can play a terrifying power similar to the self-explosion move. Not to mention, the Deadwood Demon at this time also has the speed blessing of magic space. In the blizzard, the figure of the Deadwood Demon just flashed, and it appeared in the same place again, as if it had not moved at all. But then it was. The wind stopped, the snow stopped. At some point in the chest, a terrifying big hole appeared throughout the body, and the Gem Starfish fell silent, and was directly defeated by the Deadwood Demon with a poisonous attack. Fuck. Seconds. It shouldn't be seconds, it's the power of the magic space. At this moment, the speed of the Gem Starfish is too different from the speed of the Deadwood Demon, so the speed increase obtained by the Deadwood Demon is also terrifying. It should have instantly given the Gem Starfish 2 poisonous blows. Quote. It's really green and it's a ray of light. Facing the Deadwood Demon with absolute speed and power, Xiaoxia clenched her gums and couldn't think of a way to deal with it in a short time. He could only watch helplessly as the elves went up and were brutally murdered by the dead wood demon. When she saw that the tyrannical carp dragon was strangled into pieces by the roots of the rotten wood demon, Xiaoxia slammed her fist into the display screen, and said angrily, "Come on. How can there be such a disgusting elves in this world?" At the end of the battle, in the heated discussion among many fans, the Deadwood Demon Sextuplets team of Li Guanju completely defeated the Wallen Taoist Pavilion with a result of 6-0. With battle replays featured on the front page, a huge influx of viewers. Quote, "I'm about to enter the Wallen Taoist Hall. Forget it, I'll go back to wash and sleep. Sincerely asking, where can I catch an elf like the Deadwood Demon? I am willing to pay my sister's lifelong happiness to let me catch a Deadwood Demon." Quote, "People are in Wallen Taoist Hall. I don't know if they can stand upright today." Chapter 334 Never seen such a shameless master. Wallen Taoist Hall, Wallen City. Looking at the smoke-filled display screen, the young and lively young girl with a yellow ponytail frowned, and she almost typed up, on her skull. Out of breath, Xiaoxia was furious as she rubbed the head of the duck. "Damn it. What's the matter with you bringing 6 Deadwood demons? The Deadwood Demon is a grass-type elf, right? What's the matter with you without a grass-type attack move? Kill me with a poison-type move, did you do it on purpose? So disgusting, I really don't bring such disgusting people." When she said this, Xiaoxia completely forgot what her image would look like when she was in a bad mood when she let the Mega Evolution Tyrannosaurus go to fight the new trainer. According to Xiaoxia's violent temper, this matter can't be left alone. One more shot. Turning on the laptop, Xiaoxia invited the opponent to fight again. The great Emperor Baifeng. "Forget it, I hit the wrong person. I hit you as Nazi, I'm sorry, it's a bit heavy to start." Xiaoxia. This sentence is not only hurtful, but also extremely insulting. What does it mean to hit the wrong person and start a little hard? Co-author Miss Ben, is the master of the Wallen City Gym a rookie? Makes you feel overwhelmed. Damn it, it's so annoying. Clicking on the Baifeng Emperor's homepage again, Xiaoxia's eyes widened. Double row with Catalia, halfway with Sharona and Wanlong. Is this guy a master? Even if it's a master. Xiaoxia clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. You can't bully others like this. Anyway, let me kill you, a rotten wood demon. What does it mean? It would be too shameless to let 6 rotten wood demons beat me completely. Without further ado, Xiaoxia picked up her mobile phone and made a call to Sakura, who is traveling all over the world. "Sister, when are you coming back?" After taking office as the master of Wallen Gym, he gave birth to 4 daughters, but it is the youngest daughter, Xiaoxia, who has the most talent as a trainer. The first 3 daughters are average in strength and love to travel. Anyway, the Wallen Taoist Pavilion has a great career, and the last Wallen Taoist Pavilion went with them. After receiving a call from her sister, Sakura asked suspiciously, "What's the matter? Didn't we say we'd go back 3 months later? Don't worry, we'll bring you a gift. Isn't it a joint specialty of Master Kana?" "It's not that. I want to ask for leave. I want to PK with a real person." Xiaoxia came up with the strength to not admit defeat. Sakura sighed. "Who did you lose to?" "What again? Didn't I just lose to Catalia last time? Last time I lost to Master Kona. Last time. Xiaoxia's tone became weak. "What about this time?" "I lost to someone whose it is Emperor Baifeng." "I see, but if you want to fight with him in person, I'm afraid it's not the right time. He should be in the Whirlpool Islands now, with Nazi." Sakura's tone was gentle. "Really? Together with Nazi? Nazi is mentally ill." "Nazi? Wow, there are really all kinds of people." Xiaoxia's love brain instantly prevailed, exclaiming. "Dare to fall in love with Nazi? No wonder this one is so strong. Without any strength, who would dare to fall in love with Nazi? The quarrel between other couples is at most a waste of money and a bracelet, but Nazi? That's terrible. It's amazing, it's really amazing." The anger in her heart turned into a strong feeling of anticipation, and Xiaoxia asked curiously. Then what the great Emperor Baifeng, what is he doing in the Whirlpool Islands? Traveling with the master of the Golden City Gym. Have you forgotten? Isn't there a Whirlpool Islands competition? He is a guest over there, and he competes at the same time, it seems. Not caring that her sister hung up the phone, Xiaoxia's eyes widened. Participate in the Whirlpool Islands contest. Obviously, even Miss Ben is not allowed to participate in this broken competition. Why can he participate as a master? Just because he is handsome. Famous. Will it make money? Think again about being a master, actually participating in this water attribute trainer's baby cup. Get happiness from a new trainer. Xiaoxia has a weird expression. I have never seen such a shameless master. Even the old man champion in the United States area, at most, is just a little sloppy about the beautiful female trainer. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the preliminaries of the Vortex Islands contest started. Who can advance to the top 64? Let's wait and see. Listening to the sound of the broadcast in the venue, the crowd desperately crowded towards the main venue of the Whirlpool Islands. Don't crowd. Why are there so many people today? Damn, it's not that the owner of the Lee Pavilion is playing at this venue today. I heard that this handsome face is dark-hearted and his methods are extremely cruel. The elf of the last player was directly roasted and eaten. When we line up to enter, won't the fight be over? Today, Leahy is playing against a player who came all the way from the Alola region. After the narrator's introduction, the audience probably understood the trainer's resume. The trainer's name is Lei Lian, who once participated in the special event, Island Tour, in the Alola region. This time, he came to participate in the Vortex Islands tournament to prepare for the Alola region conference. Standing on the podium, Lei Lian muttered in his native dialect. Still a museum owner. His name is quite big, but he is only under 20 years old, and he is still from the Huaxia area. How long did it take to cultivate elves? It is estimated that the second generation is training. Is training the second generation not for myself? Are you embarrassed to meet people with your entire title? There is no official gym in the Alola area, some are just private gyms. As for the level, they are uneven, and I can't compliment them. Hearing that the opponent was the gym owner in Huaxia district, Lei Lian was speechless, guessing it was a country gym in a corner. This thing, in the Alola area, he doesn't know how many he has picked up. Although he guessed that the opponent was the second generation of training, but after seeing that the opponent's podium was actually a six-tailed, Lei Lian's heart seemed to run through a group of Kintaro. I came to the Whirlpool Islands tournament because of my experience, but I didn't come to play with these rich boys. If you don't want to fight or become a trainer, you don't have to make it so obvious, right? Come on. In a suit and leather shoes, the referee walked past Lei Lian, glanced at Lei Lian, and the referee shook his head slightly. With this shaking of his head, Lei Lian could not be rectified directly. Hearing the shouts around him again, Lei Lian was cautious and dispatched Stinger Jellyfish. Looking like a giant jellyfish, the Stinger Jellyfish stared at the baby dragon with a cold and harsh gaze. The blue stinger defiantly points to the baby dragon, the Stinger Jellyfish. Dish. Chanting. Although there was a fight last night, Baby Dragon was still in high spirits. Stinger Jellyfish. At the guest seat, the owner of the Whirlpool Gym turned sideways and asked with a smile. Master Lee, what do you think? What do you want me to say? It should be an evenly matched and quite fierce battle. Lee, he said dryly. As the referee blew the whistle, Lei Lian didn't feel right, he said. A full blow, use the Z move to solve it. Lei Lian took about 2 seconds to say this. The two elves were about 50 meters apart. For unprofessional sprinters, it takes about 6 seconds to run 50 meters. The attack speed of the baby dragon is at least 4 times that of the human running speed. Please, at the speed of the dragon dive pseudo move, How long does it take at most to kill the stinger jellyfish? Lei Lian didn't finish his sentence. It started accumulating power from the Pokeball, and the baby dragon slayed in front of the stinger jellyfish, and the tyrannical power of the Dragon Dive pseudo move was released without reservation. In a hurry, the stinger jellyfish, who had only had time to defend, only felt that he was hit head-on by a high-speed train, and his entire face was concave, blue. The stinger blew to pieces. Look at the exploding waterfall, the slowly silent sting jellyfish, and then look at the dazzling baby dragon. In the auditorium, an audience member glanced at the time on his mobile phone. It took an hour and a half to line up to enter the arena, and the battle took less than 10 seconds. It's getting cold too fast, isn't it? The audience looked up at the sky. Looking at the whistle that has not been completely put down, a thought popped into the referee's mind. Isn't it the same without me? The whistle blows and the referee pronounces. The stinger jellyfish can't fight, and the baby dragon wins. In this game, the advanced player is Li He. From the next round of battle, the 2v2 battle mode will be adopted. Please pay attention to the advanced players. Even our 6 tails are silent. Silent command in the audience. A baby dragon killed from start to finish. Isn't this a special event for water attribute trainers? Master Li, you are evenly matched and quite fierce. The owner of the Whirlpool Taoist had a subtle expression. This is what you call evenly matched, quite intense. Quote. Ah, what? Li He held his cheeks and was thinking about how to kick off the tens of thousands of watt light bulbs Nazi. When he came back to his senses, looking at the opposite battlefield, Li He looked blank. I won. I was stunned for a while. So, make it to the top 64. Chapter 335 Xiaoxia. Tuition has been paid, continue next time red exclamation mark. At the same time. Huasha District, Fengdu Taoist Hall Apprentice Dormitory. In the single-room dormitory, Ning Yuxuan, who once won the Yudu Youth Cup champion, also gave up his studies and chose to settle himself in Fengdu Taoist Hall and study hard. This is already a good thing that ordinary people can't ask for. Fengdu Gym is one of the 8 official gyms in the Huasha district, and it is difficult for even the graduate students of the Elf Academy of Imperial Capital University to squeeze in. To be able to study at Fengdu Gym at this age, the matchmaker at home to introduce the target is almost stepping on the threshold of the home. After a day of training, Ning Yuxuan turned on the computer. Log into the Genie Virtual Battle app to learn various battle strategies and enrich yourself. The baby dragon of the owner of the Red Lotus Gym reached the top 64 of the Vortex Islands competition with an unstoppable momentum. Close black lens bracket. Seeing the news that jumped out, Ning Yuxuan smiled calmly. If it was half a year ago, he might have felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. But after more than half a year, Ning Yuxuan became much calmer. Someone else's is always someone else's. Li He is able to walk so fast and still so steadily. I am afraid that he has put in a lot of effort secretly. Seeing that the next Youth Cup is already in preparation, the players of the previous Youth Cup. Some jumped into the university, some disappeared, and some worked hard in the direction of coordinating trainers and began to gather fans to go the entertainment route. But the Youth Cup champion in Chindu during the same period really gave them too much pressure. Said Li He for a gimmick. I think he wants to use the fierce battle to stimulate the dragon blood and fighting genes in the baby dragon, so that the baby dragon can evolve as soon as possible. Pushing the blue light glasses, Ning Yuxuan muttered. While earning money as a guest, while tempering the baby dragon, he is simply a master of time management. After a short rest, Ning Yuxuan clicked on the recommended video on the homepage. Baifeng the Great teaches you how to use the Deadwood Demon. MP4. Looking at it, Ning Yuxuan's expression became serious. When he saw the forest curse move of the Deadwood Demon, Ning Yuxuan said with admiration. As expected of a master who studies moves and elf characteristics. Actually, I have even thoroughly researched the forest curse of the Deadwood Demon. This move is only recorded in the library of Fengdu Jim. There are only rough comprehension steps, but whether it can be learned or not depends on luck. Like Gengar's Spirit Showing move, Deadwood Demon's Forest Curse move is also a talent move that can be encountered but not sought after. In the face of the Deadwood Demon who can use the Forest Curse, even the Ghost Master will be moved. After watching the video, Ning Yuxuan had to admire it. Although the magic space move of the Deadwood Demon can be broken by the opponent. However, using the Venom Trap move can reduce its own speed, thereby maximizing the power of the Trick Space move. Combined with the Poison Attack and the Forest Curse, in the limited 4-movement battle, the threat of the Deadwood Demon is quite terrifying. However, the Venom Trap move is only effective for spirits in a poisoned state. Is this a weakly effective Violet Orb for the Deadwood Demon? Ning Yuxuan thought to himself. I walked around in the deep mountains and wild forests, but I didn't find anything. Gone. Damn, since the Deadwood Demon became popular, countless bloggers who live broadcast in the wild have gone to explore the uninhabited forest in the Shanao area. I'd like to give you a piece of advice. When going to the Shanao area, be careful with the circling bear. Now I am injured by the elf chased by the circling bear, I have lost my backpack, and I am thirsty and hungry, so I can only wipe the dung of the circling bear on the body, no then eager to hear the alarm bell. After reading the comments for a while, Ning Yuxuan shook his head speechlessly. If you want to meet the Deadwood Demon in the wild, this is completely impossible to meet. Turning off the video, Ning Yuxuan's eyes were firm. However, this great Emperor Baifeng is really a master of conscience. Study hard, and one day, use this routine to defeat Li He's Gengar in an upright manner. After a day of guest work, Li He returned to his room. As usual, after feeding the little guys the wave-guide shield snacks, Li He became weak for a while. If it goes on like this, I'll be drained. Li He murmured. Go hiss. After searching a treasure on the mobile phone, Zhang Gui selected a product. Shenbaohe capsules. Men's dignity, let men's spirit everyday. Asterisk Sigma, for all Sigma. Glancing at Li He, Zhang Gui grinned and clicked to place an order. Yo-yo asterisk caret omega caret asterisk. Wearing sunglasses, Lu Wei played a somatosensory game with the electric dragon while leaning against the sofa. Blindfolded, Koga Ninja closed his eyes and practiced the Eye of the Heart move, while Shinado was watching Korean dramas while eating potato chips on the bed. Can you stop eating potato chips in bed? Yes, Shinado replied casually. Sitting at the computer desk, Li He looked at a private message with a weird expression. Master, thank you for the Deadwood Demon tutorial. One day, I will use this method to defeat my old enemy Zhengui, Fengdu Taoist Ning Yuxuan. Li He. What is this swollen? Ding dong. Xiaosha of Wallan City invites you to fight. Li He said to himself, is this the so-called food addiction? Move the mouse to yes, and Li He clicks to confirm. In this case, I am the beauty of an adult. 10 minutes later. Looking at the blood-red word, failure, Xiaosha scratched her hair frantically. Why not the Deadwood Demon? This guy doesn't play cards at all. After consulting Master K Na for a long time, Xiaosha confidently took out a space team and prepared to seal Li He. As a result, he met Li He's rainy day team and was sent away by a set. Ahahaha, I laughed so hard, the water-type gym owner was sent away by the rain team. The damage is great, and the insult is strong. Da Omega Da, inexplicably think this Xiaosha Pavilion owner is so cute, what's the matter? After drinking a cup of coffee brewed by Koga Ninja Frog, Li He narrowed his eyes. Leaning back comfortably on the back of the chair, Li He sighed. It's really fun to play games. Ding dong. Xiaosha of Wallan City has sent you a document, the secret biography of surfing moves. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket remarks. Tuition has been paid. Continue next time red exclamation mark red exclamation mark red exclamation mark red exclamation mark close black lens bracket. Looking at the exclamation mark full of murderous intent, Li He murmured. I almost forgot. According to the rules of the Kanto region, if a trained trainer with an identity fights in private, the loser will often give something to the winner. After clicking to accept, Li He's expression was weird. I took advantage of my sister Sakura, and I took advantage of my sister. Is this Chinese cabbage from the Wallen Taoist Hall? Silently refilling Li He's cup, Jahei Ninja looked at the surfing move document with a firm look. Although the early stage of the Vortex Archipelago contest was smooth sailing, it must have been luck. Not necessarily after that. Even when he was resting, the trainer did not forget to obtain the secrets of the moves for himself. Although the trainer didn't say it, he definitely wanted to win. So, never lose. Give me Denoda. Chapter 336. My Master Li definitely didn't open it. 2-in-1. Monday, February 8th. The tense and intense Vortex Islands competition has been going on for several days. Once the list of players who advanced to the top 64 was announced, it caused a heated discussion on the internet. The owner of the Red Lotus Gym, the heir to the Water Attribute Gym, and the third runner-up of the Sheno Regional Conference. This is too introverted, P. I didn't come here to enjoy the beatings of the competition, smash. Strongly condemn the official, let these people participate in the competition, it is definitely the reviewer who took the rebate. Miss Ben, my relative is the master of the gym in Wallen City, why can the master of the Red Lotus Gym participate, and my relatives can't? Image, Tyrannosaurus roaring. The comments on the internet did not affect the mood of the owner of Li Pavilion at all. This morning's breakfast was a seafood meal provided by the hotel. Garlic vermicelli was placed in the shell of the stingray. Coupled with the creamy and soft takoyaki, Li He immediately gave the hotel a 5-star praise with his mobile phone. Unfortunately, it would be even better if I had another sashimi of the dumb beast tail. Li Ha-chan wrote shamelessly. Not. Shinado rolled his eyes at Li He. Worked in a hotel, Shinado is know the cost of the hotel. After this breakfast, at least 500 yuan, if you add the dumb beast tail sashimi, it may be able to break through 1000 yuan, this is trying to shut down other people's hotels. Yo-yo, no. Holding the phone, Lu Wei jumped onto the bed. Unceremoniously, he pressed Li He's stomach with a tonnage weighing dozens of caddies, and Lu Wei handed the phone to Li He. Slip. Someone looking for you. Yo. With a soft and waxy voice, Li He urged Li He to finish things quickly, Dian Long. Hollow bullet, I'm in a hurry to kill the boss with the 6 tails. Don't worry. Li He said casually. Open the letter W, it's Ji Ziming's news. Ji Ziming, brother Li, the old man next door has some problems recently. Look at his circle of friends, is he not cured? Li He. Because of too many private messages, Li He hasn't touched the circle of friends for a long time. Reopening the circle of friends, Li He flipped through Wang Zui's circle of friends. On February 3rd, Ching. She blocked me on her moments, and I fell into deep thought. Everyone generally shields their family members. So in her heart, I am on the same level as her family. She is so good, I like her even more. On February 4th, she couldn't read back to me on the line. Could it be that she was angry with me? Is the subtext asking me to coax her more? On February 5th, as expected, she blocked me. This shows that in her heart, she has feelings for me, otherwise why would she deliberately block me? After reading it, after a few seconds of silence, Li He replied to Ji Ziming in his voice. I'm cracked. Pharaoh used all the reading comprehension skills developed in 9 years of compulsory education on she. This kind of ability to apply what they have learned makes the high school Chinese teacher sigh and sigh. It seems that it is hopeless for the time being. Ji Ziming sighed. Hopeless. After dinner, with a group of elves, Li He came to the main venue of the Whirlpool Islands. On the way, I met the owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym who was in charge of serving as a guest. Although he is old, the owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym is still old and strong. With a whitish beard and a hearty smile, the owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym from a big city in the Fengyuan area has lived here for nearly 20 years. Li also respected this old senior. The two walked and chatted. Last night, I captured another new elf, and the quality is really good. The owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym laughed loudly. To be honest, if it weren't for the injury, it would be stronger than the main force of some players. As the owner of a water-type gym, the owner of the Whirlpool Islands is a true love for water-type spirits. By the way, when I have a chance, I can let it learn from the baby dragon. Taking out a Pokeball, the gym master of the Vortex Islands released a giant pincer crab. Although a crab claw is wrapped in thick gauze, the giant claw crab still looks handsome and proud. As for the gym master of the Vortex Islands who had just subdued him, Giant Claw Crab glanced at him and spit foam on the ground. Ha ha ha, it's still not convinced. I think it's because of the injury that I'm subdued. The owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym didn't care either. Glancing at Li, the giant crab's mung bean-sized crab eyes were slightly disdainful. Open corner bracket opening parenthesis pay, the person who is with this old man who took advantage of the danger of man, crab, is probably not a powerful human. Turning his eyes, Giant Claw Crab saw baby dragon. Epsilon equals opening parenthesis no. Goo. Scratching his head, baby dragon's eyes widened, staring intently at the giant pincer crab. Che hollow bullet. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Giant Claw Crab. Huh. Seeing the expressions of these two elves, the owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym lost his head and wondered. What happened to these two? Glancing at the giant crab again, the owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym rubbed his chin. Speaking of which, Dr. Joey on the island said that this giant pincer crab's injury seems to be caused by a powerful dragon-type elf. But how can there be a dragon-type elf nearby? His eyes were suddenly fixed on the baby dragon, the owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym. Could it be that the one who injured the giant claws was? Li coughed dryly. Life is full of surprises. Patting the big head of the giant pincer crab, baby dragon imitated Gengar and put his hands on his hips. Chan, in the future, this dragon will cover you. When we arrived at the venue, it was noon, approaching 11 o'clock, and the Vortex Islands competition was still going on in a tense and orderly manner. The final round of 64 was played at the Whirlpool venue, the main venue of the Whirlpool Islands competition. The oval-shaped Colosseum is like an ancient Roman building, a water whirlpool field full of undercurrent whirlpools. The pennants were fluttering, and the banners were full. The cheers of the audience once overwhelmed the voice of the narrator. In the guest seat, many guests discussed in a low voice. This year, it seems to be more lively than in previous years. There's no way. There are thousands of people who signed up this year, not to mention spectators and tourists. Are the mayors of the Whirlpool Islands happy? I watched it, and it seems that most of the viewers are here for the owner of the Red Lotus Gym, and the video on Doji has been swiped many times. While discussing, the guests glanced at the command seat facing the battlefield. The black broken hair was casually hid on the forehead, and the white casual clothes set off the young man's tall and straight posture. Master Li, by virtue of himself, just raised the average appearance of young masters by a notch. I heard that Blue Star Alliance University, didn't it release news that it would hire a few young professors? I have inquired about it. This is because the Blue Star Alliance University is preparing to absorb some students from other regions, so it is trying to expand the teaching staff. I don't know if I have sent an invitation to the owner of Li Pavilion. Not paying attention to the surrounding noise, the narrator shouted passionately. What's going on right now is the key battle to advance to the top 32. Standing on my left is player He Shanshan. As a young player who has just been admitted to Yuhong University, this battle must be just the beginning of her trainer career. And standing on my right is player Li He. I don't need to introduce too much about player Li He. Before the narrator finished speaking, the audience couldn't help but complain. Start. It's over before it starts. It's a pity for this young lady. Having made it to the top 64, won't Li Guanju let go of the water? Do you really want to win the championship? Facing the voices around him, Li He looked up at the sky. Still water. How else can I put water in? I have put a river beach. Across the field, standing on his command seat, He Shanshan not only didn't care about Li He's overwhelming popularity, but clenched his fists instead. After making up her mind, He Shanshan summoned the courage and said. Then, if I win, can I add a W letter? As guests, Xiaojuer and Nazi were sitting on it, Li He nodded seriously and said. The W letter of the 6 tails, right. Just add it, I don't interfere with the private life of my elves. No, just as she was about to say something, He Shanshan saw the referee's gesture. Both sides, get ready. The referee blew his whistle. Go, mosquito coil swimmer. Looking at Li He again, He Shanshan secretly encouraged. It's okay, after all, the baby dragon is not a water-type elves. On the water-type field, mosquito coil swimmers have the advantage. If you win, come on, you can do it, Shanshan. Note, mosquito incense swimmers, water, fighting dual attribute elves. The pattern on the abdomen is like mosquito coils. Humanoid shape, blue skin, mosquito coil swimmers look like frogmen who have practiced sumo. Seeing the mosquito coil swimmer standing steadily on the water, the commentator's eyes lit up. It seems that this mosquito coil swimmer is very good at fighting with water attributes. It is said that the mosquito coil swimmer is good at surface fighting. I don't know what kind of battle the mosquito coil swimmer and the baby dragon will present for us this time. Different from the introverted He Shanshan. Standing on the water and posing, the mosquito coil swimmer looked at the baby dragon calmly, and did not underestimate the baby dragon at all because it was small. Back quote. The baby dragon charged with the mind hammer move, suspended on the water, the baby dragon. Back quote. Me. The excitement of continuous battles makes baby dragons more and more good at battles. There is absolutely no hesitation and cowardice of ordinary elves. I can't believe it. My baby dragon can fly. Now it's the mosquito coil swimmer's turn to be depressed, right? Good guy, Master Li can also fly a kite. The previous battles also made baby dragon gain a lot of popularity in the minds of the audience. Looking at the calm and poised mosquito coil swimmer, Li He rubbed his chin. If you change your mind, the opponent should be mosquito incense swimmer, use the shadow to clone. He Shanshan said with a wink to the mosquito incense swimmer. Roar. After answering, the mosquito coil swimmer suddenly stepped on the ground. The waves splashed, covering the figure of the mosquito coil swimmer. The next second, the 3 lifelike mosquito coil swimmers rushed towards the baby dragon together. Good guy, it's actually an energy shadow clone. It's impossible to tell the difference, right? Li He said. Under the water. He Shanshan looked at Li He in disbelief. How is this possible? She didn't give an order directly, how could she be seen through? Li He sighed. Young, my sister-in-law Liang's family is still too young. Facing the flying baby dragon, isn't the safest tactic to pull the baby dragon underwater. Thinking about it this way, the real body of the mosquito coil swimmer is naturally diving into the baby under the dragon's feet. My host Li definitely did not rely on the waveguide to confirm it again. Under the water, the mosquito coil swimmer just stretched out his arm, trying to drag the baby dragon into the whirlpool current. Chan, ing nian ing. The baby dragon, who was mentally prepared, bit the arm of the mosquito coil swimmer. The sharp fangs entwined with black light ripped deeply at the mosquito coil swimmer's arm. Ignoring the frightened and desperately struggling mosquito coil swimmer, baby dragon dragged the mosquito coil swimmer and flew into the sky. This wave, Li Guanju directly predicted it. Finally, I don't rely on the strength of elves to bully people. This is considered a conscience, right? Lihi looked strange. Who relies on the strength of the elves to bully others? Stand up for those who say this, and talk to the 4 evil spirits in my family about life. Mosquito incense swimmer. Roll in hell. Ride on the baby dragon. He Shanshan hurriedly shouted. As expected of a top student admitted to Yuhong University, even though he was still very young, He Shanshan also came up with a way to break the game. Note: Hell rolling move. Control the opponent with superb fighting skills. Throw the opponent and yourself to the ground to attack. Release: Mind Hammer. Just when the mosquito coil swimmer was about to turn over and ride on the baby dragon let go, but instead hammered it up, hitting the mosquito coil swimmer and retching for a while. Chan, ing dish, ing cubed. Just like playing a ball, baby dragon's continuous head hammer moves made it impossible for the mosquito coil swimmers to fall. Retaliate with a blasting fist. He Shanshan ordered dryly as her palms were so nervous that they were sweating. Note: Bursting fist moves. Use all your strength to punch and attack. If you punch, it will definitely cause the opponent to fall into a state of confusion. This is already a play that is close to admitting defeat. Not necessarily. If the mosquito coil swimmer hits a punch, maybe the baby dragon will be confused, and there is a chance. However, in mid-air, the mosquito coil swimmer, who couldn't even adjust his body, just barely scratched the baby dragon. Under the impact of the baby dragon's repeated flips, the mosquito coil swimmer foamed at the mouth and was taken back to the Pokeball. He Shanshan has an excellent quality in mind after being able to pass the screening of Yuhong University. Even in the face of disadvantage, He Shanshan comforted herself. It's not that there is no gain, at least the baby dragon has lost a lot of physical strength. But with a pray command from Lihi. Looking at the baby dragon whose scratches disappeared quickly, He Shanshan. Ing. My little sister seems to have wet eyes. Don't say that the young lady can't stand it, and Nazi can't stand it either. Fuck, I didn't say anything. The battle continued. After He Shanshan's next white sea lion took on the baby dragon's dragon breath, the oppressed couldn't show his head. The white sea lion did not make a meaningful counterattack for 10 minutes in a row. According to the rules of the battle, the referee solemnly ordered, the white sea lion lost his fighting spirit, so contestant Lihi won. Although the 2 water-type elves are definitely not the main force of He Shanshan, but the baby dragon can overwhelm the mosquito coil swimmer and the white sea lion by himself. It is indeed a promising future. That's it, advance to the top 32. Damn it, no one gave Lihi a big bang at the start. Baby dragon, your future mother loves you. The main venue where the shouting was loud, Lihi smiled and waved to the audience. Chanting, ****. Looking at the baby dragon roaring in victory, Zhou Zhifeng, chairman of the organizing committee of the Vortex Islands competition, had a strange expression. Ah, this. Putting this on is just an Easter egg. This guy won't really take away the championship, right? Chapter 337 Zhengui, leave the trainer's funeral to me. Wednesday, February 10th. The battle to advance to the top 32 finally came to an end. After finishing the guest work, Lihi returned to his room. A small orange flame spewed out, and the 6 tails used the orange flame to bathe the baby dragon. As the flame of the legendary dragon, the orange flame has the wonderful power to accelerate the growth of the baby dragon. Leaning on the pillow comfortably, Shanada watched Korean dramas while eating strawberries. In the bathroom, facing the water in a bathtub, Koga Ninja Frog looked solemn, and he pinched the seal, and Koga Ninja Frog tried to control the water in the bathtub. According to the secret biography of surfing moves provided by Xiaoxia. In the use of surfing moves, according to the different spirits, the method is also different. For example, the Tyrannosaurus is born with the ability to control wind and waves. And for the Koga Ninja Frog, by developing superpowers, using superpowers and their own control over water, the Koga Ninja Frog can skillfully use surfing moves. In the living room of the suite, holding Xiao Fudan's elf egg, while Zheng Gui was broadcasting live, he was talking to Xiao Fudan about the secrets of his awakening power moves. Come on. Zhenggui's mother's prenatal education has started. Long time to see, Gengar has begun to hatch eggs. Newbie bow to everyone, is this not the live broadcast room of the owner of the Red Lotus Gym? Why is Gengar on the live broadcast? It was 8 o'clock in the evening, and Li He couldn't make a video with Xiao Zhuer. He could only reluctantly communicate with Ji Ziming and other 3 men. Through the video, the 4 sighed while drinking. Alas, the college entrance examination is too difficult. Ji Ziming sighed long after drinking the fruit wine. Unlike others who have to go to school after graduating from high school, he not only has to go to school, but also faces the prospect of getting married and becoming a father. And the Elf College entrance examination, the scoreline of Chindu Elf University in Chindu province is not low. Can I pass the test, and what will I do in the future? Thinking of this, Ji Ziming was heartbroken. Yeah, it's too difficult. Li He sighed with empathy. I released water like this, and even made it to the top 32 of the Whirlpool Islands competition. I put more than 20 million in the bank card. I thought I could make a living with 3% annual interest, but I took a fancy to a high-quality fire attribute evolution stone and thought about buying it back to supplement the baby dragon with nutrients. 2 million was gone in an instant. It's so hard, it's so hard. Also feeling uncomfortable, Wang Zui suffocated a jar of fruit wine and said sourly. I can see through it. Emotions are too difficult. Initially blushing, and finally blushing. It's too difficult. Hey, don't talk about it, drink. Li He glanced at the door. With the light bulb Nazi in. If I want to continue being intimate with Xiaozhuer, I can't do it. Obviously, the person who has a good impression of the star's appearance and the model's figure is 10 meters away. But there is no chance of being alone. I'm really angry. It's not easy in society. Because of the internet, today's students have a lot of ideas, and they think deeply. Bai Yunfei also saw it through. Even if you get into Elf University in the college entrance examination, you don't come out to work for others, you work hard all your life, and let the boss live a good life. A cousin who graduated from Nanyang Elf University in the family is a water attribute trainer. After graduation, she directly worked in the Water Conservancy Department of Nanyang City with an annual salary of 150,000. Taking away the cost of raising elves and her own living costs, there is not much money that can be saved in a year. Still have to cook. Just graduated, if you don't sign a long-term contract, the Water Conservancy Department generally won't pay too high a salary to the freshmen of Elf University. What if you run away? White cultivated. It's really not easy. Li He nodded in agreement. Apart from the gym owner, Xiaozhuer has her own modeling career. As the world's top model, Xiaozhuer's 1-year advertising fee. Li He didn't dare to think about it. Therefore, Li He intends to take care of his own business. Although the startup capital of nearly 20 million is not much, you can also start a small business. Knowing that he has no entrepreneurial and business acumen, Li He plans to hire a top talent. After handing over this matter to the headhunting company, there was no reply for so long. The asking price is 60 W per year, but it is too difficult to recruit a suitable talent. Looking at the 3 basic friends opposite, Li He hesitated for a while, but still did not invite him. If you are not capable, you can hire capable people, but a company must have its own people. Originally, he wanted to invite these 3 people to intern in his company. But think about how much salary you can't open, and if you open more, the company can't support idlers at first. Open less, and hurt feelings again. It's impossible to work part-time. It's impossible to work for others in this life. I've thought about it. I'll be a civil servant after graduation, or work for the government. Sitting in his living room, Ji Ziming said seriously. The teachers are also very good. Look at the teachers in our Junshin High School. Not only do they have long vacations, but they are also well paid. During the school, the teachers' elves' meals are all free. Bai Yunfei thought to himself. Oh, You all think too far. Wang Zui said sadly. Since you've all made up your mind, then forget it. Li He said casually. Originally, I was thinking of starting a company. Maybe you can help me a little bit. The monthly salary can't be much higher, so it means 7 or 8,000 less than 10,000. Puff. The fruit wine he just drank was sprayed out, and Ji Ziming said sternly. Brother Li, in fact, I have no prejudice against working workers. Working as a worker, working as a soul, dedicating myself to make the boss become a superior person. What's the point of working in a besieged city? Dedicate yourself and let you live in a big villa. Brother Li, this is me. A dream now. The job of a teacher is not challenging. I also want to challenge myself and try my best to bring the boss to the pinnacle of life. Bai Yunfei coughed dryly. Love is gone, and now I can only throw myself in love. Wang Zui was refreshed. Li He. Looking at the suddenly energetic three, Li He rubbed his chin. I am. Have you recruited the Wolong and Phoenix chicks? Half an hour later, after hanging up the phone, Li He shook his head and murmured. Let's just hire 3 potential stocks in advance. Li He didn't really expect anything from these 3, but Li He was willing to spend the money just because Ji Ziming could talk about borrowing money during the Youth Cup. Han *D. Just put down the phone and heard the sound. Li He looked back and saw that in the orange flames, the baby dragon grinned, and strands of red flames wrapped around the sharp fangs. This is. Li He was stunned for a moment. The flaming teeth move in the farmer's 3 teeth. Bite the opponent with fiery covered teeth, sometimes causing the opponent to burn or terrify. Chanting, "Carrot oh carrot." He jumped up excitedly, and the baby dragon's eyes were full of desire to fight. After learning this trick, you don't have to worry about eating cold rice for your stomach anymore. In the process of biting, it was thermally processed by the way. Holding the phone, Jane Ghost did not miss this scene. Go sizzle *carrot dish carrot *. Good guy, it turns out that the trainer is Lu Wei. In the future, mother will no longer worry about baby dragon eating a bad belly. Baby dragon, rush for the Lord. Looking at the backstage revenue, Zhang Gui clenched his fists confidently. It won't take long for the family's tombstone money to be earned. It's yours, Gengar. Chapter 338 Baby Dragons, Flaming Teeth. After the baby dragon learned the flaming tooth move, the 6 tails immediately took the baby dragon to the beach. Under the moonlight. Slip, Omega. Relying on the rich jungle experience back then, Lu Tai's ears perked up. After hearing the sound, Lu Wei and the baby dragon lurked in the grass by the sea. The 2 young men with soft green beards glared at each other. Zheping, this time, if my Ba Dadie wins, stay away from my sister. What? Dongsheng, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not interested in your sister. I'm interested in other people. But in battle, you will be my big needlebee and be afraid of you. After a few words between the 2, under the command of the 2, Ba Dai and Big Needlebee fought fiercely. After the 2 elves were out of breath. Slip, Omega, up. Bao, filled down pointing triangle pot filled down pointing triangle me winking face, oh. The baby dragon jumped out with the fangs entwined with strong firelight. After 2 consecutive results of the 2 remaining blood elves, baby dragon evacuated excitedly, leaving the 2 stunned. What the hell? Still brings something like this. After taking back Ba Dai, Dongsheng couldn't care less about Ba Di's injury, so he questioned Zheping and said. You're not for my sister, then you come to my house every day to be courteous to my mother. Thinking of this, Dongsheng was startled. I am a single-parent family, and besides my sister, my mother is my mother. If Zheping is not interested in his sister, then maybe he is interested in. I treat you as my brother, but you want to be my dad. Not to mention the complicated relationship of this pair is small. Walking on the beach late at night, seeing this scene, the owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym has a strange expression. 6 tails take baby dragons to gain combat experience in the wild. Will it do so? Not far away. Holding their tongs, the tong crabs are searching for food on the beach. Unpredictable, all tong crabs are stiff. Like ordinary humans with guns on their heads, the tong crabs raised their heads nervously. I saw, under the moonlight, on the reef. With his back facing the surging waves, the baby dragon fiercely licked the insect scale powder on his fangs. Dish. The gradually active fighting factor in the genes made the baby dragon exhale 2 dragon breaths excitedly. Chant. Lapa. The screams of terror resounded through the night sky, and the claws once again recalled the horror of being dominated by the baby dragon. At the time when the baby dragon crazily received people crab heads. After removing the bandages, the giant claw crab ran towards the group while waving its claw. The crab eyes the size of mung bean narrowed slightly, and the giant claws had a resolute expression. Pop, where. When Lao Su learns his skills well under that old man, I will find you, this precious dragon blood, to wash away the revenge of the broken arm and break your bones. Stopping abruptly, the giant pincer crab looked at the baby dragon who was killing the big pincer crab. A drop of cold sweat fell from the forehead of the giant pincer crab. Nervous to the point of spitting bubbles, the giant pincer crab swallowed saliva with difficulty. Crack, snap, I just want to take a walk, Lao Su. Beckoning claws to the giant pincer crab, baby dragon showed a friendly yet hideous smile. Chanting carrot dish carrot brother crab, don't go, let's play together. If Li He was here, he might be able to hear it. The experience value of the baby dragon is obtained got a boost. Close black lens bracket. The experience value of baby dragon has been increased. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Baby dragon it's upgraded. Close black lens bracket. Seeing the baby dragon practicing his moves in actual combat, Six Tails nodded in satisfaction. Ben Yo-Yo did not see you wrong. Sure enough, it has the style of Ben Yo-Yo. The next day. Early in the morning, Li He received a picture from the owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym. A giant pincer crab wrapped in gauze, like a mummy. Close black lens bracket. Li He asked curiously. Senior, what's wrong with this giant claw crab? Severe burns. Burn medicine was applied to the whole body, and it takes a few days to recuperate. The owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym said. Tisk tisk tisk, was it hit head-on by the fire-breathing dragon's flame-throwing move? Whose fire-breathing dragon is this powerful? Li He tisk tisk was amazed. Unexpectedly, in the Vortex Islands, there are trainers who are good at cultivating fire-type elves. After a minute. Vortex Islands gym master. The owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym. I was bitten by the flaming teeth of the baby dragon. Li He. Looking at the severely burned giant pincer crab again, Li He sent a red envelope to him. After finishing the communication with the owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym, Li He looked at the exhausted and slumbering baby dragon. Insert a sentence, it is really good, it is worth installing, after all, there are many sources of books, all books, and updates are fast. Li He swallowed the words of reproach as soon as they reached his lips. What bad thoughts can baby dragons have? It's all about getting stronger and winning. Six Tails. Li He took out the majesty of the head of the family. Since it's baby dragon's pot, you have to carry it. This time the extra cost is deducted from your dessert snack bill. Slip, epsilon, oh. Six Tails flicked her tail reluctantly. It is obviously unreliable for the giant claw crab. As a water-type elf, he was injured by a fire attribute move, and the giant claw crab even sued his parents. Ba, he. Go see. While Li He was not paying attention, Zheng Gui surreptitiously handed Lu Wei a bottle of burn medicine. Looking at the eye burn medicine, Lu Wei. However, Li He still underestimated the potential of baby dragon. Shushi has been with Lu Wei and Zheng Gui for a long time. It may also be that he finds himself dropping scum and waste when he eats, and baby dragon has developed a new move. Said to be a new move, In fact, the tornado move was integrated into the two moves of the bite move and the flaming tooth move. When using the flaming tooth move and biting move, a fist-sized tornado was brewing in the baby dragon's mouth. When attacking the opponent, this tornado will form a certain traction, making it easier for the baby dragon to bite the opponent. At the same time, tornado will tear the opponent's wound, causing secondary damage. Good guy. If this increases the power of the tornado, wouldn't it be able to grab the opponent and send it directly to your mouth? Leahy looked strange. Now the baby dragon is still small, and it will evolve in the future. When the dragon's mouth is opened, the opponent caught by the tornado will automatically enter the mouth. Looking at the growing baby dragon, Leahy swallowed and murmured. Do I want to buy accidental damage insurance for the giant claw crab of the owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym? After all, Leahy still prepared a more nutritious energy cube for baby dragon. According to the request of Sister Gon, Mu Yufei, go to the hospital to measure the data of the baby dragon, and customize the latest energy cube formula. There was no battle that day, and Leahy went out to be a guest. Seeing Leahy going out, Jahe Ren Frog patted baby dragon's head with relief. Give it to you. The Lord said so, but as expected, I am still happy for baby dragon. For Leahy's disgusting speech and body integrity, Jahe Ninja has become accustomed to it. With resolute eyes, Koga Ninja said excitedly. Give it to you. It will be the round of 16 soon after. Gotta keep going. The baby dragon nodded earnestly and smiled. The fangs of the baby dragon were entwined with ferocious firelight. Chan, B. Chapter 339 Fans are for eating. Friday, February 12th. The weather was gray and drizzle. Slip ******. Awakened by the 6 tails and 1 paw, Leahy opened his eyes tiredly and complained. Luwei, I found that you are becoming more and more impatient with me recently, and it's your monthly arrogance period again. Is it possible to hit the face of my patriarch Lee easily? I eat with my face. Slip, circle all but upper left quadrant filled, for all, circle all but upper left quadrant filled. He grabbed Leahy's quilt and pulled it away, and Luwei urged him a few times. Don't look at the time, it's noon. There's also a qualifying match. Wow, Master Lee originally likes to wear pajamas of this color. Gudong. I swallowed my saliva. Sure enough, as long as you look good, your interest will follow Sangwon. Will this live broadcast room be blocked? I want to see Master Lee's abdominal muscles, rewarded a captain. Close black lens bracket. Looking at the rising popularity, Zheng Hui nodded in satisfaction. Go sizzle **dish ***. If this goes on, the family's funeral will be covered by Uncle Zhenghui. Hey, originally, I thought the gym owner was on vacation all year round, but I was deceived by TV. Leahy complained as he got up. Gym owners in TV, not only 10 days and a half months after asking for leave, but challengers often have to wait for a long time. The real gym owner is directly 887, who is open all year round. Coming to the bathroom, baby dragon is brushing his teeth earnestly. Dish, chant. Holding a soft bristled toothbrush, baby dragon took care of his fangs meticulously. This is the dry guy. Can be protected. Turn on the faucet again, and the baby dragon opens his mouth wide. Chant. Unleash the tornado move. A small purple tornado appeared beside the baby dragon's mouth. Pulled by the tornado move, the water was swept into the baby dragon's mouth. Then, under the power of the tornado move, the water oscillated and washed the baby dragon's teeth. Goo la la la. After spitting out the water, the baby dragon flicked its tail and happily used the flaming tooth move. The crimson flame entwined with black light dries his mouth, and the baby dragon grinned at the mirror, and finally gave a thumbs up. The baby dragon. Be perfect. Dude, you've even saved money on electric toothbrushes and dryers. Leahy looked strange. By the way, I also honed the 3 moves: tornado, flaming teeth, and bite. Seeing this scene, stopped to practice surfing moves and supernatural power moves, Koga Ninja nodded happily. Give it to you. With his arms on his chest, Jahei Ninja sighed, here. Even the baby dragon has grown up and understands the essence of the Lee family training method. Integrate the training of moves into your life. That being the case, you should work even harder. After a few days of hard training day and night and the patient guidance of the Six Tails, the talented Koga Ninja Frog has already touched the edge of the supernatural power move. To develop superpowers, and then use superpowers with the outstanding water attribute energy control, mastering surfing moves is just a matter of course for the Koga Ninja Frog. The advantage of the deluxe suite is that Lee only needs to press a button. A well-dressed butler will push the prepared breakfast into the door. Although Lee was a little late, the hotel still provided the vermicelli soup and omelette with chopped green onion. Although the dishes are simple, the egg omelette with chopped green onion is the egg of Gili egg, which is known as the world's top ingredient. Come on, fans will eat first. Facing the camera, Lee ate while admiring. I have to say, the breakfast at this hotel is really good. Master Lee, is this a career change to eat and broadcast? The steamed buns and pickles in my hand are not fragrant. The M group checked, and the suite that the master of the Lee house lives in is not expensive. It is 18,000 yuan a night, which is just my salary for 2 or 3 months. Supporting Gengar's career, Lee put Xiaofudan's elf egg into his backpack. After talking to Xiaojue again, the Lee family went straight to the main venue of the Whirlpool Islands competition. The main venue of the Whirlpool Islands competition. 10:45. After checking the time, the referee took out the glasses cloth and wiped the water vapor on the glasses. Next will be the promotion match of Lee, who will be against Dong Shishi from Wallen Taoist Hall. Comparing with the hints in the palm, the narrator shouted fluently. Dong Shishi players have been studying in Wallen Taoist for 2 years. They must have won the essence of water attribute battles. Let's wait and see what the result will be. Still waiting. It's not easy to be a narrator, and you've worked hard to make the battle a little more suspenseful. However, if you think about it, that's right. After all, my little sister is under the tutelage of Wallen Taoist Gym, and Xiaoxia, the master of Wallen Gym, is a hell difficulty gym master who can evolve Mega. Even if the probability of winning is small, she can still hold on a little longer. For the audience's analysis, the guests did not care. Wallen Taoist Hall, the girl in Wallen Taoist Hall is very fierce. Her apprentice is probably not easy to mess with. Touching his beard, the main music from Shantae City Taoist Hall in Shantae City, Huasha District he said. However, Master Lee's baby dragon is also quite fierce. These two should be able to fight back and forth. Selected poems of the East. The hand win is a little small, but it shouldn't be easy for baby dragon to win. Chairman Zhou of the organizing committee of the Whirlpool Islands competition interjected with a smile. With a subtle expression, the gym master of the Vortex Islands did not answer. The giant claw crabs have been beaten like that. Is the baby dragon of Li Guanju's family quite fierce? It's super fierce. Holding the doll, Nazi was expressionless. Like a housekeeper, Hootie fanned Nazi with a complicated expression. The masters of the Wallen Gym all paid tuition fees to Li. The old man can't vomit when he is noisy, it's so uncomfortable to hold back. When Dong Shishi came to the stage, Guazi's face was flushed with excitement, and the little girl was so excited that she was incoherent. Lee, Master Lee, I am your fan. Later, please be merciful. After glancing at the well-developed female fawn, Lee took another look at the guest seat. Well, Xiaojue is not here. Lee joked. Don't follow me, I'm a scumbag. As a result, Dong Shishi couldn't get Lee straight in one sentence. Then can you slap me once? Can you take a photo with me after the battle? If not, can you take a photo with me? Lee suddenly had a headache. Are you here to fight, or to chase stars? No problem, since I'm a fan, I'll definitely show mercy. Lee said sternly. After shaking hands, Lee returned to the podium and whispered to Baby Long. You're welcome, The harder the shot, the better. Since she's my fan, it's time for me to teach her a lesson. A man's mouth, a liar. Shaking his little tail, Baby Dragon glanced at Dong Shishi, and then puffed up the muscles on his arms. Baby Dragon showed a fierce and cute smile. Ching Omega, katakana middle dot. Chapter 340 The Elf on the Tip of the Tongue. Just after 11 o'clock, the referee blew his whistle. Both sides, get ready, please release the elves. Han O Omega, asterisk, O. The baby dragon jumped out ahead of the pack, using the mind hammer move, and the baby dragon was suspended on the water. Hooking his claws toward the opposite side, baby dragon had a bellicose expression of, come on, come on. Omega, katakana middle dot, O. Baby dragon is floating. What is floating? This is self-confidence. Understand. Baby dragon, mommy loves you. At the same time, Dong Shishi also released Lighting Monster. The lamp monster looks like a lantern fish. Its body is nearly 1 meter long, and its whole body is blue. The lamp monster has 2 bulb-shaped tentacles on its forehead. As a water and electricity dual attribute elves, the lamp monster can use powerful electric-type moves underwater, which is a great threat to water-type spirits. It is also relying on the light monster that Dong Shishi has entered the top 32 unimpeded all the way. Although Dong Shishi was very excited to fight against Li Guanju, but in the face of the battle, Dong Shishi has sharp eyes and has no plans to release water. Letting go of water must be the greatest disrespect to the owner of the Li Pavilion. Taking advantage of the preparation time, Dong Shishi looked at the lamp monster. Open black lens bracket light monster. Close black lens bracket. Characteristic. Electricity storage. When you are damaged by an electric attribute move, you will not be injured, but will absorb electric energy and restore physical energy. Moves. Charge, high-speed movement, 100,000 volts, water gun. While recalling the tricks of the lamp monster, Dong Shishi formulates tactics. The baby dragon on the opposite side has strong attack power, but the attack method is very simple. As long as it is not attacked by the baby dragon is not a threat. Dong Shishi's eyes were full of confidence. Using high-speed movement moves, the light monster can move quickly in the water. While moving, the light bulb monster uses 100,000 volt moves and water gun moves in a staggered attack. The baby dragon who dares not approach the water will be rubbed to death sooner or later. Even if it is not rubbed to death, the baby dragon will be physically exhausted, fall into the water, and be terminated by the electric light monster. Although Pavilion Master Li's baby dragon is very powerful, the baby dragon is facing a water property field after all, and the disadvantage is too great. The other side. In the opposite field. On a hot day, Luo Shifeng was wearing a suit. With a serious expression and meticulously grooming his black hair with hairspray, Luo Shifeng directed the fire-breathing dragon with exquisite instructions. As soon as the opponent's water arrow turtle emerged, it was hit by a fire-breathing dragon with a powerful jet of flame. As expected of Luo Shifeng, who entered the third runner-up in the Shanao Regional Conference, he accurately predicted the position of the water arrow turtle. The commentator shouted passionately. The power of this shot is really strong, and the water arrow turtle, which is a water-type spirit, has not resisted it. I'm going. This is also an inverse attribute master. What kind of inverse attribute master? It's not too different in strength. This fire-breathing dragon didn't come out of the fire-breathing dragon valley, right? Listening to the surrounding noise, Luo Shifeng's opponent was sweating profusely, gritted his teeth and said, "Go, Tyrannosaurus." The carp dragon with a savage face roared and roared as soon as it came out, but the fire-breathing dragon burst into the mouth with a precise fire-throwing move. Accompanied by howls, the tyrannical carp dragon rolled its eyes, and its huge body smashed into the water, setting off waves of waves. The tyrannical carp dragon appeared in less than 5 seconds, and was immediately stunned. The referee blows his whistle. The tyrannical carp dragon can't fight. The winner, Luo Shifeng player. This doesn't even work for Omega. Outrageous. It's outrageous. This is the level of the Sheno Regional Conference. It's too strong. The audience was amazed. Your Excellency Raiwan Hallmaster, what do you think of the final champion? A guest asked with a smile. Xiaozhuer smiled and replied. Well, it's a secret. Ha ha ha, Lao Feng, don't ask, the owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion is next door, they have to avoid suspicion. Another guest joked. With a calm and polite smile, Xiaozhuer looked at the fire-breathing dragon that was staring in all directions. Habitually rubbing her lips with the back of her white fingers, Xiaozhuer pondered. The level of this fire-breathing dragon is indeed quite excellent. If you can really evolve Mega. It's very interesting, Xiaozhuer whispered with a chuckle. On the command seat, Luo Shifeng faced the cheers of the audience with a calm expression. Pushing his glasses, Luo Shifeng looked at the next venue with sharp eyes. Li He fought against Dong Shishi. This time, Master Li has encountered a troublesome opponent. Seeing Dong Shishi's elf, the master of the Whirlpool Islands gym was overjoyed. The light bulb is weird, it's not too strong, but it still really restrains the play of the baby dragon. Another guest agreed. Like a fish breathing air, most of the electric light monster's body was hidden in the water, and only a small half of its head was exposed on the surface of the water. The bulb-shaped tentacles released static electricity, and the light bulb looked calmly and cautiously at baby dragon. Li he, winking face. I heard the master say that this prey is a tough stubble, so I have to be careful. Make sure the corona is gone and then make up the knife. Looking at the strange lamp, Li He had a strange expression. It's a light bulb. It looks quite fat. Following the referee's order, the lamp monster directly used a high-speed movement move. While moving around the baby dragon quickly and in circles, the lamp monster released a powerful 100,000-volt move. The entire water surface is covered with golden yellow electric lights, and the electric lights roam freely. Hey, you can't fall into the water now. As soon as you touch the water, you will be paralyzed immediately, and then you will be dove. The venue advantage is too great. Next, you only need to consume the baby dragon's physical energy, so that the baby dragon can't maintain the mind hammer move. Dong Shishi evoked a triumphant smile. The light monster, consume its physical energy with a water gun. After receiving the order, show your head cautiously. The light monster's mouth is slightly open, and the extremely fast water gun, like a sharp arrow, shoots at the baby dragon. Tornado. Baby dragon took a hard blow from the front of the water gun, ignoring the water splashes on his body. Baby dragon grinned. Chan, dish. If I can't catch up with you, then I'll let you come over. Because of the use of the water gun move, the light monster had to pause for a while. Taking this opportunity, the baby dragon made a move tornado. The purple tornado directly lifted the electric light monster into the air, and what greeted the electric light monster was baby dragon's flaming teeth and bite moves. The sharp fangs were embedded in the body of the electric light monster, and the flames on the fangs raged on the whole body of the baby dragon. Because of the fierce special effect of the flaming tooth move, the electric light freak just wanted to get out of the predicament, and completely lost the courage to break the net. Unfortunately, the small tornado in the baby dragon's mouth not only tore the lamp monster's wound, but also the traction force of the tornado move firmly bound the lamp monster, making it difficult to break free. I seem to smell the aroma of grilled fish. It's so delicious. Did I come to the wrong studio? This is actually a food show on the tip of my tongue. Seeing the electric light monster unable to resist, Dong Shishi felt distressed and helpless, so he could only withdraw the electric light monster and release the second elf, Lot Kappa. The Kappa-like elf, Lot Kappa, has a grass attribute, but it has a great advantage against water-type spirits. But his own grass attribute also makes Lot Kappa less resistant to fire-type moves. Looking at the Lot Kappa who was made into a barbecue by the baby dragon. Touching his belly, Li He's expression was subtle. At noon, let's have a barbecue. This matchup is so good. Chapter 341 Extreme Sports Anchor. Victor, Li He. With the whistle of the referee, the top 32 of the Vortex Islands competition came to an end. Although he is the master of the gymnasium, but with a baby dragon that has just hatched, he has killed all the way and reached the top 16 of the Vortex Islands competition. This is too exaggerated. Master Li's cultivation strength is really nothing to say. It makes me want to go to the Red Lotus Gym internship for a while. Presumably, this is the cultivation strength of the world-class Taoist master. To the cries of the audience, the Whirlpool Islands Gym Master and the Shantae City Gym Master looked at each other. Indeed, with the strength of a first-class gym owner, it is not uncommon to kill the Vortex Archipelago. But with a baby dragon that hatched for over a month. Unexpectedly, Master Li is also good at dragon attributes. The master of the Shantae City Gym sighed. The owner of the Whirlpool Islands Gym thought silently. Not just the dragon attribute. In the hands of Pavilion Master Li alone, there are water, ghosts, fire, superpower. Is it possible that Li Guanju wants to become a full attribute king in the future? All attribute hegemony. This Master Li, is he really a master of fire attributes? Chairman Zhou of the organizing committee had a subtle expression. How do I feel that he understands dragon attributes better than trainers who specialize in dragon attributes? It's not clear, but the owner of the Whirlpool Islands Gym shook his head and smiled. However, this can be regarded as breaking a new record. Using the initial form of the non-water type elves, they reached the top 16 of the Whirlpool Islands competition all the way, and Li He also set a new record. After all, the Whirlpool Islands competition is a special event for water attribute trainers, not a baby cup competition for water attribute trainers. Reputation value plus 500. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gets special rewards. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket dragon gem perfect quality. Close black lens bracket. Entering the top 16 of the Whirlpool Islands tournament, he even increased his reputation by 500. This surprised Li He. After all, since the end of the competition with Nazi, no matter how the outside world promotes, the reputation value has not increased. But Baby Dragon is too proficient at Tornado, a dragon attribute move. Li He murmured to himself as he exited the stage. Is it possible that I have an amazing talent for cultivating dragon attribute elves? Taking back the lot Kappa, Dong Shishi looked at Li Henna's lonely back. After hesitating for a long time, Dong Shishi gave up the plan to call and stop Li He. As expected of my male god. Look at this insatiable indifference. The reason why he was so ruthless must be that Li Guanju wanted to persuade himself to devote his attention to the career of the trainer. Inside the seemingly black-bellied and indifferent outer shell, there is actually a fiery heart. Master Li, I am even more fan of you. At the same time, off the field, journalists are looking for targets. These days, some people like to drive BMWs, while others like to ride motorcycles, and the car of the owner of the museum is Shinado. Journalists know this. After seeing a live broadcast of Shinado approaching, the reporters' eyes lit up. Surrounded by it, the flash came on. Hello, what is your relationship with Master Li? Shinado, I want to know if you sleep in the same bed at night. Or do you sleep in separate rooms? Do you have anything to share about the cultivation methods of the Red Lotus Gym Master? In response to the reporters' questions, Shinado tilted his head. Touching his lips with a finger, Shinado blinked. Cultivation method. How many times has he cultivated Li He? Li He walked to the door and saw Shinado being surrounded. Li He returned to the players' lounge again. Wait until these reporters leave before going out. Li He murmured. Turn on the phone, no accident, the mailbox in the W letter prompts directly 99+. Well-known and unknown manufacturers learned of Li He's email address through various channels. Adhering to the heart that they would rather not reply to the letter, all manufacturers have sent invitations to Li He to shoot advertisements. After starting a company, isn't it good for me to speak for myself? These invitations were really unattractive to Leahy. Looking at the baby dragon again, Leahy keenly saw the flashing light on the baby dragon. The successive battles really stimulated the baby dragon's body. In the distance of evolution, the baby dragon is only one step away. In fact, it developed the body with the orange flame and blue lightning of the legendary dragon. Coupled with the nourishment of various resources such as dragon bone and dragon scale, as well as the continuous fighting excitement. If this can't evolve, Leahy doesn't know how those dragon attribute gym owners can cultivate dragon attribute elves from generation to generation. After the reporter's interview, Shinado took Leahy back to the hotel. After handing the dragon gem that glittered with coquettish purple light to the baby dragon, Leahy warned, "Be careful when exercising the head hammer move, don't hit anyone." Biting the dragon gem, the baby dragon nodded obediently, chanting ****. After telling baby dragon, Leahy sat on the sofa and opened his laptop. The Vortex Archipelago contest has reached this level, Leahy was already riding a tiger. Not to mention that I can't live up to baby dragon's efforts. If I accidentally lose to a powerful character, Li Guanju, are also very competitive. The other side. At the suggestion of the fans, Ghost is going to change the direction of the live broadcast. Occasional freshness is necessary for live broadcasts. Scratching his ears and cheeks, Wei pondered what to do with the live broadcast. Suddenly seeing the baby dragon jumping off the building, Wei's eyes lit up. "Go hiss. It's you, baby dragon. From now on, you will be the #1 extreme sports anchor under my Ghost team." Point the camera at the baby dragon, and Wei waited eagerly for the baby dragon to jump off the building. What is baby dragon doing by the window? Fuck, it jumped off. The baby dragon jumped down from the window, and after a few seconds, the baby dragon's head was grounded. The more sophisticated head hammer move directly hit the beach behind the hotel into a deep pit. Chant. Jumping out of the bunker, baby dragon roared excitedly. Although only a short flight, the experience also satisfies the desire to fly that is etched in the genes. Stimulate. No wonder baby dragon's head hammer move is so fierce, it turned out to be jumping out of the building. I learned it. My family's Dashua devoured me in a while. This is the training trick of Master Li, right? Let the elves return to the wild. Leaning over to look at the barrage, Leahy's expression was complicated. You don't want to understand me casually, okay? When something goes wrong, I, Li Guanju, take no responsibility at all. Not satisfied at all. After flying up with the mind hammer move, the baby dragon contained the dragon gem. Che. Looking out the window, the baby dragon grinned, his eyes flashing with excitement. After another leap, baby dragon jumped down impatiently. In midair, the perfect quality dragon gem was swallowed by the baby dragon. At the same time, an extremely dazzling white light burst out from the baby dragon. Chapter 342 The Little Expert Jumping Off the Building, the Crustacean. Wrapped in the brilliance of evolution, the baby dragon falling at a high speed is like a dazzling sun. Under the influence of the light of evolution, the originally blue skin evolved into a thick gray carapace at high speed. From the lower part of the carapace, there were 4 legs that were also wrapped in the carapace. Even the face is completely covered by gray carapace. In a short period of time, the baby dragon evolved from the form of a young dragon to the form of a dragon cocoon. Crustacean. Boom. Under the force of gravity, the crustacean's body weighing several hundred kilograms smashed onto the beach. With the crustacea as the center, the surrounding sand and stones within 15 meters were shaken high. It was as if he had been hit by an earthquake move. Seeing this scene, Leahy's scalp was numb. This is the legendary meat bomb chariot. Considering that the baby dragon would evolve, Leahy searched the information on the crustacean. Average weight. After the evolution of the crustacean, the weight will continue to increase. Because inside the thick carapace, the dragon cells of the crustacea would proliferate like cancer cells. Until the body required for evolution is constructed, the crustacean will evolve immediately, transform into a flying dragon, and dominate the sky. But in this process, with the intake of external energy, the increase in the size of the crustacea was extremely exaggerated. Thinking of the topic he had talked to with Dr. Damu, Leahy swallowed, and a line of cold sweat gradually fell. Yes, at this stage, baby dragons. Crustaceans don't like to eat very much. Because just eating and eating energy cubes is not enough to support the crustacean to complete the accumulation. People eat resources like dragon gems as food. Thinking of this, Leahy looked up at the sky, and the corners of his eyes couldn't help but get wet. As an experienced live broadcaster, Zheng Gui will naturally not let this scene go. Look, look, Master Li was so happy that he cried. Finally I know why Master Li's elf is seriously introverted, because he loves the elf so deeply. Using the mind hammer move, the crustacean flew out of the beach pit. Shaking the sand on his body, the crustacean looked at the steel-like shell, its small eyes stood up, and roared excitedly. Bang! Now, you don't need to adjust your posture when jumping off a building. Looking at the crustacean dragon that flew into the air and landed heavily, Leahy seemed to understand, and murmured with a strange expression. Company author. Did you evolve to make it easier to jump off the building? The hardness of the crustacean's shell is harder than the hardness of the head of the pre-evolved baby dragon. Over time, the hardness of the crustacean's shell also increased. Right now, it is estimated that it can resist the big move of giant claws. In the current state of the crustacea, if you use the full power of your mind to hammer the move, the crustacea can really knock down the plane. Come. Thinking of this, Leahy's hands and feet were cold. No, the family has to keep the crustacean under control. This dragon has a strong hormone secretion now, and it is easy to get on the head when fighting. Stop playing, come back first. Hearing Leahy's order, the carapace dragon flew back after venting enough. As the crustacean fell to the ground with several 100 pounds of physique, Leahy felt that the ground shook. You can go to the construction site to demolish the building. Leahy rubbed his chin. Demolition while eating, the construction site saves money for garbage dumping. Lu T hollow down pointing triangle T. With a happy purring like a cat's purr, the crustacean narrowed its eyes and rushed towards Leahy. Go hiss. Quickly use the shadow fist move, Zheng Gui blocked the crustacean. Grinning his teeth and shaking his hands, Zheng Gui. If this convinces you, Leahy will not have to go to the German area to see an orthopedic surgeon. Wiping his cold sweat as well, Leahy calmed the overly excited crustacean. The passive skill, Nurtured Eyes, presented the new data of the crustacea in front of his eyes. After the evolution, the carapace logically mastered two new moves. The first one is Sacrifice Clash. Using the Mind Hammer move, the crustacean unleashed its full power, desperately smashing into the opponent with its own size. The power of the Sacrifice Clash move is already great, if it is integrated into the Dragon Dive pseudo move. Thinking of using the Tornado move as the driving force behind him, combined with the killing of the Mind Hammer move, the crustacean will give the opponent a Sacrifice Crash, the superimposed terrifying lethality. In the future, when the crustacea weighs 1 ton, Leahy couldn't help but complain. This is a crustacean, it's clearly a heavy missile. This move should be based on the head hammer move of the crustacean, coupled with the jumping technique honed day and night, and naturally comprehended after evolution. Although Death Clash is powerful, Leahy is worried that this move is too powerful. Medical expenses can't be compensated. In addition, another move made Leahy feel much more at ease. Iron Wall moves. As a steel-type move, the Iron Wall move can greatly increase the defense of the crustacean. With the defensive quality of the crustacean, and the Iron Wall move, it is not a problem to make the crustacean and the ice-type elves hard. Bah! Backquote. Under the urging of the six-tailed curiosity, the crustacea used the Iron Wall move. The gray-white carapace was covered with a metallic light, as if another layer of steel armor had been put on the carapace. Gossi. With a strange expression, he tapped the carapace of the crustacea, and listening to the steel-like echo, Gengar. Not, I am not stupid. Seeing this scene, Xiao Fudan's elf egg shook. The conscious body within releases a feeling of joy. Finally met my peers. As long as my defense points are high, no one can hurt me. Looking at the crustacean excitedly, the six-tailed eyes flashed. Omega. Ben Yo-Yo has a bold idea. If you encounter an enemy, throw the crustacean as a cannonball. In the bathroom, he glanced at the crustacean with relief, and the Jahe ninja looked firm. Before the finals, be sure to practice surfing moves. As the crustacea evolved, its recipes also needed to be updated. After Leahy took the crustacean to the hospital to check his body, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. On the way back, Leahy carefully rode on the crustacean. Fly steady. Lube, ****. Using the mind hammer move, the crustacean flew to the hotel smoothly. Enjoying the night breeze, Leahy narrowed his eyes happily. My owner, Lee, is now a trainer with a car. Time flies by. 11 at night. While Leahy was taking a bath, Luwei and Zheng Gui pulled the crustacean to the laptop. Go ni. Zheng Gui coughed while wearing sunglasses. Condensed into a teaching stick with purple mist, Gengar pointed to the computer screen. As a mature elf, it's time for you to learn this move. Yo. Mo Luwei nodded. Chant. Looking at the screen, the crustacean widened its eyes. On the screen, an instructional video of a move is playing. Keep the moves. Chapter 343 Melissa's Backstab. Monday, February 15th. Early morning. In a dream, I dreamed that the Kirby beast fell from the sky, and Leahy was shocked. Rolling out subconsciously, Leahy avoided the crustacean wake-up service. Looking at the crustacean in cold sweat, Leahy complained, Are you trying to call me up to compete, or are you trying to carry me away? Chalu, ****. After 2 days of adjustment, the crustacea has adapted to its evolved body. Although the speed has slowed down, the increase in mental power has greatly increased the power of the mind hammer move, making up for the weakness of the crustacean in terms of speed. In addition, the sharp increase in defense power has given the crustacean a new style of play. Come on, baby, come and hurt each other with this dragon palace. Affected by genes, the temperament of the crustacea has obviously become more confident and arrogant. Slip. I stayed up late last night playing games with the electric dragon. Luwei lifted his small head from his tail and looked around with sleepy eyes. Oh no, road race. After yawning a little, Luwei sat cross-legged and continued to sleep. Su Omega tilde. Today, I'm going up to be a guest, why don't you take the baby dragon? Leahy patted Luwei. Through empathy, you can broaden your horizons and let your six tails tactical literacy surpass your opponents. Lifting his eyelids slightly, Luwei glanced at Leahy. Turning around, facing Leahy with his butt, six tails. Union, ideographic period, Z's. Point your ass at your old father, are you serious? Hello. I'm not trying to shirk responsibility, I just want to exercise your ability to respond in battle. Leahy was heartbroken. Six tails are too old to lie. But Leahy also couldn't shirk, and took the remuneration from the organizing committee. Not being a guest every day to fight, Leahy also pays attention to the spirit of the contract. Master Lee is also a human being, and his conscience occasionally hurts. Where's Jang Ghost? Leahy asked after looking around. I went out and said I was going to the audience for a live broadcast today. Go deep into the crowd. As an ideal ghost anchor, it can't be separated from the crowd. Carrying a large backpack, Shinado took a selfie stick and was also ready to set off. I don't have time. I'm going to live broadcast, cutting leaks, cough. I'm going to interact with fans. Then why are you carrying so much music and water? Lee Hechi asked after glancing at Shinedo's backpack. This. He opened the curtains and pointed to the bright sun. Shinedo pursed his lips and smiled proudly. Today's temperature is 28 degrees. I'm going to sell this water. When there are so many people, use ice-type moves to cool down the water and sell a bottle for 10 yuan. That's right. You really are a little clever ghost profiteering, ah. At 9:30 in the morning, after the computer draw was over, Li He played against Zhang Xueting, a top 16 player. At the guest seat, Ryan, the owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym, wore a colorful beach t-shirt and asked in surprise. Isn't this Ms. Angela? Why do you have time to come here? As the deputy head of the world-renowned gym Jiayuan Gym, Angela is busy with her affairs. Although she had also received an invitation from the organizing committee of the conference, Angela declined. Because Melissa, the owner of Jiayuan Gym, is also a part-time coordinator, trainer, performer, and dancer while serving as the master of the gym, so Angela, the deputy owner, must be fully responsible for Jiayuan Dao. Office affairs. The long golden hair was dyed into big waves. Although she was nearly 40 years old, Angela was well maintained and her skin was fair and delicate. The increase in age has made Angela a little more mature and charming. Zhang Xueting is my sister's daughter. Angela nodded generously and smiled. Oh, so that's the case. The owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym suddenly realized. So, is it possible that you are supporting this little girl? Are you afraid that the owner of the Red Lotus gym will bully others? Ryan's joked. Look at what you said, they are all young people, can you talk about bullying or not? Angela laughed, but there was still a little worry in the eyes that swept towards Zhang Xueting from time to time. Hey, this is what is said. Very confident. Lanes narrowed his eyes. I see. Although Angela, as the deputy head of Jiayuan Gym, has average strength, Melissa, the master of Jiayuan Gym, is an experienced ghost attribute expert. And ghost-type tactics are often weird and unpredictable. Even strong players are caught off guard, and they will be killed by shadows. Ryan's glanced at Zhang Xueting, if he understood something. Presumably, Angela asked Melissa to formulate a set of tactics for the little girl Zhang Xueting. What are you two talking about? After drawing lots, Li He walked to the guest seat with a smile. Glancing at the lady with elegant blonde hair, Li He smiled and nodded. Your Excellency, the master of the Red Lotus Gym, I am Angela, the deputy master of the Jiayuan Gym. Please take care of me in the future. Facing a world-class gym master, Angela didn't dare to care too much. Get up and greet him. After talking for a few words, although it was the first time we met, Angela also had a lot of goodwill towards this handsome, powerful and chatty Master Li, and teased. When you play against my Xueting in a while, please show some mercy to your men. Cough, I'm not going up, today is the Koga Ninja Frog and the Crustacean. Li He coughed. Although he has not completely mastered the surfing moves, Koga Ninja has already mastered the supernatural power moves with the help of the Six Tails. This time, under Li He's suggestion, let Koga Ninja take the crustacean to play the game and relax. Angela was stunned for a moment. This completely ignored Xueting. Angela said with deep meaning. If you don't go, you may regret it. Li He looked strange. So confident. Even if there was only one battle in the morning, the main venue of the Vortex Islands tournament was full. Oh, Master Li is in the guest seat today. It seems that Zheng Gui is playing for you again today. Kohu, isn't Zheng Ghost broadcasting the autograph over there? Could it be Six Tails? At this time, in the rest area of the players, Zhang Xueting looked at the host Li who was chatting and laughing in the guest seat. Zhang Xueting's eyes were bright. His father is of Chinese descent in the Shino region, and his mother is a native of the Shino region. As a half-breed, Zhang Xueting has brown curly hair and a very upturned nose. His handsome facial features perfectly inherited the advantages of his parents. Looking back, Zhang Xueting put one hand on the manga's waist and fell into contemplation. Looks like this Master Li won't be on stage today. Isn't that looking down on people? Even if he is the master of the gym, how can this happen? The little sister pouted. No, this is just right. Zhang Shueting smiled slightly, with a peaceful mind. The underestimation of the opponent is our opportunity. Although Master Li is young, his tactical level is truly terrifying. If Hall Master Li is there, even if there is a tactical play given by Hall Master Melissa, there is little hope. But if the owner of the Li Pavilion is not present. Zhang Shueting clenched her fists and muttered. The essence of the ghost attribute trainer's tactics is to defeat the strong with the weak. Chapter 344 Crustacean. Come on, hurt each other. At the same time, looking at the master of the Red Lotus Gym and the deputy master of the family gym, Angela couldn't understand the master of the Li Gym. He is so young, is he so confident? In Jiayuan Gym, Melissa, the owner of Jiayuan Gym, is best at ghost attribute tactics. Relying on Angela's relationship, Zhang Shueting has been studying at the family gym since she was a child. As Melissa's direct apprentice, Zhang Shueting also mastered a number of ghost-type moves that Melissa herself improved. In order to deal with the terrifyingly powerful Li Guanju, this time Zhang Shueting is going to use a whole card that was originally intended to be used at the Fengyuan Area Conference. Stand-in tactic. The top trainers in the industry have the ability to make the avatars created by the avatar move have the ability to attack. But letting substitute use the same fate move is also Melissa's unique secret method. By sacrificing a stand-in, and at the cost of his own serious injury, Zhang Shueting's elf can use the power of the same fate move to curse and kill the opponent. This is a trump card for the weak to win the strong. It is also one of the secret methods of pressing the bottom of the box at the Jiayuan Gym. Even the elves under the command of the gym owner, facing the terrifying lethality of the same fate move, would have to be seriously injured and fall to the ground if they were caught off guard. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in suits and leather shoes, neatly groomed oil heads, the well-paid host and sign language and multi-language interpreters of the conference introduced the game. The winner of the last round is the heir to the Dongying District Water Attribute Gym. The next round will be contested by Luo Shifeng and Zhou Tong. At the guest seat, Rains, the owner of the Whirlpool Islands Gym, said in surprise. President Zhou, is this your son? Good guy, have you pulled your son up to join the crowd? It's the dog. Chairman Zhou laughed and said. The dog isn't very angry yet, and it made everyone laugh. Since it's President Zhou's son, it should be worth seeing. Aware of the strange gazes of the surrounding guests, the guests who spoke were stunned for a moment, and hurriedly shut up. I almost forgot, Luo Shifeng is a ruthless man. Cough, although the dog is not perfect, it is still a bit level. President Zhou smiled heartily and said stubbornly. If you beat Luo Shifeng, the third runner-up of the last conference, you won't be killed. Does this count as cowardly words in the toughest tone? Li He looked strange. As the players from both sides entered the arena, Luo Shifeng held up the mirror holder and threw out the poke ball with a flat expression at the beginning of the battle. The fire-breathing dragon tore apart the white light and stood in midair. The fire-breathing dragon roared loudly towards the surroundings. The sound shook the sea, and the fire-breathing dragon suddenly overlooked Shang Zhoutong, his eyes indifferent and deep. Under the pressure of the fire-breathing dragon's sight, Zhou Tong felt tense. Ignoring the cold sweat wiping his temples, Zhou Tong released the Thorn Dragon King. As in elves with dual attributes of water and dragon, the Thorn Dragon King looks like a magnified blue seahorse. In the sea, the Thorn Dragon King can also be regarded as a powerful elves. Who would have thought that at the beginning of the game, the Thorn Dragon King, who was about to play guerrilla warfare with the fire-breathing dragon, was directly stunned by the fire-breathing dragon's Shadow Claw move. As a ghost-type move, Shadow Claw can condense shadows into claws and tear the opponent apart. The fire-breathing dragon undoubtedly practiced the Shadow Claw moves to an extremely profound level, and the dragon claws waved against the air. Correspondingly, there will be an extra bloody claw mark on the Dragon King's body. 3 minutes later, Zhou Tong, who was killed by the fire-breathing dragon, showed a uglier smile than crying to the old father in the guest seat, and left with his head down. There was silence in the guest seat. Cough, old Joe, go back and tell your son not to take it to heart. Who would have thought that this fire-breathing dragon is better at shadow claw moves than ghost-type elves without playing cards? Comforted. The guest who spoke just now said, "That's right, it doesn't count as being killed. At least, your son also got some water droplets on the fire-breathing dragon. Are you here to stab you?" Leahy glanced at the guest who spoke out, his eyes strange. Fortunately, the host's voice rescued the embarrassed Chairman Joe. Next game, Leahy will play against Zhang Xueting. It is said that the baby dragon has evolved, is it true? I have already seen through the sinister thoughts of Li Guanju. He is here to cut leaks. Or can the baby dragon evolve? But the crustacea, I checked it in the school's electronic library. The speed of the crustacean is not very good. After this evolution, won't it be abolished? The audience was talking. Wait, is the Koga Ninja frog coming on stage? The Koga Ninja released the crustacean. You are also an elf trainer. Ignoring the surrounding noise, Zhang Xueting wore a cool white dress. Looking at the crustacean with belligerent eyes, Zhang Xueting threw the pokeball. Come on, chubby. The whole body is pink and chubby, and it looks like a large jellyfish. Without diving, Chubby showed a provocative smile at the crustacean. Che _ hollow bullet. Crustacean stared at him fiercely. As the referee announced the start, Zhang Xueting immediately ordered. Play close combat, use poison. Moving very fast under the surface of the water, Chubby was close to the crustacean with a water ski. Just like an octopus, Chubby ignored the crustacean's biting move, and entangled it for life. The pink tentacles released neurotoxins that eroded the crustacean's body. It can resist the baby dragon's one-move bite, and it is well cultivated. Leahy commented. Of course, this also has something to do with Chubby's powerful physical talent. The jellyfish elves have a lot of water and a lot of physical energy. Looking at this scene, Jahe Ninja hugged his chest with his arms and his eyes were sharp. Here. The Koga Ninja frog is really in command. This is completely influenced by the owner of the Lee Pavilion. Bang filled down pointing triangle dish filled down pointing triangle. The crustacean looked up. Also too lazy to shake off the chubby. While using the iron wall move to enhance the defense, the crustacean used the sacrificial collision move. Bearing its chubby face, the crustacean suddenly accelerated and slammed into the rock wall facing the battlefield. Draw. Enduring the severe pain, Chubby desperately entangled the crustacean, not letting go of his claws. Absorptive move. This move can absorb the crustacean's stamina to restore itself. In addition to the highly poisonous move. Oh, Chubby, this is really desperate with the crustacean. I can't see it. This little girl's style of play is quite fierce. The crustacean kept hitting Chubby, and Chubby used Drain and Very Poison to desperately entangle the crustacean without loosening its claws. The two elves were constantly entangled. As the physical fitness of both parties continued to decline, the crustacea used a prayer move to recover its physical fitness. Seeing the white light on the crustacean, Zhang Xueting decisively ordered. Thank you for your hard work, Chubby, Cursed Body. Note: Cursed Body features. When attacked, it can block the opponent's moves. Actively activate the Cursed Body feature. The Wish move to seal the Carapace Dragon. Leahy's expression was flat. If Li Guanju was given the command, Zhang Xueting would not be given this chance. But this is also the importance of letting the crustacea and the Koga Ninja experience and letting the crustacea know the wisdom of my old father. Feeling that the prayer move was sealed, the crustacean roared. Lubai #D, no. The tactical literacy of the Dragon Palace has been offended. Relying on the power-boosting effect of the anger move, the crustacean uses a full-strength slamming move. Chubby was slammed into the wall. Boom. The wall of the venue was directly smashed through. Crustacea. Dish convex. Chapter 345. You are so ordinary, but you are. The liquid splashed, and the audience in the front row gasped as they looked chubby as if they had been knocked into a piece of paper. Does this have to be a mosaic? It makes people angry. This is it. Although Chubby lost his fighting ability, Zhang Shueting's eyes lit up. According to the instructions of the owner of Melissa, the wishing move of the baby dragon is very troublesome. If you want to win a first-line chance, you must seal the wish move of the baby dragon. After taking back Chubby, Zhang Shueting released the next elf. Open black lens bracket death coffin close black lens bracket. The coffin that looked like an ancient mummy, the coffin of the god of death looked around coldly with scarlet eyes. Like arms, 4 black ghost claws stretched out from the coffin. After releasing the death coffin, Zhang Shueting took a deep breath. At the critical moment, she also became nervous. First, the baby dragon was obtained, and then the next elf of Li Guanju was calculated with the same fate. Contestant Li He changed the elves. Zhang Shueting was slightly taken aback by the referee's voice. Zhang Shueting. After calling back the crustacean, Koga Ninja chose to take action in person. The death coffin on the opposite side had a strange aura, which made Jiaga Ninja's eyes cautious. Of course, this is just one of the reasons. The most important thing is that Jahei Ninja, who is good at detecting people's thoughts, can see the confidence and tension in Zhang Shueting's eyes. I sensed Zhang Shueting's physical state again. Her armpits are sweating, her heartbeat is racing. This is a problem. After analyzing what was wrong, Koga Ninja resolutely ended up in person. Give me. The Lord believed in himself, so he handed this battle to himself. Can't go wrong. Seeing Jahei Ninja playing, Zhang Shueting's expression tightened, and she couldn't help comforting herself in a low voice, muttering. No problem, no problem. Keenly hearing the whispers of the other trainer, Koga Ninja's expression became solemn. Not in the way. This means that the other party really has the means to solve their own problems. Jia Jia Jia. Waving its 4 arms, the death coffin looked down at the Koga Ninja frog with a strange, gloomy gaze. Knowing the trainer's plan, in the eyes of the death coffin, the defeat of the Koga Ninja frog is only a matter of time. Although it is difficult for elves to intuitively judge the strength or weakness, after learning the supernatural power moves, the Koga Ninja frog can make a strength judgment based on the strength of the spirit power of both sides. Looking at the death coffin, Jahei Ninja was also a little startled. The strength of the ghost-type elves is also related to the spiritual power. Although the spiritual power of the death coffin is good, it is not bad. Furthermore, usually at this time, the elves on both sides will charge up, in order to use the moves to attack the enemy as soon as possible. But the coffin of the god of death sneakily used a stand-in move. Koga Ninja Frog. Is this a great enemy? So deep that you can't even see it through. The mental activity of the Koga Ninja Frog only took a few seconds. Go, death coffin, use. Zhang Shueting shouted quickly. I knew for a long time that I should use the same fate move, and the coffin of the death god controlled the substitute to use the move, and a rich black light emerged from the scarlet eyes of the coffin of the god of death. But the next moment, when Zhang Shueting's mouth moved, Jahei Ninja made a lightning move. The brewing supernatural power moves are blasted. Bang! As if being smashed by a giant hammer in his mind, the coffin of the god of death stayed for a while. Immediately afterwards, the coffin of the god of death, who was in a dizzy state, could only watch the Koga Ninja Frog dodging in front of him, looked at himself with awe, and then held a water blade and stabbed him in the eye. Silently, the Koga Forbearance Frog stabbed through the body of the death coffin. Out of stability, the power of the supernatural power moves contained in the sword of the Koga Ninja Frog even wiped out the consciousness of the death coffin. Jia. The unruly coldness in the scarlet eyes of the coffin of the death god suddenly froze. The look in his eyes changed from unruly to stunned, and then to horror and unacceptable. Jia. The arm-like black tentacles of the death coffin seemed to want to slap the Koga Ninja Frog, but as soon as it moved, the black tentacles turned into smoke and dispersed. Death coffin seems to want to do something. But in the end, Bang! At this time, looking at the death coffin falling into the sea, Zhang Shueting looked bewildered and incredulous, and subconsciously finished her own instructions in her mouth. Same fate. Looking at the death coffin sinking into the water, and then looking at Zhang Shueting, who was at a loss, Jahe Ninja was silent for a moment. Close the knife, return to position. This man is a ghost. You are obviously so ordinary, yet so confident. The audience was silent. It wasn't until a few seconds later that the sky-shattering cheers broke out. Fuck. I heard Zhang Shueting choose "Do you have the last order?" It turned out that he wanted to use the same fate move to die together. Jahe Ninja Frog is awesome. The other party has just moved his mouth, and this side has already slashed the death coffin. It's no wonder that Li Guanju didn't come off the stage, there's no need to move his mouth. At the guest seat. That's it. It's Melissa's stand-in tactic. Rains, the owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym, slammed his palm and praised. Ms. Angela, this girl in your family can do it, she actually mastered this trick. I almost counted on the owner of the library. What is almost a calculation? Angela smiled bitterly. Isn't this all seen through by Li Guanju? Just now, Jahe Ninja's knife should have used a voice-like technique. With a single knife, he slashed the avatar, real body, and consciousness body of the death coffin. Amazing. That's right, Master Li is still very smart. The guests next to him immediately held up. At the beginning of the game, I used the supernatural power move to interrupt the death coffin's same fate move. You really understand me too well. Li He resigned and sighed. That's right, I'm not pretending, you are so right. No way, who made me not only stand in the atmosphere, but also cultivate the Koga Ninja Frog so well. Family Gym. Dressed in a dark purple dress, the slim-fit dress showed off the perfect body curve. Elegant temperament and delicate facial features. The owner of Jiayuan Gym and a top coordination trainer, Melissa watched the live broadcast of the Whirlpool Islands competition while nursing her long hair. Looking at the coffin of the god of death that was defeated in the sea, Melissa's eyes were sharp, and she murmured with a slight smile. The owner of Li actually saw through my stand-in tactic. It should be said, as expected of the master that Wan Long praised. After exiting, Li He went to the elf hospital. On the seat, Li He was in a complicated mood while looking at the checklist issued by the doctor for the crustacean. Sure enough, it was not what I expected. The physical examination fee of the crustacean is also first class and expensive. After all, ordinary equipment can't penetrate the shell of the carapace at all. Sighing, Li He murmured. I can see through this thing. Exactly. To generate income for the elf hospital. Chapter 346 The Pokemon Game, Elf Glory. In the 16 finals of the Vortex Islands tournament, the master of the Red Lotus Gym, His Excellency Li He, saw through Zhang Shueting's special tactics in advance. With absolute power, he showed his tyrannical strength as the master of the gym. After an interview with a reporter from this station, according to well-known sources, this battle can be regarded as an air-to-air fight between Ms. Melissa, the owner of Jiayuan Gym, and His Excellency Li He. This news was reported by Rachel, a special reporter for the Whirlpool Islands competition. In the hotel room, watching the news on the TV, Li He's expression was complicated. I'll go all the way to the quarterfinals. However, that Luo Shifeng is not a parallel importer either. Looking at the attitude of the fire-breathing dragon, if it is a mega, it may be a water-storing fire-breathing dragon again. Losing is nothing, but after all, it will affect the face of my patriarch Li. Wait, winning seems to be a loss of face. Let's go, Li He sighed. After breakfast, as usual, Li He fed the little guys with waveguide shields. Looking at the Koga Ninja Frog who eats the waveguide as food, Li He suddenly froze for a moment. When he came back to his senses again, Li He said in surprise. Just now, why did my perspective seem to have changed? Just now, as if the soul suddenly came out of the body and possessed the body of the Jahei ninja frog, Lee felt as if he was eating the waveguide. Crunchy, seaweed flavor. Lee rubbed his chin and looked thoughtful. It is difficult, this is the telepathic ability brought by the waveguide. It took half a month for Lee to log into the headhunting company before a senior headhunter took the initiative to contact him. Through the video call, a foreign-looking male in his 30s in a suit took the initiative to bow. Your Excellency the Master of the Red Lotus Gem, hello, I'm so sorry for taking so long to contact you. After the greeting, the headhunter consultant said very politely. I'm the COO of Hawker Group in Huasha District. You can call me Li Jiyu by my Chinese name. Regarding the matter of the owner of the Red Lotus Gem, the Hawker Group did not dare to neglect at all. Money is just a small problem, and the network of connections of such gem owners is terrible. It is possible that with one word from others, the group will have to lose billions of dollars. I thought you forgot me. Lee made a joke. Don't dare. Operation Officer Lee quickly waved his hand. We are here to provide you with the best service, so we have done enough preliminary work. To confirm with you again, you are looking for a deputy who has the ability to run a company and has entrepreneurial experience, right? Said Operation Officer Lee. To put it mildly, you almost said you have no experience starting a company, so you just want to pay and hire a top talent. That's right, Lee said calmly. Money is not a problem. If you use money to raise elves, Lee is poor. But to support people, Lee is not bad for money. I understand. Operation Officer Lee nodded. That's it, we have already screened several candidates in the early stage, and reached an initial agreement with them. This time it's up to you. Taking out a resume and projecting it on the screen, Operation Officer Lee introduced in detail. This is the former head of the project department of the Dewin Group. He is about 30 years old, but he is a veteran. Male, change. I am not interested in male secretaries at all. Lee said without hesitation, I prefer a lady. For Lee's request, Lee Operation Officer is accustomed to. Then look at the following resumes. After a while, several luxurious resumes were placed in front of Lee. Almost all have excellent academic qualifications. In addition to the mainstream Alliance languages, proficiency in 4 foreign languages is standard. In addition, there is a CEO who is currently serving as a listed group. As long as the intention is determined, you can resign immediately. Lee has a weird expression. Confirm that these people are here to work for me, not to plot against me. After screening for a long time, Lee pointed to a resume and asked. This is only 16 years old. Did you get it wrong? No, although this Ms. Lilia is only 16 years old, she has already obtained a number of master's degrees in economics and business management. She also has experience in developing software projects. Operation Officer Lee coughed and whispered. The point is that she is the daughter of the chairman of the Orange Label Group. What the hell, no wonder. Lee nodded, expressing his understanding. As a group that develops mobile phones, Orange Label Group's status in the industry is equivalent to Apple. We had a serious talk with this Ms. Lilia, and the other party was not ready to take over her father's position in the Orange Label Group. So I chose to go it alone. Operation Officer Lee smiled. Besides, young people have arrogance in their hearts and don't want to rely on their parents. Those bigwigs in the industry have to give the Orange Label Group a face. But you don't need to care about this, so her intention is very strong. Lee immediately decided. Yes, just her. Young people, so easy to deceive. Cough, young people, only can they conspire with him, Li Guanju. I got Lilia's contact information, and under the witness of Li, the two signed the contract. Li retired. Then, the two of you, please talk first. If you need it, you can contact me directly, Director Li. I'll be waiting for you 24 hours a day. To cooperate with this manager Lee, money is just a trivial matter, and the point is that a lot of money can't solve the problem. maybe it only needs a phone call from the owner of Lee. When he got to the position of Operation Officer Lee, he understood that in some circles, you are not from that circle, and people are not willing to pay attention to you at all. As the operator Lee hung up the phone, only Leahy and Lilia were left in the video call. As the daughter of the chairman of the Orange Label Group, Lilia dresses very ordinary. She wears round-rimmed glasses, and her long flaxen hair is tied in 2 long braids. There is no childishness in the delicate facial features. Lilia calmly took out her own plan. To tell the truth, your startup capital is only 20 million yuan, and you still need to accumulate funds in the early stage. In this regard, depending on your popularity, the best plan is in 3 aspects. 1. Invest in short videos and short dramas. With your relationship, you can probably invite the elves of well-known gym owners such as Xiao Zhuer to make light comedies. In this case, the investment is small and the benefits are quick. Second, it is to set up an e-commerce platform to focus on your and Lu Wei's peripheral products, and try to deliver live broadcasts. As long as you control the quality of your products, your image and popularity will not be lost. 3. In fact, the project with small investment and big return is the game. Although there are many Pokemon card games on the market, there is still a certain market. As for the first 2, you can do it as you see fit. As for the third one, Leahy rubbed his chin. It's better, change the mode and let the card game return to the original development mode. Leahy roughly gives an example. Turn it into a Monster Siege type war chess game, and the elves who siege the city choose evil and ghost type elves. Then the player will play the role of the trainer defending the city. In the initial state, give the trainer a few elves first. In the later stage, the trainer needs to extract. We put the elves props, and tricks in 3 card pools. For example, the green caterpillar is the basic elves. Small fire dragons, fire-breathing dragons, mini dragons, and fast dragons, we set up multiple stars. Without hesitation, he plagiarized the money-sucking operations of many games, and Leahy said with passion. For example, in the elf pool, let's make the mini dragon as an up character in this issue, and set a guaranteed base. When you draw as many draws, you can get the mini dragon. At the same time, in the corresponding elf item card pool, we put exclusive items such as Dragon Gem and Dragon Scale. In the move cheat pool, up Dragon Dance, Dragon Dive, and other powerful dragon attribute moves. We'll be up once a month for half a month. Well, it doesn't count for 1 draw. We can also set different characters and characteristics for the elves. At the same time, in order to ensure the enthusiasm of the players, we can encourage them. As long as the same elves are drawn, they can be converted into the same elves. Items of value. Lilia struggled to understand the meaning of Pavilion Master Lee. No, we can completely split the elves. 2 draws can unlock characteristics, 3 draws can unlock talents, and so on. Having experience in the software, Lilia calmly analyzed it. According to this model, the popularity of this game is at least more than a year. As for the suction power, Li Guanju's model is a money-sucking model. It simply makes players sell their lives. Looking at the strange eyes of the first employee, Leahy coughed dryly. Am I doing this for money? No. It's for entertaining. Let the students of the trainer school subtly memorize the knowledge, characteristics, and move information of the elves in the process of entertainment, and lay a solid educational foundation for them. This is only the early stage. In the later stage, we can completely derive this game into a sandbox-type free exploration game. Therefore, the wish of countless people who want to travel freely as a trainer can be satisfied. A light appeared in Lilia's eyes. At present, the most popular, elf virtual battle, on the market is only to serve the trainer group. If Master Lee's blueprint can be realized, the ultimate audience of this game will be everyone in the world. The basic knowledge of trainers is hidden in the game, allowing players to dig and explore independently. This kind of selfless concept is worthy of being the boss of his own. Of course, this is another story. Leahy stretched out 2 fingers. The first step is to model and create a simplified version of the game with a Monster Siege battle chess framework. After returning the funds, proceed to the second step, design a stage, which can be a grassland field or a forest field, and place various elves in it. Finally, let our players have a 5 versus 5 team battle, and the elves they can control are the elves drawn in the first step. Each elves is limited to 4 moves or 5 moves. In the process of fighting, they can use team tactics such as the rain team and the space team. This half-hour and 20-minute confrontation is more attractive to student parties and office workers who are busy with their studies and work. Having said this, Lee coughed. On the way, for our grand blueprint, we also need funds, so set up a recharge service. You can give the elves a different color skin or something. We can also link up with some well-known trainers, ace elves, such as your Six Tails. We can make the special effects orange when setting up the fire-throwing move. This is the special effect of the six-tailed skin of the Red Lotus Gym Master. Lilia thought. You are so smart. Lee snapped his fingers. But remember, our purpose is definitely not cold, copper-smelling money, but to spread knowledge. Since it's a game, have you thought of a name? Lilia asked impatiently. Lee raised his head and looked out the window from a 45-degree perspective. Just call Elf Glory. Chapter 347. Thanks from the chairman of Orange Label Group. Exactly 3 hours later. The two finalized the preliminary plan. Facing Lee, Lilia made an okay gesture, and said to herself. Don't worry, leave it to me. Regarding Lee's first 2 steps, Lilia already had a preliminary idea. In the template resource area of game design, there are all kinds of game templates. The first step is to fill in the resources first. In this regard, the database of Elf University can fully meet the needs. The second step is the modeling of sprites and characters. From the market, you can also buy the latest modeling. The real difficulty is the gameplay and the programming of the 5 versus 5 team battle map. Lilia is not worried about this. With her resources, it is absolutely possible to invite 2 professional giant gold monsters for programming. Today, at least 80% of the real top programmer positions are occupied by elves such as giant gold monsters. Has a mechanical brain comparable to a top computer. After professional programming learning and aesthetic training, the giant gold monster is a well-deserved king in the field of programming. Among the hardware and software development project teams of Orange Label Group, half of the team members are top talents who cultivate giant golden monsters. After the exchange, Lilia smiled and said. However, you still need to do the final publicity. With the popularity of his own boss, there is absolutely no need to invite extra actors and internet celebrities to promote it. Leave it to me, Lee nod. And about live streaming, I'm going to buy some online stores that have already been made. After calculating the funds, Lilia thinks it's feasible. What do you think? I'll leave it all to you. Lee waved his hand. Hanging up the video call, Lee looked strange. If this game is released. Hiding in the grass, the onion wanderer shouted, quack quack Demacia, and suddenly rushed out. Isn't Heracross, who can hold on to his moves and come back to life, a barbarian king? Chinado, who uses teleportation moves. With a flash. Looking at Zheng who was cooking on the live broadcast, Lee walked over and cleared his throat. Lee coughed. I'm going to make a game in the near future, start a company or something. If there is a place for the internal beta test, I will give back to the fans as soon as possible. Brother Lee still plays games. Brother Lee, I'm in the game industry, don't invest in this industry. You've only seen what you've earned, but you've never seen a loss. Let me tell you, the boss who was driving a BMW and Mercedes-Benz a few days ago, now I have changed to riding a small yellow car. That's right, if you can't raise elves anymore, let's raise them together. We have tens of millions of fans on the internet, and $1 per person is enough, right? Seeing this message, Lee rubbed his chin and muttered. I hope you don't shout really fragrant when the time comes. The other side. After hanging up the phone, Lilia hesitated for a moment and called her father. Dad, are you busy now? In the office of the chairman of the Orange Label Group, a shrewd and capable man of about 40 years old answered the phone and said with a smile. Don't be busy, you say. Is there anything you need your dad to help me with? I'll tell you, use the resources at home without shame. No, I'm not looking for your help, I'm looking for your cooperation. Lilia said solemnly. I have a game project here. If you are willing to cooperate in the early stage, you can specify the platform when the game is released and publish it on the Orange Group's mobile phone first. Well, you said. List, chairman of Orange Label Group, was amused, but his tone did not change. Although my daughter is old, she still has no experience. With the current market share of the Orange Label Group, this condition is not a bargaining chip at all, and the Orange Label Group is not willing to spend money on the built-in software of the Orange Label Group's mobile phone. Do you think the game you developed is the popular, Elf Virtual Battle? Following Lilia's description, List's expression slowly became solemn. After pondering for a moment, List said decisively. Well, I'll call your Uncle Green and the others. You can contact them. They're on vacation, but it won't take them long to follow the requirements you said. House Green is the top engineer of the Orange Label Group, and even House Green has participated in the modeling and projection project of Elf Virtual Battle. No, I paid them a part-time job. I didn't want to do things on your favor. Yes, I know. After hanging up the phone, List shook his head. Lilia wants to be completely free from the influence of the Orange Label Group, and it is impossible to make a career on her own. Who doesn't know that Lilia is the daughter of the Orange Label Group? Even this time, if it wasn't for this status, how could the master of the Red Lotus Gym in the trainer circle hand over 20 million funds to a little girl casually? Glancing at the male secretary waiting beside him, List pondered for a moment and asked. How about it? Tell me what you think. For male secretaries, List was trained as the backbone of the company. Investing in games is a very risky move, the secretary said cautiously. This project, with all due respect, is really hard to say at the moment. But it won't be too much of a loss, because after all, if you play the banner of the owner of the Red Lotus Gym, the popularity will definitely be there. But in the follow-up, if the market does not accept it, the players will not buy it. So, for the time being, this project may lose money, but it won't lose too much. It may also make money, but it's hard to say how much. It's a game project after all. It's hard to make a game these days. It's impossible to make an explosive game without the precipitation of failure. List nodded. But that's not what I'm concerned about. The point is that if I can get in touch with the master of the Red Lotus Gym, the mobile phones that will be released in the future may be able to invite the masters of the Gymnasium Red Lotus and Gym Raven. Be a representative. Today, in the field of mobile phones, there are not many competitors of Orange Label Group. The Devon Group is one. Relying on the popularity of Dao, the prince of the Dewan Group, the mobile phone business of the Dewan Group has firmly occupied the market in the Fengyuan area, making it difficult for the Jubiao Group to shake. But let's talk about asking someone to do the endorsement. List personally contacted the champion of the Shanao region, Sharona, and the owner of the Raven Gym, but they were turned down. Then I'll go to work first. The secretary resigned. Wait. List stopped quickly. After pondering for a moment, List instructed. Go get a few of the special dragon fire fruit that you are going to give to the local dragon attribute gym this year. Package it beautifully, and send someone to deliver it to the owner of the Red Lotus Gym. This special dragon fire fruit is a tree fruit that grows near wild dragon-type elves. Different from ordinary dragon fire fruit, special dragon fire fruit absorbs the dragon breath power of wild dragon-type elves, which has a miraculous effect on promoting the growth of dragon-type elves. Even if the Orange Label Group hired explorers to collect it, the amount obtained every year was not much. 2 days later, looking at the gift box sent by the giant golden monster of the Orange Label Group, Lihi was stunned for a moment, and murmured. I really didn't hire Lilia as an employee just for this. Chapter 348 Li He, the gym owner, actually lied to me to keep it. Saturday, February 20th. After a few days of rest, the quarterfinals of the Vortex Islands competition officially opened. The top 8 players included Lin Yixin, a top professional trainer who is good at team tactics, Hitomi Kitagawa, the heir of the Hokkaido Gym, Luo Shifeng, the third runner-up of the Shanao Regional Conference, and Li He, the owner of the Red Lotus Gym. Known as the most serious involution. At the main venue of the Whirlpool Islands, a beautiful aqua-blue statue of the Brave stood above the venue. Hearing the cheers coming from the venue, Li He glanced at the crustacean worriedly. After eating one of the dragonfire fruits given by Lilia's father, the crustacea is now dozing off. Bahu ___tilde. This is dragonfire fruit, not sweat medicine. Li He complained. Crustaceans in this state cannot go up. It's not so obvious to send heads, right? Isn't it blatant discrimination against each other? Pavilion Master Li, can't do such a non-human thing. Then go to Zheng Ghost. Li He patted Zheng Ghost on the shoulder, give the other party a good time. Go hiss Delta. Handing over the mobile phone in the live broadcast to Luwei, Zheng Gui said. Go sizzle *dish. The heroic appearance of this uncle will be handed over to the elder sister and you. Slip, circle all but upper left quadrant filled, for all, circle all but upper left quadrant filled. Out of caution, Koga Ninja secretly handed Zheng Gui a dragonfire fruit. Here. Taking over the dragonfire fruit, Zheng Gui bared his big white teeth and gave a thumbs up towards the live broadcast room. Goxi. Handsome. Zheng Gui, rush the duck. The opponent is Lin Yixin. This is a veteran with a lot of scheming. At the same time, the player lounge across the field. Wiping his glasses, Luo Shifeng looked at Lin Yixin and asked plainly. How, are you sure? Lin Yixin, a top professional trainer, is a middle-aged man in his late 30s. He also has a little whisker on his neat chin. As he had obtained the professional trainer qualification certificate of Huasha District 10 years ago, his goal now is to win the championship of the Shanao Regional Conference. What a joke, facing a gym owner, even if it's a new gym owner. I'm not even an expert, so dare I say with certainty. Lin Yixin said with a wry smile. Under normal circumstances, only the top 3 contestants of the Shanao Regional Conference dare to say that they have the confidence to face off against the gym master. Because the one that allows the use of Mega Evolution is the Shanao Regional Conference, so the Shanao Regional Conference is like a cloud of powerhouses, and the involution is serious. The champions of the previous Shanao Regional Conferences are generally recruited by the officials and hired as gym owners. Who is like you? With such good luck, it was such a coincidence that in an underground ruin, a Mega Evolution stone of a fire-breathing dragon was dug up. Luo Shifeng glanced. Lin Yixin changed his words. However, it's not like I'm completely unsure. After hearing the announcement of the urging field, Lin Yixin tidied up his collar and said to himself in a low voice. The quarterfinals are a 3v3 team battle, and isn't the team tactic just used right now? The essence of Pokemon team tactics is to use the power of a team to defeat a powerful enemy that is difficult to defeat. Team tactics. Looking at Lin Yixin's back, Luo Shifeng could only wish the old friend good luck. Amid the cheers around, Lin Yixin held Li He's hand with both hands very politely, and said with a laugh. Master Li, please give me more advice. My wife likes to watch your Zheng Ghost cook during her confinement period. She thinks that the rice is old and delicious, and she also says that Zheng Ghost is cute. Cute? Did your wife misunderstand the word cute? Li He looked at Zheng Gui. Why? Why? Hearing this, Zheng Gui grinned and made a pause cheerfully. Well, it's quite cute. Li He nodded. As well-known players who have won the top 8 in the Shanao Regional Conference, Lin Yixin and Li He are both showrunners. After a warm handshake, the two of them stood on the podium. Lin Yixin, I remember this person. He came to me to challenge him when he was young. At that time, he seemed to have a soft spot for strengthening flow tactics. The owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym pondered. Strengthen the flow. President Joe was thoughtful. This is a classic team strategy. At the Chanel Regional Conference, not all players had the means of mega evolution. At that time, they found ways to strengthen the main force and used enhancement-type moves to make the main force have the strength comparable to the mega evolution elves. Final plan. The battle begins. The referee ordered solemnly. Looking at Gengar floating into the venue, the narrator shouted. Contestant Lee sent Gengar, using the power of mirror-type moves, and now Gengar is water-type. Water-type Gengar. This method is so cowardly. Master Lee is so deliberate in order to pick up the wool of the Whirlpool Islands competition. Hello, I can't bear this spot. The names are all reported by Jeng ghosts. Lee looked up at the sky and sighed. Go, Dia Sea Lion. Lin Yixin released the starting elf. As a spirit with both ice and water attributes, the Defang Sea Lion looks like a blue-skinned sea lion. Wearing two ferocious fangs, the Dia Sea Lion roars in the sky, and its fierce appearance will be revealed. I'll wipe it. Look at that tooth. Take one bite. I'm an adult meat skewer. This Defang Sea Lion must be 2 meters long. How thick is this thing's defense? After reading the praise from Lin Yixin, Zhang Gui smiled and said hello. Why why go hiss. Facing Gengar's scarlet triangular eyes, the Defang Sea Lion seemed to see himself cramped by the skin in a trance, and the Defang Sea Lion was shocked. The pupil technique. Lin Yixin was awe-inspiring. Having studied this Zheng ghost, Lin Yixin was afraid of being tricked and hurriedly ordered. Hail. Note, hailstorm moves, within a certain period of time, will drop hail, inflict damage to all elves except ice-type elves. Call. The wind was cold and the snow was blowing. The audience in the front row couldn't help but clasp their arms and wailed. I'm wearing big pants. Didn't you suddenly throw a Hawaiian vacationer to the northeast? As if the water whirlpool field suddenly turned into the ice and snow weather in the Arctic, this move of the Defang Sea Lion's hail move is very powerful. Knowing that the Defang Sea Lion was not Gengar's opponent, Lin Yixin steadfastly ordered. Continue to use hail and focus on defense. Try to delay as long as possible, in order to use the hail move to reduce Gengar's physical power to the greatest extent. No matter how bad it is, we must reduce Gengar's physical strength to below the danger line. Looking at the hail weather blocking his sight, Lin Yixin regained his confidence. Even Gengar, it is not easy to lock the Defang Sea Lion in the hail weather. The increasingly powerful hailstorm weather dominated the entire venue. Everything in front of him was white. Looking at the sub-zero temperature displayed on the thermometer, a spectator who worked as a weather forecaster swallowed. It's all like this here. How cold is the center of the hail weather? In the ice and snow, the scarlet eyes suddenly locked in one direction. How soon did Gengar discover the location of the Defang Sea Lion? Lin Yixin was a little unbelievable. Don't panic. Shadow Ball. Lee ordered to cover the incoming wind and snow with his hands. In hail weather. Grinning, Gengar's fingertips condensed a pitch-black shadow ball. 1 meter in diameter, 2 meters in diameter. Gengar's shadow ball quickly expanded to a diameter of 10 meters, and with Gengar's eyes squinting, the 10-meter diameter shadow ball suddenly compressed to 1 meter in diameter. Looking at the terrifying shadow ball, whose color was as deep as a black hole, Lin Yixin gritted his teeth and shouted. Hold on. I don't believe it anymore. Gengar can beat the Defang Sea Lion in one turn. Shadow Fist. Lee smiled slyly. The pitch-black shadow ball shot out and smashed into the blue guard move barrier. But with the blessing of Shadow Fist moves, Gengar's ghost claws, as if traveling through space, struck the blue barrier with a single lightning strike. After blocking the Shadow Fist move, defend the barrier and retreat. Snapped. Just like broken glass, hold the barrier to burst and disappear. Subsequently, under the panic and struggling movements of the Defang Sea Lion, the shadow ball exploded in the face of the defanged sea lion. The terrifying ghost energy, like a black hole, devoured half of the defanged sea lion's body. Boom! The fragments of the two large fangs were scattered and exploded, and a puddle of more than 10 meters in diameter was concave in the water whirlpool field. Columns of water rushed into the sky. After a while, the unconscious Dia sea lion was washed by seawater with its fat and fat. The edge of the field. Master Li is too yin. He actually used a shadow fist to deceive people's defense. A good two-blade Gengar. Ignoring the surrounding noise, Lin Yixin was immersed in his own world. Lin Yixin's lips trembled as he looked at the Dia sea lion that was sinking and floating in the sea. My starter, is this gone? Chapter 349 Surprised or not? On the field, the power of the hailstorm move did not disappear due to the exit of the defanged sea lion. The whistling cold wind swept the palm-sized hail and snow, and the flowing water whirlpool condensed into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. In order to let fans see his heroic appearance, Gengar deliberately floated over the field and passed through the ice and snow area. He took out the sunglasses from his mouth, Janghost put it on, grinned, and gave a thumbs up to the podium. Go hiss equals carrot dish carrot equals. Slip asterisk carrot W carrot asterisk. Holding the phone with one tail, Six Tails responded with excitement. Call Gengar. This is the rhythm of killing the opponent. Zhang Gui, rush to the Lord. Hail weather, this is playing team tactics. Li He muttered after glancing at the venue. Lin Yixin took back the defanged sea lion and gave Zhang Gui a deep look. What a powerful shadow ball move. This move is definitely beyond the level of a professional level trainer. Really. Although young, as the owner of the Red Lotus Gym, although the Master Li is not as talented as Sharona, he is no worse than the young masters of other areas. It seems that my battle plan is correct. If you want to win, relying on the power of a single elf is useless. You must rely on team tactics to concentrate the power of the elf. Lin Yixin's eyes were firm and he released the next elf. Go, Bing Yibu. Note, Ice Ibrahimovic, Ice Attribute Elf, the evolutionary form of Ibrahimovic. Ice Ibrahimovic can freely control body temperature and condense water molecules in the atmosphere. Looking like a blue snow fox, Bing Yibu lightly stepped on the ice, staring at Zheng Gui with a solemn expression. Competitor Lin Yixin sent Bing Yibu. The commentator pushed his glasses, his eyes lit up. This Ice Ibrahimovic should have the characteristics of Shui hidden. It is perfectly hidden in the snow and ice. Is Lin Yixin going to adopt guerrilla tactics? The snow hidden feature allows the elves to perfectly hide in the snow and ice, and the figure of Bing Yibu disappears as if it had melted into the ice and snow. Go, Lin Yixin ordered with a solemn expression. The ice and snow were blowing, and Ice Ibrahimovic, who was hiding in the ice and snow using the snow hidden feature, did not attack immediately. As if disappearing, Bing Yibu didn't know what to do. Goxi, floating in the air, Zhang Gui scratched his head. Don't attack, hide in the ice and snow. Li He was thoughtful. It seems that the hailstorm released by the defanged sea lion is for Ice Ibrahimovic. Starting with the weather hand, I was afraid that Zhang Gui's attack speed would be too fast, and Ibrahimovic would be knocked out by seconds. Could it be, are you playing the enhanced stream with me? Li He murmured. After thinking for a few seconds, Li He calmly said. Gengar, use a wide range of shadow ball moves to force it out. The pitch-black shadow ball with a diameter of nearly 10 meters condensed at Gengar's fingertips. Seeing this scene, Lin Yixin's face showed an expected smile. Witnessing the failure of the defanged sea lion, how could he not be prepared at all? See-through. As a fighting-type move, the application of the see-through move is closely related to the power of the waveguide. Through the see-through move, Ice Eevee can predict the attack position of the shadow ball move, so as to quickly avoid it. In the ice and snow, as if fused with the ice and snow, Bing Yibu looked at the Gengar who performed the move, and his face showed a touch of sarcasm. Backquote 3. Using the see-through move, Bing Yibu easily dodged the attack of the shadow ball move. I go. It's so cloudy. It turned out to be a trick. The smile on Lin Yixin's face suddenly froze. Bing Ibrahimovic, who escaped the shadow ball move, just landed, and with a scream, Bing Ibrahimovic's neck was severely pinched by 2 purple ghost claws. The punches, kicks, tail and flick attacks in the panic passed through the purple ghost claws, and Bing Yibu's physical attack couldn't hurt the 2 ghost claws at all. It's Gengar's shadow fist move. It's a shadow ball move mixed with a shadow fist move again. It's still the master of the Lee Pavilion. In the guest seat, rubbing his beard, the owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym laughed dumbly. The shadow ball move made Bing Yibu reveal the flaw, making the next shadow fist move a hit. Lin Yixin judged the situation and had no choice but to order. Blast! As Zhang Gui exerted his strength, Bing Ibrahimovic's face was blue and purple when he was pinched by 2 ghost claws. In the end, it exploded into a cloud of snow with a bang, and Bing Ibrahimovic was swept away by Gengar's shadow. Shadow boxing moves burst. Is a substitute. At the cost of the explosion of the substitute, Bing Yibu's figure appeared 10 meters away. With a shocked expression on his face, Bing Yibu looked at the 2 ghost claws in horror. Although the stand-in move can replace the death, it is not pleasant to be crushed by the shadow fist move. After using the stand-in move, Bing Yibu's physical fitness is not much. Lin Yixin was sweating. But fortunately, Ice Ibrahimovic should be almost ready. Take the baton. Seeing that Zhang Ghost was about to use the shadow ball move again, Lin Yixin decisively ordered. Note: the baton move. Replace it with the backup elves. The replaced elves can directly inherit the changes in their abilities. Use the baton move. So, Ice Ibrahimovic, who is hiding in the ice and snow just now, is using strengthening moves to strengthen himself. And was seen through by Master Li. After using the baton move, Bing Yibu turned into a red light and returned to the Pokeball. Instead, Water Yibu appeared on the field. Note: Shui Ibrahimovic. Shui Ibrahimovic is the evolutionary form of Ibrahimovic's water attribute. It looks like a mermaid. The cell structure of Shui Ibrahimovic is similar to that of water molecules. Through special moves, Shui Ibrahimovic can be integrated into the water. As soon as Ibrahimovic came on the court, Lin Yixin preemptively ordered. Break the ice and jump into the water. At this point, the power of the hailstone move has gradually disappeared. Hearing the trainer's order, Shui Yibu smashed the ice with one head and dived to the bottom. Seeing this scene, Lin Yixin breathed a sigh of relief. Shui Yibu is good at the melting move, and through the melting move, Shui Yibu can be closely combined with water. When encountering a move attack, Shui Yibu can use the surrounding water environment to share the damage together. Again. Water Ibrahimovic's base attack is 110. Just now, Bing Yibu has been using self-motivated moves to strengthen his attack power. After inheriting Bing Yibu's ability changes, Shui Yibu's current attack power is also extremely tyrannical. Combined with the defensive power of the molten water Eevee, as well as the natural strong physical strength of Shui Eevee, Lin Yixin's eyes were sharp. Commanding the current Shui Yibu, even if it is the main force of the gym owner, I may not have the possibility of winning. Self-suggestion, Li He said. The pupils flashed a strange red light, locking on Shui Yibu, and Gengar's body gradually swelled. After doubling in size, Zhang Ghost, who is nearly 4 meters tall, grinned with a terrifying aura. Staring at Shui Yibu and Lin Yixin, whose expressions were stunned, Zhang Gui clenched his fists. Go hiss. The present uncle, super strong. Li He smiled and said. Life is full of surprises. As this, have you completely seen through Lin Yixin's tactical plan? In the guest seat, President Zhou couldn't help leaning forward and muttered. Holding the doll, Natsu's expression was subtle. In front of the master of strengthening flow, use strengthening flow tactics. Isn't this killing? Chapter 350 Prying the Corner of Sakagi. Even so, it doesn't mean I have no chance of winning. Lin Yixin calmed down and shouted. Use the destroying light. actually use the Destruction Light move. This move is much more powerful than the Water Cannon move. Lin Yixin's choice made the audience at the front desk look solemn. Use the power of the whole body to shoot a destructive death beam to attack the opponent. The Destruction Ray is a powerful move, but it also has some disadvantages. After using the Destruction Light move, due to exhaustion, Sui Yibu will take time to recover. But even so, with Gengar's crispy skin, can it really resist Sui Yibu's light-destroying move? Shadow Ball. The black hole-like Shadow Ball condensed at Gengar's fingertips. Gengar grinned, and suddenly threw out the Shadow Ball. At the same time, a red light containing terrifying power was ejected by Sui Yibu. In an instant, the two moves collided in midair. Boom! All the spectators in the venue couldn't help covering their sight and exclaimed in surprise. The line of sight was blocked by the smoke of the explosion, and the black hole-like Shadow Ball hit the water surface after defeating the Destruction Light move. Immediately afterwards, the swirling water surface stagnated. Boom! The water exploded. Suddenly, the water that covered the entire site rolled around. A water wall more than 10 meters high is erected around, and it is still soaring at a pitiful speed to the naked eye. Where the Shadow Ball hit, a semicircular hollow area appeared. At the center of the semicircle, the water Ibrahimovic, which was originally hidden under the water, was forced to be exposed. Looking up at the Gengar in the sky, Sui Yibu had a dull expression. What is this? It's obviously in an enhanced state, why is it so outrageous? This Shadow Ball move. Are you off? Can't understand why things are suddenly like this. Sui Yibu's brain is still a little bit stupid. I hid in the water. So. It blasted the entire water attribute field. Sui Yibu, who was in a molten state, was abruptly blasted out by Gengar. Smoke of clearance. Seeing a lump of purple sludge on his face again, although Sui Yibu didn't know what it was. But feeling the disappearance of the strengthening state and the drop of strength, a series of exclamation marks exploded in Sui Yibu's mind. Water Ibrahimovic. Dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. Originally using the melting move, Sui Yibu was able to mediate with Zheng Gui by virtue of his enhanced state. But at the moment, Ibrahimovic has been melted by Zheng Gui's move, and his enhanced state has been erased by the smoke of clearance move. Sui Yibu is now weak and helpless. Shadow Ball. Zheng Gui waved his finger, and the Shadow Ball slammed into Sui Yibu's body. With Sui Yibu's fiasco, Zheng Gui's blow also shattered Lin Yixin's last tenacity and stubbornness. Looking at Gengar in the strengthening state, Lin Yi took out the Pokeball of Ice Ibrahimovic with residual blood. Go, go, Bing Yibu. If you are a man, you have to face the bleak life. Bing Yibu, who had just entered the field, had not yet reacted, so he took Zheng Gui's move, Shadow Ball. Contestant Li He wins. Hearing the referee's pronouncement, the audience barely recovered from their shock. It's also in an enhanced state. Why is Gengar's enhancement so outrageous? Piracy is better than genuine. The Shadow Ball move has made the Destruction Light move useless. This light destruction move is a pirated copy. In the player lounge, Luo Shifeng sighed. I heard that the Gengar of the Li Pavilion owner is good at manipulating life energy and has a deep background. Now it seems that this Gengar is completely a Mega Reserve. It is also a state of strengthening, but how much power can be exerted depends on the background of the elves. Just now, although Sui Yibu has accepted the enhanced state of Bing Yibu and has undergone special training, the power of Sui Yibu has been strengthened by 60–70% at most. The physical quality of Sui Yibu also determines that it can only withstand such strengthening. The deep-rooted Gengar has doubled his attack power. Sure enough, how can Emperor Baifeng, who is good at strengthening genre tactics, be overshadowed by the strengthening flow? It turns out that he cultivated a killer Gengar who strengthened the genre. Self-suggestion move plus clearing smoke move, it's too dirty. Although it was a battle like cutting leaks, the battle between Zheng Gui and Sui Yibu was still in the eyes of the group members in the battle exchange competition. This Lin Yixin is such a powerful water-type play. Sakura said with sincere admiration. You can try it next time you are an agent. That's sister, you are too dishy. Xiaoxia commented unceremoniously. When did you come in? Sakura asked in surprise. I was entangled with her for a long time, but I had no choice but to pull her in. The alliance was busy with business, and it was rare for Kara to go online once. Lin Yixin, as expected of a trainer who has obtained the qualification of a professional trainer in the Huaxia district. He is experienced and has little tactical flaws. It's a pity. Kona sighed slightly. If he hadn't met the owner of the Red Lotus Gym, he would definitely have a place in the top 3 of the Vortex Archipelago competition. On the way back, Li He chatted with Wanlong while diving and peeping at the screen. Zheng Ghost should be used by analogy now, it's easy to be restrained. Wanlong urged. Li He. Wanlong sent you a document, experiences and experiences of infuriating bombs, please pay attention to check it. Close black lens bracket. Li He. The probe saw the trick recipe given by Wanlong, mother, and Zheng Gui happily clicked to accept it. By the way, I also sent a selfie to Wanlong, Zheng Gui. Y equals U smiley face Y. After sending, Gengar nodded in satisfaction. Goss goss. A selfie for a trick cheat, as expected of you, Gengar. Give it to you. Seeing that Zhengui got the new trick, Jahe Ninja nodded solemnly. This battle is indeed very dangerous. If Shui Yibu is 10 times or 8 times stronger, he might actually hurt Gengar. The quarterfinals of the Vortex Islands competition is coming to an end. At the same time, Lilia's company project is also progressing in an orderly manner. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lilia called to report the progress. The game, Elf Glory, project has found a programmer and is going well. At the same time, regarding the e-commerce platform, I also found an online store with a good number of fans, and I am negotiating with the other party. If appropriate, I'm going to include the store manager of the online store as our part-time employee. The information is sent, let me take a look. Li Heman asked casually, what did this online store sell before? Who is the registered store manager? Before operating a wide range, from Pikachu's anti-electric den, to safe and reliable touch Pikachu's anti-shock gloves, to the anti-shock training robot that pits against Pikachu, and more. Lilia was full of praise. The 3 managers of this store are very business-minded and hands-on, and I value them for that. By the way, you asked their names. It seems to be Kojira, Meow Meow, and Musashi. It's also strange, there are trainers who even list their elves as partners. Who? Li He was stunned for a moment. Musashi, Meow, Kojira. My dear, am I prying Sakaji's corner?